is when they will begin to arrive. I assure you, we've got our eye on the Akshardham temple, so you'll miss nothing there. I also want to go across now and take you to the G21 venue, the Bharat Mandapam in central Delhi, where India Today's Mausami Singh, who's been a crack frontline reporter throughout the G20 yesterday, bringing us all of those big developments, is there bright and early on day 2. Good morning, Mausami. Looking lovely. It's a great day after, day 1 of the G20 that we saw so many fabulous announcements take place. It looks like day 2 isn't going to be any less, except much more symbolism, lots of spirit. There's going to be some tree planting taking place. Of course, there's also another session happening. Just take us through what today looks like at Bharat Mandapam.
All right, Shiv, a very good morning to you and all our viewers. And we've seen a lot of Indian traditional attire yesterday at the President's dinner, if you remember. And exactly, the spirit of India, as you said, the spiritual strength of India perhaps on display today with a visit to Akshardham by the British Prime Minister. And then we'll see the world leaders coming to Ghat to offer their prayers there. So clearly, India putting up a grand show, and it's the grand finale today. Morning, we'll see the world leaders assembling at Ghat, and after that, there's another session which is on One Future, the basic theme of the entire G20. And, as we mentioned that Rishi Sunak is there at Akshardham with his better half. I remember pat at the back, pat on his hand. Prime Minister Narendra Modi left no stone unturned to show that, display that bonhomie between Rishi Sunak and him. And clearly, that's what has been evident throughout this entire G20. Yesterday, it was clearly underlined, there were several differences, there were tough negotiations, and that Delhi declaration defines it all. It's one of the most successful G20 summits in the recent past, Shiv. And the underlining was that even if there were differences, specifically with the Ukraine-Russia war, what pushed the entire consensus forward was, it was said that the leader wants it. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India, being that bridge between the developing nations and the developed countries. And it's truly India's moment, Shiv, and we'll be tracking all the details and all the events as they happen today as well.
It's a lovely morning. It's a little rainy for my taste, but it's still a lovely morning. It's not going to stop any of the things that have been lined up today. Mausami continues to stay with me. We've got an excellent team at the Bharat Mandapam, but also at the Ghat, where the scene shifts very, very shortly. Let me just take you through what today is going to look like in summary, so you're completely prepared to see many of the pictures that will start coming in just minutes from now. The day 2 of the G21 has begun. Day 1 of the summit, as you know, saw a power-packed day full of insightful sessions, several key bilateral meets, as well as the grand gala dinner hosted by President Draupadi Murmu at the Bharat Mandapam. Multiple important decisions like the adoption of the Delhi Leaders' Declaration, the addition of the African Union to the G20, as well as the launch of the Global Biofuel Alliance were taken on day 1 of the biggest global event India has ever hosted. Day 2 of the summit begins now, with world leaders visiting the Ghat shortly, paying tribute to the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. After the Ghat visit, leaders and dignitaries will head to the Bharat Mandapam again to attend the last session of the G21. It's called One Future, along with several bilateral meetings between Prime Minister Modi and heads of different countries like Canada, Turkey, South Korea, and others. Some of these are not full bilaterals, but pull-asides. There is also a working lunch that the Prime Minister will be holding with French President Emmanuel Macron, who arrived last afternoon. All right, Mausami continues to be with me. Mausami, just to get a word from you on, on the meetings that take place today. Some interesting ones are happening today. We saw the high voltage ones take place on the G20 eve with President Joe Biden, and others. Yesterday, there was the British Prime Minister Sunak, the Japanese Prime Minister, and the Italian Prime Minister. Today, we understand there's a big working lunch with the French president, but there are also important pull-asides, with leaders like Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, who didn't actually, if I'm not mistaken, didn't show up for the dinner yesterday. So people are a little curious about that.
That's right, Shiv. It is a pull-aside. It's not a full-on bilateral that's happening. And, even before the Canadian Prime Minister actually arrived, Canadian President actually arrived here in India, he was skeptical about the fact that, not sure about the fact that whether there would be any meeting, one-on-one meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And he's been trying to bargain hard with India as far as, raking up that foreign interference issue in his country is concerned. So one will have to wait and see. Of course, he has to cater to his domestic audience, but, a lot could be said during the entire, when Prime Minister was receiving the Justin Trudeau. At that point of time, during the President's dinner, in the morning, in fact, before the G20 started, we saw that Justin Trudeau arrived, and then he paused for a photograph, and the Prime Minister was ready to, showed his hand that the way out was that side, the way inside the Bharat Mandapam was that side. So, and the body language was different with other leaders like Joe Biden, where he spent 45 seconds showing him the Connaught wheel, and even with the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. So perhaps, some icebreaker of a sort in this pull-aside meeting, or we'll have to wait and see how that really unfolds. But yes, if you look at the entire picture on the last day, 15 total bilaterals the Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be doing in the past 3 days, and it's been working lunches, it's been the recess time in the afternoon when the Prime Minister has held bilaterals, and the important underlining fact is that here is India, which is talking about an inclusive future for the world, a better future for the world, and it's taking along everybody in it. Shiv.
Absolutely. Mosmi, thanks very much for the moment. I'm going to keep coming back to you because we're standing by now on the cusp of images coming in from the Akshardham Mandir, where Rishi Sunak and Akshata Murthy are. They are still inside the mandir, we are told, so we'll be getting those images very, very shortly. And lots of messages everywhere, lots of curiosity about that. So we'll have those images for you in just a moment. I seek your patience on that. Also, Ghat, where the leaders will be. But I also wanted to play out for you what happened last night over the banquet table, the big dawat that was hosted by President Draupadi Murmu for all the G21 leaders, where the star ingredient was the Indian millet. And all the Indian millets, well, they were the hero ingredient across dishes. And there was a reason, there was a message in it as well. Take a look at what was served up to the world's biggest.
Welcoming the guests to a sumptuous feast. Were leaders, delegates at the official G20 Gala dinner hosted by President Draupadi Murmu. Ushered in gracefully to a dining experience like no other, to a culinary journey deep into the heart of India. The menu tells a story of unity through taste, celebrating the diverse traditions and customs that make up India.
Naturally, the theme, as the millet, we all know, has been going on since the United Nations decided. We took ownership of it in a big way, and all hotels, all chefs from all across, they have been creating. So when this started, at our part, we started creating a millet khazana, and our repertoire of millet dishes runs into hundreds today. in today's menu, what is there and what has been created by great chefs, I would say, is something that is available from all over India, a vegetarian feast, which captures essence of Indian food, diversity, and also with internationalization of that in terms of presentation.
India's special tribute to millets with all their unique nutritional and agricultural significance. A tantalizing starter, patra. Crispy foxtail millet leaf bites topped with a delicate yogurt sphere and a burst of spiced chutney. A visual masterpiece for the main course, Vanavarnam, a jackfruit gillet served with glazed forest mushrooms, accompanied by crunchy little millet crisps and aromatic Kerala red rice.
Whenever there is some theme around it, whenever there is a theme, that theme is overplayed. So in some sense, it's a year of millets, that theme is overplayed. That is one part. And I think not always when you see something, it's while it says you create more conversations around it. Not always it is. If you look at the whole composition of meal, the percentage wise maybe 10 to 15% of what you would eat. There are other elements. So when there are vegetables, so there is jackfruit that's there.
Yeah.
Again, something which India takes ownership of. Rice from different parts of India. So Mata rice, red Kerala rice that you see, that's diversity there. There's Ambemor rice from Maharashtra. Again, there is diversity. It's diversity of dishes, ingredients that India is famous for.
Mumbai pav with its hint of onion seed and the sweet cardamom flavored bakar khani. An opulent finale, Madhurima, pot of gold. A cardamom scented barnyard millet pudding. The guests offered a selection of India's finest beverages: Kashmiri kawa, filter coffee, and the beloved Darjeeling tea. Pan flavored chocolate leaves to add a sweet note. Chief ministers of several states, including Eknath Shinde, Nitish Kumar, and Mamta Banerjee, alongside several union ministers, attended the gala dinner. President Draupadi Murmu expressed her pleasure in hosting the G20 delegates under the motto of Atithi Devo Bhava. A night of culinary wonder after a day of diplomacy and engagements. India shares the heart and soul of its cuisine with the world. Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, so Rajghat, Akshardham, millets, all the right pictures, all the amazing optics, they've all been locked and loaded, but things are going to go to the next level now. I want to take you straight back to the Bharat Mandapam, where G21's Day 2 will be kicking off very shortly from the Rajghat. Poulomi Saha joins us live from the Bharat Mandapam. Poulomi, a lot of spirit, a lot of symbolism to begin Day 2 of the G21 today, after what has been a really, really power-packed agenda-setting Day 1. But Day 2 isn't going to be any less. There are important meetings, and there could be more announcements. Are you getting a sense that there could be other announcements like the ones that were made yesterday, today as well? We do know that the adoption of the Delhi Declaration will be the final act. But anything else that you're picking up?
Well, as of now, not yet. But Shiv, yesterday was full of surprises. So, you can't put anything past the team at the moment, because yesterday, aside from the fact that they put the Delhi Declaration out and announced that it had been adopted well before time, we were anticipating that they'd be, in fact, burning the midnight oil even last night. And, Sunday morning would be when, in fact, things would be etched on paper. But that, in fact, we were proved proven wrong about. And of course, all the big announcements that were made in terms of we'd anticipated that the global biofuels announcement was to be made, the alliance announcement was to be made yesterday. But then, of course, you heard about the corridor, which was the connectivity corridor between the West, Europe, Middle East, and of course, that was extremely important as well. And then, of course, came that joint statement between the current and the next three presidencies and the World Bank as well, that they, in fact, are steadfast towards strengthening the G20 process, towards strengthening, MDBs, multilateral development banks as well. All of that extremely surprising in the moments, that they were announced. So clearly, we can expect much more. But like you said, it's a day. Of course, there will be one session on one future, but many important meetings, including a working lunch with French President Emmanuel Macron, a pull aside with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, and then bilateral meetings with Brazil, Nigeria, EU, European Commission, South Korea, Turkey, UAE, Comoros, which currently holds AU chair as well. And then, of course, the German bilateral, which didn't happen yesterday, will happen today.
Okay, very interesting. So that's what we were wondering about, the German bilateral. So that's going to be happening today, obviously, due to paucity of time. Very interesting. Polami, stay with me, because apart from the amazing number of announcements that were made yesterday, and I completely agree with Polami, you can't put it past the Prime Minister and his team to have a lineup of big gun announcements today as well. They set the agenda yesterday. They set the mood yesterday with real substance. This was not puffery. The African Union being admitted is an enormous global headline as far as the G21 is concerned, the Global Biofuels Alliance and all the rest of it. But the color, the mood, the body language and the messaging in every aspect and every frame of the G21 has been absolutely spectacular. I wanted to put the spotlight on one particular aspect of it, which was that many of the first ladies who had attended had decided, to wear Indian clothes. United Kingdom's First Lady Akshardham is, of course, Indian. She's been painting the town red with her very, very colorful outfit choices. Our own fashion team has been wowed by her. She wore a multicolored gown with an Indian touch as she arrived for last night's gala dinner with the president. Someone who's been widely appreciated for how she carried it off. The First Lady of Japan, Yuko Kishida, wore this beautiful green and pink Banarasi sari with a shiny golden border as she walked in for the G20 dinner with her husband, the Japanese Prime Minister, Fumio Kishida. Images of the Japanese First Lady going viral. Meanwhile, the Mauritian Prime Minister, also of Indian origin, Praveen Jugnauth's wife, okay, images coming in from outside. I apologize for that abrupt break, viewer. Images from outside the Akshardham temple, where Rishi Sunak and his wife have just left from the Akshardham temple. That's their cavalcade, leaving from there and heading straight now to the Raj Ghat. That's his cavalcade there, heading straight to the Raj Ghat. Full security. It's a short distance away, about 4 or 5 kilometers from the Akshardham to the Raj Ghat. And that's where they are headed straight. The other leaders will be arriving there as well. And a little after 8 a.m., I beg your pardon, is when the tribute ceremony to the Mahatma will begin. All of the leaders, one by one, will be writing on a peace wall. They will be listening for a moment to some famous Gandhi bhajans. And they will also get a chance to lay a wreath on the famous Mahatma Gandhi Samadhi, which is at the center of the Raj Ghat complex. These are images of the security on the overbridge connecting the eastern part of Delhi with the rest of the national capital. This is the flyover that the cavalcade is now taking to get back into the heart of New Delhi. Okay, let's just get a quick update from Polami on this itself. Polami, when does the Raj Ghat ceremony start? A little after 8 a.m., I understand.
Well, it is, in fact, after 8 a.m. is when, the heads of state start arriving at the Rajghat. That will be over an hour's period when they arrive at Rajghat and they're welcomed over there. And then, of course, they will, place wreaths at the Rajghat. That is going to go on from about 9 to 9:25. And then they will sit there, spend some time, listen to some devotional songs, which were favorites of Mahatma Gandhi. While, of course, they've spent all of that time, we expect that they leave from Rajghat at about 10 a.m. in the morning and reach the Bharat Mandapam, reach the Leaders' Lounge. And after that, we will expect for the first session of the day, which is the One Future session, to begin at 10:30 a.m. this morning. Shiv.
At about 10:30 a.m. is when they get back. There will be a tree planting ceremony as well. All of it's going to be very, very nice to see. Right now, we're awaiting those first pictures of the leaders. They've left from the Akshardham Mandir. They're heading towards the Rajghat right now. Our reporters are also stationed near the Rajghat. There's very, very heavy security, as you can imagine, because lots of movements on the roads of Delhi today where they will be heading towards the Rajghat. So I can only imagine what the security must be like. Poulomi's had a first-hand experience of getting through some of that security. Obviously, only accredited journalists and others are able to get through all of that security. But it's been difficult in many parts of the national capital because of the sheer scale of arrangements and security required for so many world leaders in one single place. Poulomi, Rajghat, I imagine, is going to be like a complete fortress now before the world leaders arrive.
Well, you were speaking, Shiv, about the security cover in Delhi. Today, of course, as you know, is a rainy morning in Delhi. So it's already raining and in some parts it's waterlogged as well. And just as we were approaching, because remember, we're not, allowed to bring our private cars here to Pragati Maidan, to the Bharat Mandapam. So we're using a shuttle service which has been organized by the Ministry of External Affairs from the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium to Bharat Mandapam. So on route itself, there were traffic jams early in the morning at about 6 a.m. and that's simply because of the route first, obviously around Akshardham in itself, and obviously we were not impacted by that. But then, of course, subsequent to that, the route for Rajghat as well. Like I said, between 8 a.m. this morning and 9 a.m. this morning, all the leaders, the heads of states and delegation level officials are expected to be at the Rajghat. So they will be arriving between 8 and 9 a.m. and as a result of which there's a huge security cover. It's raining already, and you can just imagine that cars were being asked to take a different route, a different turn. Already there's a lot of barricading and security, but because of the route, we were asked to take different ways and means to reach basically Pragati Maidan, Bharat Mandapam. All
right, we're going to take a very quick break, very, very short break, because we're standing by on those amazing images that are going to be coming in just a moment. So it gives us a small little breather of just about a few seconds before we come right back. Stand by, Rajghat, Akshardham, all of that live coverage right after this break. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for staying with India Today.
India aims big with the G20. The India Today group brings together unmissable, super sharp global thinkers and strategists. Top foreign affairs guru.
It has to be a world with a greater sense of purpose, of vision, of values.
Leading expert on global political risk.
Xi Jinping is not surrounded by a bunch of reformers right now.
Leading global economists.
India's economy should be able to grow.
Ex-president of the United Nations Security Council.
This is an indication that relations between China and India still remain very troubled.
The Indian imperative, debated like never before. Only on India Today.
Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. One earth, one family, one future. This is the mantra that will guide Prime Minister Narendra Modi as he chairs the G20 summit, a gathering of world's top leaders in New Delhi. Prime Minister Modi on Friday posted on X that the group will seek to accelerate progress of Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs, Green Development Pact for a Sustainable Future, and strengthen multilateral institutions. Modi stretched on the importance of technological transformation and digital public infrastructure. The G20 will also work to further gender equality and women empowerment and ensure world peace. The Delhi Declaration, the G20 joint statement, is still a work in progress. Russia's war in Ukraine and climate change remain the sticking points. The Western nations are pushing for a mention of Russia's actions in Ukraine, while the Russians and Chinese are blocking it.
G20 is an economic forum. It discusses issues of growth and development. However, last year in Bali, there was a feeling that issues of conflict and war have an impact on growth and development.
New Delhi has played down concerns that China, which is represented by its Premier Li Qiang, will play a spoiler, given its strained ties with India.
China is a multilateral player. In multilateral discussions, the issues are very different from bilateral issues. The challenge about any multilateral discussion is that you have to bring consensus across every issue. Every country has a veto power, and therefore we have to bring everybody on board.
The consensus-building efforts will now be led by the heads of state.
We would rather focus on what are the priorities in the G20 of the G20 countries. Our belief is that multilateralism needs to be reinvigorated, it needs to be inclusive, and it also needs to be an important center and a medium for global governance.
India, under Prime Minister Modi, reshaped the G20 by giving the Global South voice on the high table. The African Union, a group of 55 African nations, is all set to get representation in G20. With Geeta Mohan in New Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today. Than ever. India reciprocates the red carpet hospitality to US President Joe Biden. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Biden poised to build on their previous engagements in Washington, D.C. earlier this June. 3 months ago, India and the United States forged a deeper military partnership. In June, the aerospace unit of General Electric announced it had signed an agreement with India's Hindustan Aeronautics to jointly make engines in India to power fighter jets for the Indian Air Force. Substantial progress on the jet deal is expected as Prime Minister Modi and President Biden convene for bilateral talks on Friday.
As the President heads to the G20, he's committed to working with emerging market partners to deliver big things together. That's what we believe the world will see in New Delhi this weekend. The United States' commitment to the G20 hasn't wavered, and we hope this G20 summit will show that the world's major economies can work together even in challenging times.
The agenda for the bilateral talks set to take place at Prime Minister Modi's residence aims to expand strategic cooperation, anticipate significant advancements in defense and advanced technology, state-of-the-art drones, artificial intelligence, and telecommunications, among other topics. With Washington showing a willingness to assist India in expanding its nuclear power program to address climate change challenges. Both sides may make headway in revitalizing the India-US nuclear deal originally signed during UPA-1. The US administration unequivocally recognizes India's outstanding presidency of the G20 amidst the ongoing conflict in Europe.
I believe the G20, in spite of obvious problems due to Russia's war against Ukraine and Russia's, general absence from G20 initiatives, I believe the G20 has been extremely effective, and especially under India's leadership, our goals for the G20 have coincided closely with those of India.
Bilateral talks, therefore, likely to showcase America's unwavering commitment to a rising power like India during these tumultuous times. Economic cooperation, financial reforms, and fostering an improved investment climate expected to be the central two discussions as the two nations elevate their partnership. With the presidents of China and Russia absent from the summit, the United States likely to bolster India's standing in global geopolitics. Prime Minister Modi and President Biden set to engage in comprehensive talks on security and the situation in the Indo-Pacific region. In the midst of a changing global landscape, these bilateral talks set the stage for a brighter and more collaborative future. Bureau Report, India Today.
are watching India Today.
आजा आजा जिंदे शामी आने के तले है आजा जरी वाले नीले आसमाने के तले है
welcome to our special coverage here of the final day of the G20 summit, where guess what? The skies have opened up to pour with rain, but showering plenty of goodwill after what many believe has been a landmark day one of the G20 summit in Mumbai. And only appropriately, Rahul and Shiv, all the guests will be taken on this final day to Rajghat
and
to pay tribute.
They started really early as well, Rajdeep. Rishi Sunak and his wife, they just left from the Akshardham Mandir. They went there really early. We see all the cops in their raincoats outside the Akshardham Mandir, but they're on their way now to the Rajghat. That's where the scene shifts next.
8 a.m. on a Sunday morning, Rajdeep, Shiv and I are here, all charged up and raring to go. And a lot of the international commentary is talking about how the G20 summit signals the arrival of Prime Minister Narendra Modi as a leader on the global stage. So we'll talk a bit about that as we take you through these first set of images coming live this morning from the Rajghat. The memorial to Mahatma Gandhi, a black marble platform which marks the spot where Gandhiji was cremated on the 31st day of January 1948. This is Klaas Knot, chair of the Financial Stability Board, coming into Rajghat this morning. He's been president of the Netherlands Bank before this. Member of the Governing Council of the European Central Bank, the FSB playing an important role along with the International Monetary Fund in determining the crypto regulations, Rajdeep, that will be looked at very carefully.
I think the very fact that you've managed to achieve so much on day one, I think that leaders go into day two with a quiet sense of satisfaction.
That's Matsasuko Asawaka, the president of the Asian Development Bank. As we've seen now, it's these international organizations that come in first. Masatugo Asakawa, president of the ADB, chairperson of the ADB's board of directors. Coming in next is the Director General of the International Labour Organization, Gilbert Fusini Hungbo. He's been with the ILO's governing body as the organization's 11th Director General, being welcomed to Rajghat now by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This, as I said, is the FSB chair, Klaas Knot. The FSB is an international body that monitors and makes recommendations about the international financial system. It's raining a bit. This is now
the Director General of the International
IMF
Monetary
DG,
Fund.
Kristalina Georgieva.
Hello. What is fascinating has been the choreography of the entire G20 summit in terms of the photo ops. You've got it, spot on.
You got much more than the photo ops on.
No, 1 minute. At the moment, the manner in which this
But it's always like this, even in the last G20.
Well, if you look at it in terms of the ability of this government to have made this a spectacle, you have to give them 99
but
out
it's
of 100.
much more than a spectacle, Rajdeep.
We can discuss the much more. One minute. We can discuss the much more later. I'm talking about what we're seeing now. At the moment,
no, but they're all coming in one by one. Where's the spectacle?
The spectacle is the manner in which it's been choreographed. Look at the image that is there. You saw yesterday was the Konarak temple in the background. Today it is the classic Mahatma Gandhi image of ashram-like structure, similar to the Sabarmati structure that has been recreated here, so that you have the backdrop.
It's smart. It's showing how much thought has gone into it. Instead of being casual about it, they've thought it through.
That's exactly why I said it's an interesting spectacle which effectively reflects the eye to detail.
Sure.
You see, the eye to detail has perhaps in the past never been there to the extent that we've seen it on this particular G20
Antonio
summit.
Guterres, the 9th Secretary General of the United Nations, took office in 2017. Lots of questions being asked about the role and relevance of the United Nations. At the moment, he's coming in to the Rajghat. It's raining a bit. So that means A, there's no pollution, which is fantastic. B, it kind of takes a little bit away, but the rain is just so much that it doesn't derail you completely. So it's not so bad.
No, actually, it's good to have some rain. It brings down the temperatures. It is a relatively cool day. And
if you look at social media, it's also being seen as auspicious.
That's right.
Start, a new G21, the city getting a nice bath.
By the way, when does G20 become G21 officially? Is that already there?
Later today, when the adoption of the declaration, I'm assuming at some point there will be a separate announcement.
Now, Ajay Banga coming in, the 14th president of the World Bank, began his term on the 2nd of June 2023. He, before this, served as Vice Chairman at General Atlantic, was President and CEO at MasterCard. Seen as a proud son of India. He, of course, knows everything about the Sabarmati Ashram. He's telling the Prime Minister, I've been there. We can pick up some of the chatter. He says, I've been there. And he has his own story about being at the Sabarmati Ashram in Ahmedabad. Okay, so that's Dr. Tedros Adhanom, Director General of the World Health Organization.
He seems to have, if there's one leader who's visibly aged in the last couple of years, it's Dr. Tedros. Because if you saw him a couple of years ago, he was out there, sprightly. He's obviously had the toughest, perhaps, job of any multilateral grouping in the last couple of years because of COVID. Was under a lot of criticism, which WHO faced in the early part of COVID. But I think as time has gone on, WHO has, in its own way, managed to get its act together and is in perhaps a better place today than it was in 2020-21.
Earlier this month, the WHO released the Gujarat Declaration, which was the WHO Traditional Medicine Global System Summit 2023, where they looked at the role that traditional medicine could play through the lens of science in trying to integrate traditional medicine with national health systems. Ayurveda, Unani, that's a big focus of the Indian government, the WHO now, through the Gujarat Declaration as part of what's happening in the G20, also playing a role there. The Prime Minister saying you've come in very early. The good thing is we can pick up some
little bit of audio leaking in.
Ambience audio over here, which we always use.
There's a lovely backdrop of the Sabarmati Ashram there.
You see, as I said there, it gives you the opportunity in a way to showcase India from antiquity, which is Konarak, to the to Mahatma Gandhi, to Gandhi's ashram. And you saw with the new Bharat Mandapam, it showcases New India. So in a sense, you link antiquity
and Nalanda last night also.
That's right. So I think there's been a conscious effort to show civilizational heritage.
This is the Secretary General of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, Matthias Hubert Paul Common, the Secretary General of the OECD. He came in June 2021 for a 5-year term. He's getting tour of the Sabarmati image that's at the back, being told about it. Ajay Banga, of course, didn't need that, Rajdeep. He knew all about it. He's been the Australian Federal Minister before this, representing the state of Western Australia. Now we have on our screen the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. The 7th DG of the World Trade Organization took office in March 21. First woman and the first African to serve as the Director General. What's come through very strong in this G20 is the increasing role of Africa and India playing a role in acting as a bridge between the North and the South and helping bring Africa to the high table.
In fact, one of the challenges will be for the WTO now, because a number of the agreements that hopefully will be pitched forward will be the subject of intense scrutiny and debate at the WTO. There have been question marks, particularly that the Chinese have raised and are being raised about the Chinese and their commitment to these trade agreements. So I think the WTO will play a major role.
Okay, our first guest this morning from the invitee countries, the head of state of Oman, Sultan Haitham bin Tariq, ascended the throne in January 2020. He's come out early in the morning, the Sultan. A bit uncomfortable given the fact that it's raining just a bit. So obviously Rajghat also just a bit slippery as the head of the state of Oman walks in, member of the Al Said dynasty that's ruled Oman since the 18th century and traditional trade linkages with Oman. Rajdeep.
You see, the two regions which I think have got an amplification, which is very positive, is Africa and West Asia. The agreement that was signed between India, the Middle East and Europe for an economic corridor, I think is really actually historic, along with the African Union entering the G20. And those slices of history are seeing the greater presence of West Asia and Africa at multilateral fora like this. Compare it to when it started off in 2008. In the last 15 years, the big change has taken place with a greater push for integration with West Asia and significantly with the African Union.
Sultan Haitham studied at Oxford University. He's working on a Oman Vision 2040.
And then that's the other thing. If you look at all the states of the, these sort of they have traditionally been straitjacketed as authoritarian and inward-looking. In the last decade, you are seeing more of them from even Saudi Arabia to Oman to a UAE, which are increasingly seen as outward-looking and progressive.
I really like this backdrop. The fact that you have the Konark wheel first.
Good. Finally, you're accepting that there is space for choreography, the right choreography. It is well choreographed.
It's an immersion in Indian culture.
It's well choreographed.
Also, the Khadi scarf, if everyone noticed.
Okay, this is the longest-serving Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, now in her 4th term. She and her sister both here. They got a lovely selfie with President Joe Biden, who was very enthusiastic about meeting them. This G20 also signaling in some ways.
Lots of pictures taken by the sister as well. I think the sister was very enthusiastic about it. Lots of pictures.
So she can also be more unabashed.
Yeah.
But think about it. Yeah. You've got a situation where out of all the other South Asian countries, the one invitee is Bangladesh.
Yeah.
So you've actually got a situation where you're seeing the ascent of Bangladesh in a manner that you wouldn't have conceived of again a decade ago. Bangladesh is one of the success stories of South Asia. You look at many of their social indicators, Bangladesh doing extremely well. Economic indicators been up and down. A few years ago, they were on the rise. They've suffered in COVID times, but
India's relationship with Bangladesh is
much better
and downs, and now it's on an upswing.
And again, much better than most other neighbors of India. I mean, you've got the isolation in a way of Pakistan on one side, and you've got the ascent of Bangladesh on the other. And Sheikh Hasina represents that because she's been symbolized continuity. 2008 or 9, she comes back to power.
Yes.
She's been in office now for 14 years. Questions again over her leadership. Is she too autocratic? But the fact is...
It'll be interesting to see whether she needs to know about the Sabarmati Ashram. She probably already knows a thing or two about it.
She spent a fair amount of time in India. Remember, after the assassination of her father, the family was in exile. She's been a great friend of India. In fact, when she first came to power, she was accused by her critics of being too close to India. She's got over that. She's controlled Bangladesh over the last 15 years. And it is one of the success stories, undoubtedly, of South Asia. I often wonder with the language. You see, she's very, comfortable in Bengali. And, I'm sure when she was speaking to Mamata Banerjee yesterday, I believe they had a special conversation at yesterday's dinner.
Yeah.
Pure Bengali. So... speaking to each other, Mamata in Bengali and Sheikh Hasina and
Abdel Fattah Saeed Hussein Khalili Al-Sifi, the 8th President of Egypt. He's a retired Field Marshal, elected President in May 2014. He removed his elected predecessor, the Muslim Brotherhood's Mohammad Morsi, from office in a coup.
You can also hear some of the Gandhi bhajans, Rahul.
Oh, they're going to play a selection of the most famous and the hymns that were dearest to Mahatma Gandhi. So they'll have a full selection of those being played out.
It also shows that, times can change, but Gandhi is the eternal symbol. You can have political shifts, you can have contentious political ideologies competing with each other in this country, but the one person who, even his worst critics cannot deny that Gandhi remains India's most enduring symbol in a way, even in the 21st century. And I think that's, particularly with Africa, you will see the Gandhi symbol resonating time and again.
Prime Minister of Mauritius, Pravind Kumar Jagnauth, coming into the screen right now. He's one of the special invitees, invited by India for this G20. We scooped an interview with Pravind, and he was talking about the deep ties between India and Mauritius. He, again, I suppose, would know a thing or two about the Sabarmati Ashram once he comes in.
And from that interview that Geeta Mohan did with him, he seems to be a great fan of Hindi films and music.
He said Singham is his favorite film.
So, you've got And this is again Indian sort of diaspora power.
Yeah.
His father also was Prime Minister of Mauritius.
That's right.
So Anirudh
Jagannath for a long time
was Prime Minister of Mauritius. So he succeeded his father, comes from a political family. He's been leader of the militant socialist movement, the MSM, since April 2003.
You've got about 3 or 4 countries in the world who today have prime ministers of Indian origin. Yeah. Mauritius, the United Kingdom, Guyana. Parts of the world where Indians went more than a century ago, some of them as indentured labor, others just to find work. But deep links that these countries have as a result with their sort of roots in India. I think Mauritius has never given up their roots to India. The Indian Mauritius, I mean, there's another Mauritius route now, which is far more contentious, but the original Mauritius route is where a number of people like Mr. Jagannath's forefathers went and discovered the island and went on to establish themselves politically.
Very important things that the Indian Navy is also doing with Mauritius now. In the last couple of years, things have really gone to the next level. Mauritius is very much part of India's counter strategy as far as China's entry into the Indian Ocean is concerned. So, important country for India. Very important.
His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of
This is the Prime Minister of Netherlands, Mark Rutte, heading the caretaker administration. The elections there in November. He has to just bend a bit so that the Prime Minister can get the stole across. It's interesting that in Europe we've picked Netherlands as the country where we've extended a special invitation to. Key hotbed of semiconductor technology, very valued internationally at this moment because that's really at the cutting edge of what a lot of advances are happening around. Prime Minister holding his hand as he explains. Nice. Yeah, interestingly.
In fact, unlike, yesterday it was in most instances just the photo op. As you mentioned, only Joe Biden was given a clear description of Konark. Today, every guest who's coming is being given a sense of what that ashram represents.
Yeah, amazing.
Which is interesting because it symbolizes the fact that you want the world to know more about Gandhi. You hope that many of them will encourage their people to go and see the Sabarmati ashram. The ashram itself needs desperate renovation. There's a whole project which is on at the moment in Gujarat to have the Sabarmati ashram renovated.
The Prime Minister of Singapore, Lee Hsien Loong, has been Prime Minister since 2004. Now the outgoing Prime Minister of Singapore, and a country that Prime Minister Modi is very fond of, has spoken enough number of times about the Singapore model. He likes the efficiency that Singapore has. In fact, just in February this year, Singapore worked with India's UPI. So Singapore Pay Now and India's UPI got integrated in the Prime Minister's presence and in Lee Hsien Loong's presence, and they're trying to work on digital payments together.
If you recall, these are, Singapore, Japan, and ironically China were 3 of the countries with whom Mr. Modi had a very strong personal relationship built when he was Gujarat Chief Minister. These were 3 countries which he visited fairly often at a time when the Western world was not as embracing. He found almost some kind of refuge in the East, and these countries were extremely welcoming, Singapore being one of them, and a country again with a strong Indian presence, a country where I think the next Prime Minister incumbent is again of Indian origin.
Oh yeah, very bright. I met him at Davos, extremely bright. Seen him in action in a couple of debates, extremely bright.
Takes over in a few months from now, I think.
Yeah. So, who's this? I think it skips a sequence. I think it's Bola Tinubu, the ruling All Progressives Congress, the APC, from Nigeria. It's really lovely weather. It's been Delhi's really put its best foot out for all the global dignitaries. This is not how lovely Delhi looks typically, but just the fact that it's raining, there's this light drizzle, lovely breeze, just makes things very special.
Cool the city down.
Yeah, and cool the Chinese down as well, mercifully, which is how they allowed the declaration to go through. Geeta Mohan joins us. Geeta, while we're looking at these images of different guests coming into the to Rajghat early this morning, do you want to take our viewers through the more substantive parts of what to expect once day 2 starts? One future, that's the theme today.
Rahul, before you go to Geeta, just for a minute, someone who is involved in this exercise at Rajghat just sent me a message. Our intention of taking them to Rajghat is to send a message of peace and non-violence to the world, provide a ray of hope in a divided world. Which is interesting, that you see Gandhi as a sort of great unifier. So I think the imagery, in a way, is you've had all the hard negotiations, all the Sherpas meeting, a declaration comes out, you've got a war in Ukraine, the document itself says this is not the era of war, and then you're going to an apostle of peace and non-violence, almost as a symbol of bridging the world.
And there is a tinge of irony there. In a lot of the international commentary I was reading in the US and some even in Pakistan, ironically, the linkages about how Prime Minister Modi is emerging after Pandit Nehru as the first Indian international leader who's a leader at the global stage. So there is a bit of irony at play over there. But let Geeta take us through what's going to happen on day 2, one future. Geeta, give us a sense. Morning.
Well, that's the concluding session of the G20 summit, Rahul. The G20 summit will end with the theme, like you said, One Future, which is where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to talk about technology, he's going to talk about the advancements India has made and how many countries across the world are looking at and looking to India to share that technology, whether it is digital public infrastructure or, for that matter, many other technological advances that India has made. And also, when we talk about One Future, he is also going to spell out what this presidency was and what this presidency should mean in the coming year for Brazil. The concluding session will also include a symbolic handover of the gavel to the Brazilian President Lula da Silva. And the Brazilian presidency begins on the 1st of December. So there are still a couple
on our
of
screen right now, Geeta, Nadia Calvino, first Vice President of Spain, been Vice President since 2021. Currently also the Minister for Economy and Digitalization, had to step in for the Spanish Prime Minister as he developed COVID.
Interesting times that Spain is going through.
They're a permanent invitee to the G20.
They are a permanent invitee, but as we know, among the sub-narrative, or the narrative in Spain has been post their remarkable victory in the Women's World Cup. There's been a lot of anger in Spain. I've been reading a lot of the political commentary in Spain is about their football president and his famous kiss on this football player that has divided the country. And it's, a lot of women are out on the street protesting and wanting the football federation chief to be completely out of the sport. Spain is again a country which sort of suffered post-COVID, has been hit hard economically as like much of EU.
The next guest will be Abu Dhabi's Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, but we wait for the guests to come. I just want to go across to Jyotindra Dave, director of the Akshardham temple. Jyotinder ji was at the Akshardham temple when Rishi Sunak and Akshta Murthy came there this morning. Jyotinder ji, welcome. आप हमारे दर्शकों को बताएं कि कैसे दर्शन हुए, क्या हुआ वहाँ पे, कुछ थोड़ा सा बताइए।
देखिए, हमारे ब्रिटेन के प्राइम मिनिस्टर शौनक जी आए थे, उनकी पूरी टीम लेके उनकी वाइफ के साथ, और उनका बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस रहा, और उन्होंने मंदिर का दर्शन आधे घंटे से भी ज़्यादा वक्त तक दिया, और मंदिर में हर मूर्ति के पास दर्शन करके राधा कृष्ण, सीताराम, लक्ष्मी नारायण, पार्वती परमेश्वर, सब जगह पे उन्होंने दर्शन किए। मुख्य मंदिर में जो भगवान स्वामीनारायण की और गुरु परंपरा की मूर्ति थी, उसकी आरती भी की, वहाँ वो रहे, और उनके बाद वो सब दर्शन करने के बाद वहाँ आए हमारे रिसेप्शन में, और हमारे से बहुत बातें की, बहुत प्रसन्न थे, उनकी वाइफ भी बहुत प्रसन्न थी।
Okay, that's the president of Nigeria, Bola Tinubu, from the All Progressives Congress. They've been here since the 5th of September. आपकी क्या बातचीत हुई, उन्होंने क्या जानना चाहा, ज्योतिंद्र जी? अक्षरधाम मंदिर के बारे में वो थोड़ा सा बताएंगे?
हेलो
ज्योतिंद्र जी बताइए, क्या बातचीत हुई, क्या वार्तालाप हुई आपकी सुनाक जी और अक्षता जी से?
I don't think he can hear you.
ज्योतिंद्र जी,
प्लीज
हाँ, हम जानना चाह रहे हैं क्या बातचीत हुई आपकी सुनाक जी से?
हमारे आपके भी यहाँ रिप्रेजेंटेटिव वो भी कहते कट हो गया।
नहीं, आवाज आ रही है कि नहीं आ रही है? ओके, बोला तिनुबू, द ruling All Progressives Congress, leader of Nigeria, on our screen right now. ज्योतिंद्र जी, आवाज आ रही है आपको? मैं पूछ रहा था कि सुनाक जी से क्या बातचीत हुई आपकी?
आपकी आवाज अच्छी तरह सुनाई नहीं देती। मैं तो बहुत जोर से बोल रहा हूँ भैया।
चलो, मैं भी बहुत जोर से बोलता हूँ। मैं पूछ रहा हूँ कि क्या?
I will give answer in English.
Oh, I'm very happy to speak in English. That's fine too, sir. No problem. Whatever language you prefer. So now I was asking you, what conversation did you have with Rishi Sunak?
The visit of the Prime Minister of UK, Rishi Sunak, was an extraordinary visit.
Okay.
He was extremely happy, and so was his wife. They remained here for more than 40-45 minutes and had the darshan of the Akshardham Swaminarayan temple and all the sacred images of gods and goddesses that we have in Akshardham. And he was very happy, and he came down from doing the darshan and was with us for something like 15-20 minutes.
Again, the Akshardham connect is there with Gujarat. That's where the original Akshardham temple was, now expanded into this large complex.
Was the first Akshardham.
That's right.
Hello? Akshardham in Gujarat was the first Akshardham.
Right. So what?
Hello?
Yes, sir, please go on. Please tell us more about the temple.
I think two people are speaking simultaneously. I do not know, there are two voices I hear.
Okay, we'll try and fix that, Jyotindra ji. But obviously, it's been a big day for you there at the Akshardham temple. So we will come back to you. We don't want you to be getting wet in the rain either.
The president of Argentina, Alberto Fernandez, center-left Peronist Alberto Fernandez, has been president since 2019. Prime Minister met with Alberto Fernandez before this on the sidelines of G7 summit in Munich. India working hard on building relations with the South American giant, seeing it as a potential ally in South America.
These are all countries that, again, are looking to India at a time when they themselves have faced enormous economic difficulties post-COVID. Argentina, another country which has been hugely impacted in the last couple of years. So, when you see, relatively speaking, India's position vis-a-vis many of these countries, I think it gives these countries a chance to sort of look at India as a potential sort of space which has a sort of oasis of relative stability at a time when there's been chaos in many other of these countries, economic chaos in particular. So Argentina has turned from time to time in recent years to the IMF for restructuring. It's been a tough process for countries like that. But these are all countries that have had strong relations with India even in a Cold, during the Cold War years, the non-aligned movement. A lot of these countries have been countries with whom India had a relationship, which now is being taken hopefully to another level.
The interesting thing is that saplings have been planted at Rajghat since 1950. So it's a deep practice that continues to this date. They're meant to follow, Shiv, a sequence, and I think then somewhere in the middle, somebody gets a bit late or some
Probably, maybe because of the rain as well. I'm wondering whether the sequencing has gone out of fashion. I think the tree sapling plantation, Rahul, I think it's happening at the Bharat Mandapam South Complex at least as per the plan that we have, unless it's also happening at the Rajghat. The image that we just saw of the actual Samadhi is where the wreath laying is going to take place. So right after the signing of the peace wall, which we'll see once all of the leaders arrive, I'm assuming, is when the wreath laying ceremony will take place.
This is Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of Comoros, head of the African Union, now the 21st member of the G20, and also a figure whose name will be written in history. He's the one under whose membership African Union became a full member of the G20.
Absolutely. If you look at images of the day yesterday, that image of the Prime Minister giving him a huge hug.
on the front pages of papers today
That's right. So, I mean, you know, if you look at sort of the image that will last from the Delhi G20 summit, undoubtedly this will be. So he's going to give a second big hug. The first one was yesterday. And I think...
He has a bilateral with the Prime Minister today.
He has a bilateral with the Prime Minister, and you're talking not just of one leader here, but you're talking of 55 countries.
Yeah.
Effectively, yesterday, the G20 crossed the century mark. Because if you now look at the G20, if you add the EU nations and you add the African Union, you now have more than effectively 100 nations represented.
Yeah.
So it is now almost where it is more than half of what the UNGA is at the moment, and thereby its spread is much greater. And I think there's a huge sense of warmth and affection that India has got in the African continent as a result of what happened yesterday. So a defining image of this summit is undoubtedly getting in the membership. And I was told an interesting story yesterday by an African representative that the Prime Minister in Bali had promised the then AU president, who was from Senegal, that I will ensure that you have the membership by
of the G20.
Of the G20. There was an official letter written by the Senegalese to which the Prime Minister had responded. So I think that is, to me, the defining moment of what happened, something really productive and potentially game-changing.
And there's been no, no big comments from China on this, by the way. There have been some vanilla things being said, but if anyone is expecting any major comments, hasn't come so far. Unless it's in
Gaurav
preparation
Sawant
right
is
now.
also with us at the Bharat Mandapam. Gaurav, much more packed into what came out of the Delhi declaration yesterday than just the photo opportunity and the semantics. Delhi delivering and a lot of talk about how Prime Minister Modi has emerged as a leader at the global stage, and some interestingly comparing him to the next Nehru, at least as far as his international prestige is concerned, although I wonder what Prime Minister Modi himself thinks of that.
You know, some commentators, Rahul, had said that Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru was the Prime Minister of India for 17 years, and that is the record that Prime Minister Narendra Modi hopes to break, to be the longest serving Prime Minister of India. But on international diplomacy, has he already gone ahead or is on that track of going ahead? Because here are achievements that can really, India can be proud of, he can be proud of, and for reasons that this will actually take the world forward, and India is that engine. The Prime Minister believed it, his team believed it, the world believes it, they're talking about it. And in the face of immense criticism that came not just from countries like China, but tremendous skepticism that came from within. But he and his team believed it and they've done it. While this African Union is a huge development, Rahul, equally big, if not bigger, is that meeting, is that corridor, the India-West Asia, Europe corridor. That, when it comes up, will be an absolute game changer. The East corridor is India to Middle East, the North corridor which goes to Europe. There's also the Africa corridor that will come up. And Rahul, this comes up taking forward that Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam principle, unlike China's Belt and Road Initiative that violates India's territorial integrity. So here all the countries are coming along willingly. There is no debt trap anywhere for any country. So this is where India takes the world along.
Sure.
And very pragmatic, very real, and none of that, big dreams not delivered on ground types.
Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister of Australia, getting the Sabarmati tour this morning. Quick sense of Gandhiji's ashram, so closely linked to his life.
You know, every time I see Albanese and I look at these Australian Prime Ministers, the one thing that stands out is cricket. They're all obsessed with cricket.
Justin Trudeau. coming in now. Let's see how much of a darshan does he get of the Sabarmati.
He skipped the dinner
No,
yesterday.
he didn't.
Oh,
He was there.
He
I
was there?
saw this one image.
Oh, he was there.
Where he's in the corner. So there's an image of the Prime Minister and
okay, okay. So
and he's right in the corner. So we saw that. So he's there. He was there. He probably didn't come in from where everybody else came in.
There hasn't been the bilateral. There was the hope that there would be. It might happen today.
Pull aside.
Yeah, so there is a not a bilateral, but a pull aside. But because if there's one country with which India has had a prickly relationship in the last 12 months,
with one government.
With one government. With one government, but he at the end of the day represents his country at the moment.
He gets the
and there is a problem.
Yeah.
There is a serious problem at the moment with Canada. But he gets a tour.
Modi ji explaining to him that this is Sabarmati, this is Gandhiji, this is what Gandhiji wanted. Please keep all those principles in mind.
Little curt, I think.
No, they don't like, Modi ji.
Slightly more curt than the others.
When diplomacy is so personal, some of that also comes through. I mean, he's not very fond of Trudeau, and I think vice versa as well. So, I mean, that comes through at some level.
Good reason too, yeah. Were all the other leaders also there, Rahul?
No, so we're still trying to figure out about the
Erdogan
Saudi prince and the Turkish president. So we're just trying to figure that out. But Justin Trudeau can be seen in the back of one image that came out. So we know,
that's curious to know how that happened.
We know that he's there. I'm kind of wondering which way he came in from. But then it's a huge complex, and there are different ways you can get in.
But presumably, you would expect all the dignitaries to be there at the dinner. They could spend a little, you wouldn't expect all of them to spend all the time there, but presumably they were all there. I mean, is there any
We don't know yet.
doubt?
We don't want to come because we didn't see the Saudi prince, we didn't see the Turkish president. So,
but that doesn't mean they weren't there.
Yeah, almost certainly.
We can ask Geeta that.
Geeta, do you know that? Geeta, was the Saudi prince at the dinner yesterday? What about the Turkish president?
Well, as of now, no confirmation. We have no visuals of them. I've asked the officials. We do know that Trudeau certainly was there, but they had not. The Saudi embassy officials have not yet confirmed whether he indeed attended the dinner or not, and no word from the Turkish ambassador as well. So we're just waiting for a confirmation and for reasons as to why they didn't attend. Rahul.
Okay, Ursula von der Leyen, president of the European Commission. She's headed the executive branch of the EU since July 2019, first woman to serve in this role. She's handling legislation for 450 million Europeans, former defense minister of Germany, longtime ally of Chancellor Angela Merkel.
And you probably have, the gender balance a little bit better now than ever before. If you saw the G20 again at the start, Angela Merkel would always stand out as the one sort of strong woman figure there. We've already had half a dozen women, from the WTO chief to Sheikh Hasina, to IMF, to the vice president of Spain. You've got a gradual redrawing of the gender balance, which is great because, it shows, you've got the rise of Africa, you've got women power there, and makes the world, I think, a more inclusive leadership space than it was in the past. So I think these are the positives that you take out. The world is changing. You've got younger leaders. You've got at least, I think, half a dozen of the leaders who've come between 40 and 50. So you've got a younger demographic as well. And all of that adds up to, making that photo op of all the leaders look far more inclusive than it was when the G20 started 15 years ago. You've become more gender friendly, you're expanding into new continents, and thereby I think sending out the kind of message that the Mahatma would have liked the world to send out. That, even in this divided world, you are looking for ways in which you can make the world a little bit more equal. A criticism of the G20 has been in the past that it's a rich countries club. And I think getting in the African Union will change that to a significant extent. And I think that in itself is the huge positive. The global South will have a far greater voice at the high table at G20 in the future. The next one also in a global south country in Brazil. And that, I think, redraws the balance of power, which is so important in this new world order. You cannot be sort of seeing it only through the lens of the Western world.
I'm guessing there might be a new logo unveiling, Rahul. Could that possibly be there for if it's going to be called the G21? That should happen today.
We can ask Geeta that question. Geeta, are they going to change the name? Do we know whether the name changes to G21? Is there any confirmation yet?
Well, again, Rahul, no confirmation, but the fact that G20 has European Union as a member, it's unlikely that it will remain G20. If they were just member states and like we have separate international organizations attending the G20 summit, then it was a different matter. But the fact that there are 19 member states, nations and European Union that comprise, that make the G20, if African Union is added, expect the announcement today of the G20 Group of 20 becoming Group of 21. It's
Fumio
only
Kishida,
but logical,
Prime Minister
as has
of
been
Japan,
the case in every other
on our
group
screens
bloc,
right now.
when we see
9-time member of the House of Representatives in Japan, was in charge of foreign affairs for 4 years under Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, became Prime Minister in October 21, comes from a political family. Both his father and grandfather were members of the country's House of Representatives, getting the full tour of the Sabarmati Ashram. He comes from Hiroshima, so opposes nuclear weapons as viscerally as possible. That's a key part of things that he stands for.
If there's one other country, I mean, if there's one country with whom the Prime Minister has a very special relationship, it's Japan.
Sure.
That's the country when as Gujarat Chief Minister he traveled to most often. When he became Prime Minister in 2014, he almost decided that's the first destination he wants to go outside the neighborhood. And particularly strong relationship with Shinzo Abe, and the tragic assassination of Shinzo Abe, in a sense, pushed Japan into some kind of political turmoil for a while. It's a country which has had remarkably 64 prime ministers since the World War. I mean, I don't think any other country would have probably had 64 prime ministers in the space of 70 odd years as Japan has had.
So that's Charles Michel, President of the European Council. He's been in charge of the European Council since 2019, works very closely on forging the economic administrative policies of the European Union. This is his second term, 2.5-year term. And they've been pushing for more to be said and done in favor of Ukraine. So there's some concern in Europe. There were some reactions also from Ukraine. Geeta Mohan can tell us about that. They're saying had we been there, more could have been done. So Ukraine not very happy with the fact that the Russia-Ukraine war language has been tempered a bit. Geeta?
Well, absolutely, Rahul. Look, I'd consider this a major victory for India, but also for the RIC, which is the Russia-India-China bloc. The statement that has been watered down is watered down and a compromise by G7 and the European Union, the European countries within the G20. Ukraine mighty upset. The spokesperson coming out and saying that that nobody should be proud of the outcome because, of course, the mention of war is not there. There is no condemnation of Russia. The term war against Russia has been changed to the situation in Ukraine. So on and so forth. So yes, it is a huge win for India to get a joint communique, but the paragraphs on Ukraine certainly are a win for Russia and China. They were the ones opposing the kind of language that G7 and EU wanted. The questions that we should be asking are to the Europeans when the presses will take place today. There are umpteen number of press conferences today. So the question should be to the Europeans, did they let the Ukrainians down? There was a briefing yesterday by a European Union official, and he said, Rahul, that should there not have been an agreement, there would have been no outcome document, and if there was no outcome document, there would have been no future for the G20.
Oh, most
so it
certainly.
was a do-or-die situation
President
for
of South Korea,
the G20 member states.
now coming into the Rajghat, elected president in 2022. Again, a great friend of India, great friend of the Indian people. The Prime Minister also personally investing a lot, and in the counterbalance shift that India is trying to build against China, South Korea, Japan have very crucial roles to play.
Huge role to play, not just in terms of cutting edge tech, but also, and since this is a subject close to my heart, the military hardware, Rahul.
So they're talking about Vajra, the K9 self-propelled.
You've got the K9 Vajra self-propelled howitzers, which are stationed in Ladakh, by the way, in large numbers. We've just repeated an order for L&T to build 100 more of those.
So they want our Vajra, or what are they doing? They want our Vajra, we're building them together, or how is it?
We're building them together. Larsen & Toubro is building them under license in Hazira in Gujarat. They're also going to be building some ships for us very soon.
The Koreans?
The Koreans are going to be building them. A few of them in Korea, and then the rest of them here under license. So
and you've also got Samsung investing very aggressively in India. The major manufacturing plant now being expanded even further, not too far away from where we are sitting in Noida.
About 15 kilometers from where we're sitting is one of Samsung's largest facilities, and it's a facility where they don't import anything.
That's right.
Everything is sourced in India.
And they're, I think, adding $500 million in a second phase of investment to their Noida plant.
Yeah,
so they've got a huge commitment to manufacturing in India.
Let me ask Gaurav this question. How good are their howitzers, Gaurav? How do they compare with the Bofors or the South African Denels or the Israelis?
Rahul, they are actually outstanding according to artillery, and that is somewhere where you have a lot of information too. Considering Brigadier Kamal was a gunner officer, but all that I've been able to pick up from the gunners of the Indian Army, these howitzers, especially in high altitude, have performed extremely well. Most of the Bofors that we had, the 155mm howitzers, were towed artillery. Now the K9 Vajra, especially the tracked K9 Vajra, are actually one of the best things that the army has been able to deploy in extreme high altitude, and that's the reason that there's a repeat order of 100 more, and should more be required, not just for the northern area, but northern sector, but even for the western sector. More of these self-propelled howitzers, both tracked and towed and wheeled, will be manufactured, Rahul.
Using South Korean technology to take on the Chinese, deploying them in Ladakh. There are lots of geopolitical implications of that, and interestingly, a lot of countries, Shiv, in the ASEAN region also wanting Indian defense technology.
That's right. You've got the German Chancellor who's just Olaf Scholz. But you're right, Rahul. In the ASEAN, huge number of countries, Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines have all placed orders, and more are lining up.
And for BrahMos particularly.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're at Rajghat this morning. The less we talk about violence, the less we talk about Bofors and howitzers, the better. Mahatma Ji won't like it. German Chancellor since December 21. This is Olaf Scholz. He's come to India a few times, again, worked very closely on that relationship with India. He said in December 2022 that he doesn't see India as a substitute partner, rather sees India as a key strategic partner.
This image of him, I mean, he had a jogging injury.
Yeah.
But for years, when we were growing up and we saw international gatherings and a leader with this patch, you were reminded of Moshe Dayan. He was the Israeli sort of leader, was sort of defined almost in that world community by the fact that he would come with this sort of patch on, with this eye patch. This isn't a permanent one. This is just a temporary jogging injury that he suffered. But I think one of the countries that will have much to answer for is Germany, because of the nature of the declaration's wording. Grita is spot on. I think all the European countries are the ones who are going to have much to answer for. I think the Russians and Chinese in that sense got their way. From what we gather, they stuck to their guns on that we're not going to allow any direct references to Russia, as was in Bali. The rest of the world had to climb down, and primarily Europe and America. And Europe in particular, because they've been the most aggressive and assertive, especially countries like Germany, on Russia's aggression in Ukraine.
Giorgia Meloni, the Italian Prime Minister, coming out early this morning at the Rajghat.
There you have another woman leader. the fifth that we've had since the morning, coming in or sixth that we've had since the morning. And
she made headlines in India when she called Prime Minister Modi the most loved leader in the world.
She made Mr. Modi's day. I mean, what more can you ask for within days? And I think it was within a short while of just having taken over, comes, I think, at the sidelines of the Raisina dialogue and says...
so she took over in October 2022.
Yeah, so, she comes in January of 2023, January, February, early this year, was here within 6 months of taking over, and called Mr. Modi the most loved leader in the world, and I think that has endeared her to Mr. Modi forever.
First female Prime Minister of Italy. Again, one of the countries, the only European country that's part of the Belt and Road Initiative. Now, of course, the foreign minister has spoken about wanting to move away, and yesterday, if you saw the statement from the Chinese Foreign Office, there was a meeting between Meloni and Li Qiang where they spoke about continuing, keeping borders open. So China obviously very concerned. That, Gaurav, would become quite embarrassing for them if Italy actually officially pulls out. They made some noises. If they actually pull out of the BRI, the only European country in the BRI to pull out, that would be egg on Beijing's face.
Rahul, it's almost done. Italy is going to be out of BRI because Italy plays a very crucial role in this India, West Asia, Europe corridor. It's a key partner there. It's a signatory there. So they will not be a part of BRI is what sources tell India today. That's point one. Point two, you're absolutely right. China has egg on its face. Initially, there were many commentators who were saying that this G20 will be rather lackluster because Xi Jinping is not coming to India. Neither is President Putin. But look, neither Xi nor Putin define India's G20 presidency. It's India that defines our G20 presidency. It shows India's position in the new world order, not dependent on any other country, but leading the change, leading the transformation that's required in every field. And Rahul, if I may, taking from a civilizational history, moving to the future. That was the theme all along. That was Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision. He spoke about it in great detail to his team, and they were able to deliver, and the world is listening. And when they say that Europe may be disappointed because of lack of reference to Russia, G20 is not the platform for settling issues like the Russia-Ukraine conflict. It shouldn't impact the rest of the world, especially the global south. That's the point India emphatically made, and Europe saw sense in this because this war would have led to a collapse even in Europe, Rahul.
Gaurav, on our screen right now, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the president of Turkey. He's been in politics since his youth. Elected mayor of Istanbul in 1994, that's where he made his name and fame, turning Istanbul around, dealing with all the infrastructure, the garbage, the civic problems there. He was in jail for 4 months, established the Justice and Development Party, the AK party, in 2001. Has been leading Turkey now for 20 years, reshaping his country in more ways than any leader since Mustafa Kemal Atatürk.
Erdogan is a controversial, contentious figure. Prime Minister first, now President of Turkey. Is seen as a strongman of his region, has strong relationships. Turkey has built possibly the strongest relationship within Europe with Russia. Has been seen as a potential negotiator for ending the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. Is seen by critics as a autocrat, seen by his supporters as someone who's transforming Turkey, building it into a new Turkey. There are those who've likened his sort of, pugnacious style of leadership to Prime Minister Modi. But in many ways, Erdogan is a figure who in India will attract again strong polarized opinion because of their views on Kashmir, for example.
I was in Istanbul for an HBS reunion, and he had a naval ship deployed in Turkey on the Bosphorus, right in the middle of the city. And that was part of his re-election to show Turkish military power. It isn't really an aircraft carrier, it kind of became a helicopter carrier as it were. It was meant to be originally an aircraft, and they had it in the middle of the city. So brandishing military credentials and interweaving that into his politics and his re-election campaign.
It was a hugely contentious re-election. Questions were raised over whether it was a truly free and fair poll, whether he'd sort of manipulated that eventual result.
That's not fair. No,
that was
Turkey.
it.
No, I spoke to a lot of Turkish people at that time during the campaign.
It was a very contentious election.
They lost fair and square. I mean, it was like a bit of the India alliance, 5 parties coming together. In the end, there was a 5% gap between the winner and the loser. And everyone I spoke to in Turkey thought that the elections were fair. And you're sitting over here and calling the election unfair.
No, global election bodies have said that they have question marks. So at the end of the day, you've got to look at neutral observers. The neutral observers believe that Erdogan gamed the system. Now, we can argue whether, Turks themselves perhaps see it very differently. Point taken. But I think Erdogan, as I said, whatever he does will always attract fierce opinion. Even within India, because Turkey has been one of the few countries left which continues to take a stand on Kashmir, while many of the traditional OIC countries have moved away from their position and have actually come closer to appreciating India's stand.
He thinks he's leading the Islamic world.
He thinks he's leading the Islamic world. That's right. So I think
original glory.
That's why I said I think he will be a polarizing figure depending on who you talk to. Even within Turkey, I'm sure if you speak to a certain section of the Turkish population, they believe Erdogan is transforming their country for the better. There will be others who will point out to atrocities against particular groups, the Kurds, for example, and say, look, Erdogan is someone who's a dangerous divisive figure.
But one of the people who has potentially a role to play in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, they've tried a bit to act as some kind of a bridge. They've also been helping the Russians a bit. And a lot of Russian people have been buying land, farmhouses, beach pads in different parts of Turkey, Antalya, and almost looks like a...
In fact, many of the Russian billionaires who sort of had investments in England and suddenly found the United Kingdom putting the squeeze on them have apparently turned to Turkey as their sort of new resting place. By the way, Rahul gets to go to reunions in all the lovely parts of the world. Turkey.
You keep going for so many reunions.
My reunions are in Noida or in Mumbai or in Lonavala. So that's
Subah, kuch bhi. Subah, kuch bhi.
But Turkey is a beautiful country, and I think what role Turkey plays in the years ahead will be looked at very closely, given the kind of direction that Erdogan has pushed their country into.
Cyril Ramaphosa? No.
Lavrov.
This is Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister of Russia, coming out this morning. And the interesting thing is, despite everything that happened, Russia didn't play an obstructionist role. They wanted for India's G20 to succeed, for there to be a joint declaration. So they pushed back. They had their red lines. But it's not as if they wanted to derail. While China may have been, not so enthusiastic about wanting India to succeed, Russia didn't want India to fail.
Am I right in saying that he's the longest serving foreign minister in the world at the moment? He's been there, I think, for almost 19 to 20 years, since 2004. I don't think any other foreign minister has been in that same position for such a long period of time.
He's definitely been the longest serving foreign minister since the fall of the Soviet Union. He's been in this post since 2004.
So the longest serving foreign minister probably in the world at the moment. I doubt that there is anyone who's been around, certainly not in this gathering, who's been around for 20 years. So he's, and Vladimir Putin has used him as his face in reaching out to the world, even while Mr. Putin focuses on issues within Moscow.
It's very important that he's being given a tour of the Sabarmati Ashram, as he should. Look at this, learn from Gandhiji, learn about peace, learn about non-violence, and that's a very key theme of the Delhi Declaration as well. So he needed an extended tour of the Sabarmati Ashram.
It's going to take more than a tour of Sabarmati Ashram to get the Russians to change the way they've done their politics in the last couple of years, or indeed in the last decade under Putin. Maybe when the Russian president comes next time, he's got to be taken to the ashram as well and probably put through a full course. Maybe send him to Wardha as well and put him through a full course in Gandhian philosophy.
I somehow doubt that's going to have much of an effect on Vladimir Putin, but it might be a nice outing for him.
Yeah, it would be a reminder to Mr. Putin that before him there was someone called Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi.
The Chinese
That's
premier.
the Chinese premier on our screen right now, Li Xiang.
He's a much more smiling man than Xi Jinping, Rahul.
Sorry.
And just as well that he's here. Initially I was feeling a little bad that she's not coming, but I'm actually glad that he's not here, because she would have been very unhappy with Modi leading the party. I mean, she thinks he's emperor, and you got Prime Minister Modi who wants to lead the party and push India's case. She wouldn't have been very happy with that. So it's good that he's come. He seems low maintenance and low fuss relative to Xi, and didn't play the role of obstructions. Obviously, that also is because of the instructions from Xi.
And if she was there, we would have spent an inordinate amount of time looking at the body language. And, looking at, has he reached out to Prime Minister who, because you saw what happened at BRICS. The two countries eventually ended up making very contrarian press statements about who wanted a meeting on the sidelines.
And look now, when they shake hands, I think Prime Minister Modi squeezes his hand a bit more, like it's like a firmer handshake than for most others. No, I don't know that, but I'm saying amongst those...
No, but they're poles apart. I mean, in a while, maybe later when we have some time, we're going to put two pictures together, but... He's just a much more smiling,
we're just happier to have
man.
him, Shiv. I think we're just happier to have him than she.
He looks happy to be here as well, it looks like. He's like, I'm happy to have been here. Because not an easy position to be in. She not coming for this, him having to represent. See, he's got a big smile.
He's seen as pragmatic, business-friendly. He's a career bureaucrat. Joined the Communist Party in 1983 at the age of 24.
And he's been having a rough time, as has the Chinese leadership within China. So it's always nice when you're having a rough time at home, where you've got serious economic issues to address. Just move to a neighboring country, include, find almost sort of some greater empathy possibly here.
Rishi Sunak on our screen now. He went to the Akshardham temple early in the morning.
He's got a kalava on his wrist also, apparently. That's going to become a talking point.
And no other leader has attracted as many eyeballs as Rishi Sunak on this visit. I mean, he's been here and there and everywhere. In 48 hours, he's been to a school, he's been to the British Council, he's been to Akshardham.
He's also feeling comfortable here. He's feeling warm, he's feeling welcome.
And for Indians also, I think it's a moment of pride. To see someone of Indian origin there as the Prime Minister of United Kingdom. I mean, Rishi Sunak can't go too wrong.
So he's got those religious threads on his wrist and some rakhis, I think.
And now he gets... Can we just have the audio up if possible? Are we still getting that? Because he's getting the tour of Akshardham. He's getting the tour now of the Sabarmati Ashram. Okay, so it's interesting. I thought he'd, like Ajay Banga or somebody would say, I know quite a bit about this, but he's soaking it all in. He went to the Akshardham temple this morning and he always gets this little bit extra. Little bit of an extra conversation with the Prime Minister, obviously talking a bit about the role that Mahatma Gandhi would have played. He's a very well-read man.
And he's the youngest, 42. At 42, I think he's the youngest member of this gathering at the moment. Will face a very difficult year ahead. Re-election won't be easy for the Conservatives in 2024, end 2024, early 2025.
Joko Widodo, President of Indonesia, he just hosted the ASEAN Summit. Now coming on the screen, known back home as Joko V. Again, a country that we're building very close ties with. Re-elected in 2019 for a second 5-year term. The Indonesian president right now in front of this image of the Sabarmati Ashram.
Second time that the Prime Minister is meeting him in about 72 hours after the ASEAN Summit.
And Rahul, you made a good point yesterday about, his sort of transition to the new Indonesia, woodcutter's son.
Yeah, absolutely.
And therefore, you've got a lot of leaders of countries which came out of independence in the 40s and 50s. The earlier generation leaders were seen as part of the old elite. And now you've got a completely new generation, all of them born after their countries got independence, coming out of that period where the colonial era still dominated the politics, to a new generation. And Prime Minister Modi, some believe, also represents in his own way that generation. And so does Widodo.
His family, his son and daughter-in-law, went to Taj Mahal, to Agra. The lovely pictures, we'll have them out for you, Shiv, in just a moment, where they're at the Taj Mahal, soaking it in. So a lot of these other people who are part of the troupe get a chance to go out and about.
Good idea.
Yeah.
And that's something which perhaps some of the leaders will miss out, because it's so cramped. In normal times, when you come to a bilateral in Delhi, traditionally you went to Agra and got your one photo up
but
with
this
your
government's not very hot on sending people to Agra.
This government's not very hot, but I'm sure people would love to. The visiting dignitaries would love to go and spend...
But there's so much more to India than just the Taj Mahal. Taj Mahal is lovely, of course, but it's not the only thing that you want to send everybody to.
If you ask someone, you are to come to India and you want them to see 3 landmarks, would the Taj feature in them or not?
What will be the other 2?
Now I'm asking you, would the Taj feature?
Of course.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you ask somebody, a friend wants to come to India and he says, tell me 3 places I must visit. I think the Taj would be very much still there. It's a magnificent monument of a kind that you don't have in the country.
If time is of
in the world, rather.
If time is of essence and there's a shortage of time, they can also go to the Humayun's tomb. We understand that
it's magnificent.
Might be
and the Argentinian president went there as well.
No, it's a magnificent monument. The Taj is the Taj. There's the Humayun's tomb, and it just takes a couple of hours on the freeway. I mean, if you are here for a weekend to Delhi, you can do Humayun's tomb and you can do the Taj.
2.5 hours.
2.5 hours and you'll be in the Taj. So, well, the Indonesians got it right.
And we're seeing, Gaurav, the Indonesians push back. A lot of these ASEAN countries are pushing back against China much more than we've seen them push back so far.
Well, after the new Chinese map, the world is alarmed, and the 9-dash line, then the 10-dash line, they're claiming territory and exclusive economic zone of multiple countries. So Philippines is up in arms, Indonesia is up in arms, and increasingly they're seeking Indian help. Like you were mentioning, this BrahMos supersonic cruise missiles, something that India is not only promising but also delivering. Vietnam's getting them, offshore petrol vessels, other ships in this region, and increasingly, when India and France talk today, there will be a major conversation about more patrolling in the South China Sea to ensure sea lanes of communication are kept open. So, Rahul, this is extremely important that democracies unite to take on an expansionist China. And, if I may, just a small aside, well, visiting dignitaries in and around Delhi are compelled to watch, see perhaps the Humayun tomb and Taj Mahal, because a lot of other things were destroyed after centuries of Islamic rule, and that's why perhaps they haven't been able to go to other places, many other temples in and around. But if you go down, there's Hampi you can go to, there's the Meenakshi temple you can go to, there's Thanjavur you can go to. There are so many temples and so beautiful and so many other sites that they can see and far more ancient and better than just the Taj Mahal.
Gaurav, my friend, you and I will have a separate debate on that one day. I think India's glory lies in your ability to go to Hampi and to the Taj. And I think if you can discover both, but Hampi needs to be better connected. The problem with Hampi is it's very badly connected even today. You need a proper airport that takes people to Hampi, and I hope that happens. I hope the Karnataka government does that, and I hope that that we have an airport with daily flights to Hampi.
There's a new airport in Shimoga, and hopefully will be more connectivity.
Yeah, because you see, at the moment, otherwise to Hampi, you either have to, there's a private airfield that the Jindals have built close by. But otherwise, it's tough to reach there.
President of France, there'll be a...
Who wasn't there yesterday morning, right?
He came a little late.
He arrived a little late.
Yeah.
But he's staying back in the afternoon.
He has a big working lunch with the Prime Minister today.
The Prime Minister was in Paris a few months ago for Bastille Day.
Yeah.
And and Macron's had a tough time within his own country, dealing with tensions and violence that was immigrant violence that took place not too long ago in their country as well. He's had a rough time, but comes out stronger.
France. The interesting thing is yesterday when that international corridor, the infrastructure corridor was being spoken of, he spoke in English. So, some other French leaders were very prickly about speaking in English. He was fine. It wasn't long intervention, short intervention, but he was happy to speak English. Warm welcome. Happy to see Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Modi.
Yeah.
Shiv, happy to see Emmanuel Macron.
Big year for India, France. The Bastille Day parade, where the Indian armed forces were present there. We had ships in France on the day. India and France have just begun talking about a second Rafale deal, which nobody thought was going to be possible after all the politics over the original Rafale deal in 2018-2019. So this is a relationship that's been sweetened by the strategic relationship between the two countries. This is a friendship that goes back a long way.
And another leader from this sort of 40s generation. You've got these 3 or 4 young leaders, all in their 40s. Macron, 46, born in 1977. So, when you look at it, you recognize Europe in particular seems to be embracing a completely new generation of
Meloni,
leaders.
Sunak.
Just look at across
Macron.
Europe. You're getting more and more leaders who are born post-1970, which is quite remarkable because that means in their early 40s and 50s, they're already leading their country. It's a lesson for us sometimes. our politics tends to remain a little geriatric, if I may be allowed to use the word.
It doesn't matter how the age, as long as the man can get the job done. I mean,
by and large, but when you want, we keep mentioning how we are the youngest, we have the largest young population in the world, but in contrast to that, most of our politicians are over the age of 60. I would like to see many more younger 40 and 50-year-olds taking greater leadership positions.
Who's experienced, who's won himself, not appointed, and who can get the job done. I think that's far more important.
Yeah, well, yes and no. At the end of the day, I think a younger leader across the world, one of the reasons why younger leaders are attractive is because there is a younger demographic out there.
But as long as the younger leader gets elected himself. Rajiv Gandhi was very young, but he was also very inexperienced and made lots of bloopers.
I think Rajiv Gandhi is an outlier. The reason why he became Prime Minister in 84 didn't have to do with a long period in politics. He just entered in 81. But I'm just mentioning the fact that Europe has a lot of young leaders out there is a sign of the times. And I think that's one thing that we've always, maybe in India we value age and experience. That's why I can survive.
As long as he's
That's why I can survive in a television studio at the age of 58. Otherwise, you'd think, and that's the contrast. Look at BBC's presenters. They're all in their 60s. But their leadership is increasingly younger. You look at the battle that's taking place for the Labour Party, even within the Conservatives, all 40-year-olds who are now, fiercely competing with each other.
So we're waiting for President Joe Biden. We're waiting for the Saudi Prince Mohammed bin Salman. He's only 38. They're the ones who are still to come. Who else? They're the ones who are not here just at this moment.
Just Joe Biden left?
Mohammed bin Salman, probably the youngest. And Joe Biden, the oldest. And they'll come one after another as we wait. At least they're next in queue, unless we're not certain. He always comes a bit late. The Sheikh always is just a little bit late. And that's just the way it's been. But that's fine. He's a hugely transformative figure internally, even though he's polarizing externally. But in the way that he's reformed Saudi Arabia, has these big bang projects, building up dream cities. Now, if he can get all that going, he's making it less clergy driven, opening it up for women. A lot of young people in Saudi Arabia really like him.
And he is the youngest. He is at 38, the youngest representative of his country here at this meeting. But he's again a polarizing figure. Human rights groups insist that he has much to answer for the Khashoggi killing. And others see him as this individual looking to reform his country, both political and legal reform. Cyril Ramaphosa was the other one missing. He is on your screen now.
President of South Africa.
President of South Africa, old ANC hand, was close to Nelson Mandela, pushed the ANC into this new age as part of the group around Mr. Mandela. While Mr. Mandela was aging, it was the likes of Cyril Ramaphosa who took their country forward. And South Africa now has the African Union as a partner. Till yesterday, they were the only African representative on G20. You had Egypt as having been an invitee.
And Nigeria was an invitee.
And Nigeria was an invitee, but they were the only permanent G20 members. Now they've got the African Union there. But Cyril Ramaphosa should know Mahatma Gandhi well, because the ANC, got its inspiration in a way from the Mahatma. Nelson Mandela, hugely influenced by Mahatma Gandhi. So only appropriate to have Cyril Ramaphosa there at the Gandhi Ashram. I think he will be able to know more probably than any other leader about Sabarmati.
The Sabarmati Ashram,
yeah, but Ajay Banga, of course, knew it because he's also born and brought up here. He studied at IIM.
And a Stephanian. Shiv and Ajay Banga have a lot in common. They
many
represent...
years apart, and I'm nowhere close to being the...
Are you just dating Mr. Banga?
They have a Stephanian water cooler talk group, so I'm sure they have all kinds of generations covered by that. I know that Shashi Tharoor has been tweeting about Ajay Banga, trying to sort of say, look, we've got one Stephanian also.
Oh no, the Stephanian network is always blasting news about any big achievement.
Of any Stephanian.
Shaktikanta Das being awarded the best central banker. That was a big headline recently as well. So yeah,
also Ajay Banga studied at the Indian Institute of Management in Ahmedabad, so which is probably why he told the Prime Minister that he knows quite a bit about the Sabarmati Ashram, because he was at IMA. So
But
now we have the Saudi prince.
So
and we
we've
have
just
the
got
American
two left.
president.
So have they haven't gone alphabetically.
Koi late ho jata, I think.
Koi late, so it's just on time.
Much earlier.
This was supposed to get over around 9:20 before you have recitations of prayers and hymns of Mahatma Gandhi. So we have another 5 minutes.
Given that
There'll be a replaying first.
Seems that it's raining. So because if you're going to be sitting around on the lawns and it's raining, that's going to be a bit awkward. So let's see how much of the original plan they stick to and how much of it they have to adjust and adapt, given the fact that there is a bit of rain.
But it's, these are, again, important symbolic images, as we've been saying, of, you've got a fractious world out there divided by war in recent times, and then you come to Rajghat, assemble there. Hopefully that spirit of the Mahatma provides some element of peace and reconciliation. I think it's significant that we are, as a nation, that we are able to use the Mahatma creatively and constructively to send that message to the world. I think it remains India's great strength, and it's enduring. It's like the Taj. Gaurav and I can dispute whether you should go to Hampi or whether you should go to the Taj. But these are all enduring symbols. The Taj will be there hopefully for centuries, as will Gandhi's legacy. Gaurav?
But the one thing that they've done...
On Gandhi's legacy, I hope you and I are on the same side.
Sir, we are always on the same side. We always keep India
On
first.
Gandhi.
There are no two ways.
I thought you were
about
going to say
it.
Bharat first, Gaurav. Are you going to change the name of your show? Does it go from India
That's a
first
good
to
one.
Bharat first?
Yeah, Gaurav, you got to start changing the name of your show starting Monday. Bharat first.
So, Rahul, both these decisions are above my pay grade, and perhaps you will be in the best position to decide that. But if I may, yes, even Mahatma Gandhi spoke of peace and non-violence, but was never in favor of cowardice, was never in favor of giving up, what was legitimately yours. So that is also, when we learn about Gandhi, when we teach about Gandhi, what we must also teach is protecting what is yours. That's exactly what our country is doing at this point of time, taking the entire world along. It's taking that Indian Sanatan philosophy, civilizational philosophy to the entire world, that the world has now accepted. This Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is exactly India's philosophy that the world agrees with. They have not agreed to everything in Bali. They haven't agreed to things in the past, but they've agreed to all the 83 paragraphs, hook, line and sinker, because it is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Yes, Russia-Ukraine war is important, but not at the cost of taking the developing countries along. And, that's the point India has been trying to make throughout. Rahul, Rajdeep and Shiv.
One of the things about Mahatma Gandhi, we keep talking about peace and ahimsa. He was probably, a true environmental evangelist. He was the first green leader in his own way. I mean, he spent a lot of his time talking about nature. One of my worries is on climate change. A lot has been said in the agreement. They're going to have to walk the talk on climate finance. They're going to have to live up to the commitments that are being made in these, in various summits. And we haven't still seen that. So while you've got this consensus in the Delhi Declaration, are you going to walk the talk? Will we see the war in Ukraine end? Unlikely, right away. It's not going to end because you made a declaration and asked countries to stop territorial aggression.
At what point in time do you decide you need to get on with what you're doing, Geeta, and not worry about the guests who haven't come so far? So how's it going to play? Are we still waiting for the Saudi prince and for the American president?
Well,
that's the American. Yeah,
Geeta.
Sorry, Rahul, could you please repeat your question?
I'm saying, in terms of keeping it going, because you also have the one future plenary, are they still waiting for the Saudi prince and for the American president, or will they just get on to the rest of the program?
Well, I'm just looking at the White House details, and the president has left for Rajghat, so he will be there. Interestingly, he is not going to attend the concluding session. From Rajghat, there's going to be a spray for the White House pool of reporters, and then from there he heads to the airport for his visit to Vietnam. So I think the timing of the declaration being announced yesterday also primarily maybe was to do with the fact that many of the leaders, because the decision has arrived and there is an outcome, Rahul, President Biden is not going to participate in the concluding session of the G20. That's what I learned from what I see from the White House pool. The fact that they are leaving that the president has left for Rajghat. He will be there in some time, and you will be seeing visuals coming in very soon. And from there, he leaves for Vietnam.
That's right. That was what we were told yesterday as well, that he wouldn't be there at the last session. He has a meeting in Vietnam. And that meeting will, take precedence now. It's a major sort of bilateral that he goes, and he's got to go back home within a certain.
But he's delivered where it mattered, to help India
get that declaration.
Ensure that there's a declaration to deliver big, tangible takeaways, so that you couldn't have said later ki sirf photo kichi kuch hua nahi. So President Biden played an important role in all of that.
And he came at a time when there was a question mark, will he come or not? His wife had COVID just a couple of days before.
While we're talking about Biden, he's on his way now to the Rajghat. This picture that's just been tweeted by MK Stalin, one of the few opposition chief ministers who showed up, along with Mamata Banerjee and others. Nice picture of him shaking hands with Joe Biden. There's also the Prime Minister in the frame, as is the President. And he's tagged the Prime Minister as well. There's recent political acrimony over Udayanidhi Stalin, etc. Things have been said. There's been a crossfire. Nice picture. He's tagged the Prime Minister. Genial picture.
Shiv, it's interesting that the Congress chief ministers chose not to attend.
Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu was there.
But the others weren't there. I don't think Gehlot was there. Baghel was not there. Siddaramaiah was not there.
How did Sukhu show up?
Most of the regional, there was no order as such. But I think, it's strange that these chief ministers didn't show up, because I think this was an occasion where you wanted to show India's, the plurality of India, the diversity of India.
Yeah,
the fact that most of the regional party chief ministers were there. I know Arvind Kejriwal was there, Mamata Banerjee was there, MK Stalin was there,
Nitish Kumar was there.
Nitish Kumar was there, Hemant Soren was there. So it's not as if the so-called opposition India alliance boycotted the function, far from it. A section of the Congress leadership felt, I believe, that Mallikarjun Kharge should have been invited as the leader of the largest opposition party at the moment. He wasn't invited. That created friction. There's a trust deficit, but I think it's unfortunate. Yesterday was an occasion where every chief minister who was invited should have been there. No reason not to be there.
You had Bhupesh Baghel say that because of airspace restrictions he couldn't come. You had
the Home Minister denied that.
The Home Ministry denied it. Said that there are no restrictions for governors and chief ministers.
I mean, there would be no way.
That looked really silly.
In fact, I
put the
spoke
spotlight on the chief ministers.
Very interestingly, I spoke to Mamata Banerjee, and she came a day earlier because she was worried that if she came on the day itself, would she be caught up in all the VVIP restrictions? But she came in a day earlier and made sure that she was there for the dinner, spent some time with Sheikh Hasina in particular because of the ties that exist between West Bengal and Bangladesh. I think, there are occasions where you can be truly inclusive. I think the inauguration of the Parliament building was another such occasion where I think all parties should have had their space on that day.
Yeah.
There was a kind of unofficial boycott of that, and that's disappointing.
Oh, that must be the American president. I also want to tell you, while it's raining in Delhi, mercifully it's not raining in Colombo. That's where the India-Pakistan match is to take place. So it's not raining in Colombo. So once all this gets over, we can all watch the match. I mean, till then you watch India Today, but when the first ball is bowled, then you can decide and just come back to India Today, see what else is happening. But you can watch the match in the evening. Hopefully it won't be raining. So we just had this big limo drive in. Let's see who comes out of it. I think it's President Biden, but we also are awaiting the Saudi prince, if he comes to Rajghat at all.
No reason why he shouldn't be there at Rajghat. He's also coming here. He's staying back here for a state visit.
He has a state visit tomorrow.
He has a state visit tomorrow. You've had a major India, Middle East, European economic corridor being announced yesterday. So
interestingly, he's on. Oh, that's President Biden. There he is.
He's also not attending the last session.
He's flying out soon after this to Vietnam.
So you've seen the youngest, or you're going to see the youngest in the Saudi prince. You've seen Rishi Sunak in the 40s. Now you've got a leader who's in his 80s. So Rahul, you can have all types. I concede that you can have all types as leaders. But there's a huge question mark whether at the age of 80 he should be pushing for re-election next year, because that would make him America's oldest ever president. I think his concerns have been there at times. But look, I think Joe Biden has had a trial by fire over the last 4 years. He had 2 years where America was weighed down by COVID, serious questions both on the health front as well as the job crisis that the country was facing. You've had interest rate challenges and you've had the war in Ukraine. I mean, given all that, he seems to have come out relatively unscathed. He still is in most polls ahead of any potential Democratic challenger, and with the Republicans also struggling to find anyone but Trump. You've got Joe Biden still very much, therefore, in contention for a second term as US President next year.
Okay, let's see how this moment goes. Prime Minister Modi welcoming Joe Biden. Now he gets the Sabarmati tour. It's very soothing to be at the Sabarmati ashram. No matter what, like I've usually been there in the middle of an election campaign, but when you go there, it just calms you down, settles you, has a nice serene air to it.
Yeah, I think the word to use for the Sabarmati ashram that stands out for me is simplicity. You know, in a world where everything else seems to be big and large and seem to be dramatic, you go to the Sabarmati ashram and there's a simplicity that brings in a calmness and a serenity. It hasn't changed much over the years. There's been talk, as I said, and there is a project now to remodel it, and many of the old Gandhians are objecting to that, saying that this will again make Sabarmati ashram just another sort of modern day monument, which we don't want it to be.
He always gets the pride of place, maximum amount of time. The most warmth is for Rishi Sunak. The maximum amount of time and respect is for Joe Biden.
Well, America, the dollar still matters.
No, it's not just the dollar, Rajdeep. It's also the level of effort America has made in this relationship and the genuine warmth of the Indian people and the strategic reality of China flexing its muscles. So it's all of it together.
You have, in the Indo-US partnership now works at various levels, which is quite, again, one of the big changes that's taken place in the last 30 years. I remember when Bill Clinton came here and Vajpayee ji was Prime Minister, there was a lot of excitement because it was also new. You didn't think an American president rarely came to India. And when they came, you sort of went overboard almost. And now they come more and more often. We go more often to the United States. The Indian diaspora is breaking all boundaries and walls and ceilings in the United States. So it's a relationship that operates at different levels. Indian students, making an impact in universities across the United States. So I think that's changed the Indo-US relationship, hopefully forever.
That's the Brazilian president. Lula da Silva, he's come out now.
This time without the translator.
Translator nahi hai, sir. Aap kya bol rahe ho?
It was his wife. Okay, his wife. We thought it was his translator. It turned out to be Mr. Lula's wife. But he's the next leader of G20.
I'm just getting calls and messages from people in government saying, correct Rajdeep, Arvind Kejriwal wasn't at the dinner yesterday.
He wasn't at the dinner.
He was slated to be at the table of Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena. He wasn't there. He confirmed that he'd be coming. I don't know what happened.
And didn't come in the end.
He didn't come. This is what sources
sort of all the other names that we said, he's the only one who
there are lots of people in government who are watching. So those who are watching, some of them are calling and messaging basically to say that Arvind Kejriwal wasn't there.
He's got some big shoes to fill when he takes over the G20
Yeah, which is why if you see when he comes, he looks the most carefully to the left and the right to see how it's going because he's going to host it next.
So this is how
the pressure is on him.
No, the Brazilians know a thing or two about putting on.
Yeah, no, they'll put out a party. I mean, you could imagine the backdrop of Copacabana.
Yeah, but you have to deliver some tangible takeaways as well.
No, I'm sure they will. I mean,
and you have to invest a lot of energy in getting it done.
This is also, Brazil Shiv is right. They know how to sort of throw a spectacle. They've done it in the past. They can be chaotic. I think the one thing that India has shown is that amidst the chaos, when you want to do it, you can be very organized and go to the micro detailing, and we've done that successfully. That's the lesson I think Brazil or any country needs to get from India. Your eye to detail is critical to get a global event perfectly right. Lula is an interesting character because, trade unionist, went to jail, came back, fought a very tough, acerbic campaign against Bolsonaro. Bolsonaro again claimed that was almost refusing a Trump-like to leave for a while, eventually went out. And, Lula is the comeback king of Brazil at the moment. And again, has a very special relationship with India. It's a country, he said in interviews, that he has a great admiration for. And at a time when the right is dominating politics across the world, you still have someone like Lula representing, in a way, the old left that in many parts of the world is now being pushed to the margin. So Lula and Brazil will be looked at very closely in the next 12 months.
There's a lot of pressure on them as the next host because 200 cities.
That's right.
220 events, 60 cities.
60 cities.
28 states. So it's really gone far and wide. And the next host country, post-December 23, will have to now figure out how to take it one step further.
You're right. I just got a message from the LG's office in Delhi. So the LG versus Kejriwal thing plays out. The Chief Minister, Arvind Kejriwal, did not attend the G20 dinner. He had earlier confirmed that he'd be attending. Please rectify. Okay. We rectified it. Mr. Kejriwal was not there. It'll be interesting to know why.
Is there anyone who's not watching India Today right now? I'm wondering.
No, but it'll be interesting to know why. I mean, you're in Delhi, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of the arrangements were made by the Delhi government in parts of Delhi. The beautification, they took a lot of credit.
A lot of it was done by the Lieutenant Governor as well.
No, but both, right? There were areas, I know in my constituency, for example, in Greater Kailash, you had Saurabh Bhardwaj actually putting out videos of parks that were being decorated, G20 symbols, hoardings that had been put up by the Delhi government. So you would expect in the normal course the Delhi Chief Minister to be there, because in a small way, this is, he is part of the host committee.
He should have been there. I can't think of a good reason why he wasn't there. He really ought to have been there. We'll check with Mr. Kejriwal why he wasn't there and if there's a good reason. So far, we've got sources in government indicating that he wasn't there.
He and the LG, of course, have a fractious relationship. So putting them on the same table would not be a good idea in any case. But either way, I think this was an occasion where they could have
bad recently. I mean,
well, it will never
really
get. There are too many scars in that relationship. But the images we are showing, Rishi Sunak one side, Joe Biden on the other. The Saudi prince is the only one who hasn't come. Am I correct so far? Out of the expected.
I don't think he's. I mean, we'll check. He didn't come for the dinner either. He's also the Prince of Arabia. Now, how hard are you going to push him? So let's see if he does come. Because if everybody comes so slowly with so much of a gap between each leader coming in, Prime Minister Modi, who's a stickler for time, will find it difficult to be able to manage time.
Because I think it was 9:20 that the hymns and the prayers were supposed to start, and then they have a tree planting around 10:10 to 10:30. So if you're working according to time, you're slightly delayed, which is possible in a mega event like this. But presumably they also have to write on the wall. They're going to put out a message.
There's a peace wall.
There's a peace wall that's been set up.
Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who's a very avid aviator himself, seems to have had an opportunity to get into Air Force One. So he's saying one more item on my bucket list ticked, the Air Force One, as I wait to see off the POTUS. VK Singh welcomed him. Rajiv Chandrasekhar seeing him off. He says fanboy aviator. And here is Prime Minister Modi walking the American president and the other invited guests around. They've all taken their shoes off in deference and respect to Mahatma Gandhi, or at least most of them have. Some have these slip-ons on, but they're all walking around. And President Biden leading the way, getting a personal tour and an explanation from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. You can also pick up the kind of chemistry that exists amongst various leaders, who talks to who's walking alone. It's always interesting to pick up those little snatches.
So they go to the peace, the wall of peace that has been created specifically for their. That's the hymns and prayers.
All of them with their khadi scarves, led by the Prime Minister, walking towards.
And the Prime Minister talks the most to Joe Biden, at least in the images that we see, always keeping him right by his side. And it also signifies, these little things signify the deepening strategic ties between India and the United States and the level of emphasis both countries play on the relationship that they have with each other. Donald Trump was the last American president who was there in February 2020. He and his wife Melania had come. At that time, Trump had written in the visitor's book, "The American people stand strongly with a sovereign and wonderful India, the vision of the great Mahatma Gandhi. This is a tremendous honor." Before him, Barack Obama was here. And I have Barack Obama's notes. He says, what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said then remains true today. The spirit of Gandhi is very much alive in India, and it remains a great gift to the world. May we always live in the spirit of love and peace among all people and nations.
Can we just say what a fabulous image this is? As Rajdeep just said, in a world steeped in war and conflict, the Indian leader leading the most powerful leaders of the rest of the world. And
in a way,
Shiv, Mahatma. Amazing.
And in a way, Shiv, it provides a ray of hope in the divided world. This sense of calm, serenity. It's a chaotic world out there, lots of disruptions. It's a world which is rapidly changing. And you look for those few symbols that represent a sense of hope.
Yes.
And dare I say, stability. And the Mahatma provides that enduring sense of hope. That true. Every time you go to Rajghat, you feel the peace like you do in Sabarmati. And having the world leaders coming at Rajghat is, to my mind, the ideal way before the grand finale.
Very true.
Presumably the negotiations were hard, fractious. You have a war still going on in Ukraine. But just having all the leaders here together does make a huge difference. Purely the symbolism of the moment. And I think that's the ideal way, in a way, to send a message to the world from India. So if you're talking of Vasudev Kutumbakam, who better than Mahatma to represent that? And I hope some of our MPs, who unfortunately in the last few years have made rather critical comments about Mahatma, which are extremely unfortunate, are watching and recognize that Gandhi is above your factional politics.
I agree with you, Rajdeep. An eternal symbol, probably the most enduring, symbol of such great depth. Let's just listen in to the bhajan. This was, of course, Gandhiji's favorite bhajan, Vaishnav Jan. So let's listen to it for a little bit as the leaders sing.
Your Highnesses and Excellencies, thank you for joining us for this special occasion at Rajghat. I will now request the leaders to kindly step forward and adjust the country ribbons on the wreaths, please. We shall now have a moment's silence, please. Thank you, Excellencies.
रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम 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 ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरे नाम सबको सन्मति दे भगवान ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरे नाम सबको सन्मति दे भगवान रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम 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 ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरे नाम सबको सन्मति दे भगवान ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरे नाम सबको सन्मति दे भगवान रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन
If there is one devotional song which was popularized by Mahatma Gandhi, it is Raghupati Raghav Rajaram. And what Gandhi did with it is quite remarkable because he added Ishwar and Allah and thereby in a way secularized the song, made it about reconciliation, made it about harmony. So it was the traditional Ram Dhun which many believe was either written by Tulsidas or was written by Ramdas, the Marathi saint poet. But the manner in which Gandhi adapted it to a new age, he made it devotional but made it inclusive. You know, it was a hymn which if you went apparently to Gandhi's prayer meetings, you would have Hindus and Muslims who would come to those prayer meetings because he added Ishwar and Allah. I mean, this was the genius of the man, that you took the traditional Ram Dhun and it was with the devotional fervor and you adapted it to what he thought was the challenge of the times, bringing Hindus and Muslims together in that fight against freedom. So I think that message perhaps can only go to the world leaders. This is a moment to reconcile differences and come together. So Raghupati Raghav Rajaram is, you know, classic Gandhi spirit and philosophy encapsulated in that song.
I don't think these images are going to evaporate anytime soon. All of those world leaders in perhaps the most peaceful site in the country is something that's going to be emblazoned on people's minds. It is only the part one of the symbolism that we're going to see today. I'm told that in a short while from now, we might get images from British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's Akshardham visit as well. So we're awaiting that. The tree
interesting
planting is
thing
going to happen next round.
Is that it wasn't a washout.
Yeah.
That's the good thing.
The rain let up for a while.
It's not.
The rain stayed away.
Yeah.
You know, you
Just
had
at the right moment.
You had rain right through the night, but almost decided that, okay, we've opened up, but we are going to sort of give you that bracing feeling as you enter.
You couldn't ask for better weather than this. You couldn't ask for better weather than this.
Everyone picks one place to go to.
Yeah.
They toyed with the idea. I spoke to some officials in government and they were toying with the idea of going somewhere nearby because that's typically part of what happens. But they chose in the end to go to Rajghat. Very solemn, very meaningful, and the government and the Prime Minister sending that message that this is where we want to be. Remember, in the Delhi Declaration are written the Prime Minister's imprint. This is not an era of war. I think that comes through strongest. There's a very deep layer of symbolism at play here that comes through strongest with these images from the Rajghat. I don't think we've ever seen anything like these. So many world leaders lined up around the Rajghat as they remember the life and learnings of Mahatma Gandhi.
Absolutely. And, I mentioned it a little while ago. There have, unfortunately, in recent times, been a few discordant noises about Gandhi within even politicians, within members of parliament. I hope that they are all watching this and recognize that Gandhi is a true symbol of reconciliation, hope, harmony.
Each time you see these 19 leaders, the EU, and then, of course, the African Union, Prime Minister Modi and the American president are together, just side by side. This doesn't just happen casually. This is a message to the one man who's not at Rajghat, who should have been Xi Jinping. This is a message. And interestingly, Rishi Sunak is right there as well. Very naturally gravitating as Prime Minister of Britain, natural allies, strategic partners. But the Indian Prime Minister, and even Joe Biden, he could have, he'd get along with someone like a Trudeau as well, or several of the other leaders who are there, but he's sticking to the host.
And look at the symbolism of Rishi Sunak being there. You've got a British Prime Minister coming to pay homage to the man who, in a way, deserves a fair credit along with many others.
Also India's most famous expat.
For dismantling the British Empire. And now you've got a Prime Minister of Indian origin coming to pay homage to the man whose country jailed Mahatma Gandhi for years. This is how history has come a full circle in a way, and Rishi Sunak is coming here to pay homage. There's been a huge dispute over the years. Should the British apologize for Jallianwala Bagh? Should they be there and, going there on the side when the king or the queen come? Should they go to Jallianwala Bagh and say sorry for what happened? Yeah. And I believe that this should be part of the process. They should be going, and saying sorry and apologizing for Jallianwala Bagh, and having Rishi Sunak there paying homage to Mahatma is part of this process of healing and reconciliation.
Interestingly, President Biden has some slip-ons on. Rishi Sunak is nange paon, so some of them preferring to ensure their feet don't get wet. Rishi Sunak soaking it all in.
Fantastic.
And very nice how the Prime Minister, these little gestures, really carry this event. The Prime Minister holding an elder US President's hand, because obviously the ground is wet. I don't know if the cameras caught all of it, but it was a very touching little moment. And I think it's these little things that really, people will take away from what is clearly such a symbolic event. Are the leaders going to be assembling somewhere now, Rahul, to listen to the bhajans a little bit more, or are they going to be heading straight now?
No, I thought they had to write a message on the peace wall as per the schedule, and then they would go.
We've got the first images
for the
of
tree
Rishi
planting.
Sunak.
We've got some images of Rishi Sunak at the Akshardham temple this morning. Let's see if we can have those out.
First images from the Akshardham temple.
Oh, he didn't wear a kurta pajama. I don't know why I was thinking maybe he'll wear a kurta pajama and go in the morning. There he is at the Akshardham temple in the inner sanctorum.
This is inside the Akshardham temple in Delhi, where Rishi Sunak and his wife Akshata Murthy were there early this morning. So this was before the Rajghat event itself. That's the both of them there.
Also given the fact that he had to come straight to Rajghat, it makes sense. I mean, it's complicated to then be changing, but some lovely images here with the sadhus at the Akshardham temple. The Baps runs this and runs it in a very elegant fashion.
The Swaminarayan sect, which runs it, and over the years has sort of, that will be another image that will play out in all newspapers tomorrow, not just in this country, but importantly in Britain. I think what we are seeing is the growing influence of India within Britain. They're all conscious of their domestic constituencies, whether it's Joe Biden, whether it's Rishi Sunak. Rishi Sunak in particular will be conscious of the fact he's got an election in 12 months. And, those images will play out. And it shows that Rishi Sunak has always worn his sense of Hinduness on his sleeve. He's made it very clear he derives a lot of hope from his faith. In religion, he's deeply religious. He says he wanted to celebrate Janmashtami.
Raksha Bandhan.
He celebrated Raksha Bandhan. He has sisters and celebrated Raksha Bandhan and was upset that he couldn't celebrate Janmashtami. He opens up 10 Downing Street to Diwali in all likelihood in a couple of months. And I think it's wonderful that you have a leader who is unapologetic about his religious identity, but at the same time is conscious that of reaching out across communities. That's the way it should be. Ideally, you don't wear your religion in the public realm, but as a private citizen, you have every right to hold your religious identity strongly. He's come to India and made it very clear he wanted to go to a mandir on day one itself.
The Akshardham temple has 20,000 statues of various personalities, spiritual personalities from the Hindu faith. The mandir goes up 141 feet into the sky, and it seems to have a Guinness record as the world's largest comprehensive Hindu temple. Inaugurated in November 2005, the mandir was built in just 5 years by the Bachoswani Shri Akshar Purushottam Swaminarayan Sanstha or BAPS, and they had this massive event in Ahmedabad where the Prime Minister went as well. So many private jets activated for that month-long, just soon after the Gujarat elections.
Huge. The Swaminarayan sect is huge in its impact and influence, not just in Gujarat but beyond. And they have a lot of VVIPs coming there virtually every week. And I think Akshardham has only grown in that sense in influence. I remember the original Akshardham temple being in Ahmedabad and covering a rather tragic event that took place in 2002 when there was a terror attack at the temple there. They emerged stronger out of that and then came to Delhi in 2005. And it's a huge complex now on the banks of the Yamuna there. So more and more world leaders as part of their Delhi sort of visiting. And I think that's the genius of Delhi, that if you could go to Akshardham and go to a Humayun's tomb, in a way you see Purani Delhi and you see also this new Delhi which is emerging, which is again part of being inclusive in the Indian context. But those are the images that will play out. And
they just put out a press release also. The temples just put out a press release. They say His Holiness, which is the head priest of the Akshardham, has extended his personal wishes and prayers for Mr. Sunak and the other delegates. He wrote, "In the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, we pray for you and all the attendees. May the summit be a resounding success in collectively helping the world towards peace." He was accorded a traditional warm welcome in the Hindu manner, symbolizing goodwill and friendship, says the press release. During his visit, the British Prime Minister was given an overview of Swaminarayan Akshardham, a 100-acre spiritual and cultural complex, the ancient architecture of India, and promotes the timeless Hindu spiritual messages of faith, devotion and harmony. Sharing his impressions of his visit, the Prime Minister of the UK said, "My wife and I were delighted to visit the Swaminarayan Akshardham for darshan and puja this morning. We were amazed and awed by the beauty of this temple and its universal message of peace, harmony and becoming a better human being. This is not only a place of worship, but a landmark that also portrays India's values, cultures and contributions to the world. We see today in Britain these very same values and culture through the positive contributions the British community makes to our country." He continues, I'm quoting what the British Prime Minister has said. He says, "I was honored to have received the blessings of His Holiness Mahant Swami Maharaj conveyed to me this morning, and I understand that His Holiness is inaugurating another beautiful Swaminarayan Akshardham temple in Robbinsville in the United States very soon. I would like to send my very best wishes to His Holiness." So that's the statement just out from the British Prime Minister as he visited the Akshardham temple. Looks like they had a very, very nice time.
No, I don't think any other leader has been on such a whistle-stop tour of Delhi as
But he knows
as
exactly
has.
where to go. So he's got
gone
things
to
he
the-
wants to do,
Yeah,
places he wants to go.
And he's got a very, very good High Commissioner in Alex Ellis. Alex Ellis has embraced India like few other diplomats in recent times.
He's been going and watching Bollywood films also.
He's been watching Bollywood films. He will ring you up and say, which are the films that I should watch? He watched Sholay, which he said he loved. And then sort of did a karaoke on Ye Dosti Hum Nahi Todege, which also broke the internet. He loves cricket and intends to go to watch all the World Cup games, he says, not just where England is playing, but also he hopes for an England-India final. He says an England-India final at Ahmedabad, Narendra Modi Stadium. And by the way, Rishi Sunak also loves his cricket. You go to Narayan Murthy's office and there's a picture of Rishi Sunak playing a forward defensive shot. So Rishi Sunak got the entire England team to come before the Ashes series to 10 Downing Street. They played a bit of cricket apparently in the garden behind. So cricket is the other great unifier, as is religion in the case of Rishi Sunak. So lots of complement. The bridge building between India and the UK is quite amazing in recent times, given the fact of all that happened, the depredations during the British Empire. The manner in which Britain ruthlessly took over the riches of India deserves a full apology from the British. Jallianwala Bagh deserves an apology. Some would say it deserves reparation also. But that aside, I think it's great to see how much the world has changed for the better. To see a British Prime Minister talk about Akshardham in the language that we just heard from Rishi Sunak, and indeed the fact that we have a Prime Minister of Indian origin today in Britain is a symbol of this changing world, Rahul.
Can we also just see what's happening at Ghat for a moment? These are images from the Akshardham temple. They went into the Garbhagriha. Akshardham, of course, meaning the divine abode of God. Now one of Delhi's most popular attractions. I think it's very symbolic that they chose to go to Rajghat all together, and then when you want to privately do something, you can go to the Humayun's tomb, you can go to Akshardham if you'd like, but when all of them are together and as part of a visual program, that's the gentleman we were speaking to, Jyotendra. He's in charge of the temple complex, joining us. We've got Raji Dogra with us as well. Good morning, great to have you back. I see your enthusiasm as high as those of the participants. Back again after a late evening. Welcome. What are you making of these images from the Akshardham?
When you're sitting with three handsome anchors, your enthusiasm goes up. But the images that are coming out, just now there is Rishi Sunak. He goes to Swaminarayan Temple in London regularly, which is a replica almost of Akshardham, or the other way around. And this is remarkable in an age where one of the British Prime Ministers, Cameron, he had declared in a conference in Munich that multiculturalism in Britain is dead. That means their experiment with assimilation of other people, other religions, had gone wrong. Now, these images, and especially when he proudly says, I am a Hindu, not a rigid one, but I am a Hindu, I practice my religion, shows that there is hope. And that message is also being conveyed by all of them, including the President of Indonesia, Nigeria, who have different faiths.
Without imposing your religion on anyone else of a different faith in the performance of public duties. I think that's the significance. You can proudly wear your religious identity on your sleeve, but you do not impose it on anyone else or use it in your public duties. This is his private space in a way. He's not, doing it in his public space. And I think, I'm sure Rishi Sunak will also have a Christmas party at 10 Downing Street, as he will have Diwali. And I think that is true multiculturalism, which, as you rightly said, Mr. Dogra, Britain has been wrestling with. But perhaps in the rise of Rishi Sunak, you can sense that Britain is slowly coming to terms with it.
Gaurav Sawant is with us. Take us through your sense of the symbolism of Rishi Sunak being at the Akshardham temple. It's rained just a little bit. It hasn't rained too much. It's not rained so much that it derails your plans. It's rained just a little bit, and in my view, it makes Delhi even prettier when it's just a little bit of rain, not too much that impacts your infrastructure.
That was also arranged by Ministry of External Affairs.
Itna bhi nahi, sir. Ministry of External Affairs. Okay, I know you guys are on a roll, and you did spectacularly well. Most certainly, no doubt about that. But let the ME and the IFS not get carried away. You definitely didn't arrange the rain, but you did, thanks to your young pride officers and the entire team, help bring the Delhi Declaration together, which is far more significant.
There was a nice picture that Amitabh Kant put out today with
his team.
Nag Naidu and Inam Gambhir, the two people who were...
One speaking Russian, the other Chinese.
200 hours on just the Ukraine issue. Amazing.
No, I think the backroom staff of India's foreign service deserves a huge...
huge.
A huge degree of applause for the work they put in. This hasn't just been a one-day match. What we are seeing is the culmination. They started this, October, November last year. Bali was November last year. And to take it over, do 220 events across 60 cities.
Okay.
You involve, IAS officers, IFS officers. I mean, Amitabh Kant is an IAS officer, and he had a team of a mix of IFS and IAS.
Since Mr. Dogra is in the mood to do a bit of Rara MEA, I'm going to invite Harsh Shringla, the chief coordinator of the G20. He'll be joining us in a short while from now, so we'll have him there, former foreign secretary, chief coordinator, worked very closely in bringing this whole program together. So we'll do
Rahul,
a bit
I just wanted to quickly, before we bring in Harsh Shringla, the chief coordinator, I need to do this because this is important, because the number of messages we're all getting about the number of people who are viewing us. We've just done a quick calculation, not to boast, but we are currently at 26 times. India Today's viewership currently is 26 times all of the other channels' viewership combined. Wow. 26 times. All of the other
And she was saying he didn't want to boast.
That's important to us because that's made by our viewers. That's important. Just wanted to say that.
That's quite amazing. Thank you for your faith, your trust, your time, waking up early in the morning, staying with us through the evening. It means the world to the entire team at the India Today Group. And it's your messages, your love, your affection that keeps us going. In fact, got us out of bed early this morning. Without that, we'd be sitting and just sipping our coffee at home. So thank you. It really does mean a lot. And it is indeed a big moment for India, a big moment for India today. And a big moment for Bharat as well. So we're working on this. Skand Dayal joins us, former diplomat, expert on Chinese studies. Mr. Dayal, what are you making of the reactions we are getting from Xinhua, from Global Times, and the manner in which China is decoding India's coming of age at the global stage in the modern world?
At least on the channels, if you see Al Jazeera or you see Channel News Asia, or the G20 coverage has been very good and positive. And China, of course, has its own view. But as Foreign Minister Jaishankar also acknowledged in his briefing yesterday, that yes, there were misgivings, there were apprehensions, there were fears that China may act as a spoiler, as the NSA of United States had also was fearing. But that has not happened. I think that is very positive. And this will be, I would say that in India, China, even bilateral relations or equations or dialogue or negotiations, this will be taken as a kind of a positive. That China did not play the role of a spoiler. And China, ultimately, the Ukraine formulation would really be vetoed or not vetoed by Russia. And China would sort of support Russia. But can
I present a counter to that? The fact that Xi Jinping didn't come to Delhi now makes it very difficult for Prime Minister Modi to go to Beijing. If nothing changes, Depsang, Demchok remain the way they are. Can the Prime Minister go to Beijing? So what happens next? They didn't play the role of spoiler, but that's just the bare minimum expectation. But it does suggest that at the highest levels, an acknowledgement that things between India and China are really amiss at this moment.
No doubt about that. See, in any multilateral gathering, the really interaction for a host is at two levels. One is at the bilateral, and bilateral issues come to the fore. And one are the multilateral, whichever organization, whether it is BRICS or SCO, it has its own agenda, its own priorities, its own ambitions, goals, objectives. Xi Jinping's not coming here clearly showed that India-China relations are frozen and nothing was expected to move forward. So he rightly decided that let us not raise expectations. And we saw very clearly Johannesburg, very brief interaction in the this BRICS, and but then both sides saying who called the meeting first and all that. So the relations are not normal. It's very clearly, publicly, repeatedly or acknowledged by our foreign minister. But the other part is the multilateral part. And there, G20, after all, China is the second largest economy in the world. G20's main purpose is financial, economic progress, development. And those
but there is a pushback, Rajiv Dogra, against China on the issue, for example, of that corridor, India, Mid East, Europe corridor. All of this is in some senses pushing back against the Belt and Road Initiative that Beijing's been pushing so aggressively for so long.
Well, there's no doubt that China must be doing a rethink on this entire episode.
Why do you think they're rethinking?
Because the international opinion had turned against Xi not coming here. That is one of the reasons why they have given in to
and
the
maybe
extent
they thought it through and they don't care and there's no need to rethink from their perspective.
No, I don't think they would be so blasé about it. The fact is that even China cannot take on the world. It can take on America. It can make American ministers come there and bow down to them.
But maybe their calculation is they want to build up BRICS, expand the BRICS, make their own G20 kind of G7 alliance. It's like, this is our party. This is what we will build. Now, we can't really do much business with the US.
Rahul, I have been associated with BRICS from its beginning. And all I can say that despite it becoming 11, it is still BRICS. The mortar is missing. So that's a long way off. But coming back to China, I think first there were conspiracy theories that he stayed away because he was scolded by the party elders at the annual meeting. That has been demolished now. Then there was this theory that he wanted to send a message that without China you can't move ahead. That again has proved wrong because they have now come down and gone with the agreement.
No, but has China conceded in the agreement or has the Western world? The general media commentary is the Western world is the one which has compromised to ensure that a Delhi declaration came through.
That's the Guardian's view of today.
That's by and large the world view at the moment. Europe and America have conceded far more than the Chinese and the Russians.
But I don't think that is correct. That's a knee-jerk reaction by some correspondents who are generally biased. In fact, I've tweeted about it, that some of them are malicious. The Guardian, in fact, the entire report.
How is it? They've gone against the European view on Ukraine, and the American view is not represented in the Delhi Declaration. It's much closer to the view expressed by the global South in a way, that you can't single out Russia in the way the Western world has done.
Well, firstly, you can't have the sky and the earth all in your pocket. You have to concede somewhere in the international negotiations. And the wisdom was that without naming Russia, if you talked about the nuclear issue, if you talked about the territorial aggression, then you don't have to put a stamp of Russia on the document. So I think.
So what have the Chinese conceded?
Chinese have conceded, from the general impression that they were the spoilers, they were the roadblocks on every part of the document. Today, they have gone along with the entire document. So either don't get it advertised that you are the villain of the piece, and then you fall flat on your face. So, which is exactly what is happening.
Their argument is that we never projected ourselves as the villain. The Americans said the Chinese should not obstruct. The statement came from the Americans. The Chinese will turn around today and say that, look, we are actually, and Rahul has a point, many believe that the Chinese actually want global leadership through organizations like BRICS, which they can control far more than the G20. They will invest much more in the years ahead, possibly in building BRICS than in building G20 or G21.
As I said, the mortar is missing, and that's the essential part for any BRICS. But the other thing is, China may want anything. There is also a counter move by USA and like-minded countries to strengthen organizations like World Bank and so on,
Right.
so that there is more representation of countries like India and other developing world. So China is not the only one who's setting the rules of the world. There are well-established rules of the world post-1945.
We have some more images of Rishi Sunak at the Akshardham temple as they are going around looking at different parts. This happened earlier this morning, and as I told our viewers, we will have Harsh Shringla, one of the heroes of India's G20 team, the chief coordinator, former foreign secretary. He'll be joining us in a few minutes from now. They're just setting up for that. But these are images from the Akshardham temple, Akshardham Murti, and you've got Rishi Sunak there walking around, even though it's raining, they're nange pao.
That's a lovely image again. Husband and wife with an umbrella. It's a good classic Indian image that will again go viral, I'm sure, across the world.
I'm wondering what they're making of all of this in Britain. You know, in India, all of this is smashing the internet. No doubt about it.
No, I think every time you go to London, you see India as the flavor of the season. Go anywhere in England, and it is across new industries. You go to bank. I was at the India-Australia Test match in London. And a friend of mine, British friend, took me to one of the boxes where all the private equity guys and the bankers are sitting. Over half the people sitting were top Indian bankers living in Britain in top positions in different commercial organizations, corporate organizations in Britain. India is the flavor of the season. We've earned our right in a way to have a sense of Indians being a major influence on what's happening in that country. And therefore, I think people in England will buy these pictures. This is great for any major English newspaper tomorrow to have as a front page picture, across.
But what does White Britain think of this?
I think, look, all polls seem to suggest that's not a factor at all at the moment in any English poll. It is the state of the economy. If Rishi Sunak can get Britain back on track...
But he doesn't have enough time to do that.
He's got 12 months. He's got 12 months to get it back on track. If he can get it back on track, he's got every chance. But I don't think his Indian origins are an issue at all in any election in England. In fact, if anything, because multiculturalism is becoming increasingly the flavor of the season, you're seeing a pushback even among the Brexiteers. If you look at Boris Johnson sort of rode on the power of Brexit. Rishi Sunak supported of Boris Johnson on Brexit, but you're seeing now he too is nuancing his position. Then you're seeing the Brexiteers finding themselves in a more difficult position and dare I say, a new Britain. And these images, Rahul, are wonderful. They will not just break the net. I think they will be seen as symbols of social inclusion in Britain as well.
But it speaks about Indian politics as well. Can we have somebody so different from the majority becoming Prime Minister of India? Would that be welcome? So I think there are questions there as well.
Rahul, what are you hinting at?
No, I'm just saying it's tough.
Mrs. Gandhi was once almost at the verge of becoming the Prime Minister.
But there would have been a pushback. I mean, this is not the time to get into that. But if she had chosen to be Prime Minister, there would have been a strong pushback.
No, there was. I mean, let's be honest. Sonia Gandhi's foreign origins was a major issue in that 2004 election and the build-up. I don't think Rishi Sunak's Indian origins at any stage were a major issue. There may have been a section of conservative backbenchers and a group of people, more extreme views who would have... But the majority of people in Britain, whatever their opposition was, had nothing to do with the color of Rishi Sunak's skin. What I really think his message is, as I said earlier, that he will have these images here, he'll go back, he will celebrate Christmas. And there will be images of Rishi Sunak celebrating Christmas with the same fervor that he celebrates possibly Diwali. And I think that will be a message that goes out, that if you're a Prime Minister of a multicultural new Britain, then you sort of embrace festivals of the majority community there, as well as, Hindus and even, I'm sure he will even possibly be there at an Eid gathering in Britain. That's the new Britain. And the reality of that country at the moment. In India, on the other hand, that politics is changing. That was the old style politics where Indira Gandhi would make sure that she was seen in a temple and in a mosque and in a church. Under Narendra Modi, that has changed.
But these are personal choices.
These are personal choices as long as they don't interfere in your public functions. I think in your public functions, you've got to be clear. You've got to treat every citizen with equality. And I'm sure that message will be Rishi Sunak's message. He's worn his Hinduness on his sleeve from the day he arrived. His first statement was that he wanted to visit a temple, and there he is in Akshardham.
But the thing which will test him is his ability to get the economy back on rails.
That's his
that's
challenge.
a tough one because time is against him. The second thing is, as Rajdeep very correctly said, the feeling that we rushed into Brexit without thinking of the consequences, that is increasing in Britain.
Yeah.
Because it is pinching the ordinary man. The price rise, the lack of jobs, the lack of export possibilities, because EU was its greatest market.
Absolutely. And in that sense, Boris Johnson is almost history now. Struggling both at the personal and political level, and that's how politics changes. I mean, 2 years ago, he was the flavor of the season. Then COVID happens. He struggles with it.
There is a potent message there. It takes a man of Indian origin to try and fix the mess in the British economy.
That's right, because remember, between Johnson and Rishi Sunak, there was Liz Truss. And she was there barely for a couple of months, and it was a disaster.
Yeah.
And suddenly,
whether it's the top companies in America, the likes of Google, so many American companies, Adobe, they're all being run, IBM, by people of Indian origin, Microsoft, Satya Nadella.
With the World Bank.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, India is in that sense, it's a sweet spot that we are in. The years that we've invested in, Indian students going to Britain, going to the US, many of them staying back, getting all these top quality jobs, building their professional careers. Raul, on a personal note, I went and studied in England in the 1980s. It was a very different Britain. Thatcherite Britain, you genuinely felt a sense of being excluded. Yes. For all that you were in a top university of England, but you felt excluded. Yeah. Today you feel completely part of the landscape, which is wonderful. Yes. And I'm so happy to see Rishi Sunak in that position. It gives you a sense of pride. When you're sitting in a box surrounded by, a cricket match, surrounded by Englishmen, and they all talk about Rishi Sunak, you feel somewhere a sense of, wow. It's a bit of a wow moment for us.
On a slightly different but connected note, since you're talking of cricket match, will we have a cricket match today?
Oh, it's not raining.
No, it's not raining. You see, they've moved the venue. You see, India is also the power, the superpower of cricket. Guess what they've done? In the Asia Cup, the only match that now has a reserve day is India versus Pakistan. Some of the other countries are saying, what happened to us? Bangladesh and Sri Lanka are saying, if our match gets rained out, we don't get an extra day. But India, Pakistan gets, I think it's unfair.
It'll be
I think it's hugely unfair.
It'll be a perfect weekend if after this big Delhi declaration, we can get one over Pakistan. And that would be very nice. So
I've just started, this is get me into trouble. I've started not me, but a friend of mine from Pakistan is a former under-19 captain of the Pakistan cricket team. He started a WhatsApp group of Indian and Pakistani cricket fans. So since morning, it's been buzzing with who's going to win the match. And actually, for the first time, after a long time, Pakistan probably goes into a cricket match as equal favourites, if not slightly ahead. They've got a much better fast bowling attack, a more settled side, ironically, than India. India's, a lot of our players coming back from injuries. We're all hoping it'll change. So they're hoping that it'll be an India-Pakistan final in Ahmedabad. On November 19, India-Pakistan World Cup final. Think about it. You've got one match on the 15th of October. Imagine if you get another one. It'll be bonanza. Narendra Modi Stadium, Prime Minister of India watching India versus Pakistan, Amit Shah ji next to him, Jai Shah there, and you've got India versus Pakistan, Shaheen Shah Afridi and Babar Azam on one side, and Virat and Rohit Sharma and Jasprit Bumrah on the other. So there's a lot of excitement over the next couple of months. Yeah. The next big excitement after this is going to be India-Pakistan.
Let's just keep the excitement a bit low. Our team's looking a bit unsettled at this moment. Hopefully they'll get it all together. And
tempering expectations.
Yeah, the G20 team Bharat looking more settled than Rohit Sharma's
team. The good news is that we are playing good hosts. We played terrific hosts to G20, and the last 3 World Cups have been won by the host country. So, fourth time lucky. We won 2011, Australia 2015, 2019 was England. It's our turn.
But it takes a special player. Kapil Dev in 83, Modi 2023. When you want to make a big impact, Dhoni in the last World Cup. When you want to make a big impact on the global stage, it takes a big player. But that's where, if for example, you heard what Amitabh Kant said when we were interviewing him yesterday. He said that at 4 a.m. I sent to all my Sherpas the message that this is the declaration, this is what my leader wants, and if you don't agree with it, get your leader to speak to mine. Amitabh Kant is a bit flamboyant and bombastic when he speaks, but there's also fact and rationale to that, because he says when he woke up at 7, just imagine he slept at 4, woke up at 7. When he woke up at 7, there was no reply. I mean, the others could just as well been sleeping in the morning, but there was no reply to him, and the Delhi declaration went through.
But it
takes a big match player, Rajdeep, to win a big World Cup. If this is like the G20 World Cup, it's India shining.
But we've had Chandrayaan, which took us to the moon. And then we've had G20, which Hardeep Puri told you has taken us, over the moon. And now you need the World Cup in November. It'll be the perfect hat-trick. You'll have 3 events where India is shining brightly.
Bharat is shining.
Where India is shining. We can debate that endlessly.
Right now, the person who's shining the most probably is Mr. Sunak and his wife, because every few minutes there's a new load of photographs that's dropping.
Who's putting out these photos?
And
their social media
obviously they dropped immediately after all the leaders left from the Rajghat, Rahul, because otherwise, TV studios would have been in a bit of a dilemma to split their screens. But what we're showing you now are both things, obviously, because they're important to our viewers. What happened at the Rajghat just a short while ago, and the pictures that are coming in from the Akshardham. Remember, the visit by Rishi Sunak and his wife Akshata happened earlier this morning, quite early, in fact, before everything else happened. They were there. So all these lovely photographs, I think about 40, 50 photographs have already landed. You're seeing them, of course, first here on India Today. And you're right, Rajdeep, social media team, as always, on the front foot.
No, and they're scoring a lot of couple goals as well, just these perfect images of Akshata helping Rishi with the tie, these images of Rishi holding the umbrella when it's raining outside, right outside that stunning backdrop of the Akshardham temple. So they really have been winning hearts.
Are these pictures coming from the Akshardham?
So a bit of both.
Or are they coming from the British High Commission?
The spokesperson of the Akshardham temple sent me a lot of photos. Some of these photos are from the British High Commission and Rishi Sunak's team. So it's a mix of both. Everyone was shooting. I mean, this is the social age. Everyone's shooting. Everyone's got their phones out and everyone's sending a blast of pictures, and all of them, Rishi Sunak scoring.
That's right.
As is Akshardhamurthy.
And Joe Biden presumably is on his way out to Vietnam.
Yes.
So and there's just one final session left. So yesterday was a lot of the meat of the session in terms of the negotiations. Do they relax once it's done? Now that the declaration is out there, final session, is it more a celebratory mood, a mood of quiet satisfaction for the bureau, for the diplomats and the main principals?
Absolutely, you got it spot on. People are so tense till
the
4 o'clock
declaration
in the morning or whatever, including the leadership, because they have some stakes. Biden would be worried about headlines back home. As Rahul said, that there's been some criticism that West has conceded too much, Russia didn't get named, and so on. So these are the nuances that they look out for, whether they've done the right thing, whether they'll get a few more votes in Biden's case. So they are relaxed once the declaration is through. There's nothing but to be in casual clothes for the rest of the day. The other thing which struck me was this gathering at Rajghat. I think that's a very rare occasion. I mean, you may have, you always have the leader coming to Delhi, going to Rajghat. You may have had a couple of more, but to have nearly 30 leaders of the world and also of the financial institutions collectively together, at least for that moment, they must have had a pause in their mind that maybe let's give peace a chance. Let's give humanity a chance. Whether that stays with them.
No, but it's deeply thought through and symbolic at so many levels. The declaration has the lines right at the end of the paragraphs on geopolitics, which has the Prime Minister's imprint that this is not the era of war. And just the next morning, they're at the Rajghat. Mahatma Gandhi's life epitomizes the fight against violence, symbolizes the values of non-violence. And there is a very powerful message. Just imagine in the international media when this image comes out, all of them lining up. I mean, it's the kind of image which you simply can't avoid.
Has that ever happened before, Ambassador? Do you recall NAM, Non-Aligned Movement, was the last really huge gathering, more than 100 countries here. Did they all go together to Rajghat? I haven't seen a picture ever before like that. So I'm just wondering whether that ever happened. Is this the first time you would have had so many leaders on one day at Rajghat? Possibly?
NAM 1983, you're very right, had 101 heads of states.
But did they all go together to Rajghat?
No, no. They went singly, out of choice and so on.
So this would be unique. What we've seen today, this morning, is a unique moment.
Also, there's no comparison between the national comprehensive power of the NAM countries with those represented by the G20. There is absolutely no comparison. Okay, here it is. Time for a big India Today exclusive. I want to go across now live at this moment to one of the key architects of this G20. Joining us now, live and exclusive on India Today, the chief coordinator of India's G20, a man who has a content look on his face this morning. I don't know how much sleep Harsh Singla has had over the last several days, but Mr. Singla, congratulations on a job well done. Were you anxious? Were you nervous in the last few hours? No ended, no consensus heading towards the Leaders Summit, no consensus yet. Give our viewers a sense of all that was happening behind the scenes. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Rahul. And I must say that we had absolutely no doubts about the ultimate conclusions that our summit would reach, for the simple reason that our planning and preparation started well in advance. And given the efforts by our team and the stature of the country and the Prime Minister's own stature, that we would have an outcome document that would reflect the solutions that are necessary to meet the global challenges of the day.
I'm very curious to know what happens to the G20. Now that you've got the African Union on board, does the G20 become the G21? Does it stay the G20? How does this work?
Well, I think that is a decision for another day. But certainly, I think we are very, very happy that Africa could have a rightful representation in one of the most important global forums. And we do believe that international governance bodies across the board need to reflect the realities of the 21st century. And Africa, as an extremely important continent with 54 countries, tremendous potential for the future, has to have its due recognition. This is also in keeping with our desire to reflect the concerns and aspirations of the global South. As you know, the Prime Minister engaged the countries of the Global South in the Voice of Global South Summit before we took over the presidency. And our efforts within the G20 have been to ensure that the solutions that we seek through the G20 are those that address these concerns of the developing world. And the African Union is an important part of that.
Rajdeep has a question for you. Rajdeep.
What, Mr. Singla, first of all, congratulations. You and your team have had a remarkable summit, almost flawless in execution. If I were to ask you, Mr. Singla, for your biggest takeaway, at the end, what for you has been the biggest point of satisfaction? Is it that declaration? Is it the African Union joining in? Is it just putting it all together at the right place at the right time? What gives you a sense of greatest satisfaction today?
I would say all of the above, for the simple reason that our presidency has to be looked at as a comprehensive whole, a comprehensive effort. It is not only a whole of government effort, but whole of nation effort. And the consequences and I would say results of our presidency really has to be looked at comprehensively and in a manner that encompasses all of these efforts. So whether it is the seamless organization of G20 process culminating in the summit, whether it is the induction of the African Union as a permanent member of the G20, whether it is the achievement of having an outcome declaration in the first day of the summit itself in such a polarized, group like the G20, polarized from a geopolitical perspective, I think has been nothing short of extraordinary.
So what was that turning point? As you said, it was a polarized world. What was the turning point? What clinched it? Rahul was interviewing Amitabh Kant yesterday, and he said 4 a.m. in the morning, he sent a message to all the Sherpas saying that, if you have any problems with the declaration, please ask your leaders to speak to the Prime Minister. Was there any prime ministerial intervention that made the difference? What was it that changed it to make sure that you had a comprehensive agreement?
Well, just to give a very brief background, obviously, in today's world, the polarizations that exist also cut across the G20. But India as a country has been very well placed because we are regular invitees to the G7, we're members of the Quad. At the same time, we're members of BRICS, we're members of the SCO. We straddle that ideological space between North and South and East and West. And the country's stature and the stature of our Prime Minister, I think, has been absolutely critical in determining the outcome of our summit. And if we today have a declaration, I think it can be attributed to not only teamwork. I mean, teamwork has been there, but I think it is definitely the stature of India and Prime Minister Modi himself that has made that vital difference to the way that we are regarded.
We have some of your former colleagues with us in the studio.
Our ability to provide solutions to global challenges.
And they've been talking about what a big day this is for the Ministry of External Affairs cadre, the IFS cadre, the fact that a team of young officers have brought together this declaration, tiptoeing around various geopolitical fissures and bringing a consensus which to many seemed quite unlikely.
Well, I mean, we have an excellent team, but again, as someone who looks at it, I mean, I would say that it is Team India that is today won. Team India that has, I think, the satisfaction of seeing our country, succeed in providing outcomes on behalf of the G20 under our presidency. And I think if we had a seamless G20 presidency culminating in the crowning glory of the summit with an outcome document that is very, very substantive in nature, I think that whole of government and whole of nation approach has won.
How was the approach of the Chinese during the negotiations, given the fact that each of the ministerials that happened since December didn't see a joint statement at the end of it? Was that making you anxious? Xi Jinping sitting it out, not coming to Delhi, being represented by the Premier. Do you want to give our viewers a sense of the attitude of the Chinese delegation in these negotiations, sir?
Well, you heard External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar at the press conference yesterday when he said that, if we have a document, an outcome document in the G20 under our presidency, it reflects consensus within the group. In other words, every country, every partner country in the G20 has put its shoulder behind the efforts. Every country has come together to realize the importance of the G20 in providing, as I said, solutions to the vast global problems of the day, which are mainly socio-economic and financial in nature. And from that point of view, I think, when you have a substantive, highly substantive and outcome-oriented document of the type that we saw yesterday, I think it has to be attributed to the entire G20 membership under our leadership of the G20.
But the one question that people will ask is that, yes, we've got a substantive document in place, but the issues that, as you rightly said, polarize the world still remain there, particularly Ukraine. Given what was said in Bali, given what some are saying was a more watered-down version on Ukraine in this document, do you sense that those polarities are slowly being removed, Mr. Shringla? Or do you believe that still remains the major challenge for groupings like G20 to walk the talk on those issues, be it Ukraine or be it even climate change?
Well, you heard what the Prime Minister said, that our presidency has to be seen as a presidency of healing, harmony and hope. And if you looked at the 8 paragraphs that dealt with geopolitical issues under our outcome document, it is under the rubric of planet, people, peace and prosperity. And if you read those paragraphs carefully, you will see a very distinctly Indian imprint of the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in all of those 8 paragraphs, whether we talk about the UN Charter, we talk about respect for international law, or the respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, or we talk about the fact that all these issues have to be resolved through diplomacy and dialogue, and finally that this is not an era of war. It reflects our positions that we have taken right from the beginning of this conflict, and I think this is also a turning point. This is a point in which the international community has come together to look at a document that we've always been calling for, one that reflects unity of the globe, not harmony, not disharmony, unity, not diversity in that sense of the term, and cooperation, not conflict. And I think this is very important that today all of our G20 members across the ideological divide have come together on a formulation that seems to offer healing, harmony, and hope for the future.
I have a curveball for you. You've had a few action-packed months. I'm sure you're looking to, just relax once this is over for a bit to the extent that you can. But I'm reading a lot of these reports from Darjeeling, which seem to suggest that Harsh Shringla is being looked at by the BJP as the possible Lok Sabha candidate from Darjeeling. They're talking about your credentials, comes from Darjeeling and the Sikkim region, grew up speaking Nepali at home, father is a Sikkimese Buddhist, mother is a Hindu Nepali, family is well respected in Darjeeling and Sikkim. So your political Janpatri is being spoken of as a true Gorkha, son of the Gorkha tribe, and therefore looked at as a technocrat. You already have the likes of Jaishankar, Hardeep Puri, R.K. Singh, Ashwini Vaishnav and many others. What's your smile telling me, Mr. Shringla?
Well, look, I mean, I've spent 4 decades in, the service of the nation as a civil servant. And essentially, when you have committed so much of your life to serving, people, I think that will continue in one form or the other. And what form that takes, I cannot say. So, whatever tasks that have been given, you don't question the tasks, you perform the tasks to the best of your ability, but you work constructively towards, what really helps people. And that's been my endeavor right through, and I will continue to work in that.
Spoken like a true politician.
So you're not, Mr. Shringla, very important. You've done what you have, and as you said, you've served India with distinction, so you're not ruling it out. Well, people will be listening to you very carefully.
He's given you the perfect political response. He's not ruled it in, he's not ruled it out.
He's not ruling it out. So Darjeeling, sir, all your people of Darjeeling
You have stated what is, sorry, please.
I'm saying people in Darjeeling listening to you will say, maybe Harsh Shringla is saying yes.
Well, what is correct is that I am a son of the soil. I have always been attached to my roots, and I've always worked for people in my part of the country, because I feel that, there are very few people who make it up, and you owe it to people to work for them. But that's all I can say. The rest is pure speculation, and I would certainly, as I said, continue to work in a constructive manner in the future.
Sir, we have with us one of your senior colleagues, Mr. Dogra here, former ambassador. Mr. Dogra, you have a question
and you're getting very emotional about the IFS and the MEA, and how they brought this together. What do you have to say to Harsh Shringla?
Well, Harsh is one example of excellence in IFS. And Harsh and his younger colleagues have performed brilliantly. So all I can say is congratulations. And Harsh, don't be shy about joining politics. If people are speculating, there must be a good reason for that. So shine there as you've been shining in IFS.
That's someone encouraging you, Mr. Shringla, to make that great leap.
Thank you, sir.
Well,
that's
a positive or a negative about politics?
I very much...
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Shringla.
No, well, as far as I'm concerned, you continue to work. As you worked in service, you continue to work for the larger, common interests in the globe and the larger good. And I think that would be the endeavor. In what form that is, it's difficult to say now. But I certainly, would want to thank Ambassador Rajiv Dogra for his support throughout. I mean, even when I was Foreign Secretary, he was supportive And he's always been a great senior colleague and a mentor. Thank you, sir, for your advice and guidance.
Well, all the best to you, both in your present, because the present job continues for some time, and also whatever future plans you have, I'm sure you'll shine.
You know, it's interesting. India has a rich tradition of IFS officers who made careers in politics, stretching back to Natwar Singh, became a successful politician. You've had Jaishankar making the leap. Correct me if there are, I'm sure there are many more names.
President Narayanan.
President Narayanan,
Hamid
yes.
Ansari.
Hamid Ansari.
Manishankar Iyer.
Manishankar, how can we forget Manishankar Iyer?
Roster is full.
So, Mr. Harsh Singla, you're going to follow in. You've got lots of people to emulate.
Let's not get him into trouble. Okay, we just asked. I said I threw a curveball at him. He's just.
I don't think you can throw a curveball. There are good reasons and not so good reasons.
Good one.
I see, Mr. Shringla, now you're speaking like a politician. The moment Manishankar Iyer's name came up, you said for good reasons and not so good reasons. He's already putting on his political pads.
No, but the fact is they've all, in their own way, done quite well. I think politics requires diplomacy. So diplomacy can be.
What was the toughest part of all you did over the last year, Mr. Shringla? What was the toughest?
I think one of the meetings that gave me the greatest satisfaction was the one in Srinagar in Jammu and Kashmir, because I really had to go there a number of times and work closely with the J&K administration, Lieutenant Governor, Chief Secretary, all of our colleagues there. And I think it is an extraordinary, again, effort of teamwork that resulted in a meeting that I believe was a game changer. Srinagar was an absolute game changer. The way that meeting was held, the international representation, the sort of turnout for that meeting, the sort of urban transformations and beautification of the city that took place, which really charmed the residents of that place into saying that we should have more meetings of the G20. The fact that it spurred tourism in a very important part of our country, a beautiful part of our country. I think in many senses that was a game changer, in the region, and of course, in terms of the way the G20 was perceived in our country. And
what about the meetings in Arunachal Pradesh?
In a small way,
the fact
not
that
just for our G20 effort, but also for the future. I think that is very, very important.
China wasn't very happy with the meetings in Arunachal Pradesh, and yet you did one everywhere.
Every part of the country that we've had.
How much?
Absolutely. We had at least one G20 meeting in every state and union territory of the country.
How much credit in the end, Mr. Shringla, do you also give Prime Minister Modi? The manner in which he put a sort of personal imprint on G20, the personalization in a way of his diplomatic outreach. How critical was that?
Let's be very clear, right from the beginning of the process, not now, but in 2020 when I was Foreign Secretary, Prime Minister had a vision for our G20 presidency, and that vision has gone down right to the script. So we've been guided by his vision. And as I said, we've got ministerial oversight. We've had oversight by the coordination committee led by the principal secretary to the Prime Minister. We've had an excellent team working with us. It's been a whole of government, but a whole of nation approach that has made such a momentous event a success. And I think in many senses, if it hadn't been all of these factors, right from the guidance of the Prime Minister and his own vision for G20, it would not have been a meeting, it would not have been a process of this magnitude and achievement that we have seen today. Today that we can look back and say that these 9 or 10 months were the most momentous in our diplomatic history and engagement at a global level.
Do you think Brazil will have a tough time to follow? Was one of the ideas also to take the bar so high that whoever hosts the G20 next will really look at what India did and say, okay, now how do we try and outdo this, or compete or compare or at least equal this?
Brazil has been part of the Troika with us. We share similar ideology, and I think they will continue many of the best practices that we have instituted. They've been a great partner, a very friendly country, and I have no doubt that they would host a wonderful presidency of the G20.
We leave it there.
In conclusion, just to ask you, so you can now probably organize another festival of a very different kind in Darjeeling, another beautiful part of the world. but this time for very different reasons than diplomacy.
By the way, we did a festival in Darjeeling.
You did?
We held a G20 tourism meeting in Darjeeling, and you never had such an international event in that neck of the woods, but I think people were delighted that we could get the top tourism representatives to that Queen of the Hill Stations, and I think it went off very, very well with full support from all quarters.
I think we've picked up a
public,
theme there. You're not making it public and it's not known, but I think we've touched on an interesting strand which we'll build on as the time goes by. Harsh Shringla, thank you very much for joining us. Delight having you with us, and congratulations once again on a job well done. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul and Rajiv. And
it's actually, that's the buzz. There are a number of bureaucrats and diplomats could be getting election tickets in Lok Sabha 2024.
No, I just picked up this one report from Darjeeling, and I just
there are lots.
I just happened to toss it, and he's latched on to it and given us
he's not denied it, and we are told that there could be. Mr. Dogra, are you in line?
No.
You don't want to do it? Sure. Too late.
No, I'm so busy writing my books.
Okay, good.
No,
it
gives me the greatest pleasure.
Okay. From Manishankar Iyer to Harsh Shringla.
He said they've done good things and bad things both, huh?
So
he's speaking like a bit of a politician already.
Okay, great. We presumably, what's next, Shiv? What's on the menu?
Well, there's a tree planting ceremony that's going to happen shortly. I think it's running a little bit late, but it's going to happen at the event.
No, plus I just want to tell our viewers that one of the sadhus who was at the Akshardham temple when Rishi Sunak and Akshata came will be joining us. So we're going to slip into a quick break right now. It'll be very interesting to chat with somebody who was there, who took them around the temple and was part of the puja that happened at the Akshardham temple when the Prime Minister of Britain and his wife Akshata Murthy were there. So we'll come back to that. We'll slip into a break. More for you on the other side. Stay with us. We're back in a moment.
The new world order starts here.
And a rising India is leading the way.
A new template for a changing world.
India in the front seat for global peace and prosperity as world leaders line up for the big event.
India Today gives you the only ringside view.
The faces, the voices.
The big news breaks.
Unrivaled build-up to the G20 summit.
Namaste G20. Continuing coverage only on India Today TV.
Rishi Sunak speaking after landing in Indian soil. He spoke about fighting Khalistan elements in the UK. He spoke about being in India for the G20 and about relations between India and Britain.
I have enormous respect for Modi ji, and he's been personally very warm and kind to me, and we're working very hard, as I said, on our shared ambition of concluding an ambitious and comprehensive trade deal between India and the UK, because both of us think that would be a good thing, and both of us need to make sure it works for our two countries. And at forums like this, I'm very keen to support Prime Minister Modi in making sure that this G20 is an enormous success for India, which I know it will be, and this has been a great year for India more generally. Both Modi ji and I are keen to see a comprehensive and ambitious trade deal concluded between our two countries. Both of us think that there is a good deal to be done, but trade deals always take time. They need to work for both countries, and although we've made enormous progress, there is still hard work to go, and that's what we need to keep going through. The G20 is not the forum for those discussions. Of course, I will touch on that with Prime Minister Modi, but the teams are working very hard. But as I said, there's hard work to go, but we will keep working through it. But I think there is an enormous opportunity for both India and the UK to strengthen our economic cooperation, which will bring real benefits to our citizens in both countries. Well, obviously, my wife is from here, from Bangalore. We got married in Bangalore. We used to spend lots of time together before we had children in Delhi, and we're trying to figure out if we can go to one of our old favourite restaurants this evening. But look, it's personally incredibly special for me to be back in India. It's a country I love dearly, a country where my family are from. But to come here in this role to represent the UK to find ways to forge closer links with India and play a part in making sure that India has an incredibly successful G20. And I'm very proud to see India doing so well on the world stage. I think there'll be many things that we'll be discussing here at the G20 under India's leadership, and I'm confident that we'll make very good progress on a range of different issues. I think G20 has been a huge success for India. India is the right country at the right time to be hosting this, and I feel we're going to have a very good couple of days of deliberations and decisions made. I think it's a great theme, and actually when you say one family, I'm an example of the incredible living bridge that Prime Minister Modi described between the UK and India. Almost 2 million people like me in the UK of Indian origin. That's why it's very special for me to be here as British Prime Minister, in the country where my family are from. Yeah, so I'm a proud Hindu, and that's how I was raised. That's how I am. Hopefully I can visit a mandir while I'm here for the next couple of days. And yes, we've just had Raksha Bandhan, so from my sister and my cousins, I have all my Rakis. And I didn't have time to celebrate Janmashtami properly the other day, but hopefully, as I said, I can make up for that if we visit a mandir this time. But it's something that is important to me. I think faith is something that helps everybody who has faith in their lives, particularly when you have these stressful jobs like I do. Having faith to give you resilience, to give you strength is important, and it provides an outlook on life which I find particularly valuable.
As the UK Prime Minister arrived in New Delhi for the G20 stronger than ever. India reciprocates the red carpet hospitality to US President Joe Biden. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Biden poised to build on their previous engagements in Washington, D.C. earlier this June. 3 months ago, India and the United States forged a deeper military partnership. In June, the aerospace unit of General Electric announced it had signed an agreement with India's Hindustan Aeronautics to jointly make engines in India to power fighter jets for the Indian Air Force. Substantial progress on the jet deal is expected as Prime Minister Modi and President Biden convene for bilateral talks on Friday.
As the President heads to the G20, he's committed to working with emerging market partners to deliver big things together. That's what we believe the world will see in New Delhi this weekend. The United States' commitment to the G20 hasn't wavered, and we hope this G20 summit will show that the world's major economies can work together even in challenging times.
The agenda for the bilateral talks set to take place at Prime Minister Modi's residence aims to expand strategic cooperation, anticipate significant advancements in defense and advanced technology, state-of-the-art drones, artificial intelligence, and telecommunications, among other topics. With Washington showing a willingness to assist India in expanding its nuclear power program to address climate change challenges. Both sides may make headway in revitalizing the India-US nuclear deal originally signed during UPA-1. The US administration unequivocally recognizes India's outstanding presidency of the G20 amidst the ongoing conflict in Europe.
I believe the G20, in spite of obvious problems due to Russia's war against Ukraine and Russia's, general absence from G20 initiatives, I believe the G20 has been extremely effective, and especially under India's leadership, our goals for
And joining us live as we continue our coverage now. Okay, these are images coming in from the Bharat Mandapam of Prime Minister Modi on session 2. Okay, this is session 1 of the G20. It's a new video that's just come in. Let's just watch it.
पीजीआईआई आने वाले समय में भारत पश्चिम एशिया और यूरोप के बीच इकोनॉमिक
Okay, the most viral images of the day, apart from what was happening at the Ghat, are of course images of the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and his wife Akshardham, who early this morning, before everything else, visited the famous Swaminarayan Akshardham temple in India's national capital, Delhi. I'm joined now by Swami Brahmavihari, who is a priest at the temple, and he is one of the people you can see in this image standing to Prime Minister Sunak's left in that image. Swamiji, thank you for speaking to India today. Early morning VIP visitor, the British Prime Minister. What was the visit like? What can you share with us, sir?
I really wanted to say it is a visit full of faith, full of love. There was heavy downpour all night, and yet the Honorable Prime Minister, his faith continued, and he said he wanted to pay respect to the mandir, to the murtis. And he came around at 6:50 in the morning, and in a drizzle of rain, bare feet, and he and his wife, they walked right up to the mandir and the murti. Initially, the sadhus, we performed a special welcoming ceremony with the garland and applying the tilak on his forehead. And he was extremely happy. And one of the things that was shared was that he had always wanted to do darshan on Janmashtami. And I expressed that when Lord Krishna was born, it was raining. And it just happens that in amidst rain, he went with his full faith to the murti. He did an arti. Then personally, he and his wife prayed, and then he placed flowers before Lord Shri Krishna and Radha, Shri Ram and Sita, Shri Mahadev and Parvati ji, and he met all the children and everybody. But I really wanted to express that what a way to begin the day with full faith and love. And he's a very humble man and a very able world leader.
What did he say? I know that he must have had a few words to say while he was there to you and the entire team there, Swamiji. What can you share with us? Because the British Prime Minister does visit temples. He does not make any bones about it. He, his identity, his religiosity, he wears it on his sleeve. What did he say? What words did he speak there?
He said that he was deeply touched by the environment and, of course, the Akshardham and the spirit of volunteerism. But more importantly, he believes that he is a Hindu and who really wants to help the nation that he represents and also the world. So he said special prayers, which were very private. But more importantly, he was very happy and he felt very honored. And he passed on his prayers to the leaders and all the sadhus. So he was extremely happy for being able to have darshan of the Lord.
And just after he had landed, Swamiji, I'm sure you must have heard, he had said that, since he was very busy, he did not have time to celebrate Janmashtami. So perhaps this visit to the Akshardham Mandir has made up for that.
Yes, definitely. They performed Panchang Pranam. And in the Aarti before Bhagwan Swaminarayan and the Murtis, he was deeply moved. And I think both he and his wife
Includes the special so that we can begin.
I think the world
third
really
session.
needs,
Thank you.
as our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Bhai Modi has always said that culture and spirituality form a very important part of holistic growth. And he mentioned that, this is an era where we have to make up for the trust deficit.
Yes.
In that, I think this faith in God, faith in people, and faith in tradition play a very important role.
Very, very important role. One final question, Swamiji. Obviously, this is a world that is not at peace right now, and we do know that Rishi Sunak and his wife have often said that they visit temples not just to pray for themselves and their families, but also to pray for the world. They have a lot of responsibility on their shoulders, and this visit comes at a time when all the world leaders, are in our city, in the national capital. So there must have been prayers offered for world peace as well.
101%. I believe this is at the core of every great leader, world peace and through faith. Let me remind you of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. He often said that there are 5 elements that are very important for the growth of a nation. And he mentioned that health and education are important, critical technology is important, infrastructure is important, communication and IT, information technology is important. And then he always said that all these elements are important, but His Holiness Pramukh Swami had asked him that add a 6th, faith in God or faith in people, faith in the nation. And I believe at this time of G20, very rightfully, our Prime Minister, who does believe in this at the core, that to reintroduce faith in whichever higher being you believe in, or faith in God, faith in nation, and faith in people, plays a very important role in just not creating, economic prosperity or political stability, but I believe it's humility that also takes us there. So I think this was a very important visit this morning, just at the time of Brahme Muhurte.
Very, very important message from you, and we appreciate it deeply, Swamiji. Thank you very much for joining us. The Akshardham Mandir, a beautiful place of worship that the British Prime Minister and his wife visited not very far away from Ghat, where that other beautiful image of all the world leaders standing around the Gandhi Samadhi has already gone viral, and justifiably so. So we thank you very much for joining us and giving us your insights into what was clearly a very, very special visit by the British Prime Minister. Thank you. Well, it's a turbocharged day 2 at the G20. We showed you images just a moment ago of the second session that's happening at the Bharat Mandapam. We'll reflect those in just a minute from now to show you that the Prime Minister has already begun leading that session. So work is on at the Bharat Mandapam as we speak. But while we're on the subject of Rishi and Akshata, I also wanted to welcome onto our coverage Chef Kunal Kapoor. He's a very well-known chef, celebrity chef, TV personality, and he's someone who actually cooked a lot of wonderful dishes, including some millet dishes for the First Ladies, including Akshata Murthy yesterday. Chef Kunal, good to have you. Good to see you as well. Interesting and important time for India, for Delhi, for persons like you who've had a chance to, meet with all these great people and them to meet you and vice versa. What was it like yesterday? Tell us about that, what you cooked. What was it like interacting, with the first partners of all these world leaders?
Thank you so much. Very good morning to everybody. And I think India hosting G20 is massive, huge. And there are world leaders, big people who are taking some very important decisions. And, as a small little individual, I think I was blessed with an opportunity to cook and showcase my India through my food. And that's my little way of contributing to the larger part. I think it was a very exciting moment because you're connecting with the better halves of the world leaders. And they actually hold the power, not them in many ways. But I think what I found interesting is that no matter who you meet, whether it was Akshata, or whether it was the First Lady of Turkey, or Mauritius, or Japan, everybody had, and there's a language barrier, many wouldn't understand, and they're interpreters, but food does not need a language. The expressions of satisfaction of good tasting food, you capture like that. And that's the biggest reward for any chef like me. Especially with Akshata ji, when she was tasting her first bite, she just rolled her eyes and said, wow, that's the best warm homecoming I could get. This is the khichdi that I knew of, and this is a different version of it.
What did you feed them, Kunal? What did you feed them? What were the things that you fed them?
So, very interesting. We've heard of khichdi, but khichda is the lesser known because that's a predecessor to a khichdi, actually, where khichda was always made with broken millets, some meat, and some dal.
Right.
And that is the porridge was called a khichda, from where possibly the khichdi came, the vegetarian version. I did the similar khichda, but it was pure vegetarian. In order to have some nice strong flavors, I used some very interesting mushrooms, the regular button mushrooms that you get, shiitake, enoki, chanterelles, and a variety of other mushrooms. Very interestingly, all of these mushrooms, these are all international mushrooms, but they're all grown in and around Delhi NCR. So you kind of created a international, my effort was to create a nice impact on them that, hey, we are Indian and deep-rooted in our culture, but we're very aware of what's happening around the world through a humble dish. And all of these mushrooms and millets were flown in, not from any other country, but very close to Delhi, which is Manesar, from farms. So there is a certain sense of carbon footprint that you're lowering, which you want to highlight through your food. There is sustainability. There is about getting more prosperity, economic growth for the Indian farmer as well. So that's what the mixed message that I tried to do with my team to the First Lady.
Oh, there's an amazing message. In the choice of millets has an amazing message for sustainability, clean earth, like you said, economic prosperity, because millets grow, in India specifically, and there is an effort being made to make millets, a greater food across different parts of the world. But Chef Kunal, as a chef, and you've cooked all over the world in the best places, in the fanciest restaurants, and you're used to dealing with very, very expensive ingredients, I'm sure. What's it like dealing with millets? Because millets is, for most people, there's also a learning curve. People have to be introduced to millets gently. They can be told about all the benefits of it. Yes, less inflammation. It helps with diabetes. It's better than gluten, etc., etc. But what's it like for someone like you, who's otherwise sometimes deals with very, very fancy, expensive, rare ingredients, getting into millets?
I think millets have been the backbone and the mainstay of Indians, especially Indians living in rural India. And if you were to just go onto the internet now and type varieties of millets, the internet will throw about 9, maximum 10 varieties. You'll be surprised to know more than 10, almost 12, 15, 20 varieties, different varieties of millets exist only in India, and they have been consuming we have been consuming them in different parts, and especially if you talk about certain tribals, they are totally dependent upon millets. And when I say millets, not rice or wheat, because they are also millets, but other millets are lesser known. So it's always been the backbone of our food and culture. And what happens is, like you just mentioned, cooking with expensive ingredients. Yes, it's fun for a chef. You sometimes throw your weight around that I've cooked with this, and this particular thing is gold plated with this and this. But when you remove the layers really of any dish, I think the prime importance is not presentation. The prime importance is not taste. It's nutrition. You have food first for nutrition, then taste, and then presentation always. So here's something nutritious. Here's something that I've made an effort to make it very, very tasty and make it more and more palatable to the mass, to please the mass appeal. And that's the thing with millets, where a lot of people think that, millets, I don't know what it is. I think jowar bajra hoga. And they kind of ends there. And they're like, it is something healthy. So I feel that there is still an opportunity for every one of us to widen that little entry into the market that we've got with millets, and educate people and say, show them.
And with people like you, Chef Kunal, I'm sure that the gateway into using millets, eating millets is going to be a whole lot easier, because they're going to see people like you making it, and they say, Chef Kunal couldn't possibly make something that is only nutritious. It also must be delicious, and I'm sure it looks fabulous. And if any of those pictures are anything to go by, I'm sure hundreds of thousands more people are going to be embracing millets. I thank you, Chef Kunal.
What can I say? I am very, very proud to be an Indian.
Yes.
Sorry. I'm saying,
yes.
All I can say is I'm proud to be Indian. I'm very proud to cook something which is purely 100% Indian. And that really brings a very genuine joy to my heart, being a chef.
We salute you. Hope to taste some of your dishes one day as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay. Thank you so much. Have a very lovely day.
You too, you too. Thanks very much, Chef Kunal. We've got images coming in. We've got images coming in now of President Biden, who's just left. He's just left from the airport. The final G20 session, One Future, has also begun at the Bharat Mandapam venue. President Biden, this was scheduled, of course, that he would not be staying back for the final session called One Future. He's already departed for Vietnam. We can confirm to you that Air Force One has taken off from the Palam Air Force Station and is headed towards Vietnam already. President Biden arrived 2 days ago, and he had his bilateral with the Prime Minister the night before the G20 began. He's been a very, very visible, hugely prominent part of all of the proceedings that you've seen. The images on your right are, of course, of the second session, the second day of the G20 that's underway right now. And on the left, President Biden in his blue suit, getting into Air Force One, and a confirmation from the US Embassy that he has departed and he's headed towards Vietnam. Well, I'm joined now by our experts who are joining us to help us talk through some of the things that we've been seeing this morning, what's happening at Bharat Mandapam, President Biden and those fabulous images. Ambassadors Vivek Karchu and Ashok Sajanhar, always a pleasure to have the both of you with us here on our coverage. I don't know if the both of you know, but yesterday and today our viewership, thanks in no small part to people like you, has been leagues and exponentially higher than everyone else. I know it may be a small thing to say, but this is important to us because it means that our viewers are getting value from the coverage that we're bringing to them. It's not just the pictures, it's also the context, the wisdom, and the kind of information that helps them understand and appreciate the importance of what's happening in the national capital. So I'd like to personally thank both ambassadors who are with us and who were with us all day yesterday, through our coverage yesterday on this. Ambassador Karju, I'm just going to come to you in just a minute. Here are some of the images that have come in from yesterday of the Prime Minister along with Joe Biden, the President, Nitish Kumar, Hemant Soren. You've got here the Prime Minister with Sukhvinder Singh Sukhu. This is from last night's dinner, viewer. Many of these images are coming in, in small little trickles. So we're going to update you as soon as we receive them. Very, very interesting. Each one of these images is hugely interesting if you look at it. That's the President with Nitish Kumar, Hemant Soren, among just a handful of quote-unquote opposition chief ministers who attended. There were many who didn't. M.K. Stalin was there. Sukhvinder Sukhu of Himachal Pradesh was there. Mamta Banerjee was there. Arvind Kejriwal was not. Bhupinder Singh Baghel was not. You didn't have Ashok Gehlot either. But several of them from the India Alliance did turn up, and it was a lovely image. Here, an interesting image of the Prime Minister with the Congress Chief Minister from Himachal Pradesh, Sukhvinder Singh Sukhu, as well. So, nice warm images from that dinner where the Prime Minister played host. The President played host, I beg your pardon. And all of these big leaders, Yogi Adityanath from Uttar Pradesh was also there. And I imagine that we'll be getting more images in just a short while from now. I want to get a quick update from the ground. India Today's managing editor Gaurav Sawant is at the Bharat Mandapam. Gaurav, we're still getting streams of brand new images from yesterday's dinner by the President, Gaurav, as also what happened at the Rajghat today and elsewhere. But you take us through what's happening where you are. The final session of the G20, or should I say the G21, is taking place right now. Can you tell us a little bit about that? And also, Gaurav, there's a lot of curiosity about whether, before the adoption of the Delhi Declaration or post that, is there any agenda item about changing the name of the G20 to G21? Will there be a new logo? Will that be left to the next session? Any clarity on that?
So there is intense speculation that there would be a new logo and a name, but perhaps deliberations are still on. No clarity just as yet from the G20 Secretariat here at the Bharat Mandapam. But as you saw those images, the tree plantation ceremony is over, and now the heads of state and governments, they've gone for that final plenary, which is on the future. Future again becomes very interesting. So the Delhi Declaration is being hailed as a landmark by all leaders, and this actually talks very emphatically about the relevance, importance and growing importance of the G20 and now G21. Shiv, now they talk about future challenges, how they will meet those challenges, and what next in Brazil. Of course, India of course remains G20's president for the next couple of months till the time Brazil officially takes over. There's a very effective handing over, taking over ceremony. Officials assist each other so that there's an absolutely smooth transition from India to Brazil. So all of that is also discussed, and then, as you know, a number of bilaterals scheduled for today, including the working lunch with the French president and a pull aside with Justin Trudeau of Canada.
Okay, lots of bilaterals. The German bilateral, which was supposed to happen yesterday, Gaurav, has been postponed to today, probably because of paucity of time, we understand. And a whole bunch of other bilaterals also with the UAE, with the Comoros, with South Korea, and a few other countries are going to happen today. So lots of bilaterals taking place today by the Prime Minister with the leaders of those countries. A big working lunch, which, as the ambassadors who were with me yesterday had told us, it's actually a working lunch is actually could be bigger than a bilateral because it goes on for longer. It's much more personal, and that relationship between India and France, of course, has been very deep. This has been an excellent year for the India-France partnership, with the Prime Minister being the chief guest at the Bastille Day celebration earlier this year. Just to clarify, because I'm seeing some questions on social media, especially from people wondering about President Joe Biden leaving early. This was completely planned. I want to, Gaurav, first a quick word from you, and then I'll get the ambassadors in. President Biden leaving early, this was planned ahead. There was nothing sudden about this. He was always scheduled to skip the final session of the G20 on day 2 and head to Vietnam, correct?
You're absolutely right. This was scheduled. It's not out of the ordinary. And that's why Delhi Declaration was also adopted early. Everything was done and dusted yesterday and announced before that gala dinner hosted by President Draupadi Murmu at the Bharat Mandapam. The US President was scheduled to leave early this morning. Rajghat was to be a part of that, and immediately from Rajghat he was to leave, because early this morning even the pool media had made that very clear that they weren't staying back. They had been told that they're supposed to rush to get on board Air Force One before flying off. So yes, it's not out of the ordinary. Yesterday it was indicated this is happening. Late last night it was clear this was happening. It's not out
lovely
of the
images. Ambassador Kajju, I'd like to bring you in. President Biden is off. He's off. He's in the air right now and headed towards Vietnam, another very important country for the United States. Interesting relationship there vis-a-vis China, etc. But take us through your takeaways and impression of the Modi-Biden body language and partnership. A great deal of substance, but a great deal of spirit as well.
I think both leaders are very comfortable with each other. Both are veteran politicians. Mr. Modi has a long record in public life. He has been in office as Chief Minister and Prime Minister for over 2 decades. President Biden has a record of more than 50 years in active American politics, as a senator, as a vice president, and now as a president. So there is among the leadership at the top, especially of 2 complex countries like India and the United States, very different in terms of advancement. India is advancing, America is the preeminent power in the world, but there is now a coincidence of interests between India and the United States, which is leading to a deepening of ties.
Right.
Both want to lead this process, and therefore, in addition to their personal comfort with each other, there is a recognition that the interests coincide, and as I've always submitted to you, Shiv, interests in the ultimate analysis govern the thinking and the actions of political leaders.
And that was very, very plain to see. I love how the images we saw, especially in Ghat yesterday at the dinner, that personal touch. And I'm going to go one by one through the leaders so we decode each of them in detail, because each of these relationships is interesting and important and significant in its own way. We're talking about President Biden right now. There was a lovely little gesture where the Prime Minister held the US President's hand when they were walking away from the Samadhi. You know, he's in his 80s, sometimes known to be infirm. The President helped him, climb down those stairs or walk across that wet path. It was raining as well. Ambassador Sajjanhar, much has been made of the body language that was shared by Prime Minister Modi with Joe Biden's predecessor, Donald Trump. Everyone talked about how the Modi-Trump body language and rapport and bonhomie, has been the talk of the town. They seem like they get along like a house on fire. There had been a lot of, apprehensions about whether that kind of proximity and closeness would mean that there would be frostiness between Trump's successor, where Joe Biden, who's a Democrat, became the president. But these images over the last 48 hours have completely belied that. This is not the first time they've met, but this is Joe Biden's first visit to India as Prime Minister. What did you think of the images? I thought they were fabulous.
No, absolutely. Thank you very much, Shiv. And let me, first of all, congratulate you also on the phenomenal success of India Today's coverage.
Thank you.
And of course, for me and Vivek and the others, for us,
Absolutely.
It's a pleasure to be associated and to have contributed in whatever little measure. Now, you speak about the body language with President Joe Biden and also the fact that, Prime Minister Modi was seen to have been investing too much of his political capital with Donald Trump, particularly if you remember when he was there in Howdy Modi event in September 2019 in Houston, Texas, and also when he came here for the Namaste Trump visit in February of 2020. And that time it was thought that maybe, the impact on relations, if there was to be a different president after the elections in 2020, that it would be serious. But we have seen that it has not been to that at all, for that matter. Because I think what Prime Minister Modi and what India has also been able to project is that Prime Minister Modi's association with the President Trump was in his capacity as the president of the strongest and the richest and the most prosperous power in the world. And that was basically to advance both bilateral cooperation as well as India's interests. Exactly what Vivek mentioned just now. Prime Minister Modi's relations, if we just look at the United States, he had excellent relations with the President Barack Obama. 2.5 years, 9 meetings, 3 summits with Donald Trump, and also now with President Joe Biden. And it's not only the last 24 or 36 hours. I would take you back to the Hiroshima, the G7 summit, also the Quad summit that took place in May. Or I would take you back to the Bali summit last year, or for that matter to the COP26 in Glasgow. In all these places, I think these two leaders have really seen, a very good chemistry, a very good body language, a very good camaraderie. And this, of
very
course,
visible.
This we have seen Prime Minister Modi enjoy also, whether it was with Shinzo Abe, with President Macron, with the others also. And that has helped to advance India's interests.
And it's this kind of warmth also, and the both of you are foreign service officers and veterans, that actually sort of fuels the rest of it, right? Because it's the human contact, it's that human touch, which then kind of permeates down to the rest of the foreign policy machinery of these countries and really oils the entire machine. So The India-US relationship is by no means a new relationship. It's an old relationship, but it has had its tempestuous times. It has had, we've faced sanctions as well. In the era post the Kargil war, things have been on a nearly steady upswing. It's gone exponentially fast in the last few years, thanks to the emerging strategic relationship between the two countries. There is a deepening relationship as far as military hardware is concerned. Now there is talk of also, apart from a logistics sharing agreement, which was signed a few years ago, we have now an agreement in place that's going to allow India to refuel and maintain American warships in the Indian Ocean region. So all of these things mean that the integration of India and the United States with a great deal of common interests, including under the auspices of the Quad and other multilateral formations and formats, is a relationship that is really something that is self-fueling, self-perpetuating. Politicians will come and go, but the India-US relationship will always be on an upswing. The other big talking point and relationship that we've been talking about is Prime Minister Modi and British Prime Minister Sunak. He's a young man in his 40s, same age as me, just a few months older than me, as a matter of fact. Rishi Sunak is, and he's the Prime Minister of the UK. And a lot has been made of this as well. And I can imagine, because the Prime Minister, would connect very well to someone who is young. The Prime Minister is someone who is seen as a youth icon himself. So he was looking like the indulgent elder with the young Indian, young Indian beta, if I can call it that, who's gone there, conquered Britain, become the Prime Minister, something that the Prime Minister would be very, very proud of. For a person of Indian origin to go there and at such a young age become the Prime Minister of that country. Rishi Sunak and his wife have, as you've seen in some of those pictures, spent a few hours today at the Akshardham Mandir early this morning. Another thing that's gone completely viral. So very interesting to see. The bilateral between the Prime Minister and Rishi Sunak has also been very, very constructive. So I'm gonna come back after this very short break. We're going to leave you with these pictures from the Rajghat of these three world leaders. Incredible, lovely pictures of the Indian Prime Minister, the US President, and the British Prime Minister walking together from the Gandhi Samadhi, chatting amongst themselves. Unfortunately, there's no audio about what they were talking about, but we'll try and get a sense of that and maybe make some guesses. But the fact is, the Sabarmati Ashram backdrop, the Khadi shawls, all of those leaders standing around the Gandhi Samadhi and the eternal frame, in silence while the bhajans then piped in and played, is an image that sends out an incredible amount of symbolism to a world at war. So we're going to take a very, very short break. I assure you, we're going to be back in about a minute or two at the max. And then we're going to update you on a couple of new things that are coming in right now about not only the working lunch with Emmanuel Macron, the French president, but also, very interestingly, lots of interest in how the Prime Minister deals with Justin Trudeau, the Canadian PM. There's a small pull aside, not a bilateral, but a pull aside that the Indian Prime Minister has with Justin Trudeau. A lot has been said about the body language being a little frosty for good reason. We'll tell you more about that right after this. And I also have a piece of breaking news when you come back. Stay with us.
India aims big with the G20. The India Today group brings together unmissable, super sharp global thinkers and strategists. Top foreign affairs guru.
It has to be a world with a greater sense of purpose, of vision, of values.
Leading expert on global political risk.
Xi Jinping is not surrounded by a bunch of reformers right now.
Leading global economists.
India's economy should be able to grow.
Ex-president of the United Nations Security Council.
This is an indication that relations between China and India still remain very troubled.
The Indian imperative, debated like never before. Only on India Today.
Head to Instagram or any other social media platform and there will be countless reels and advice on how to get beautiful pink lips. Now, lip pigmentation is a problem that affects men and women around the world. Many of them opt for lip lightening and other treatments that are actually not foolproof. Many of them are very risky. Also, make no mistake, this indeed is an extension of colorism. Lip lightening is a manifestation of colorism.
Lip treatments are big business in the beauty industry. From lip filler to lip threading, countless brands and aestheticians have shown us how we can plump, smooth and hydrate our lips. Celebrities like Kardashians, Priyanka Chopra Jonas, Anushka Sharma have done it all. But recently, what has caught popular imagination is treating up lightening. Countless videos on social media shows skin experts helping women to remove their lip pigmentation. But what causes the difference in skin tone pigmentation? It is the melanin. Less melanin creates a lighter skin tone, whereas more melanin means a darker skin tone. When skin begins to produce more melanin than usual, it can lead to hyperpigmentation. Causes of hyperpigmentation in lips include sun exposure, tobacco smoking, pregnancy, certain medications. From peeling to laser, there are several dermatological treatments. The one under scanner is use of tyrosinase inhibitors. As aesthetic it may look, the treatments have several drawbacks drawn with it too. You can expect to experience mild to moderate redness, swelling, sensitivity like a mild sunburn, temporary darkening of the targeted pigments, moderate scabbing or crusting with limp discharge. Using lemon, aloe vera and pomegranate, honey sugar scrubs are natural products that can be used to lighten lips. Lifestyle changes like stubbing the butt and hydration will help. There are no health benefits of lightening lips. Lightening the lips with a hyperpigmentation kit or various cosmetic treatments raises concerns of colorism. And normalizing it is normalizing colorism too. Let no words be minced. It is conforming to Western beauty standards. With Simranjeet Kaur Renu, Bureau Report, India Today.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 319. In Mumbai, 48. In Kolkata, 52. In Bangalore, 37. In Chennai, 22. In Hyderabad, 36.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wild.
Okay, suspense building now over the upcoming pull-aside meeting between Prime Minister Modi and the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. That's going to be happening in a short while from now, so I wanted to quickly update you. Justin Trudeau is there. He wasn't visible when the Prime Minister and the President were welcoming dignitaries to yesterday's big Rashtrapati dinner. But we can confirm to you that Justin Trudeau was there because we saw him in pictures at the dinner. So it's not known, why he didn't come in through the normal way or whether he did and the cameras didn't capture it. Little suspense over that. But now all eyes on that big Modi-Trudeau meet. Now, the reason why there is a lot of suspense is because there's been some buzz over a kind of frosty Modi-Trudeau handshake in the wake of a relationship that has not been, very, very strong personally between the two leaders. It doesn't appear that that personal warmth actually exists, so that iciness is very, very visible, especially if you compare it to the warmth that you see between Modi and the other leaders. Now, the reason is, of course, the Khalistani issue, Brampton, the attacks on Indian diplomats, the threats issued to Indian diplomats in Canada and the United States and the UK by Khalistani elements within Canada, and India's perception that no action has been taken against them. All manner of freedom laws have been used to justify absolutely egregious threats of violence and murder being perpetrated by some of these extremist elements in Canada, and that has led to a real depression in the relationship between India and Canada, represented by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Prime Minister Modi. Will Modi bring up the Khalistan issue is, of course, the obvious question to ask, because a pull-aside is not quite as large as a bilateral, but a pull-aside is still an opportunity for the two leaders to actually meet. Justin Trudeau, in fact, has just tweeted that have participated in all the working sessions on day one of the summit. He didn't attend the social event. And was instead represented by Canada's personal representative to the Prime Minister for the G20 summit, Christopher McLennan. So the social event, he was represented by someone else. So that also adds to the buzz over the frostiness, the unwillingness to be there personally, sending his representative for the social event rather than being there in person. So this really adds to the suspense over what's going to happen. Gaurav Sawant, our managing editor, is with me live. Gaurav, the Modi-Trudeau Milan that takes place, not a bilateral but a pull-aside, very important because huge, Indian population in Canada. There's been a lot of trouble in the last few months over Khalistani elements issuing threats. There's been a very visible intransigence from the Canadian government and from Prime Minister Trudeau especially over this particular issue, which has led to a deterioration of that personal contact between the two leaders and the two governments. So what are you picking up on what this pull-aside is going to go like?
Shiv, it's exactly what you said, a pull-aside, not a bilateral. And it just indicates that India couldn't factor in enough time to bring the Canadians in for a proper bilateral. And this actually shows the frosty relationship between the two countries. Remember, there are 15 bilaterals that are happening on the sidelines of the G20 summit. When it comes to the bilaterals, you've also seen the warmth in the relationship between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and almost every head of state or government he's interacted with, or with heads of multilateral institutions. You've seen the kind of warmth that was there. However, with Canada, it takes two to tango, and India reached out. When Prime Minister Narendra Modi took over, India reached out to every country, including Canada. The response of the Canadians, especially on the aspects of the separatists and the Khalistanis, was rather negative, and we know the reason why. It's vote bank politics of Khalistan and Justin Trudeau's dependence on those elements to win elections. Because look at Canada's double standards. They don't take action against the Khalistani elements and the extremists in the country, despite a tableau depicting the assassination of former Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi and the kind of statements that come out. The fact that an Air India aircraft Kanishk was targeted by Khalistani terrorists, and Justin Trudeau's government refuses to take action against such elements or successors of such elements. But when the truckers went on a strike, the kind of harsh measures that were taken. So it's not about liberty. It's clearly about unwillingness on their part to act against these elements because of vote bank politics, and India realizes that. Be that as it may, there is a trade agreement that there is a conversation on. Of course, there's a pause on that. But overall, an important country for India, given the diaspora, the large number of Indians who stay there, who study there. Some of them, of course, are facing immense hardships in Canada, and India has raised that. So the pull aside will keep the relationship going, but then it takes two to tango. It remains to be seen how Canada responds to India for this relationship to be taken forward.
Very, very important points that you're making. So that pull aside will happen in a short while from now. I want to bring in Ambassador Karju and Ambassador Sajanar also on this. Ambassador Karju, to you first. I wonder if a pull aside affords the time or the breadth for any kind of substantive conversation between the two leaders. Can you explain that to us? Because this is also a very pressing issue that has directly resulted in a kind of deterioration between the relationship between the two countries. Of course, it's not just this one issue. India and Canada, like Gaurav said, have a breadth of other issues that make them very close partners. But this one thing has been a bit of a spoiler, and it's clearly reflected in the body language.
Three things. One, a pull aside is brief, but it can be very substantive because it is very concentrated. There are no flim-flams, it's straight talk, and you come to the substance straight away. Second point.
Yes.
Apart from the Khalistan issue, and I think the Brampton tableau showing the assassins of Mrs. Gandhi in the manner that tableau displayed was atrocious. There is no question of justification of that on grounds of freedom of expression or anything. Third point, which is not generally known to people, but I think the people should know. Canada regularly denies visas to members of our security forces who have served in Jammu and Kashmir.
Right.
Canada has also denied visas to members of our services about which we do not talk about, and I don't wish to talk about, including very senior people who have served in these services. Canada, while asking for visa applications, demands that these security personnel should inform the Canadians of the places where they have served.
Yes.
That is very often confidential. Now, I do not know if the government of India has ever objected to it or it has taken it up. It goes back to the time when I was secretary in the ministry and in charge of the management of relations with Canada. I remember then, and I think this is important for your viewers to know,
yes, very important,
that they had done so with a member of the Border Security Force. And I had called the Canadian High Commissioner in and I had said, this is unacceptable. And then I had retired soon thereafter. So it's been 12 years since my retirement, and I think 13 years since this particular incident. I personally feel that the time has come when the government of India should send out an advisory to all security personnel, including retired personnel, that they will not respond to such information being sought by the Canadians with regard to visa applications, and that we should have a candid chat with them, because this is completely unacceptable.
This is a huge issue that you've highlighted, Ambassador Karju. Gaurav is with me still. Ambassador Sajjanar, I'll bring you in a moment. Poulomi Saha is also joining us on this. This is big, Gaurav. Quickly bringing you in, Gaurav, before I go to Poulomi, what Ambassador Karju just pointed out about visas being denied to security personnel who've served in J&K is a big issue. Most people don't know about it. I was very dimly aware of it, but I didn't know the issue was this bad.
Oh, it's bad. In fact, as Ambassador Karju was mentioning, when he was secretary in MEA, he'd raised this. We'd reported this at that point of time that this is what they do. They actually ask for every detail. There's a separate column in the visa for retired officers, whether you're with CRPF, BSF, Indian Army, Navy, or Air Force. If you've served in Jammu and Kashmir, you're supposed to mention the year that you've served in Jammu and Kashmir, the area that you've served in Jammu and Kashmir, and your duty. That whether you were a brigade commander or a div commander in Kulgam, in Busan, in Kangan, all of that you're supposed to mention, and India has objected to it. Has it been removed or not is something that we will track very closely. In fact, that's exactly what I was thinking. As soon as we keep this phone down, we'll after this conversation, we will track that, whether it still happens or not, Shiv.
Okay, very, very interesting. So,
if you permit me one sentence.
Yes. Quickly.
I think, Gaurav, please examine this story. I feel personally very strongly about this. No country should be permitted, and even if it means hardships for some of our people, there is national prestige at stake, and in addition, honor, as well as security concerns.
Gaurav is going to be looking at that very closely. Gaurav, we'll let you go for the moment so you can track this, and then you can come back to us with a piece of breaking news on that. So we leave you for the moment on that and then come back to you. Poulomi continues to stay with us. We have another piece of breaking news. We'll leave the Canada issue for a moment until we know a little bit more. I have another piece of breaking news because this is actually the big one of the day. The big need today is the working lunch that's going to be happening between the Indian Prime Minister and the French President. It's a big surge in the India-France partnership. Unlike India and Canada, the India-France partnership has been on a high for a very, very long time. Modi and Macron's second meeting this year. That's when they have their working lunch today. It'll be their second big meeting this year. Remember, the Prime Minister was in France earlier this year as chief guest of the Bastille Day celebrations. He was a guest of honor. India and France, also remember, have just begun negotiations on a second deal for French-built Rafale fighters. It's a huge boost to the Delhi-Paris relationship. Poulomi, coming to you, the Modi-Macron working lunch, is that going to be happening at the Bharat Mandapam itself? Anything you're picking up? It's a big, big relationship.
Absolutely. As you rightly pointed out, the Prime Minister was there in France, in Paris, for the Bastille Day program on the invitation of the French President. And hence, this relationship, of course, is a big relationship. A lot of strategic importance which is attached to it. And we're expecting that a working lunch scheduled with the French President will happen here at the Bharat Mandapam itself. And also, all eyes will be on a press briefing that the French President is scheduled to address right here at the International Media Center where I am at 2:30 p.m. So the French President there, of course, one of the big leaders who's chosen to stick, to stay back and in fact address a press conference. So clearly we're expecting a lot in terms of, the French and their thoughts on the Delhi Declaration. And of course, if President Macron does reveal what was discussed between him and Prime Minister Modi.
Okay, very interesting. Ambassador Sajjanar, I want to pull you in on this. The working lunch that takes place, what's that going to look like? They're going to have lunch, they're going to talk, they'll have their teams with them. India, France have so many things on the table, Ambassador. the Rafale deal, those are the visible aspects of it. The Rafale deal is something you can see and touch and understand, but there is so much else that India and France have going on. This is a relationship that's, on its own fuel.
No, you're very right, Shiv. And, I think this is a very special gesture that Prime Minister Modi is showing to President Macron. And this is because of
a working lunch is a special gesture.
Absolutely,
okay.
absolutely.
Right.
It's not like any other, normal half an hour, 20-minute sort of a meeting, although there might be structured meetings. This is something special. And, it really reminds me, Shiv, of the time when, the sort of body language, the sort of close rapport that Prime Minister Modi used to have with Shinzo Abe. It used to be called a bromance, that where, these two leaders would meet literally, every 2 or 3 months. And wherever they met, they would always meet for a meal, either for a breakfast or for a lunch or for a dinner. They would sneak out that time. And I think this is what is happening with the French president also, because of the depth of our relationship. And as you very rightly said, and I totally agree with you, it's not only Rafale, it's not only defense, it's also space, it's also Indo-Pacific, it's also strategic. When we are trying to deal with the machinations of Pakistan in terms of designation of terrorists under the 1267 Committee of the UN Security Council, and China puts in these roadblocks for Masood Azhar and all the others, then it is France that comes to your aid and brings up those issues. When China raises the issue of Kashmir post-August 2019, it is France that comes to your aid and says, that there is no need for a statement by the chairman of the UN Security Council on discussions on this. So, in all this, meaning now it is being said increasingly that what the Soviet Union used to be at one time, as far as India is concerned, our relationship, now that relationship is being taken over by France. Because France also, whether it is in terms of defense, it is in terms of nuclear energy, it is in terms of space.
That big reliable partner.
Reliable partner that, you have good understanding with. And also, in terms of, in the context of our nuclear tests in 1998.
They didn't impose sanctions.
Yes, Russia was one that, had a very standing understanding of view of the nuclear test, and also France. Amongst the P5 countries, amongst the developed countries, the 7 developed countries, I think France was about the only one that showed so much of understanding that it was not to enter the nuclear club, but for taking care of our security.
I think the countries like France see the big picture. They play the long game. They saw the big picture as far as India was concerned in 1998. And let's not forget, that's a big picture that even the United States didn't see at that time. So it's important to highlight what France actually saw. We're taking a very, very quick break. On the other side, we're getting some breaking news from the British Prime Minister, who's made a couple of announcements which are very important. So I'm going to take you through that right after this short break. Stay with us. More pictures also coming in. So we leave you with those pictures and come right back on our coverage.
How do you really see India playing a role, particularly, as you mentioned, at a time of global conflict? Historically, we've always been for peace. Some of our biggest leaders, some of our most influential faces, historic figures, have always propagated peace. India is a land of peace, essentially. So now that we're hosting the G20 summit at such a crucial juncture, when there's a Russia-Ukraine conflict as well, how do you really see, Sri, India's role in that?
See, India's voice has always been saved, and we are very sensible in whatever we are saying, because we are just and sensible. This is something that world has started to notice. Number one, we are sensible and we cannot be bullied. Number two. Number three, we are very sensitive. We are sensitive to the feelings and to the emotions of people, of the entire world, and the mindsets. So we in this country have embraced such diversity. See, we have a communist government in one part of the country, and we have multi-party democracy, which is not present in anywhere else in the world. There are bi-party democracies, but we have so many parties. And then on top of it, we are the largest population in a country that the world is seeing today, and young population. And
Very
so we have a lot of things to offer to the world. Of course, I would say spirituality is the need of the world today, when there is so much of distress and aggression and depression that is clogging the youth population.
Than ever. India reciprocates the red carpet hospitality to US President Joe Biden. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Biden poised to build on their previous engagements in Washington, D.C. earlier this June. 3 months ago, India and the United States forged a deeper military partnership. In June, the aerospace unit of General Electric announced it had signed an agreement with India's Hindustan Aeronautics to jointly make engines in India to power fighter jets for the Indian Air Force. Substantial progress on the jet deal is expected as Prime Minister Modi and President Biden convene for bilateral talks on Friday.
As the president heads to the G20, he's committed to working with emerging market partners to deliver big things together. That's what we believe the world will see in New Delhi this weekend. The United States' commitment to the G20 hasn't wavered, and we hope this G20 summit will show that the world's major economies can work together even in challenging times.
The agenda for the bilateral talks set to take place at Prime Minister Modi's residence aims to expand strategic cooperation, anticipate significant advancements in defense and advanced technology, state-of-the-art drones, artificial intelligence, and telecommunications, among other topics. With Washington showing a willingness to assist India in expanding its nuclear power program to address climate change challenges. Both sides may make headway in revitalizing the India-US nuclear deal originally signed during UPA-1. The US administration unequivocally recognizes India's outstanding presidency of the G20 amidst the ongoing conflict in Europe.
I believe the G20, in spite of obvious problems due to Russia's war against Ukraine and Russia's, general absence from G20 initiatives, I believe the G20 has been extremely effective, and especially under India's leadership, our goals for the G20 have coincided closely with those of India.
Bilateral talks, therefore, likely to showcase America's unwavering commitment to a rising power like India during these tumultuous times. Economic cooperation, financial reforms, and fostering an improved investment climate expected to be the central two discussions as the two nations elevate their partnership. With the presidents of China and Russia absent from the summit, the United States likely to bolster India's standing in global geopolitics. Prime Minister Modi and President Biden set to engage in comprehensive talks on security and the situation in the Indo-Pacific region. In the midst of a changing global landscape, these bilateral talks set the stage for a brighter and more collaborative future. Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे सकल लोक मान सहुने वंदे निंदा न करे के नीरे सकल लोग मान सहुने वंदे निंदा न करे के नीरे वाच काच मन निश्चल राखे धन धन जननी निश्चल राखे धन धन जननी तेरी रे वैष्णव जन तो तेरे गई है जे पीर पराए जाने रे
Day 2 of the already hugely successful India-led G20 is in full flow at the Bharat Mandapam in India's national capital. It's been a day of great symbolism, spirit, and many viral images from the Akshardham Mandir to the Bharat Mandapam. I'm Shiv. Thanks so much for joining us on India's most viewed coverage of a huge day for the country. Thanks for being with us. Here are the headlines. The final G20 session named One Future is underway at Delhi's Bharat Mandapam. Biden skips the final session as expected and as scheduled. He's on his way to Vietnam. Day 2 of the G20 summit begins with a tribute to Mahatma Gandhi. All the world leaders and delegates pay a floral tribute to Bapu at Rajghat. Prime Minister greets world leaders with a khadi scarf. The image of all of them standing around the eternal flame of the Mahatma goes viral across the world. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's big Hindu connect. He bows in prayer at Delhi's Akshardham Swaminarayan temple, invokes Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, prays for G20 success and world peace, along with his wife Akshata. India Today speaks to ultimate G20 insider on the grand success of the summit. G20 Chief Coordinator Harshvardhan Shringla, only on India Today.
The efforts within the G20 have been to ensure that the solutions that we seek through the G20 are those that address these concerns of the developing world, and the African Union is an important part of that group.
Ahead of the much-anticipated clash between India and Pakistan, Pakistan skipper Babar Azam says his side has an edge over India going into the Super Fours clash.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wild.
After day one of huge achievements at the India-led G20 in the national capital, the summit's second day is in full flow at Delhi's Bharat Mandapam. On the second day of the summit, the third session of the G20, or should we call it the G21, called One Future, has begun after world leaders paid their homage, as you can see in these pictures, to the Mahatma Gandhi at Ghat in New Delhi. Pictures of the Indian Prime Minister welcoming each of the leaders with a khadi scarf and an introduction to the Sabarmati Ashram image. They participated in a wreath-laying ceremony at the Samadhi while being accompanied by a live performance of the Mahatma Gandhi's most cherished devotional songs and bhajans. Prime Minister Modi greeted the G20 world leaders at Rajghat and also offered them the khadi ceremonial scarf. All delegates took part in the tree planting ceremony also, that symbolizes the commitment of G20 nations to environmental sustainability. The summit's theme this year is One Earth, One Family, One Future, emphasizing the interconnectedness of all nations and the need for collective action on global challenges. Okay, let's get a word in from India Today's Poulomi Saha. She's live with us from the Bharat Mandapam. Poulomi, the One Future session, which is the final session at the G20's Day 2, is currently on. Can you give us a sense of the schedule? When does the working lunch with Macron happen? When do the other pull-asides and bilateral happen? Quite a few of those lined up, Poulomi.
That's right. At about 12:30 officially, the session ends. But we're expecting some amount of delay because there was a little bit of a delay in the session beginning, the One Future session, and it will end at 12:30 when, of course, India will hand over presidency of the G20 to Brazil. And then, of course, will be the working lunch with President Emmanuel Macron. The pull-aside with Canada is also expected to happen, and there are several bilateral meetings which have been scheduled as well for after the G20 summit comes to a close. That includes bilateral meetings with Brazil, with Nigeria, with South Korea, with UAE, with the European Union and the European Commission, and also the bilateral with Germany, which couldn't happen yesterday due to paucity of time. So a packed schedule. So while, of course, some of those heads of state will start moving towards the airport after, of course, the conclusion of the G20 Summit 2023. Many of those will, of course, stay back because there are meetings with Prime Minister Modi, after which then they will proceed towards the airport. Shiv.
Okay, stay with me, Poulomi. So a great deal of interest in the specific meetings that are coming up. We've just spoken about the India-France relationship. Also a great deal of interest and suspense over that pull-aside, that brief pull-aside that the Prime Minister will be having with the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. Ambassador Ashok Sajjanhar is with us, and I wanted to bring him in on that particular aspect. Ambassador Sajjanhar, both big countries, large Indian expat population in Canada, people of Indian origin there. There has been trouble. The Prime Minister last visited, like you just told me, in 2015. And since then, there's been no visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Canada. What can you tell us? What are you expecting from what happens today?
Yeah, thank you, Shiv. Yes, I think the relations have been frosty over the last few years because basically it is the Prime Minister Trudeau, since the time he's come to power, he's been more focused on the local vote bank politics rather than on building relations with India. One comment, if I may, Shiv, if you permit, please, on this whole issue of the pull-aside. Pull-asides are brief, but they can be very concentrated and substantive. I'll just give you one example. You'd recall that in 2017, when the Doklam issue between India and China was going on, and both the Indian leader and the Chinese leader, Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping, they met in Astana. That was for the SCO summit. And on the sidelines, there was a pull-aside. And then very concentrated talk that, how should we take it forward? And from that evolved what has come to be known as the Astana Consensus.
Right.
That disagreements should not be allowed to disintegrate into disputes, should not become disputes. And you would recall that for quite some time, we were quoting the Astana Consensus.
Yes.
So this is basically that pull-asides can have significant outcomes. But coming back to Canada, very right, 2015, I think soon after Prime Minister Modi came to power, he visited Canada basically with the intent to take the relationship forward at a very accelerated manner. Now you see with Canada's southern neighbor, Prime Minister Modi has visited that 8 times, the United States. Only one visit in 2015 to Canada.
Yes.
Basically because there has been no corresponding response from Canada. And you would recall in 2018, when Justin Trudeau had come here with his wife and all his children.
Yes.
He had a wife at that time. He's divorced now.
Yes.
So he traveled, he was here for about 6 days. He went all around the country on a holiday tour. And on the last day, he came to Delhi. He had a 2-hour interaction with the Prime Minister.
Yes.
And also, you know, at that time, his sartorial sense of dress, you know, it was all
It became a big talking point, yeah.
Big talking point, and it is all supposed to get back to his voters back home, you know, of the Indian diaspora, whom he wanted to cultivate, whom he wanted to get on his side. So I think his priorities in that sense that he's been overlooking this whole issue of, you know, the Khalistani terrorism, and exactly what Gaurav had said earlier, you know, this tableau, this farmers' agitation and the position that Canada had taken. I think this has not gone down well with India. And that is why you saw the sort of body language yesterday.
No, it's good to hear that policides can be substantive and concentrated, because there's no dearth of subject matter to speak of. So we'll have to wait for that. Let's hope things go constructively, you know, in everyone's interest. But vote bank and domestic politics have inflicted a price on this relationship, and it's something that needs to be brought back on track, because India and Canada in the past have had very healthy relations, as both the ambassadors here will affirm. Now, I want to play out an excerpt of an interview we did just a short while ago with the ultimate G20 insider. He's the chief coordinator. What did it take to sculpt the Delhi Declaration? How difficult was it? What were the challenges? This is really an inside view of how it all worked out. Listen in to India's G20 Chief Coordinator, Harshvardhan Shringla, live and exclusive on India Today.
Joining us now, live and exclusive on India Today, the Chief Coordinator of India's G20, a man who has a content look on his face this morning. I don't know how much sleep Harsh Shringla has had over the last several days, but Mr. Shringla, congratulations on a job well done. Were you anxious? Were you nervous in the last few hours? No ended, no consensus, heading towards the Leaders Summit, no consensus yet. Give our viewers a sense of all that was happening behind the scenes. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Rahul. And I must say that we had absolutely no doubts about the ultimate, conclusions that our summit would reach, for the simple reason that our planning and preparation started well in advance. And given the efforts by our team and the stature of the country and the Prime Minister's own stature, that we would have an outcome document that would reflect the solutions that are necessary to meet the global challenges of the day.
I'm very curious to know what happens to the G20. Now that you've got the African Union on board, does the G20 become the G21? Does it stay the G20? How does this work?
Well, I think that is a decision for another day. But certainly, I think we are very, very happy that Africa could have a rightful representation in one of the most important global forums, and we do believe that international governance bodies across the board need to reflect the realities of the 21st century, and Africa as a extremely important continent with 54 countries, tremendous potential for the future, has to have its due recognition. This is also in keeping with our desire to reflect the concerns and aspirations of the Global South. As you know, the Prime Minister engaged the countries of the Global South in the Voice of Global South Summit before we took over the presidency. And our efforts within the G20 have been to ensure that the solutions that we seek through the G20 are those that address these concerns of the developing world, and the African Union is an important part of that.
Rajdeep has a question for you. Rajdeep.
What, Mr. Shringla, first of all, congratulations. You and your team have had a remarkable summit, almost flawless in execution. If I were to ask you, Mr. Shringla, for your biggest takeaway, at the end, what for you has been the biggest point of satisfaction? Is it that declaration? Is it the African Union joining in? Is it just putting it all together at the right place at the right time? What gives you a sense of greatest satisfaction today?
I would say all of the above, for the simple reason that our presidency has to be looked at as a comprehensive whole, a comprehensive effort. It is not only a whole of government effort, but whole of nation effort. And the consequences and I would say results of our presidency really has to be looked at comprehensively and in a manner that encompasses all of these efforts. So whether it is the seamless organization of G20 process culminating in the summit, whether it is the induction of the African Union as a permanent member of the G20, whether it is the achievement of having an outcome declaration in the first day of the summit itself in such a polarized, group like the G20, polarized from a geopolitical perspective, I think has been nothing short of extraordinary.
So what was that turning point? As you said, it was a polarized world. What was the turning point? What clinched it? Rahul was interviewing Amitabh Kant yesterday, and he said 4 a.m. in the morning, he sent a message to all the Sherpas saying that, if you have any problems with the declaration, please ask your leaders to speak to the Prime Minister. Was there any prime ministerial intervention that made the difference? What was it that changed it to make sure that you had a comprehensive agreement?
Well, just to give a very brief background, obviously, in today's world, the polarizations that exist also cut across the G20. But India as a country has been very well placed because we are regular invitees to the G7, we're members of the Quad. At the same time, we're members of BRICS, we're members of the SCO. We straddle that ideological space between North and South and East and West. And the country's stature and the stature of our Prime Minister, I think, has been absolutely critical in determining the outcome of our summit. And if we today have a declaration, I think it can be attributed to not only teamwork. I mean, teamwork has been there, but I think it is definitely the stature of India and Prime Minister Modi himself that has made that vital difference to the way that we are regarded.
Some of your former colleagues with us in the studio.
Our ability to provide solutions to global challenges.
And they've been talking about what a big day this is for the Ministry of External Affairs cadre, the IFS cadre, the fact that a team of young officers have brought together this declaration, tiptoeing around various geopolitical fissures and bringing a consensus which to many seemed quite unlikely.
Well, I mean, we have an excellent team, but again, as someone who looks at it, I mean, I would say that it is Team India that is today one. Team India that has, I think, the satisfaction of seeing our country, succeed in providing outcomes on behalf of the G20 under our presidency. And I think if we had a seamless G20 presidency culminating in the crowning glory of the summit with an outcome document that is very, very substantive in nature, I think that whole of government and whole of nation approach has won.
How was the approach of the Chinese during the negotiations, given the fact that each of the ministerials that happened since December didn't see a joint statement at the end of it? Was that making you anxious? Xi Jinping sitting it out, not coming to Delhi, being represented by the Premier. Do you want to give our viewers a sense of the attitude of the Chinese delegation in these negotiations, sir?
Well, you heard External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar at the press conference yesterday when he said that, if we have a document, an outcome document in the G20 under our presidency, it reflects consensus within the group. In other words, every country, every partner country in the G20 has put its shoulder behind the efforts. Every country has come together to realize the importance of the G20 in providing, as I said, solutions to the vast global problems of the day, which are mainly socio-economic and financial in nature. And from that point of view, I think, when you have a substantive, highly substantive and outcome-oriented document of the type that we see or we saw yesterday, I think it has to be attributed to the entire G20 membership under our leadership of the G20.
But the one question that people will ask is that, yes, we've got a substantive document in place, but the issues that, as you rightly said, polarize the world still remain there, particularly Ukraine. Given what was said in Bali, given what some are saying was a more watered-down version on Ukraine in this document, do you sense that those polarities are slowly being removed, Mr. Shringla? Or do you believe that still remains the major challenge for groupings like G20 to walk the talk on those issues, be it Ukraine or be it even climate change?
Well, you heard what the Prime Minister said, that our presidency has to be seen as a presidency of healing, harmony and hope. And if you looked at the 8 paragraphs that dealt with geopolitical issues under our outcome document, it is under the rubric of planet, people, peace and prosperity. And if you read those paragraphs carefully, you will see a very distinctly Indian imprint of the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in all of those 8 paragraphs, whether we talk about the UN Charter, we talk about respect for international law, or the respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, or we talk about the fact that all these issues have to be resolved through diplomacy and dialogue, and finally that this is not an era of war. It reflects our positions that we have taken right from the beginning of this conflict, and I think this is also a turning point. This is a point in which the international community has come together to look at a document that we've always been calling for, one that reflects unity of the globe, not harmony, not disharmony, unity, not diversity in that sense of the term, and cooperation, not conflict. And I think this is very important that today all of our G20 members across the ideological divide have come together on a formulation that seems to offer healing, harmony and hope for the future.
I have a curveball for you. You've had a few action-packed months. I'm sure you're looking to, just relax once this is over for a bit to the extent that you can. But I'm reading a lot of these reports from Darjeeling, which seem to suggest that Harsh Shringla is being looked at by the BJP as the possible Lok Sabha candidate from Darjeeling. They're talking about your credentials, comes from Darjeeling and the Sikkim region, grew up speaking Nepali at home, father is a Sikkimese Buddhist, mother is a Hindu Nepali, family is well respected in Darjeeling and Sikkim. So your political Janpatri is being spoken of as a true Gorkha, son of the Gorkha tribe, and therefore looked at as a technocrat. You already have the likes of Jaishankar, Hardeep Puri, R.K. Singh, Ashwini Vaishnav and many others. What's your smile telling me, Mr. Shringla?
Well, look, I mean, I've spent 4 decades in the service of the nation as a civil servant, and essentially, when you have committed so much of your life to serving, people, I think that will continue in one form or the other. And what form that takes, I cannot say. So, whatever tasks that have been given, you don't question the tasks, you perform the tasks to the best of your ability, but you work constructively towards, what really helps people. And that's been my endeavor right through, and I will continue to work in that.
Spoken like a true politician.
So you're not, Mr. Shringla, very important. You've done what you have, and as you said, you've served India with distinction, so you're not ruling it out. Well, people will be listening to you very carefully.
He's given you the perfect political response. He's not ruled it in, he's not ruled it out.
He's not ruling it out. So Darjeeling, sir, all your people of Darjeeling
You have stated what is... Yeah, sorry, please.
I'm saying people in Darjeeling listening to you will say, maybe Harsh Shringla is saying yes.
Well, what is correct is that I am a son of the soil. I have always been attached to my roots, and I've always worked for people in my part of the country, because I feel that, there are very few people who make it up, and you owe it to people to work for them. But that's all I can say. The rest is pure speculation. And I would certainly, as I said, continue to work in a constructive manner.
Sir, we have with us one of your senior colleagues, Mr. Dogra here, former ambassador. Mr. Dogra, you have a question
and you're getting very emotional about the IFS and the MEA, and how they brought this together. What do you have to say to us, Shringla?
Well, Harsh is one example of excellence in IFS. And Harsh and his younger colleagues have performed brilliantly. So all I can say is congratulations. And Harsh, don't be shy about joining politics. If people are speculating, there must be a good reason for that. So shine there as you've been shining in IFS.
That's someone encouraging you, Mr. Shringla, to make that great leap.
Thank you, sir.
Well,
that's
a positive or a negative about politics?
And I very much...
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Shringla.
No, well, as far as I'm concerned, you continue to work. As you worked in service, you continue to work for the larger, common interests in the globe and the larger good. And I think that would be the endeavor. In what form that is, it's difficult to say now. But I certainly, would want to thank Ambassador Rajiv Dogra for his support throughout. I mean, even when I was Foreign Secretary, he was supportive. And he's always been a great senior colleague and a mentor. Thank you, sir, for your advice and guidance.
Well, all the best to you, both in your present, because the present job continues for some time, and also whatever future plans you have, I'm sure you'll shine.
It's interesting. India has a rich tradition of IFS officers who made careers in politics, stretching back to Natwar Singh, became a successful politician. You've had Jaishankar making the leap. Correct me if there are, I'm sure there are many more names.
President Narayanan.
President Narayanan,
Hamid
yes.
Ansari.
Hamid Ansari.
Manishankar Iyer.
Manishankar, how can we forget Manishankar Iyer?
Roster is full.
So, Mr. Harsh Shringla, you're going to follow in. You've got lots of people to emulate.
Let's not get him into trouble. Okay, we just asked. I said I threw a curveball at him. He's just.
I don't think you threw a curveball. There are good reasons and not so good reasons.
Good one.
I see, Mr. Shringla. Now you're speaking like a politician. The moment Manishankar Iyer's name came up, you said for good reasons and not so good reasons. He's already putting on his political pads.
No, but the fact is they've all, in their own way, done quite well. I think politics requires diplomacy. So diplomacy can be.
What was the toughest part of all you did over the last year, Mr. Shringla? What was the toughest?
I think one of the meetings that gave me the greatest satisfaction was the one in Srinagar in Jammu and Kashmir, because I really had to go there a number of times and work closely with the J&K administration, Lieutenant Governor, Chief Secretary, all of our colleagues there. And I think it is an extraordinary, again, effort of teamwork that resulted in a meeting that I believe was a game changer. Srinagar was an absolute game changer. The way that meeting was held, the international representation, the sort of turnout for that meeting, the sort of, urban transformations and beautification of the city that took place, which really charmed the residents of that place into saying that we should have more meetings of the G20. The fact that it spurred tourism in a very important part of our country, a beautiful part of our country. I think in many senses that was a game changer, in the region and, of course, in terms of the way the G20 was perceived in our country. And
what about the meetings in Arunachal Pradesh?
Small way,
the fact
not
that
just for our G20 effort, but also for the future. I think that is very, very important.
China wasn't very happy with the meetings in Arunachal Pradesh, and yet you did one everywhere.
Every part of the country that we've had.
How much?
Absolutely. We had at least one G20 meeting in every state and union territory of the country.
How much credit in the end, Mr. Shringla, do you also give Prime Minister Modi? The manner in which he put a sort of personal imprint on G20, the personalization in a way of his diplomatic outreach. How critical was that?
Let's be very clear. Right from the beginning of the process, not now, but in 2020 when I was Foreign Secretary, Prime Minister had a vision for our G20 presidency, and that vision has gone down right to the script. So we've been guided by his vision. And as I said, I mean, we've got ministerial oversight. We've had oversight by the coordination committee led by the principal secretary to the Prime Minister. We've had an excellent team working with us. It's been a whole of government, but a whole of nation approach that has made such a momentous event a success. And I think in many senses, if it hadn't been all of these factors, right from the guidance of the Prime Minister and his own vision for G20, it would not have been a meeting, it would not have been a process of this magnitude and achievement that we have seen today. Today that we can look back and say that these 9 or 10 months were the most momentous in our diplomatic history and engagement at a global level.
Do you think Brazil will have a tough time to follow? Was one of the ideas also to take the bar so high that whoever hosts the G20 next will really look at what India did and say, okay, now how do we try and outdo this, or compete or compare or at least equal this?
Brazil has been part of the Troika with us. We share similar ideology, and I think they will continue many of the best practices that we have instituted. They've been a great partner, a very friendly country, and I have no doubt that they would host a wonderful presidency of the G20.
We leave it there.
In conclusion, just to ask you, so you can now probably organize another festival of a very different kind in Darjeeling, another beautiful part of the world, but this time for very different reasons than diplomacy.
By the way, we did a festival in Darjeeling.
You did?
We held a G20 tourism meeting in Darjeeling, and you never had such an international event in that neck of the woods, but I think people were delighted that we could get the top tourism representatives to that Queen of the Hill Stations, and I think it went off very, very well with full support from all quarters.
I think we've picked up a theme there. You're not making it public and it's not known, but I think we've touched on an interesting strand which we'll build on as the time goes by.
A great interview there with Harshvardhan Shringla. Lovely one. It's also online. You can go and see it. The full version is up there. We're taking a very quick break. On the other side, we're going to bring you some images that have become the big talking point. The day actually began with this, not what was happening at the G20. Rishi Sunak, the British Prime Minister, who spent his morning at the Akshardham Swaminarayan temple with his wife Akshardham. We'll get you those lovely images. We'll talk about it just a little bit right after this break.
The new world order starts here.
And a rising India is leading the way.
A new template for a changing world.
India in the front seat for global peace and prosperity as world leaders line up for the big event.
India Today gives you the only ringside view. The faces, the voices,
the big news breaks.
Unrivaled build-up to the G20 summit.
Namaste G20. Continuing coverage only on India Today TV.
World's top leaders have arrived in the national capital. India's G20 presidency theme draws its inspiration from Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the verse that finds mention in the Maha Upanishad.
So India's G20 presidency is exceptional. And yes, we live in very challenging and difficult times. The more India takes merit for mastering this G20 presidency, I think it's also due to the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. And what I experience here coming to the country is that there is a whole national effort to master the G20 presidency by the largest democracy we have on this globe.
The summit is being held at the newly constructed Bharat Mandapam at Pragati Maidan. India presidency will majorly focus on green development, climate change, inclusive and resilient growth, women-led development, accelerating progress of sustainable development goals, as well as promoting digital public infrastructure. reforming and strengthening multilateral development banks to reflect the changed geopolitical conditions and the rise of the global south also remains key part of India's agenda during its presidency.
Global debt distress. Countries are in deep distress, not just less developed countries, but middle income countries as well. That affects the global financial architecture as well. Even discussions on debt distress under Indian presidency are happening in the G20, seeking global collaboration.
No document in the world would have such a strong voice for the global south and the developing countries as the New Delhi Leaders' Declaration. And therefore, the Prime Minister's vision of India's G20 presidency being a very inclusive presidency has been our aim. We have had Africa's highest ever participation. In addition to the 29 countries, we have had 32 additional countries. We've been the voice of the global south.
The Prime Minister has played an important role, and I would like to thank him for accepting our membership to the G22 and also for making the advocacy for Africa as a whole.
This global event will further cement India's position as the voice of Global South, as well as showcase to the world what it can offer to resolve some of the major priority issues by maintaining harmony across the globe. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
What really should be your alternatives to white refined sugar, which clearly is something that you must avoid? Let's talk about what you can use instead of this white sugar. Number one, organic brown sugar. Organic, then all the very better, because this is extremely healthy. Now what it does essentially is that this is processed, but it is made in the most natural way to retain most of sugarcane's nutrition, and that's the reason why this should be an alternative. Coconut or palm sugar, again extremely healthy sources of sugar, which are alternatives as well. Extracted from the flower buds of the coconut palm tree, the sugar has a mild caramel taste and can be used in a number of ways in your delicacies, also for daily consumption. Date sugar, extremely nutritious natural sweetener. Date sugar can be a great addition to your diet. This also is a good alternative. Jaggery or gur, as we know it, has got a world of benefits. in terms of what it does to your body. Essentially, a lot of people have spoken about the fact that during pollution, you should be consuming a lot of good. It's a great alternative to sugar. Also, the fact that it is rich in iron is really an added benefit and added advantage. Raw or unprocessed honey, this too is a great alternative. You can use it in various forms like you use white refined sugar. It tastes extremely good as well.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wild.
Okay, breaking news coming in on the back of the big Delhi declaration at the G20 summit headed by India. UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has just announced a record climate aid commitment as the G20 in India concludes. The UK, he says, will provide $2 billion to the Green Climate Fund, the biggest single funding commitment that the United Kingdom has made to help the world tackle climate change. $2 billion commitment to the Green Climate Fund. I want to bring Gaurav Sawant in on this. Gaurav, rapid action being taken by members of the G20 on the back of the Delhi declaration. This is very heartening to see that first big announcement coming from Rishi Sunak.
This is a major announcement being made by the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. $2 billion is what he's committed, and he's also given a breakup. He said that UK continues to show global climate leadership, and they're having cut their emissions faster than any of the G7 countries. He says their financial commitment is also the maximum that any G7 country may have made, and this was at a gathering of the G20 leaders in India that concludes today. The British Prime Minister announced UK's biggest single financial contribution to helping the world's most vulnerable people adapt to and mitigate the impact of climate change. In fact, Shiv, you'd recall this had been one of India's principal demands, that the developed countries, the Western countries, needed to do much more, not just in terms of financial commitment, and financial commitment was a big thing, so that developing countries did not have to pay for all the sins of the developed countries in modernization and industrialization. And this is a big announcement being made by the British Prime Minister, Shiv.
Okay, very, very important piece of breaking news that Gaurav is bringing to us at this point of time. $2 billion as a commitment. It's the largest ever that's been committed for the Green Climate Fund. It's a record commitment. Also, sources telling India today that Khalistani concerns about the Khalistani extremism in the United Kingdom were raised with the UK Prime Minister by Prime Minister Modi during their bilateral yesterday. Prime Minister definitely raised concerns when sovereignty of countries are impinged upon. Gaurav just brought that to us. Very, very important, Gaurav, in light of the fact that there's a pull aside that Prime Minister Modi will be holding with the Canadian Prime Minister shortly, the diametric opposite kind of effect from the British Prime Minister. He's very receptive. He's even spoken out saying there's no room for extremism. This was raised with him yesterday.
Shiv, the images are there for the world to see. You're absolutely right. The British Prime Minister has assured Prime Minister Narendra Modi that there is no space, there is no place for extremism in today's day and age. Extremism of any kind will not be tolerated, and that is why Britain will take action against the Khalistani extremists. Britain has assured India that security of our diplomats and security of Indian installations, the Indian High Commission in London, is of paramount importance, and they will ensure adequate security is provided. Shiv, you'd recall, after the Indian High Commission was targeted the first time, India had taken up the matter very strongly with the British, and the second time when the Khalistanis threatened to target the Indian mission, situation. There was adequate deployment of security, and India has made one thing very clear to all countries, whether it's Canada or the United Kingdom, Germany, Italy or Australia, that there is no place. This is not freedom of expression. A tableau in Canada, for example, showing the assassination of late Indira Gandhi, former Prime Minister of India, that cannot be passed off as freedom of expression. That is terrorism and must be dealt with as such. It remains to be seen how Canada responds to India's concerns.
Okay, very interesting. We'll leave it there for the moment. We're still waiting on that, on the pull aside that the Prime Minister will be holding with the Canadian Prime Minister. But as Gaurav has just broken it down for us, Prime Minister Modi has specifically raised India's concern on Khalistani extremism in the United Kingdom. Rishi Sunak spoke about it when he landed in India, where he said there is no room for extremism of any kind, and that he and the Indian government are working together to crack down on it. So a very clear message being sent, and this is a relationship that takes things in perfect alignment. India and UK government at this time on the same page as far as Khalistani elements are concerned. Well, Rishi Sunak, the British Prime Minister, and the First Lady, Akshardham began the day today by visiting the famous Akshardham temple in Delhi. One of the big visuals of the day. Gracefully embraced his Indian roots, as did she, by visiting the Swaminarayan temple on the outskirts of Delhi. In a letter, he also expressed his pride in his cultural roots during this visit. While Akshardham channeled her Indian roots with a traditional outfit, dressing up in an Indian outfit. The UK Prime Minister was seen in sleek black trousers paired with a white shirt for this temple visit. All of these images being shared widely, many of them going viral. Well, proud Hindu Rishi Sunak walked barefoot at the Akshardham temple, performed Aarti. The couple also performed Abhishek on the Murti of Sri Neelkanth Varni Maharaj and offered prayers for world peace, progress and harmony. Rishi Sunak was seen donning a kalava on his wrist, considered to be a sacred thread in the Hindu religion, worn around the wrist after performing a particular puja. The kalava was visible when he posed for a quick picture with Akshata and also with the priests of the Akshardham. Another image being shared widely is this image of Rishi Sunak with the temple priests. We spoke to one of them and I'll be playing that out for you in just a moment. He was also offered a model of the temple as a memento. And I spoke just a short while ago with one of the priests in those pictures with Rishi Sunak, Swaminarayan sect spokesperson, Brahma Vihari Swamiji. Here's what he said. Early morning VIP visitor, the British Prime Minister. What was the visit like? What can you share with us, sir?
I really wanted to say it is a visit full of faith, full of love. There was heavy downpour all night, and yet the Honorable Prime Minister, his faith continued, and he said he wanted to pay respect to the mandir, to the murtis. And he came around at 6:50 in the morning, and in a drizzle of rain, bare feet, and he and his wife, they walked right up to the mandir and the murti. Initially, the sadhus, we performed a special welcoming ceremony with a garland and applying the tilak on his forehead. And he was extremely happy. And one of the things that was shared was that he had always wanted to do darshan on Janmashtami. And I expressed that when Lord Krishna was born, it was raining. And it just happens that in amidst rain, he went with his full faith to the murti. He did an aarti. Then personally, he and his wife prayed.
All right, these are live images coming in from the G20 Summit Day 2. Let's listen in. That's the Brazilian president there. The Prime Minister has just spoken. We're going to stay with these pictures. Live images coming in from the inside of the Bharat Mandap.
को इस अवसर पर अपने विचार साझा करने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं.
Bem, primeiro, gostaria de dizer às autoridades aqui presentes, suas altezas, aos presidentes, aos primeiros ministros, de que A natureza, ela continua dando demonstração de que nós precisamos cuidar dela com muito mais carinho. Essa semana, há 3 dias atrás, no Brasil, um ciclone no estado do Rio Grande do Sul. Nunca tinha havido ciclone, matou 46 pessoas e tem quase 50 pessoas desaparecidas. Isso nos chama a atenção porque fenômenos como esse têm acontecido nos mais diferentes lugares do nosso planeta. Bem, eu quero primeiro cumprimentar o primeiro-ministro Narendra Modi pela condução eficaz da presidência indiana do G20 e pelo excelente trabalho na preparação dessa cúpula e no carinho que foi dedicado a todos nós convidados nesse dia que nós passamos aqui. Agradeço os esforços da Índia em dar voz a temas de interesse dos países emergentes. Por isso, eu quero me solidarizar aqui com o nosso querido companheiro, representante da União Africana, que agora faz parte do G20. Há 15 anos, este grupo se consolidou como uma das principais instâncias de governança global na esteira de uma crise que abalou a economia mundial. Nossa atuação conjunta nos permitiu enfrentar os momentos mais críticos, mas foi insuficiente para corrigir os equívocos estruturais do neoliberalismo. A arquitetura financeira global mudou pouco e as bases de uma nova governança econômica não foram lançadas. Novas urgências surgiram. Os desafios se acumularam e se agravaram. Vivemos num mundo em que a riqueza está mais concentrada, em que milhões de seres humanos ainda passam fome, em que o desenvolvimento sustentável está sempre ameaçado, em que as instituições de governança ainda refletem a realidade de meados do século passado. Só vamos conseguir enfrentar todos esses problemas se tratarmos da questão da desigualdade. A desigualdade de renda, de acesso à saúde, de educação, de alimentação, de gênero, de raça e de representação está na origem de todas essas anomalias. Se quisermos fazer a diferença, temos que colocar a redução das desigualdades no centro da agenda internacional. Por isso, a presidência brasileira do G20 tem 3 prioridades: a inclusão social e o combate à fome, a transição energética e o desenvolvimento sustentável em 3 vertentes: a vertente social, a vertente econômica e a vertente ambiental. Terceiro, a reforma das instituições de governança global. Todas essas prioridades estão contidas no lema da presidência brasileira, que diz: construindo um mundo justo e um planeta sustentável. 2 forças-tarefas serão criadas: a Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza e a mobilização global contra a mudança do clima. Precisamos redobrar os esforços para alcançar a meta de acabar com a fome no mundo até 2030. Caso contrário, estaremos diante do maior fracasso multilateral dos últimos anos. Agir para combater a mudança do clima exige vontade política e determinação dos governantes e também recursos e transferência de tecnologia. Queremos maior participação dos países emergentes nas decisões do Banco Mundial e do Fundo Monetário Internacional. A insustentável dívida externa dos países mais pobres precisa ser equacionada. A OMC tem que ser revitalizada e seu sistema de solução de controvérsias precisa voltar a funcionar. Para recuperar sua força política, o Conselho de Segurança da ONU precisa contar com a presença de novos países em desenvolvimento entre seus membros permanentes e não permanentes. A comunidade internacional olha para nós com esperança, porque reunimos o G20, economias de países emergentes e países desenvolvidos. Representamos 80% do PIB global, 75% das exportações e cerca de 60% da população mundial. Para assegurar que o G20 atue de forma inclusiva e coerente, o Brasil pretende organizar os trabalhos em torno de 3 orientações gerais. Primeiro, nós vamos fazer com que as trilhas políticas e de finanças se coordenem e trabalhem de forma mais entregada. Não adianta acordarmos a melhor política pública se não alocarmos os recursos necessários para a sua implementação. Segundo, nós temos de ouvir a sociedade. Não existe governo sem sociedade. A presidência brasileira vai assegurar que os grupos de engajamento tenham a oportunidade de reportar suas conclusões e recomendações aos representantes do governo. Terceiro, nós não podemos deixar que questões geopolíticas sequestrem a agenda de discussões das várias instâncias do G20. Não nos interessa um G20 dividido. Só com uma ação conjunta é que podemos fazer frente aos desafios dos nossos dias. Precisamos de paz e cooperação em vez de conflito. O caminho que nos levará...
Hijack the discussion agenda of the various G20 levels. We are not interested in a divided G20. Only through joint action may we face the challenges of our days. We need peace and cooperation instead of conflict. The path that will take us from New Delhi to Rio de Janeiro will require a lot of dedication and commitment from everyone. The technical groups and the preparatory ministerial meetings will be hosted in several cities in all our 5 regions of our country. For that reason, we will welcome the members of the G20 with open arms. And we need effectively the support of all the people here, including the track record of this successful summit meeting that was hosted by our dear country, that is India. I will be very much honored to welcome you all to the Rio de Janeiro summit in November of 2024. And before I hand the hammer here, I would like to thank very much to Prime Minister Modi and to thank to the Indian people for the competence that they had for organizing this event. And I would like to say, Prime Minister Modi, that I personally am very much touched emotionally when I want to pay a homage to our dear Gandhi, that we paid a homage today. Everybody knows that in my political life, Mahatma Gandhi has great meaning because the struggle with nonviolence was a role model that I followed for many decades when I was in the labor movement. And that's why I'm very much touched and emotional and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to pay this homage that we did today. And I'd like to say to all of you that Brazil will take the chair of the G20 and we will make a tremendous endeavor to manage to at least try to do something as the same that our brothers and sisters from India did. Thank you very much.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, जैसा आप सब जानते हैं, भारत के पास नवंबर तक G20 प्रेसिडेंसी की भी जिम्मेदारी है। अभी 2.5 महीने बाकी हैं। इन 2 दिनों में आप सभी ने अनेक बातें यहाँ रखी हैं, सुझाव दिए हैं, बहुत सारे प्रस्ताव रखे हैं। हमारी ये जिम्मेदारी है कि जो सुझाव आए हैं उनको भी एक बार फिर देखा जाए कि उनकी प्रगति में गति कैसे लाई जा सकती है। मेरा प्रस्ताव है कि हम नवंबर के अंत में G20 का एक वर्चुअल सेशन और रखें। उस सेशन में हम इस समिट के दौरान तय विषयों की समीक्षा कर सकते हैं। इन सब की डिटेल्स हमारी टीम आप सभी के साथ शेयर करेगी। मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप सब इससे जुड़ेंगे। योर हाइनेसेस, एक्सेलेंसीज, इसी के साथ मैं G20 समिट के समापन की घोषणा करता हूं। वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर का रोड मैप सुखद हो। स्वस्ति अस्तु विश्वस्य, यानी संपूर्ण विश्व में आशा और शांति का संचार हो। 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की इसी मंगल कामना के साथ आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
That's Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's speaking right at the final ceremony. The closing session that Prime Minister Modi spoke at. Just before him, the Prime Minister of Brazil, Lula da Silva, spoke extensively about the consensus that all the countries have reached, about India really paving the way into conversations around development, climate change, and a lot more. Let me cut across to Abhishek Balla joining us live for more on that. Abhishek, the closing session of the G20 with Brazil Prime Minister speaking, and then you had Prime Minister Modi wrapping up. Give us a little more on the final words that were spoken. All right, I'm going to try and patch with Abhishek. Pallavi Saha is also joining us, who's right there at the center, Bharat Mantapam, where we're seeing this grand closing ceremony of the G20 take place. Pallavi, what a successful ending for India. The real purpose to achieve consensus on the Delhi Declaration has been achieved. With Prime Minister speaking his final words, tell us what more did the Prime Minister of Brazil say?
Well, the President of Brazil, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, in fact spoke, and he, of course, listed out what will be the priorities for Brazil during its year as President of the G20. So he, in fact, listed out those priorities, which included social inclusion, which included, in fact, energy transition. Of course, we've made that a big, India made that a big part of its presidential year in terms of course, the launch of the Global Biofuels Alliance as well. We spoke a lot about climate change and climate action in our Delhi Declaration. So he's made that again a priority of his presidency. Also, he spoke about eradication of hunger and also, other issues which, of course, again, India laid a lot of stress on, which was, in fact, the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, which the Prime Minister admitted that we were quite off track on in terms of the listed, I beg your pardon, Sustainable Development Goals as listed by the United Nations. So those were, of course, the priorities that were, in fact, listed out by Brazilian President Lula da Silva, as, of course, the Prime Minister handed over the ceremonial gavel to him, which indicated that he's handed over India's presidency to Brazil. But, of course, like the Prime Minister himself said over there, India's presidency doesn't come to an end officially until November. And so a big suggestion there, Nabila, coming in from India and Prime Minister Modi is that there be a virtual session of the G20 in the month of November, where everyone can join in and assess the progress made on various goals that were set by this presidency of India in terms of what they declared was their intent in that New Delhi declaration, the leaders' declaration. So have an assessment of the same. So that was a suggestion that was coming in from the Prime Minister. He of course told all the leaders and the delegations present that his teams will be in touch with them.
All right. Stay with us. Follow me. I also have Abhishek Balla joining us for more on that. Abhishek, we heard the president of Brazil. Brazil is going to be taking up the presidency next. So it was really a grand culmination for India indeed, with all kinds of countries, with opposing views, coming to a consensus on the Delhi Declaration. And on the final words of the Prime Minister, he also suggested a virtual session coming November. But that said, speaking of the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam theme, by and large, the Prime Minister has stuck to that in every sense, while even the declaration of those 84 paras have extensively spoken of inclusive governance or working towards people and for the sake of the people world over. It's not just for one country, it's for people at large. Culminated with that same theme, tell us more on the final words of the Prime Minister.
Well, Nabila, the Prime Minister ended his statement saying, let there be peace in the world. Now, that's a big message because there was a lot of speculation whether there will be a mention of the Russia-Ukraine war in the joint declaration. There was also a lot of talk about whether there will be an outcome statement at all. There was an outcome statement with 100% consensus. In fact, all 83 paras that are part of that statement, every paragraph had 100% consensus even within that. And that's the big takeaway of this summit. And it's also extremely symbolic that the presidency now goes to Brazil, because Brazil has played an extremely crucial role as far as bringing this consensus is concerned. Not just India and Brazil, which gets the presidency now. There were certain other countries that rallied around bringing this consensus, and these included South Africa, Indonesia, which was India's predecessor, Mexico, Turkey, Saudi Arabia. So clearly there was a group which was convincing the G7 and the Western countries that a joint statement is necessary if G20 needs to remain a significant platform for global affairs.
You know, Abhishek, I'd like to ask you, how different has India's presidency of the G20 been in terms of the final ending of it, the Delhi Declaration being accepted versus many of the others like Bali and Indonesia, where real consensus wasn't reached? How far and different has India's summit been this time?
Well, the Russia-Ukraine war was clearly the polarizing factor in this summit, and there was a lot of talk whether there will be consensus on it or not. In Bali, of course, the statement that was brought out clearly condemned Russia. There were very strong words used about the Russian invasion. That hasn't happened now. Having said that, you know, there are still strong statements that territorial integrity, sovereignty, territorial acquisition, the UN Charter on Security, all these aspects have been covered, global peace. So there are clear references to Russia's actions, but without pinning the blame on Russia. So that's the big difference. And it seems that Russia will go back pretty happy with this, although there are utterances from Ukraine. Ukraine has already stated that there's not much to be happy about what has happened at G20, but this is how diplomacy works, and a middle path had to be found to make sure that there is a consensus document that comes out if the G20 platforms needs to remain significant.
You know, consensus achieved. It's all now for it to be adopted. What's the buzz that you're hearing from people who have arrived, foreign delegates who have come by? How do they look at the Delhi Declaration? How far are they willing to adopt it with immediate effect? What's the real talk around there in Bharat Mandapam?
Well, Nabila, speaking to some of the international journalists who were here, you know, about 24 hours back, they were not sure whether there will be a consensus document, and they were quite skeptical about it, especially the ones from the Western countries. But there were enough hints thrown around from Indian officials that this is going to happen. And in fact, yesterday when the Prime Minister spoke, he dropped a big hint when he made a reference to the Russia-Ukraine war, saying that if we can fight COVID-19, there is no reason why the world cannot come together to win over the trust deficit that has emerged because of the war. So that was a big hint dropped. And also, if you go through the document, it says that while this is not the platform for resolving geopolitical conflicts like the Russia-Ukraine war, and that had been India's stand, this is a platform for discussing economic progress. It does mention that the war has triggered economic distress in many of these countries, especially countries of the global south, the developing nations. And since India has been saying that India is the spokesperson of the global south, and that this document is in fact a document for the global south, that's why it became all the more important to touch upon the aspect of economic stress that has been caused because of the war.
Absolutely. Abhishek, do stay with us. What's the real takeaway from this last message from Prime Minister Modi at the closing ceremony of G20 is that the Prime Minister has now called for a G20 virtual session coming November. The Prime Minister suggests that virtual G20 session in November should be called for. India will be the president of the G20 until November, and he hopes to come together yet again with all those head of states there to come together and discuss one more round through a virtual meet to check the progress that's been made on the Delhi Declaration so far. If I may go to Polumi on that. Polumi, do take us through on the call. All right, we're first cutting across to Prime Minister Modi, who's made that call for a virtual meet in November.
जैसा आप सब जानते हैं, भारत के पास नवंबर तक G20 प्रेसिडेंसी की भी जिम्मेदारी है। अभी 2.5 महीने बाकी हैं। इन 2 दिनों में आप सभी ने अनेक बातें यहां रखी हैं, सुझाव दिए हैं, बहुत सारे प्रस्ताव रखे हैं। हमारी ये जिम्मेदारी है कि जो सुझाव आए हैं उनको भी एक बार फिर देखा जाए कि उनकी प्रगति में गति कैसे लाई जा सकती है। मेरा प्रस्ताव है कि हम नवंबर के अंत में G20 का एक वर्चुअल सेशन और रखें। उस सेशन में हम इस समिट के दौरान तय विषयों की समीक्षा कर सकते हैं। इन सब की डिटेल्स हमारी टीम आप सभी के साथ शेयर करेगी। मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप सब इससे जुड़ेंगे।
All right, we heard what Prime Minister said. The G20 grouping should meet again. He calls for a virtual session in November. That's until that India will be holding the presidency of the G20 group. Let me cut across to Polumi Saha for more on that. Polumi, the Prime Minister calling for a virtual session in November, hoping to see if there's some progress on the Delhi Declaration. Tell us more on the response he's received on that statement.
Well, we'll of course have to wait some more, Nabila, to find out, because that's just a suggestion that he's made, of course, while concluding, this G20 Summit 2023. He said, of course, and he told the delegates and, of course, the heads of state who were present there that his team will be in touch with their counterparts in these respective countries in order to, of course, seek their consensus, in fact, to hold this virtual session. It's a very unusual suggestion which has been made by the Prime Minister. But this just goes to show how India, of course, has taken the fact that it has led this delegation of some of the most powerful countries of the world, and taken that position of presidency over the last year very, very seriously, and the goals that it set itself, the priorities that it set itself, the agenda that itself set itself for this year, it has taken it very seriously. Much of it has been enunciated in that document which was put together, the New Delhi Leaders Declaration, the 83 paragraphs of that declaration. But now, of course, the Prime Minister wants to do a review of the same as well, as to how we've progressed and what sort of commitments have these respective countries and international organizations that are part of the invited members have in fact made towards, of course, achieving all of those goals that have been set in the New Delhi Leaders Declaration, Nabila.
Right. Abhishek, if you're with me, this is more or less Prime Minister Modi's style, isn't it? He usually follows up on the word he's given. So he's asking for the G20 grouping to come together for a virtual session yet again in November. How are suggestions like this usually taken by world leaders? And do you think they would abide to something like this? As part of the Delhi Declaration, they're all supposed to be adopting the promise that's been made. Will it begin in time? All of those details will be discussed in November. If they can come together for a virtual session, is what Prime Minister suggests. Will that be received well?
Well, there was a lot of suspense, Nabila, yesterday about the joint statement, and that suspense was broken suddenly when the big announcement was made. And now with this announcement made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, there obviously will be more suspense and speculation as to what is going to be the agenda for this virtual session that Prime Minister Modi has called for in November. The sense that one gets is that that it will be a review of whatever is discussed. Now, that's quite significant because it might send out a message that there are certain things that are still need to be done, all boxes to be ticked perhaps, and that's the reason why the Prime Minister has asked for all the G20 leaders to come together virtually and put their heads down and decide something. But yes, till we have the contours of what exactly is the agenda for this, what the world leaders have to say, I think this will add another dimension of suspicion, if you want to call it, some mystery around the G20, but that will only be clear once we get to hear more on this.
All right. Well, the fact that all countries have come to a consensus on it, one would assume or believe, at least hope, that they would adopt this at the earliest. Let me cut across to some big news coming in. Just as there's been the closing ceremony of the G20 at the Bharat Mandapam, a crucial Modi-Macron bilateral that's reported to be shortly from now. Modi's working lunch with the French President, Emmanuel Macron. In fact, this is a lunch meet which is said to be a little longer than a usual bilateral meet that may take place at the Prime Minister's home itself. Lunch meet is more informal and will be slightly longer, and one knows that the kind of relation that Modi and Emmanuel Macron have shared. In fact, India and France have shared so long. In fact, Emmanuel Macron, who is going to be meeting with Prime Minister for a working lunch shortly from now. A big surge in India-France partnership, Modi-Macron's second meeting this year, while India and France begin talks on the second Rafale deal as well. Big strategic boost to Delhi-Paris ties. Follow me for more on that. Follow me, what time is Emmanuel Macron and Prime Minister Modi's lunch meeting? And we believe this is a more casual meeting here where they'll have a little longer time for them to chat and a lot to be discussed, including the recent Rafale deal.
Well, as far as this interaction is concerned, it is being called a working lunch. So over lunch, basically the leaders and of course their support staff, who are part of the delegation, will in fact sit down and work out a few things in terms of their strategic partnership, check on the progress, review the same as well. India and France, of course, have been very close in terms of the relationship that they share, and they've, elevated the level of that relationship. You mentioned the Rafale deal, of course, that is just one of the defense factors that in terms of the defense sector that exists between the two of them in terms of the relationship that they have, and Abhishek will be able to share more on that. But we do know that the Prime Minister was invited as a guest of honor at the Bastille Day function in Paris as well, very recently as well. So clearly there is an elevation in the relationship between the two countries, and that is exactly what the two share, the two heads of state share as well, and that's what is going to be discussed at this working lunch as well, which is the first of the bilaterals that the Prime Minister is going to have. And then there's expected to be a pull aside with the Canadian Prime Minister, and subsequent to that many other bilateral meetings that the Prime Minister has scheduled. So while the G20 summit has concluded, the Prime Minister's work itinerary still is quite packed until this evening.
Absolutely. Multiple bilaterals to be held. To begin with, we believe it's with Emmanuel Macron, the French president. Abhishek, to tell us a little more about the equation that France and India really share. It seems like our equation has really built over the years thanks to Prime Minister Modi and the recent Rafale deal. That's really led to stronger ties and relations between India and France. This bilateral meeting, working lunch, we believe, between the two will give them a little more time for them to chat on a lot of areas, including the Rafale deal. There's a lot more to come in the Rafale deal. Do take us through the inside story.
Well, Nabila, you're right. When the Rafale deal was clinched and 36 French Rafales manufactured by French major Dassault Aviation were purchased by the Indian Air Force, it was a big deal. A lot was talked about it. There was a political controversy within India, but all that is left behind now. And in fact, on the cards is another deal with Dassault Aviation, this time for the naval version of the Rafale fighter jet, which the Indian Navy is looking for. Still a lot of speculation around it. We keep on hearing that it's a done deal, but no official announcement has been made yet. Not sure if that will come up during the meeting that the two leaders have today. But yes, defense cooperation is certainly one of the most important aspects of Indo-French ties. And over the years, we've seen how this has enhanced. And certainly, everybody, at least who follows defense and military, will be hoping and will be expecting some kind of an announcement for the naval version of the Rafale that the Indian Navy is looking for. There were trials done. We've heard that everything has been sorted out, and it's almost certain that the Rafale marine version has been chosen, but we'll have to wait and watch. But of course, this will be a crucial dialogue. In fact, the two leaders have met quite a few times in the recent past, and this informal lunch meeting will definitely add to the camaraderie between the two leaders and diplomatic relations between the two countries.
Absolutely. Abhishek, do stay with us. It's not just Emmanuel Macron and Prime Minister Modi. It's also another bilateral that has all the eyes on it, particularly that with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Big suspense indeed over Prime Minister Modi and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's meet. With surging Khalistani provocations in Canada, there seems to be huge buzz now that Modi is likely to rake up the issue when the two meet. In fact, in the past couple of months, major anti-India incidents have been reported in Canada. Despite all of this, Justin Trudeau seemingly has not taken any real concrete action against the Khalistani mob, which has made many think whether Justin Trudeau really is being soft on the Khalistani separatists, allowing Canada itself to become a breeding ground for it. Though Justin Trudeau has time and again refuted allegations of him being ignorant on the matter, claiming that his government takes serious actions against extremism, it now remains to be seen. Interestingly, if Prime Minister Modi will rake it up and what would be the response of Justin Trudeau on the same. Now, it was on July 7th this year when Justin Trudeau seemed to have backed the Khalistanis when he said that, and I quote, "India is wrong." His comments came after External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar slammed Canadian Prime Minister for being soft on K-terror, to which Trudeau says India is wrong on that. Listen in.
They are wrong. Canada has always taken extremely seriously violence and threats of violence. We've always taken serious action against terrorism, and we always will. We have an extremely diverse country, and freedom of expression is something that we have, but we will always make sure that we are pushing back against violence and extremism in all its forms.
All right, I'm going to bring in Abhishek Bhalla for more on that. Abhishek, we know that the Khalistani separatists have been really causing havoc and targeting Hindu temples in many parts of the globe. Canada seems to be one place which has almost become like a breeding ground for Khalistani separatists. And while India has more often than not stood up against them, Justin Trudeau hasn't really been, he hasn't really strongly worded his statement to try and eradicate such elements, the troublemongers. But today with the bilateral talks, one hopes, or at least Indians really expect, that Prime Minister Modi will rake it up, and we've got to wait to hear what Justin Trudeau's response would be on that.
Well, Nabila, when it comes to the Khalistani movement, there is definitely a big difference of perception and approach that the two countries have. You know, for India, this is a separatist movement, a secessionist movement, and on the other hand, as far as Canada is concerned, a lot of domestic politics revolves around these characters who India says are separatists, Khalistanis living in Canada. But for them, you know, several politicians are part of their domestic
verantwortbar umzugehen. Wir haben ferner miteinander beraten über digitales Zentralbankgeld, also die digitalen Währungen. Das ist eine ebenfalls beachtliche Aufgabe, vor der wir stehen, Zugang zu Finanzdienstleistungen einerseits zu ermöglichen, andererseits aber neue Risiken für die Finanzstabilität, die sich daraus ergeben könnten, zu verhindern. Unter der Überschrift One Future haben wir uns in der letzten Session am heutigen Vormittag befasst, unter anderem mit künstlicher Intelligenz. Künstliche Intelligenz ist eine faszinierende Innovation, die auch einen Hebel für zusätzliche Produktivität darstellen kann. Potenziell verbunden sind damit allerdings auch Gefahren, nicht nur für die Arbeitsmärkte, sondern auch darüber hinaus für einen nicht ethisch verantwortbaren Umgang mit diesen neuen Instrumenten. Und deshalb haben die G20 verabredet, dass wir uns in der allernächsten Zeit mit der ethischen Fundierung auch einer möglichen Einfassung künstlicher Intelligenz in gemeinsame Regeln beschäftigen wollen. Das ist ein Prozess, der jetzt beginnt, auch auf der Ebene von Expertinnen und Experten, und dann im nächsten Jahr vertieft werden soll.
Schönen Dank.
Well, that was the German Chancellor and his spokesperson really speaking on the sidelines of G20. But I'm going to cut to that. First, the UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, who is gracefully embracing his Indian roots. It was all out on display today before kicking off the day 2 of G20 summit. Rishi Sunak visited the Akshardham temple with his wife Akshardham. In fact, the couple offered prayers in the temple, performing arti. All of that was visible. He was seen photographs of some of the priests there as well. Rishi Sunak donned the sacred thread, the kalava, and posed for a quick photograph as well. The couple spent at least an hour in the temple amid tight security. It was only yesterday when Rishi Sunak expressed his desire to visit a temple during his India tour. In fact, Sunak also evoked Vasudeva Kutumbakam. He, in fact, penned a note to the Akshardham temple as well. This isn't the first time, though, that he's flaunted his Hindu roots. He's often seen performing puja, celebrating Diwali, Janmashtami, with his wife Akshita alongside. He even celebrated his first Diwali at the 10 Downing Street with full fervour last year. And this Delhi visit was his opportune time to indulge in his spirituality, and it was out on full display.
मंदिर में बहुत प्रेम से उन्होंने आरती की। क्या उन्होंने हमारे वहाँ राधा कृष्ण, सीताराम, पार्वती परमेश्वर, लक्ष्मी नारायण सबकी मूर्तियां हैं। सब मूर्तियों के पास में उन्होंने पुष्प रखे, प्रार्थना की हाथ जोड़ के और कहा कि मैं बहुत प्रसन्न हुआ। बहुत प्रेम से उन्होंने कहा मुझे बहुत 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 आनंद आया है और मैं चाहता हूं कि मैं जब भी मुझे मौका मिले तो मैं आता रहूं।
All right, British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, who's on a 3-day visit as part of the G20 summit, visited Akshardham with his wife. Sunak has also time and again expressed his deep connect to Hinduism on multiple public platforms, saying he's a proud Hindu.
Rishi Sunak, the first UK Prime Minister of an Indian origin, is also a proud Hindu. The British Prime Minister, who was spotted wearing Rakis during the G20 summit, visited the Akshardham temple in Delhi along with his wife Akshita Murthy on Sunday. Sunak, who arrived in India on Friday for the 18th G20 summit, expressed his deep connect to Hinduism.
Yeah, so I'm a proud Hindu, and that's how I was raised. That's how I am. And yes, we've just had Raksha Bandhan, so from my sister and my cousins, I have all my Rakis, and you know, I didn't have time to celebrate Janmashtami properly. It's something that is important to me. I think faith is something that helps everybody who has faith in their lives.
The couple, who were received by Union Minister Ashwini Kumar Chaubey on Friday, were greeted with Jai Siya Ram. They were also gifted Rudraksh, a copy of Bhagavad Gita and a Hanuman Chalisa.
Jai Siya Ram.
This isn't the first time Sunak has openly embraced Hinduism. He had visited the Hindu spiritual leader Murari Bapu in Cambridge for his 921st recital, titled Manas Vishwavidyalaya.
इतनी सबल राजपीठ पर बैठे हुए होते ही इतनी सरलता मैंने कम राजनेताओं में देखी है। जिस तरह वो गए और बच्चों से मिल रहे थे, लोगों को मिल रहे थे, ये जो है ये उसका बहुत बहुत अच्छा पहलू है।
And what I see Bapu does each day of his life.
Sunak addressed a gathering of people of Indian origin. He said his faith guides him in every aspect of his life.
Always be an inspirational figure.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful.
After the 2017 general elections, he swore his oath to Parliament upon the sacred Hindu text, the Bhagavad Gita. As per British media reports, Sunak always keeps an idol of Sri Ganesh on his table. He earlier made an appeal to give up eating beef and claimed he has consumed it. Sunak was also seen performing Gau Puja in London. The video, which went viral, was shot when the 42-year-old visited a cow enclosure along with his wife Akshita Murthy, the daughter of Infosys founder N.R. Narayana Murthy, a practitioner of Hinduism and the first British Prime Minister of Indian descent. Sunak is not leaving his culture and values behind. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, the G20's closing ceremony just ended, but yet a lot of bilateral talks with the Prime Minister. He's got a busy schedule. We're going to continue with our rolling coverage. For now, a short break. Do stay tuned.
As India aims big with the G20, the India Today group brings together unmissable super sharp global thinkers and strategists. Top foreign affairs guru.
It has to be a world with a greater sense of purpose, of vision, of values.
Leading expert on global political risk.
Xi Jinping is not surrounded by a bunch of reformers right now.
Leading global economists.
India's economy should be able to grow
ex-president of the United Nations Security Council.
This is an indication that relations between China and India still remain very troubled.
The Indian imperative, debated like never before, only on India Today.
In a world divided, unity prevailed.
हमारी टीम्स के हार्डवर्क से और आप सभी के सहयोग से नई दिल्ली G20 लीडर्स समिट डिक्लेरेशन पर सहमति बनी है.
India, as the G20 president, secured consensus. Even as the shadow of the Ukraine-Russia conflict loomed large over this gathering of the world's most influential leaders.
मेरा प्रस्ताव है कि इस लीडर्स डिक्लेरेशन को भी एडॉप्ट किया जाए. मैं इस डिक्लेरेशन को एडॉप्ट करने की घोषणा करता हूं. इस अवसर पर मैं हमारे मंत्रीगण, शेरपा और सभी अधिकारियों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं.
The G20 leaders unanimously adopted the New Delhi Declaration, agreeing that states must refrain from threatening or using force to acquire territory. A monumental victory for Indian diplomacy. Concerns that the G20 might falter due to the Russian and Chinese objections regarding the ongoing war were put to rest.
The New Delhi Leaders' Declaration has 83 paras in all. All 83 paras have 100% consensus across all countries. This demonstrates both the Prime Minister's and India's great ability to bring all developing countries, China, Russia, everybody together on the same table.
A year-long effort culminated in agreement when the world grappled with the Russia-Ukraine crisis. India showcased its diplomatic prowess, uniting global powers. The New Delhi Declaration called for peace without condemning Russia harshly, while addressing broader global economic issues.
It envisages a green development pact for a sustainable future. It endorses high-level principles on lifestyle for sustainable development, voluntary principles on hydrogen, the Chennai principles for a sustainable and resilient blue economy, and the Deccan principles on food security and nutrition, among others.
India, in its role as G20 president, championed inclusivity, especially for the global south.
air quality today. In Delhi, 31. In Mumbai, 60. In Kolkata, 56. In Bangalore, 32. In Chennai, 49. In Hyderabad, 37.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wild.
Welcome back. The grandeur with which the G20 summit has come to an end. The summit concluded with Prime Minister Modi himself handing over the ceremonial G20 presidency gavel to the Brazilian president, Lula da Silva. Brazil is now going to be the host next for the G20 Summit 2024. On the second day of the summit, the third session of G20 Summit One Future began after world leaders paid their homage to Mahatma Gandhi at Ghat in New Delhi. In fact, they participated in a wreath-laying ceremony at Mahatma Gandhi's Samadhi while being accompanied by a live performance of Mahatma Gandhi's cherished devotional songs. Prime Minister Modi greeted the G20 world leaders at Ghat, also offered them the Kadhi ceremonial scarf as well. The delegates also took part in the tree planting ceremony that symbolizes the commitment of G20 nations in environmental sustainability.
मैं ब्राजील के राष्ट्रपति और मेरे मित्र
the president
लूला डी सिल्वा को
and
हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं
De Silva.
और मैं उनको
And now I
प्रेसिडेंसी का गेवल सौंपता हूं. मैं राष्ट्रपति लूला को इस अवसर पर अपने विचार साझा करने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं.
I will be very much honored to welcome you all to the Rio de Janeiro summit in November of 2024. And before I hand the hammer here, I would like to thank very much to Prime Minister Modi and to thank to the Indian people for the competence that they had for organizing this event. And I would like to say, Prime Minister Modi, that I personally am very much touched emotionally when I want to pay a homage to our dear Gandhi, that we pay the homage today. And I'd like to say to all of you that Brazil will take the chair of the G20 and we will make a tremendous endeavor to manage to at least try to do something as the same that our brothers and sisters from India did. Thank you very much.
Meanwhile, my colleague Rahul Kanwal earlier spoke with India's G20 Sherpa, Amitabh Kant, who really gave insights on the G20 Delhi Leaders Declaration, who he himself sat down to prepare along with a bunch of other leaders. Let's have a listen what he had to say.
I want to go across now, live and exclusive, to the man of the moment, the hero of the G20, India Sherpa, Prime Minister Modi's blue-eyed bureaucrat, technocrat, who's delivered once again on the highest stage possible. Amitabh Kant now joins us live on India Today. Mr. Kant, the Prime Minister's congratulating you, the government's congratulating you, people watching this time saying once again, Chage ji, aap to well done.
Well, let me tell you, Rahul, it's been very, very tough, very difficult, but we've managed to get everybody around, and it really demonstrates India's great leadership of bringing all emerging markets together, bringing the developed world together, bringing China, Russia, everyone together, and arrive at a consensus on 83 different paras, including 8 paras on the geopolitical crisis. And on the geopolitical crisis, can you hear me?
I hear you well. I was seeing the pre-briefing that you did. Your eyes were looking swollen and puffed, and I was thinking, I don't think Mr. Kant's got much sleep. It's all the hard work and labor that you've put in has finally come through.
Yeah, it's been, so it's been about almost, we've been doing non-stop negotiations for the last about 8 days since the Sherpa meeting started. And it's just been round the clock 24/7. And the Sherpas are very tough, very, very tough and ruthless negotiators, I must say. It was, so while we were able to get a lot done on the developmental side, the Russia-Ukraine crisis was the real challenge because the Bali paras had, failed right after, and then you didn't have, last 9 months we were struggling actually, and all our ministerials we had a challenge, and we had to really get it going. The Prime Minister's direction was very clearly that this has to be a consensus. We do not want any footnote. We do not want any chair summary. It has to be 100% consensus. And I tell you what we've achieved is truly unique in terms of even the Russia-Ukraine crisis. It's really the voice of emerging markets speaking out. And this was possible because I worked with the Sherpas of Brazil. I worked with the Sherpa of South Africa, and later the Indonesian Sherpa joined us. We worked as a team together. And then later we brought in Saudi, Mexico, Turkey, all involved together. So once you have a strong voice of the emerging markets, then everyone else understood that we want a consensus. And we had to work through about 7-8 different drafts. We got it, but I had a very good team of young officers like Nagaraj Naidu and Inam Gambhir who worked with me, and Naidu was top class in drafting. Inam was very enthusiastic on the geopolitical side. And they really worked with me as a very good team to get everybody around. But in the final call, let me tell you, it was just the Prime Minister's leadership, because after having done about 15 different drafts and 200 odd bilaterals, I took it to the last moment. And at the last moment, I just said that we had realized that this was the best. 4 Sherpas had realized that this was the best balance. This was the best perspective. And it had taken care of everyone's red line. So I took it to the Sherpas meeting late night. And I said, this is the final version. And this will be the final version. We'll make no changes. And if any country has an issue with this, please ask your leader to talk to my Prime Minister. My Prime Minister, my leader has given me the green signal. He feels it's a very good draft. But if any one of you has a challenge, please tell your leader to talk to my leader directly. I checked up my mobile today morning. This finished around 4 o'clock. I checked my mobile at about 7. I had 0 objection. Everybody had fallen in line. And, that really shows that the clout of the Prime Minister. It also shows the leadership of India. And that's how it happened.
Really, all the men behind the Delhi Declaration, framing it itself super ecstatic that it's been a successful one. In fact, hours after the declaration had received its consensus, Rahul Kanwal, my colleague, spoke to Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri as well. Let's have a listen.
When we interviewed Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the build-up to the G20 summit, he said he hoped that the Indian G20 would be the catalyst of a new global world order. The guest who's joining me at this moment is very special in the current context because he's been an ace diplomat. He's also a top minister in the Narendra Modi government, and his responses will be at the intersection of diplomacy and politics. Minister Hardeep Puri, Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs, Petroleum and Natural Gas, for joining us on India Today. Thank you very much. Let me start by the vision that the Prime Minister had outlined in that interview he did with us, catalyst for a new global order. Do you think in the Delhi declaration that's come out, Minister Hardeep Puri, that objective has been achieved? This declaration signaling India's coming of age at the global arena?
It's not just a question of, what the Prime Minister, I think the Prime Minister was being modest when he said that. What the Prime Minister has succeeded in achieving, or rather the G20 Indian presidency has achieved, it has achieved a document called the New Delhi Declaration through a human-centric approach to development post-COVID and the initiation or the start of a new world order, with a new India being at the center of that. So I endorse what the content of your question, what the Honourable Prime Minister said, but I think when the Prime Minister spoke to you then, it was still work in progress. Today, you see evidence of that in the New Delhi Declaration.
Can you explain to everyone watching how this corridor between India, the Mideast and Europe will actually work in the real sense? It's a fantastic idea to be able to bring these countries on board as a huge achievement, but how will it operationalize? What will it really mean on the ground?
I am probably the wrong person, and I want to be uncharacteristically modest. This is a question which should be addressed to those of my colleagues who will be dealing with the issue. I can tell you that infrastructural cooperation is one thing, and I think the countries of the Middle East, the two countries that you have in mind, the United States, India, they will be able to achieve that. But I want to draw your attention, if you permit, to the Global Biofuels Alliance. I think that is another very major takeaway that you're going to get from this G20. Why? Because biofuels in the years to come will acquire an increasing importance, not only because of the value of global biofuels in the global economy. The IEA says it's worth about $92 billion today. It's going in the direction of $192 billion by the time the 2030 agenda comes. All this will be possible only because for the first time in the history of the biofuels, you have an international arrangement which brings together consumers, producers, other stakeholders, those who do research on it. I mean, you take all the other takeaways from that, plus your corridor, which is going to go through that. I don't want to comment whether that corridor is an answer to some other, some initiative by some others. But, the G20 and the people who are talking about these corridors are anchoring them in realistic, doable, small parts. And that is what it is about. But as I said, I'm probably the wrong minister to be having this conversation with.
Okay, explain how the Global Biofuels Alliance, in your view, speeds up the adoption of biofuels as a fuel and the ecosystem of technology around it from where we've reached. How do you think this will take things to the next gear, Minister?
No, I'll tell you, this is you've gone to the very essence or the heart of the matter. Biofuels usage is already a fact of life in many countries. I've had the privilege of serving in Brazil. I've had the privilege of serving in the United States, where biofuels are big play for a variety of reasons. In Brazil, you can go to a petrol pump on any given day and decide depending on the price of petrol or ethanol that day, whether you want more of one or more of the other in a flexi-fuel engine. In the United States, it's essentially from maize. In India, we've diversified. We have increasing use of maize, which lately has risen. Sugarcane, we are also making biofuels. in 5 plants from agricultural waste, second generation plants. We are going to be having third generation plants. As the idea of biofuels gets together, first of all, what is a biofuel? You will need some international discussion. The whole arrangement will be virtually hosted, and a lot of the stakeholders like Unica, which is a cooperative in Brazil, will happily contribute to, it's yearning to make a contribution. The Grain Council in the United States, my colleague, the Energy Secretary, Jennifer Granholm, when she came here and we were tying up the loose ends of this, I mean, I saw a palpable excitement about the fact that we will be able to do the journey to green transitioning through biofuels as a very major element. And I think till green hydrogen arrives on the scene, which is a few years down the head, biofuels will be a very important transitioning fuel. And I think that $192 billion target by 2030 is modest. It will be even higher because you are able to make biofuels from relatively simple plant and machinery. And all our plant and machinery for biofuel production in India is locally manufactured.
All right, on that note, it's a wrap on this edition of The Bulletin. I'm going to cut across on the other side to our cricket special as clear skies in Colombo make way for India-Pakistan Asia Cup match. In a little bit from now, Nikhil Naz joining us from Ground Zero. Stay with us.
They are strong, powerful, and they mean business. And it was this message that they wore on their sleeves. The women of G20 have put their best foot forward, redefining power dressing. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni arrived at the Bharat Mandapam wearing an all-blue suit with unmissable gold buttons and a statement brooch. Wearing her blonde hair loose, the Italian Prime Minister was the picture of power and grace as she walked down the red carpet for a warm handshake and a hearty laugh with Prime Minister Modi. The other look that caught everyone's eye was the First Lady of Brazil. Dressed in all white and beaming as she held her husband's hand, Rosângela Lula da Silva wore a white jacket and teamed it with a pair of loose white pants that oozed comfort and confidence. And then, of course, the couple that's breaking the internet. UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and First Lady Akshardham have been going viral for everything they've been doing. Akshardham blended her Indian roots with British sensibilities as she arrived in the capital, pairing a crisp white shirt and a brocade floral printed full skirt and nude pumps. Akshata's white shirt is from Nothing Underneath and costs about 11,700 rupees.
I actually quite like what Akshata Murthy decided to wear today as she descended down the steps of the aircraft with Prime Minister Sunak as they arrived in New Delhi for the G20 summit. I think if I had to label her look, I would say elegant and comfortable.
Since then, Akshata has been painting the town red with one colourful outfit choice after another. From a white shirt juxtaposed with pink pants for a stroll in Delhi, to this colourful dress for a visit to the British Council. Akshata has won hearts across, particularly for even going barefoot while playing football in her dress with students.
I love that. Okay, like that 3 plus etc. Basketball and
These women have redefined power dressing and have served some interesting looks on day one of the G20 summit. Bureau Report, India Today.
forecast now. Delhi, maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Well, hello and welcome to this special broadcast. I'm coming to you live from Colombo, a beautiful Colombo, I might add. You can see the ocean right behind me. It's a beautiful setting, one of the most popular roads here in Colombo. But I'm afraid I don't have great news to report from here because it has been raining for the last 2 days that I've been here. In fact, just a short while ago, we had a very heavy shower, which isn't great news if you're a fan of cricket. But we're still building up to India versus Pakistan with our fingers crossed, hoping that come the 10th, the weather gods will be slightly kinder to us. Joining me, Harbhajan Singh and Sunil Gavaskar. Let me start with you, Sai Bhai. India versus Pakistan, and all the talk is around Pakistan's fast-moving lineup at the moment. We saw it against India. We saw it in that game versus Bangladesh. Is it fair to say that at the moment they've got the best fast-bowling attack in the world?
You could say that, yes, definitely, because at one time it possibly was Australia, and with Pakistan always being maybe either the shared number one spot or number two. Because Pakistan's always had top-class new ball bowlers. But at this particular point of time, theirs is probably the most lethal new ball attack in the game. Left-hand, right-hand combination, you've got good pace, they move the ball at that pace. So not easy for any batter to get aggressive against them from the word go.
Harbhajan, same question to you. Is it the best attack? If it is, how does one tackle it?
Well, play the ball to its merit. Simple as that. There have been a lot of bowlers in world cricket, who had class like Shaheen and the other bowlers. But people have played them well and also scored runs against those. It just comes down to those mindset. What kind of a mindset you are in. We know that Shaheen will bring the ball back in. He's fast and he looks for those early wickets. All you need to do is, keep your plan simple. Not to give him wicket up front. Negotiate with that swing and pace. Early on, simple as that. Even if you don't score runs in those first 4-5 overs of Shaheen, it doesn't make you look bad. But of course, if you stay back in the crease, for a longer period of time, there'll be more opportunity for you to score runs. So play the ball according to what the ball is doing rather than looking at the bowler who's bowling. Simple as that. So keeping simple will be the key.
Okay, keep it simple, Harbhajan says. And you know what, this entire contest, as we're building up to it, will be a good battle between bat and ball. But for that battle to happen, the weather gods have to be kind. But as I'm reporting from here, it's expected to rain. If and I'll take that question to Sanibhai, if we weren't going to get any cricket in Colombo, as is expected, unfortunately, who is to blame? Because I know I keep getting a lot of messages here, people asking me about the weather, and fans are fearing that, in Colombo, we might not get cricket. There were talks of it going to Hambantota, going to Dambulla. None of that has happened. Who will then be blamed for not having this exciting contest right before the World Cup?
Well, maybe I think somebody should find out the real story, because it appears from, again, all the cricketing grapevine that it were probably the players who did not want to go to Hambantota. And it was so the administrator had to, at the last moment, change it from Hambantota to Colombo, despite knowing that Colombo is going to have pretty dicey weather. So, I mean, that is something that you guys need to find out whether that actually happened or not. And then just keep our fingers crossed that, the rain doesn't really, even if it falls, it doesn't spoil a game. We don't have a washout like we had in the first game against India and Pakistan. And by players, I don't mean the players of one team, players of, the teams that were supposed to be playing there.
No, Sahiba, you've hit the nail on the head because you told me I must find out. I am the reporter on ground, and this is exactly what we found out also, speaking to various people in and around the organization, that the players weren't happy initially also when Dambula was being suggested. So it did not go there. Then once it was decided Hambantota should be that venue, then also players, and you're right, it's not just players, Indian players, but also players of other teams weren't very keen to go to Hambantota. I'll take that question to Harbhajan because I know that he has played in Dambula, he's played in these venues in Sri Lanka. I'm just talking and I want to know from a player's perspective, is there anything that is inferior in these places which doesn't allow you to play your best cricket in terms of facility, in terms of the ground? Are there issues that players would want to play? Because I know you have played in those places. You played wherever the board asked you to play. I mean, during your generation, you guys went and played.
Yeah, I think it wasn't the case when I played cricket, certainly, that we were, that consulted where we need to play cricket or not. If the match was in Gaul, we played in Gaul. If it was in Mantota, we played in Mantota, wherever the game was played. And now, since we are hearing this, that players have said that we will not go to the place which you referred earlier. I think that shouldn't be the case. It is the BCCI or the ICC or the Asia cricket to decide, where to keep the matches. It is not players' choice that they will not play in Colombo or they'll play in Gaul. Wherever the matches are kept, wherever the conditions are playable, they should travel there and play. Simple as that. I don't see, that's something which players should be even asked whether you want to play in Gaul or Colombo. Simple as that. Because neither this tournament is hosted by Sri Lanka or India or Pakistan. It is a Asia Cup. So obviously Asia Cup need to see, Asian Cricket Council need to see where those conditions are, where they can actually go and play. It could be in Gaul, it could be in Mantota or wherever it is. If the matches are not going to happen in Colombo, so the only kind of games you can play here is have a match outside in the beach, who swim faster than the others and get the right result.
Maybe that can be looked at. Beach is lovely though. Beach is lovely. Maybe we can have a beach running contest or something.
If a swimming contest was there, when I was playing, India would not win because I don't know how to swim. I know a lot of players. I know a lot of players around that time. They were not swimmers. So, so I hope this Indian team has got a lot of swimmers.
Yes, I know that. I know that you do not know how to swim. But I'm going to take those two questions I want to ask you based on what Harbhajan has just said. Firstly, he says, in his time, players weren't even consulted. I'm sure when you were playing also, you weren't consulted. So does then the whole, issue stay then with the administrator? Should they even be consulting teams? Shouldn't they see what is best in terms of organization ahead of the World Cup, where the teams need to play, rather than look at the comforts of the player?
By all means, consult the players before the schedule is announced. Particularly if it's a home series. By all means, consult the coach, the team, the captain, and ask them which are the 3-4 venues where you think your team has got a better chance. By all means, do that before the schedule is announced. Once the schedule is announced, I think it is a little bit tough for you because you've got to make arrangements, travel arrangements, hotel bookings. They're not really easy. Because when you're not talking about 10, 15 rooms, you're talking about sometimes 40, 50, 80 rooms. So that's not easy. Don't forget the TV crew also has to go. So for the TV crew also, it's not easy. They're also about 60, 70 in number. So those kind of rooms are not easy to get at the snap of a finger. But like I said, I think it's easy sometimes to point a finger at the administrators because at the end of the day, the administrators, can be made scapegoats. But I think it is really necessary to find out, what happened and why, despite knowing that the weather forecast for Colombo hasn't been good, why the matches were not held in Hambantota.
I'm just going to extend that question, Sunny. I gave you certain reasons reporting from here that the players, actually the reservation was regarding, staying facilities, training facilities, the ground. Just as I asked Harbhajan Singh, let me ask you that also, Sai. You've been there as a commentator in these places, whether it's Hambantota, whether it's Dambula. Are the training facilities, grounds, or places to stay that inferior that the team can't stay? And I just want to mention that while I covered a lot of I covered a lot of Harbhajan Singh's generation. When they needed to get practice before a game, they played in Karnail Singh Stadium, which clearly does not even rank anywhere close to the stadiums that you had. We've had players play in Lahali and godforsaken places in India where they have to stay in guest houses, not 5-star hotels. But when you have to play a match, you just go, you land up wherever you need to play a match. Should these things also be considered in terms of comfort or recreation or gym facilities, training facilities?
Well, I mean, obviously you want the players to be in a proper mental state to be able to give off their best, and which means that you have to look at these things like training facilities, practice facilities, gym facilities. I totally understand that's a modern way to go about. Totally understand that, but sometimes in situations like what we have over here, you've got to look at the larger picture. The larger picture that if Hambantota has less chance of rain or no chance of rain, while Colombo has got more chances of rain, then you've got to look at the bigger picture in terms of what the Asia Cup can do for you. Because Asia Cup is also a place where you can experiment a little bit with your combinations. Asia Cup is a place where you can also actually get into stride, get into form for the big event that is the World Cup. Not for a moment am I suggesting that the Asia Cup is to be taken lightly. The Asia Cup also has to be won. But I don't know about Hambantota. I've never been to Hambantota, to be honest with you. So I don't know what is the situation over there. But I think sometimes the players have to take it on the chin. They have to say that, look, okay, we don't have the best of facilities, but we've got to go out there and show our best. And it's not always just facilities for 2 days before the match. You're actually preparing for more than a month and a half, in other places where you've got all the proper facilities. So for these 2-3 days before a match, you should be able to, take the rough with the smooth.
Harbhajan, you want to come in? Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say, Nikhil, that Bantota, not Bantota, the place Dambula. Dambula is a proper international cricket stadium where we played a lot of cricket.
Yes.
A lot of guys from this team also played a lot of cricket there. So Asia Cup was, which was won against that famous game, India versus Pakistan, where I hit that 6.
Yes.
That was in Dambula. And that's a big stadium, massive stadium. I think that's where they wanted to eventually go because there's hardly any rain over there. And they have some beautiful hotels as well. So I don't know whether it is the players' call or administrators' call that they don't want to take the tournament there. But having said that, Asia Cup is an important tournament just before the World Cup. As a player, if I was part of any team, whether management side or from the player side, I would have liked to go and play some cricket rather than just waiting for sun to come out in Colombo and look to play. So if that was the opportunity was given to me, I would have gone there and played.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. In fact, I've covered as a journalist games in Dambula when Harbhajan, there was Rahul Dravid, there was Saurav Ganguly, some fantastic resorts there. So they have 5-star facilities. The ground is amazing. All of that is there. What's worse right now in Colombo is, even in terms of training, I went for the India training session. They could only train indoors. That's not ideal. There are no outdoor training facilities anyway. So even if you've stayed in Colombo, it's not that you've got better training facilities. So at least that's an advantage. All outdoor facilities are inundated. There's a lot of water. So you cannot be even training. All you'll get is indoor training sessions at the moment.
I mean, Nikhil, training, we always talk about training, but a lot of these new trends are the teams don't train. before the games. So, when they don't train, so those training issues are gone out of the window anyways. So training issues should not be that consider key whether training happening or not. You have done training almost all your life. It's just about playing the competition against each other. That's what matters in the end. And for that, wherever you find place, you should look to go there and play. Simple as that. Sri Lanka is a place. It's a small country where everything in 2 hours away. So like Dambula is like about 2 hours away from here in bus ride. So why don't the whole thing shift there so they can have a brilliant tournament there, without any kind of disturbance from rain, from any whatsoever.
Right. I think many will say now that unfortunately that ship has sailed, so no chance of last moment movement there, which means that we are going to have a rainy Asia Cup at the moment. I'm just shifting our focus. Last couple of points that I want to touch with the two of you. There is, because of this blame game happening, Pakistan saying we wanted to go to Hambundota, India saying we wanted to go. I'm not getting into it because we will not know the final picture. The only thing that's emerged is former PCB chief Najam Sethi coming out and saying the Indian players didn't want to, so they are afraid to play versus Pakistan. And that's a trend that now you see news articles everywhere. My only point is, and let me start with Harbhajan, where do you think this confidence comes from? Was that game where India got out for 266 enough for this sort of a confidence that India is scared to play Pakistan, where that game finished in Palakele?
I don't know what is Mr. Nizam Sethi is smoking nowadays. I don't know how he's talking about, that they were the favorite or India doesn't want to play Pakistan. Please, someone give him the whole record, where India have beaten them more number of times whenever they have played against each other. So this is a baseless kind of a thing for him with the kind of stretcher he holds at this present moment for Pakistan cricket, says that India doesn't want to play against Pakistan because India is scared. India has never been scared of playing anyone. So I don't know where is this coming from, but they needed to sit with the Asian Cricket Council and decide where the tournament should be held and where the weather forecast seems to be okay. Simple as that, rather than blaming that India doesn't want to play. Boss, you come, play with us anywhere and we'll beat you wherever you play with us.
Right, Simon, there's a word which can sum up this, which is called preposterous. And I'm sure that if you were to ask, any Indian fan, cricketers, all of would just, rubbish this sort of a thing. But I just want to know the same thing. Where do you think this confidence has suddenly come from? Because maybe a couple of years ago, if this confusion was over, arrangements, there could have been blame game. But this sort of an idea would have never come that India is scared to play Pakistan. Is that newfound confidence come after the last game or maybe those few victories that they've had versus India in the recent past?
Well, I mean, basically, if you have a look at all the statements that come out from their side, and which sadly our media happily, gives them, prominence. We have, Pakistani players, Australian players selecting Indian teams. I mean, how is it their concern? We have, in our papers, so and so saying, oh, he should have been in the, some overseas player. Does Harbhajan, myself, Kapil Dev, or anybody select the Australia team or the Pakistan team or any team? We don't select. It's none of our business. But we allow everybody else to meddle into our cricket. And so, this is the sad part. So from there, it's always been, oh, Babar is better than Kohli and Rohit Sharma. Or Shaheen Shafri is better than so-and-so. Inzamam is better than Sachin Tendulkar. So-and-so. For them, they are always better than us. So that is what, that is the way they have to cater to their audience. And therefore, that is what happens, that, always trying to show that this is the situation. In Mumbai cricketing terms, we call, such this thing, GTU. You know what GTU is? You know what GTU is, no?
Yes. Gire to bhi tang upar. Am I correct?
Correct.
That's brilliantly summed up, Sahibai. But you know what? I'll also use a Hindi phrase. वो क्या होता है? They say ना जिस पेड़ पे फल होते हैं उसी पे लोग पत्थर मारते हैं. That is why I guess everyone loves to pick the Indian team. Everyone loves to talk about the Indian team. Because not the rest of the world isn't too interested in maybe the rest of the team. That's why everyone likes to focus on the Indian team and pick teams and decide who should be captain and who shouldn't be captain.
You don't allow them. Don't allow them. Don't give them any this thing in your papers or in your media. You have a South African saying, he should have been in the team. You have an Australian saying he should have been in the team. How is it their concern? They are not selectors for us. Yeah, बहुत ज़्यादा होता है. I think, you have somebody saying, no, he should bat at number 3, he should bat at 4. Come on. We don't need your advice.
Yeah, बिल्कुल सही, sir. 100% सही. Because all these people, they come from abroad and they played for their respective teams, and now they are coming and selecting an Indian team. Wow, that's something. I mean, amazed me कि वाह कैसे होता है और यही होता है sir. No one allows us to go to Australia or go to England to make their team, but people invite those legends, so-called, to come over and make Team India. And who should bat in number 3 or number 4, or they'll guide us कि कौन पहला ओवर करे और कौन last. वाह.
Okay, I'm going to wrap up.
See, we Cancerians agree.
I
always agree with you.
Lots of Cancerians in Indian team. I'm finishing off the discussion with one final point. And interestingly, because we were talking about foreign players, talking about Indian cricket, I'm going to get both of you to talk about a foreign player. And that's the last bit on the discussion. Harbhajan, let me start with you. I wanted to talk about Heath Streak, who passed away very recently. You've played against him. How will you remember Heath Streak, the cricketer?
Someone who was very, very well respected in that Zimbabwean dressing room, and also in the opposition's dressing room, even in our dressing room. Someone who was a match winner, and more than that, he was a guy you can go talk to him, and very happy kind of soul. So it's a very sad kind of news when I heard that he's no more. There are a lot of memories which we played together. We spoke, after the game. So that remains with me. But yeah, wherever he's gone, I hope he rests in peace, and condolences to his family. He was a great, great, great guy.
Saibhai, to you as well. You never played against him, but you commentated on a lot of games that he was playing. You visited Zimbabwe multiple times.
He was a top player, no question about it. One of Zimbabwe's best ever players. And I did have the occasion to interact with him, being the chairman of the cricket committee, which looked into some of the playing conditions, etc. Being the Zimbabwe captain, did have the occasion. He was came across big fella, but came across as a very soft-spoken, giant. And very sad news that he passed away so soon. We all knew that he had been ailing for a while, and that it was going to be an uphill battle, which sadly he has lost. But I hope his soul rests in peace.
All right. Sunny Gavaskar, Harbhajan Singh, remembering Heath Streak, one of the finest cricketers to come out of Zimbabwe. Thank you so much for taking our time speaking to India today. Hopefully next time I'm live, I will have Harbhajan Singh in person, because I know he's going to be flying into Sri Lanka, standing next to me. Saibhai won't be coming. He needs to recuperate after so many, assignments, commentary assignments all across the world. He's decided, a tournament or two, I'll just relax, sit back and enjoy it from the drawing room of my Mumbai homes.
I knew all this was going to happen, so I didn't want to travel from one place, from Kandy to Colombo to Hambantota to whatever it is,
That's why. Trust Saibhai, always forward-looking. Trust him to, plan his travel so far ahead. But maybe a thing or two for all of us to learn. But thank you so much for taking our time. And hopefully we may get some game India-Pakistan, but I'll keep updating you with the weather. For the moment, Nikhil Nath signing off from Colombo.
The new world order starts here, and a rising India is leading the way. A new template for a changing world.
India in the front seat for global peace and prosperity. as world leaders line up for the big event.
India Today gives you the only ringside view. The faces, the voices, the big news breaks. Unrivaled build-up to the G20 summit.
Namaste G20. Continuing coverage only on India Today TV.
The Delhi declaration of the 18th G20 summit refers to war in Ukraine and not war against Ukraine. It's a significant shift in language from the Bali declaration of 2022. After intense brainstorming and negotiations, G7 countries and EU agreed to climb down over language from Bali.
India worked very closely with Brazil, South Africa, and Indonesia. And I want to say that it was the emerging markets which played a very key role. The issue was clinched because of the leadership of the Prime Minister, because eventually we had to say that the leader wants it. It was just brilliant teamwork by India, which has enabled us to achieve consensus on an issue on which the world has evaded any consensus.
The Delhi Declaration recorded the consensus regarding the war in Ukraine, wherein all states must act in consistency with the purpose and principles of the UN Charter in its entirety. So all states must refrain from the threat or use of force to seek territorial acquisition against any independent sovereign state, and the use or threat of use of nuclear weapons is inadmissible. It also acknowledged that G20 is not the platform to resolve geopolitical and security issues.
I think we are being transparent. I mean, it is a fact. This is today a very polarizing issue. There are multiple views on this. There are a spectrum of views on this. So I think in all fairness, it was only right to record what was the reality in the meeting rooms. And
while the Delhi Declaration highlighted the global impact of the war in Ukraine on food and energy security, supply chains, macro-financial stability, inflation and growth, it emphasized on peaceful resolution of conflict through diplomacy and dialogue.
Bali was Bali and New Delhi is New Delhi. I mean, Bali was a year ago, the situation was different. There are in totality 8 paragraphs, 7 of which actually focus on the Ukraine issue. And many of them highlight problems which are of great contemporary significance. One should not have a theological view of this. I think the New Delhi Declaration responds to the situation and concerns as it is today.
The war in Ukraine does impact all, and the Delhi Declaration has become a green roadmap to tackle the conflict with determination.
One Earth, one family, one future. That's the focus of this G20 summit.
Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
everyone, this is Anita Brito in conversation with the one and only Shyam Kaushal. Hello sir, कैसे हो आप?
हेलो नमस्कार जी.
आपको सबसे ज्यादा कौन से एक्टर के साथ काम करके मजा है, मुझे ये बताइए. आई नो सबके साथ आया होगा, बट एक तो फेवरेट होगा ही आपका.
तो मेरा एक मानना होता है, जैसा मैं आज भी ओपनली बोलता हूँ कि पिछले मैं 43 साल में मेरे को कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं मिला. तो मैं कभी सोचता नहीं हूँ कि अगर कुछ कमियाँ होंगी तो मेरे में होंगी. कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं है, कोई भी ऐसा. जब मैं एक्टर्स मेरे जो छोटे हैं, जैसा रणबीर सिंह, रणबीर कपूर, अर्जुन कपूर, उन्होंने मेरे साथ शुरू किया. जब भी मिलते पैर छूते हैं, ऐसा बच्चों की तरह. तो आप अगर उनको प्यार देते हो तो आपको सामने से प्यार मिलेगा ही. जब भी आप अपने आप में कुछ ऐसा होल्ड बैक रखते हो फिर वो चीज़ें आती. लेकिन मेरा कभी आज तक ऑनेस्टली मतलब कभी कुछ इशू नहीं हुआ किसी के साथ भी. अमित जी के साथ इतना अच्छा रिलेशन है, बहुत. शाहरुख
डॉन टू अभी डॉन 3 आ रही है उसके.
हाँ करेक्ट है, डॉन टू. तो नहीं, पर शाहरुख के साथ 2 डॉन बनाई ना कि नहीं?
2 डॉन, एक ही डॉन है ना. डॉन 3 अभी रिलीज हुई है रणवीर के साथ.
हाँ,
तो पहली वाली
अमित जी के साथ. हाँ, डॉन जो 2005 या 6 में शायद. हाँ
ईयर मुझे.
तो उसमें वो शॉट था बीच पे ना, गाड़ी चलाना, ब्लास्ट होता है फायर का, गाड़ी पूरी ब्लास्ट में.
हाँ.
और फिर ये चलाते निकलते. तो फरहान डायरेक्टर थे, उन्होंने मतलब ही सो इंटेलिजेंट एंड टेक्निकली सो परफेक्ट. हाँ, उन्होंने बोनट पे कैमरा लगाया, फिर ऐसा कि ना एक ही शॉट में देख रहे हैं शाहरुख ऐसा गाड़ी चलाते आ रहे हैं, ब्लास्ट हुआ, पूरा आग बाग भरी और फिर निकले ऐसे. हाँ.
के मैच में फैंस आते हैं यहाँ पर.
Well, hello and welcome to our special show, Road to the World Cup, coming to you live from where all the action is at the moment. That is Colombo, that is the Premadasa Stadium, and I'm coming to you live from there. Just a short while ago, you heard from Harbhajan Singh and Sunil Gavaskar. At that time, they were setting up the game for you. I've quickly changed my location and come to ground zero because this is where all the action is going to be. And first and foremost, this is the biggest question on everyone's mind, and let me answer that. How's the weather looking like? Because you know what happened in the last game between India and Pakistan that was to take place in Palakele. There were rain clouds through the day. The sun kept playing hide and seek with the clouds, and then you got some bit of game. You got half the innings with a few interruptions, but the second half of the innings just could not happen. There were rain clouds that were threatening to wash out this particular game as well. Game number 2 in the Asia Cup between India and Pakistan. But I'm very happy to report that right now it's all clear. In fact, the weather has been very kind the last 3 days, because for the last 3 days we've not had rain here. I've been here for a good 5-6 day period in Colombo, and the first 2.5 days we had a lot of rain, and there were doubts about this game going forward. There was a lot of criticism that was coming by the way of the Asian Cricket Council for having organized the tournament here, knowing fully well that you could encounter a lot of rain in Colombo. There was this entire controversy over why not move it to Hambantota, with Pakistan saying that India is scared of playing Pakistan. That is why they don't want to move it to Hambantota. All of that has happened. All of that is behind us. All of that now, as I speak right now, is done and dusted because there is sunshine here. There has been sunshine since the morning. It was a clear day yesterday as well, which is why you got to see a full 100-over match between Sri Lanka and Bangladesh yesterday. So that's good news. So if you've got plans for this Sunday, well then, what do I suggest? Get a big bucket of popcorn, other snacks, your soft drink, juices, whatever your poison might be, and get ready to see a long day of cricket, because a one-day game, as you know, goes on for 7-8 hours, and keeping my fingers crossed, hopefully you will get 7-8 hours of cricket, which means hopefully you will get to see 100 overs of the match. So that's the good news. The toss will be happening any moment now, and we'll update you with the toss as well as changes to the playing 11. Sunny Gavaskar joins us live once again on the program. Sunny bhai, the teams will be out very soon, but
But do you expect India to make any sort of changes in this game? Maybe an additional spinner, considering that Premadasa ends up helping the spin bowlers. What do you reckon India would want to go with in terms of your playing 11? Also remember, KL Rahul is available for selection.
Well, I'm not in Colombo, so I don't know what the pitch looks like, what the overhead conditions are. You said it's bright, so maybe a spinner could be included. But if there's a change that needs to be made, I think instead of Shardul Thakur, maybe Mohammad Shami, because you want wicket-taking bowlers as well, not somebody who's going to just contain the batters. You need wicket-taking bowlers. So Mohammad Shami would be a very good replacement, I think, for Shardul Thakur.
Shaiva, that's interesting that you talk about that India go with wicket-taking bowlers, in which case you'll have to go with your three frontline fast bowlers in Siraj, Shami and Bumrah, and of course Jadeja, Kuldeep do play. But then the other argument on that front is, Shaiva, that the batting balance goes Ori, because at number 7 with Jadeja, that's where your batting ends then.
Well, with all the batting talent that India has, if it needs a number 8 to be able to push the score along, then that's not such a great thing. But Kuldeep Yadav at number 8 is a pretty handy batter as well. So I don't think India should be looking at it in a negative mindset. I think India should be looking at it with a positive intent to try and get early inroads into the Pakistani batters, because you make those early inroads, you put pressure on Pakistan, whether they are batting first or whether they are chasing any total that India puts up.
That's interesting from Pakistan as well. They have decided to announce their 11 on the eve of the game, but we are getting breaking news right now in terms of the toss, and Pakistan have won the toss and they have decided to bowl first. That does not come as a surprise, because quite often we've seen here at the Premadasa Stadium, or as the locals call it, the Khetarama, batting under the light tends to get slightly easier. On certain days you get a lot of dew here as well, but I will report the fact that yesterday I was here during the Sri Lanka versus Bangladesh game and there was no dew, so that will be a relief for any team that is going to be bowling second. And in this occasion it is going to be India that will be bowling second, because Pakistan have won the toss. That's the big news coming out of the Premadasa. Pakistan have won the toss and have decided to put India in. So once again you will have the Pakistani fast bowlers coming hard at the top order of India, and Pakistan will kind of get that advantage, as I was mentioning, of batting second here under the lights at the Premadasa Stadium. Sunny Gavaskar still with us. What do you make of the decision? It was kind of expected that maybe the team that wins the toss may decide to put the other team in to bat here, because batting here tends to get slightly better second inning. What have you made of the Premadasa conditions in the games that you've seen so far in the Asia Cup? Yesterday was one game that was played here.
I don't think batting becomes easier in the second innings. We saw that yesterday as well. I think when the twilight is on, that is the time the ball can swing a lot more. So that might actually be a big plus for India when they're opening their bowling against the Pakistani batters. Quite clearly what Pakistan is thinking is that they rattled the Indian top order in the previous game when they bowled first. And clearly I think that's what they're looking at, to rattle the Indian top order. But also maybe because the DL method might come into play in case there's there are late showers, say at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, and the overs get reduced, then that DL method will come in. So maybe that's one of the reasons why they have also opted to field first.
Okay, that's interesting from Sunny Gavaskar. He says maybe, and that is something that we've seen a lot of captains do, especially when rain is predicted in the second half of the day, as it is in the game versus Pakistan today, that Duckworth Lewis becomes very important, so it's best to chase. Maybe that is something that Babar Azam kept in mind. But Saibhai, from India's point of view, would they be happy batting first, or do you think they would have been happy batting second? Because, just to ease those nerves, simply because last time around the Pakistani bowlers got the better of the Indian batters. So, ease the nerves if you're fielding first and then come out to chase would have been better? Or you think, no, they'd be up for the challenge and say, okay, let us face the Pakistani bowling head on?
I think batting first is possibly better, because, if it's a hot day there, the fielding team can get a little bit tired. Yes, if the batters are doing a lot of chasing, India's batting gets going. They have to chase a lot of balls to the boundary. then clearly I think they'll feel just a little bit tired. So when it comes to batting second, that can also affect the running between the wickets. For example, if you're tired from the fielding efforts, so that can be a plus as well. So, but clearly, what Pakistan is looking to do is to try and take advantage of what happened in the previous game, where they took 4 early wickets, and they're hoping that this time around they will not allow a 5th wicket partnership to flourish.
Okay, there's some more breaking news coming in when it comes to the Indian playing 11, and 2 changes India have made. So that answers a lot of questions that people had on their mind as to what would be the ideal combination for the Indian team. So the 2 changes right now that we're reporting that the Indian team has made is that Jasprit Bumrah comes back into the team for Mohammad Shami. So remember, Mohammad Shami played the last game. So Mohammad Shami is now out, which means Jasprit Bumrah, Mohammad Siraj are your 2 frontline pacers, backed by Akshardham Thakur, who will be your backup fast bowler or the bowling all-rounder as you're looking at him, which means no place for Akshar Patel. Those were the other areas that people were looking at, maybe play the 3rd spinner. So India hasn't done that. They've gone in with 3 fast bowlers. Shardul Thakur, Jasprit Bumrah is back, and Mohammad Siraj. So those are your 3 fast bowlers. And then you've got 2 spinners in Kuldeep Yadav and Ravindra Jadeja. This is your bowling. In batting also, they've made 1 change. What is that change? And that's an interesting one. Shreyas Iyer has gone out of the playing 11 and KL Rahul has come in. And you know what? This was the talk of the town. This was being debated, that whether you go with Ishan Kishan or do you go with KL Rahul. Many were going with Ishan Kishan. The half of them were going with KL Rahul. Guess what? Both camps can be happy because Ishan Kishan is playing, KL Rahul, both of them are playing, and Shreyas Iyer has gone out. Before I get your thoughts, Sunny Bhai, on KL Rahul as well as Ishan Kishan playing together, the news that we are getting is that Shreyas Iyer has not been rotated, has not been dropped from the 11. He's missing out because of an injury. He's got back spasm is what is being told to us right now. That is why he misses out and KL Rahul comes in. And my question to you is, should we be worried, and what is happening to the Indian team injury management? Because he's just spent 7-8 months recuperating from an injury of the back, comes back, is past fit, plays the last game, has done a few practice sessions and again has a back spasm. Should we be worried with Shreyas Iyer going forward because he's part of the Indian World Cup team as well?
I think it's a worry, definitely, because if a player is out injured for 5-6 months with an injury, and then he has a similar injury now with less than a month left for the World Cup to start, I think, yes, it's an area of concern. But luckily, I think you can make changes in your team till, I think, the 28th or 29th of September, a week before the World Cup takes off. I think you can make, injury replacements, actually. And so I don't think, in case he's not fit, he doesn't recover, there will be somebody who will replace him. But it's sad because while he was batting against Pakistan, he looked in good touch. Shreyas Iyer, he played a lovely cover drive. He had even played that hook shot well, but sadly for him, he found the fielder right there. If it had been 5 yards here, 5 yards there, it might have been a boundary.
Well, that's right. Saibhai, I can confirm to you, I've been looking at him batting in the nets. He was looking very good in the nets as well. You talk about that innings that he played versus Pakistan, was very aggressive to begin with, showed some positive intent. So, I mean, now that he gets back spasm, it's a bit of a surprise to me. I even seen him spend some time in the gym doing some hardcore exercises, and then comes the news of back spasm. So this is then a recurring injury. This is then a worrying sign for India because, you spent 8 months helping him recover, comes back. It's not even been a week, 10 days since he's been with the Indian team, and then once again has that back spasm, and he's part of your World Cup squad. Something then for the selectors to ponder over. And as Sunny Bhai was pointing out, till 27th, you have enough time to make as many changes as you want. We'll try and get you other perspective. Hopefully Harbhajan Singh will join us. We'll bring you some live updates of the fans from here on ground. We'll even tell you how the 2 teams are getting ready for this encounter, what was said in the pre-match press conference, all of that coming up. But one question from Sunny Gavaskar before I go to all those elements that we have with us. But overall, in terms of change, KL Rahul coming into the 11, what is it that you're looking forward to seeing from KL Rahul, and who keeps today? Ishan Kishan, KL Rahul, who would you like to see keep today?
Well, I get the feeling that maybe Ishan Kishan will keep wickets this time around, and KL Rahul will bat at 4 in place of Shreyas Iyer. So that's a good position for him to bat because he's already done well at that position for number 4 or 5, and he gets a bit of a sighter as well with what happens earlier on because he's batting at 4, what the pitch is doing, how the ball is swinging. So I think that will help him, settle in. We've all seen how good a player he is. So as far as his quality is concerned, it's not a worry at all. It's just that that little worry about the niggles that he's been picking up. So clearly, I think it's a good thing that he's batting at number 4.
Okay, that's very interesting. Harbhajan Singh also joins us live on the broadcast. But Rupa, that same question that I asked Sunny Bhai just now, Shreyas Iyer has not been dropped from the 11. What we are getting to know is that he's not playing today because he's got back spasm, which is why both Ishan Kishan and KL Rahul have been included in the 11. My question to you, which is exactly what I asked Sunny Bhai, are you worried? Does that raise question marks about our injury management? Because here's a player who spent 7-8 months recuperating from that back injury, comes back, just spends about 7 days with the Indian team and already starts having back spasm. Does that worry you because he's part of the Indian World Cup squad as well?
Well, injuries are part and parcel of the game, as we all know that. But getting injured that often, obviously, it's either your bad luck or you're making actually position for KL Rahul. I think getting injured at this point of time, not just for the team but for also his own position, will probably put a lot of things correct for KL Rahul. I think that's something is very worrying that players are getting injured yet again and again, and it's something to do with the kind of training what they do or with the kind of efforts they put in. So I think that is the question NCA needs to answer, because that's where everyone go and train themselves and get ready for the games. But it's a bit unfortunate. Players are getting injured quite often, which can happen. Obviously nobody wants to get injured, but I think this opportunity will obviously open a big door for someone like KL Rahul. And what KL Rahul will bring on this table is stability in this batting lineup. I think in my view, he's a proper batsman who can score runs at any position. Though he opened and sometimes he bat down the order. We have always seen his one-day record is very good, and he's a correct player. It's good to see him there batting at number 4 for India, and I hope he grabs this chance and continue to score runs for Team India. And I'm a bit obviously surprised to see Shreyas Iyer sitting out, just playing after one game and getting injured. It's obviously not just his loss, it is also team's loss as well.
Right, it is a team's loss because, as Sunny Bhai was pointing out, Shreyas was looking good in that little bit of time that he spent on the crease versus Pakistan. Harbhajan, another question to you, and I was speaking to Sunny Bhai about it. You've played a lot here at the Premadasa Stadium. Pakistan have won the toss and have put India into bat. What do you reckon, which team now has an advantage? Because what we've seen with the Premadasa Stadium, it's a bit of a sticky wicket. Sometimes the ball holds on a bit, really doesn't come to the bat, which is why we've seen that even totals in the range of 260, 270 sometimes become match-winning totals, while in one-day cricket 300, 320 has now become par. But this stadium is very different. Can you tell us, with your experience of having played here, which team then holds the advantage, batting first or chasing second? And also you got to see the game yesterday between Sri Lanka, Bangladesh. So which team do you think hold the edge right now after the toss is done?
Well, I think Nikhil, batting first is a very good option here at Premadasa. I've played a lot of cricket there. The wicket is good to bat on, but obviously as the match progresses, the wicket tends to slow down a bit. So it's always nice to bat out there in the first half of the game, especially when the sun is out. And of course, later part, the ball skids on and plays the double pace kind of a wicket. And of course, a good spinner will always get a purchase from this pitch. So I believe batting first, it's a good thing to do here, and just try to put not 320 odd runs. Look for those 270, 280 kind of runs. If you look to get 280, you'll probably end up getting another 20 odd runs. So don't look to get 320, 350. That's obviously for those grounds where it's small boundaries and of course belter wickets. But this pitch obviously is not probably that kind of a wicket where you'll score 350, but 280 kind of a total. I think that'll be a match-winning total, and it's good to see India batting first. To be honest, that's my opinion. Anyways.
Okay, Saibhai, just what should be the approach of the Indian top order? We've heard from Rohit earlier as well saying that, they have to be a bit circumspect now because of that contest. Pakistan fast bowlers, Indian batters, what do you think should be the top order's approach now that they'll be facing Shaheen Shah Afridi and co in a short while from now?
Each ball on its merit, not to do anything predetermined. As batters tend to do in the T20 format. You've got 30 more overs in this game. You've got 50 overs. And with the kind of, the range of shots that Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Shubman Gill have, even if they have a slow start, as long as they get the measure of the pitch, what the ball is doing, they will be able to accelerate later on and catch up with the scoring rate, the asking rate. So I think they should just make sure that in the first 10 overs, no wicket falls, because that will mean that, you'll have given a nice little platform for your team.
Okay, Harbhajan, what do you reckon is going to happen? Because we are all now warming up to that contest. Shaheen Shah Afridi, Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, many said that, listen, okay, that day they got the better of the Indian top order, but these are some experienced batters. How do you see that contest going on today in these conditions?
Well, I think it'll be another great contest to watch, and of course both the side will be looking forward to have this battle against each other. I hope this time our batter will come at the top of Shaheen Afridi and not give him any wicket. And of course, as Sunny sir mentioned, that first 10 overs are crucial with the new ball. It doesn't matter whether you're playing in Premadasa or you're playing in Sydney or in Calcutta. First 10 overs, just see that new ball through, and of course you have the opportunity to score runs in the next 40 odd overs, and you have the quality in your batting lineup. Back yourself not to give a wicket in first 10 overs, and then let's see what happens in next 40 overs. This same bowling lineup with Shaheen Afridi or the others will look ordinary if you don't give them any wicket up front.
All right, that is what you heard from both our experts in Sunil Gavaskar as well as Harbhajan Singh in terms of what is it that the Indian top order has to do, because most believe that that's where the contest is going to lie. But a big positive came around for the Indian team last time where they lost the top order, but Ishan Kishan as well as Hardik Pandya had that rear guard action and put a very competitive total for the Indian team. Unfortunately, we could not get a full contest on that occasion. Hopefully today the weather is good, as I'm reporting from here in Colombo. No dark clouds in sight, so it seems like we might get a full official game this time around between India and Pakistan. But Sunny Gavaskar, Harbhajan Singh, thank you so much for taking our time and speaking to India today, helping us set up this particular encounter between India and Pakistan. We've already reported in terms of what India is going to be doing. They're going to be batting first. 2 changes for India. That too has been reported. But for the moment, I'm going to bid you guys adieu. Head to the press box, enjoy the game. But I'll leave you with the set of both Indian fans, Pakistani fans that have turned up here at the Premadasa Stadium in large number. There was a bit of banter between them. Listen in, and I'll see you now mid-innings. Bye-bye at the moment.
देखो मेरी बात सुनो, ये राम मेरा बड़ा अच्छा दोस्त है, तो मैं इसकी भावनाओं की बड़ी रिस्पेक्ट करता हूँ, कदर करता हूँ, लेकिन आज पाकिस्तान जीतेगा। अच्छा जी। ये राम राम करता हुआ यहाँ से निकलेगा और श्रीलंका में लंका पाकिस्तान ढाएगा।
जय श्री राम बोल रहे हैं क्योंकि लंका से जय श्री राम ही जीत के गए हैं।
अच्छा, टोपी की कहानी बताओ, बड़ी बड़ी अच्छी टोपी। मैं पंजाबी हूँ और पंजाबियों की जो शान होती है ना, वो पगड़ी होती है। तो चूंकि मैं पाकिस्तान को
पंजाबी तो है भी है,
नहीं, हर एक का अपना स्टाइल होता है, अपना अंदाज होता है, कोई किसी को कॉपी नहीं करता, हर एक का अपना अंदाज़ बयान होता है। तो मैं, ये 2 फुट लंबी हाइट है मेरी कैप की, तो मैं समझता हूँ कि जितनी शान ऊंची मेरे पाकिस्तान की है, मेरे अजीम परचम की है, उतनी ऊंची शान वाली मेरी कैप होनी चाहिए। तो मैं अपने मुल्क की इस तरह नुमाइंदगी करता हूँ इस कैप के साथ।
अच्छा, एक सवाल दोनों से पूछूंगा जाने से पहले, आपको क्या लगता है मैच का, अगर आप बताएं क्या होने वाला फ्यूचर इस मैच में अपनी तरफ से बताएं क्या होगा, कौन रन बनाएगा, कौन विकेट लेगा, कैसे जाएगा मैच?
देखिए हमारा बॉलिंग अटैक नो डाउट के बेस्ट जो है ना ODI का बैलिंग अटैक है हमारा अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। और बैटिंग में आपके सामने है कि इनामुल हक जो है बड़ी अच्छी फॉर्म में है, बाबर आजम ठीक चल रहा है, और जो हमारा मोहम्मद रिजवान है 40-50 को तो इजीली वो भी निकाल लेता है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। यानी कि पाकिस्तान की जो बैटिंग लाइन है और बॉलिंग लाइन है, टीम कम्बिनेशन है ज़बरदस्त है, इससे अच्छी टीम और नहीं हो सकती। जीत हार जो है वो नसीब की बात है, टीम ज़बरदस्त है। इंडिया को
प्रेडिक्शन करो क्या होगा मैच में?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह पाकिस्तान आराम से जीत जाएगा मैच, बड़ा मैच होगा, टाकरा होगा, लेकिन पाकिस्तान आराम से इंडिया को बीट करेगा। राम वापस जा रहे हैं इंडिया, इंडिया वापस जा रहे हैं।
पाजी मेरी बात सुनो, भूल लो मत, इंडिया के पास भी बॉलर हैं, बुमराह हैं स्पेशल।
पिछली बार चांस नहीं मिला पाकिस्तान की बैटिंग को,
हमारे बॉलर को चांस मिला था, दो डाला हमने।
कोई बात
भी यार,
हर एक दिन
रिजवान कह रहा है, रिजवान खुद कह रहा है इतना चैलेंजिंग टोटल।
बिल्कुल
रिजवान, मैं रिजवान साहब की बात की रिस्पेक्ट करता हूँ, लेकिन अगर इतना अटैक बॉलिंग होती ना इंडिया की तो क्या नाम है, नेपाल 231 स्कोर उसी विकेट पे ना मारता।
231 ना देखो वो तो चलो दे
भी चंगी टीम ने,
अच्छी टीम ने अच्छा खेला, क्रिकेट अच्छा खेला।
एक बच्चों का एक्सपीरियंस ही नहीं है, एक नए बच्चे आते 231 स्कोर 50 ओवर खेल।
Millet puddings, buns containing millets, Kerala red rice with millets, flat bread containing millet, an elaborate spread of millet recipes planned for the world leaders and delegates attending the G20 summit. A platter that showcases not just the flavors of India, but also India's commitment in promoting the cultivation and consumption of millets. And what makes it special is that it is not just a gastronomical delight, but also healthy. In fact, it was on India's insistence that the year 2023 was declared as the Year of the Millets by the UN.
Millets are whole grains which pack complex carbohydrates, a whole lot of fiber, protein, antioxidants, and a lot of essential micronutrients such as B vitamins and minerals like iron, zinc, calcium, magnesium, potassium, phosphorus, to name a few. Millets are also gluten-free. They have a low to moderate glycemic index, thus help in reducing blood sugar as well as help in lowering blood cholesterol.
Delegates visiting New Delhi to attend the G20 summit had the opportunity to savor delicious millet dishes from Odisha, thanks to the efforts of tribal women Raimati, Gyuriya and Subhasha Mahanta, popularly known as Millet Didis. They shared valuable insights on millets, sustainable agriculture, healthy eating habits at the venue of the G20 summit in Delhi.
मो तो दिल्ली जाऊँगी आज फोन आसला सीटी जाइए मत बहुत खुशी लगुच जीवी बोली बाहर देशर लोक भी आसवे सीटी सांगे भी मिसबी तो कभी देखी ना देखी मिसबी कथा भी सांगे और आमर आदिवासी जयंती कर परम्परा अच्छी सीटा नहीं कि सीटी खोईबी आमर आदिवासी लोग कौन कौन व्यवहार कर सीटा भी नहीं कि जीवी.
Not only were millets on the menu, healthy but environment friendly in cultivating, a message India is sending out on sustainability. Millets are climate resistant and highly nutritious coarse grains grown across the country. Cuisines at the G20 summit were being given special attention, from millet thalis for President Joe Biden to desserts made of millets like ragi laddus and barley kheer. India did it all. In New Delhi with Sneha Murdani, Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees. Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Watching India Today.
वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे सकल लोक मां सहुने वंदे निंदा न करे के नीरे सकल लोक मां सहुने वंदे निंदा न करे के नीरे वाच काच मन निश्चल राखे जन धन धन जननी तेरी रे वाचता चलन निश्चल राखे धन धन जननी तेरी रे वैष्णव जन तो तेरा गई है जे पीर पराए जाने रे।
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. It's such a momentous occasion. The G20 summit has finally come to an end and with a successful conclusion, all in consensus with a Delhi declaration. While now the bilateral meetings with Prime Minister Modi and some of the top leaders begin, I'm going to take you through all that news and updates. The headlines first. Modi's big world peace message to end G20 summit concludes with Swastyastu Vishwa, Prime Minister's "Let there be peace in the world" message. The G20 Power Summit really concludes in New Delhi with Prime Minister Modi handing over the G20 presidency to Brazil. And that said, Prime Minister Modi ended this summit today with a final message of world peace. He stressed on Swastyastu Vishwa, let there be peace in the world. Day 2 of G20 summit begins with tribute to Mahatma Gandhi. Top delegates pay floral tributes to Mahatma Gandhi at the Rajghat. Prime Minister greets the world leaders with khadi. And Rishi Sunak's big Hindu connect was out on full display. Sunak bows in prayer at Akshardham temple, invokes Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam prayers for G20 success and world peace. India Today speaks to ultimate G20 insider on the grand success of G20 summit. G20 chief coordinator exclusive.
So within the G20 have been to ensure that the solutions that we seek through the G20 are those that address these concerns of the developing world, and the African Union is an important part of that group.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wide.
All right, now the 18th G20 summit that concluded. Let me take you through all that happened right from this morning, the top developments. Let's cut across. G20 summit continued its momentum as world leaders gathered at the Rajghat today. In fact, Prime Minister Modi extended a warm welcome to all the distinguished guests who marked a significant moment in the summit's proceedings as they reached the Rajghat and laid wreath. We see the world leaders participating in the wreath-laying ceremony at the Mahatma Gandhi Samadhi while being accompanied by a live performance of Mahatma Gandhi's cherished devotional songs. At Rajghat, Prime Minister Modi received the leaders one after the other, welcoming them at the memorial with khadi. In fact, a stole that was given by the Prime Minister to each one of those leaders standing against the backdrop of Gandhi Ashram. Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Sunday received a sapling from the Indonesian President and Brazilian President as well, representing the G20 presidencies of last year and the next year. Ceremony took place at the beginning of the third session. The ceremony at Rajghat was followed by the third session of the summit titled One Future. The G20 summit was drawn to a close with India handing over the G20 presidency to Brazil. right? All that G20 grandeur has finally come to an end. In fact, the summit culminated today. It concluded with the Prime Minister Modi handing over the ceremonial G20 presidency gavel to the Brazilian President Lula da Silva. Brazil is going to host the G20 summit in 2024. On the second day of the summit, the third session of the G20 summit, One Future, that began after world leaders paid their homage to Mahatma Gandhi at Ghat in New Delhi. They participated in the wreath-laying ceremony at Mahatma Gandhi's Samadhi while being accompanied by Mahatma Gandhi's cherished devotional songs played in the background. Prime Minister Modi greeted the G20 world leaders at Rajghat, also offered them khadi as a ceremonial gift, or a scarf as a gift there. The delegates also took part in a tree planting ceremony that symbolizes commitment of the G20 nations to environment sustainability.
मैं ब्राजील के राष्ट्रपति और मेरे मित्र लूला डी सिल्वा को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और मैं उनको प्रेसिडेंसी का गेवल सौंपता हूं। मैं राष्ट्रपति लूला को इस अवसर पर अपने विचार साझा करने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। जैसा आप सब जानते हैं, भारत के पास नवंबर तक G20 प्रेसिडेंसी की भी जिम्मेदारी है। अभी 2.5 महीने बाकी हैं। इन 2 दिनों में आप सभी ने अनेक बातें यहां रखी हैं, सुझाव दिए हैं, बहुत सारे प्रस्ताव रखे हैं। हमारी ये जिम्मेदारी है कि जो सुझाव आए हैं उनको भी एक बार फिर देखा जाए कि उनकी प्रगति में गति कैसे लाई जा सकती है। मेरा प्रस्ताव है कि हम नवंबर के अंत में G20 का एक वर्चुअल सेशन और रखें। उस सेशन में हम इस समिट के दौरान तय विषयों की समीक्षा कर सकते हैं। इन सब की डिटेल्स हमारी टीम आप सभी के साथ शेयर करेगी। मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप सब इससे जुड़ेंगे।
I will be very much honored to welcome you all to the Rio de Janeiro summit in November of 2024. And before I hand the hammer here, I would like to thank very much to Prime Minister Modi and to thank to the Indian people for the competence that they had for organizing this event. And I would like to say, Prime Minister Modi, that I personally am very much touched emotionally when I want to pay a homage to our dear Gandhi, that we paid a homage today. And I'd like to say to all of you that Brazil will take the chair of the G20 and we will make a tremendous endeavor to manage to at least try to do something as the same that our brothers and sisters from India did. Thank you very much.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Abhishek Balla joining us live for more on that. Abhishek, a quick word from you as the G20 summit has finally concluded. We know that the Prime Minister left off with a message for peace. Let the world stay in peace. That was more or less what he said, and handed over the gavel to the next country that takes over the G20 presidency, and that's Brazil's president. Tell us more on how well it was concluded, Abhishek. Go on.
Well, now the presidency, of course, shifts to Brazil, but there's still 2 months to go. And that's the reason why Prime Minister Modi made a pitch for having a virtual summit in November to take stock of the progress done as far as this summit was concerned, the deliberations that took place during the dialogue here, and he said that it would be a good opportunity to review everything that was discussed. Having said that, the big takeaway was that the entire Delhi declaration that came out yesterday was 100% consensus, and that was something that was being talked about a lot. There was a lot of speculation, a lot of confusion whether there will be an outcome statement at all, but not just did it come perhaps a day in advance, but the fact that all 83 paragraphs had complete consensus is something that has been the big takeaway of this summit. Also the fact that, one of the key agendas as far as India during its presidency was concerned was that India should be the voice of the global south. And yesterday that's something that was spelt out loud and clear, that this document is a document of the global south. And now that the presidency moves to Brazil, everything that has been put on the agenda, which can be, a big breakthrough as far as the global south is concerned, it could continue with Brazil also being one of the countries that is part of the global south.
Right. Abhishek, thank you very much for joining us, but do stay with us. We have some big news coming in from the Russian finance minister, who slams the West over Russia-Ukraine war. Let me cut across to that big breaking that we have at the moment. All right, Russian finance minister slams the West over Ukraine war. That's the big update we have, as Lavrov says West can't maintain discussion on Ukraine. Lavrov says the West demands that Russia stops aggression. He says that UN Charter pushes for equality. This is Lavrov, who says the West can't maintain a discussion on Ukraine at all. And the West demands that Russia stops aggression, and the UN Charter pushes for equality. These are words that he said in, I'm going to ask Abhishek Balla to decode this for us. But let's first listen in to Sergei Lavrov, Finance Minister of Russia, speaking on the sidelines of G20.
The declaration outlines the tasks of reforming the International Monetary Fund, the IMF. Frankly speaking, if we take an honest look on quotas and votes, the Americans wouldn't have had the blocking veto power that is preserved artificially. This summit will give a positive impetus to the effort to reform the IMF, the World Trade Organization. This is something the declaration stipulates directly. These efforts are hindered by the United States and its allies. In the same vein, an emphasis is placed on the need for the West to comply with its years-long promises that have been undelivered on, including on technology transfer.
All right, I'm going to cut across to Abhishek Balla. Abhishek, a big statement coming in from the Finance Minister of Russia, Sergei Lavrov, who's slamming the West, saying they can't hold a proper conversation or a discussion on Ukraine. He says this on the sidelines of the G20, and the biggest point was the Russia-Ukraine war in the Delhi Declaration, which all countries have come to a consensus on. Do take us through exactly what he meant by saying the West can't really hold a discussion on Ukraine. All right, Abhishek, I'd like you to stay with us. This is a live visual that we've got across to Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, who's just arrived to have a bilateral, or rather a lunch meeting with Prime Minister Modi. This is a bilateral meet between the two leaders. We know that there's been extensive discussions around the Rafale. In fact, India has had a huge deal that they've struck with the Rafale jets, and there's a lot more to come. Abhishek Balla is also joining us. We're going to cut across to those visuals. Abhishek, even before we actually slip into those live visuals, if I can ask my producers to cut back to that live visuals of Emmanuel Macron walking towards the venue where Prime Minister Modi is going to be holding a talk. All right, Macron is speaking. Let's have a listen.
Prime Minister Modi. Faithful to its principles, India did its utmost for its presidency of the G20 to serve unity and peace and send across a message of unity while Russia is still waging its war of aggression in Ukraine. So here I would like to thank Prime Minister Modi and say once again that France stands alongside India. Before I report to you on our conclusions and the way I see them, of course I would like to say a few words and say that all our thoughts go to Morocco and its people. They are going through a tragedy which is touching all of us. France yesterday, of course, sent a personal message, directly a message to the King, Mohammed VI, and we stand ready to send resources whenever Morocco tell us it is the right time to do so. We have technicians who stand ready, and this morning the World Bank, the IMF, the African Union and France as well stood together to send across a strong message to Morocco for reconstruction in this context. And our thoughts also go to Brazil, who suffered a major storm recently. In this context of the G20, I would like to commend the African Union for joining G20 as a full-fledged member. As you know, France was amongst the first ones to support this candidacy, and in Bali we launched a call. At the time, Macky Sall was representing the African Union, and what was at the time a wish is now a reality. The G20 will sit at the table where the decisions are taken, and I'm very pleased that what we were calling for in Bali has now been approved by all. First of all, this G20 confirms once again the isolation of Russia. A vast majority of the G20 members condemn the war in Ukraine and its impacts. And we've been dealing with the economic and food consequences of this war precisely to maintain the unity of the planet. And the entire G20 also commits to a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, and I insist on these words. That's in accordance with the UN Charter, also is a reminder of our support to the principle of territorial integrity. After the summit we organized in Paris that led to the Paris Pact for the Peoples and the Planet, a number of things that we launched have been endorsed here. And what I would like to tell you, what is important here, is that this agenda we've been promoting for a number of years has moved forward on the occasion of this G20 in India. First of all, what we advocated in Paris and what led to this Paris Pact for the Peoples and the Planet was reiterated with many African countries ahead of this summit. They signed together with France a piece in which we were expressing our support for the pact. Let me remind you of the four underlying principles. We need not choose between the fight against poverty and the fight for the planet. Second, it is for each country to choose its own path with the support of the international community. Thirdly, we need a major leap when it comes to financing, and all of that very much presided over the conclusions on this topic. When it comes to mobilizing international financing to tackle poverty and climate change, this G20 acknowledged a number of developments. First of all, we exceeded the $100 billion of reallocation of SDRs. It is in 2020, at the time that we decided with the IMF to issue some new SDRs. Then, when we worked on financing the African economies, we agreed to reallocate $100 billion to Africa. And now, and this is the work we undertook back in 2020, it is at last genuinely $100 billion that are being reallocated. And France did more than what it was requested to do. We reallocated 40% of our SDRs. So I, of course, call upon all countries to continue and, most importantly, to deliver on what they committed to be doing. And next, this year, we will reach the target of $100 billion to finance climate transition in developing countries. And in June, we had a report in Paris telling us that we were about to reach that target. It is a commitment that was made in 2015, and we exerted more pressure so that we could do it. Third element, we could see that what was done in Paris, and remember we had this first meeting of joint financing, all multilateral developing banks attending with the major financial institutions. Well, we got some results. We're increasing the risks taken by our developing banks, development banks, and we're increasing substantially the public finance simply by taking more risks with the existing mechanisms. And this is something that was agreed upon in Paris in June. And at the G20, we all agreed upon this commitment taken in Paris with the goal of having $200 billion of private finance for developing countries. So all of that was initiated in Paris in June and has been approved by the G20. So that's an endorsement of the 4 Ps pact. But we want to do more in terms of efficiency, and this is also a commitment that we made in Paris. First of all, we support a deep reform of global governance. This is the Security Council, but as well the World Bank and the IMF. They have to reflect today's reality and in terms of demography and economy as well. And then we want to increase the available tools. That's why we want to replenish the World Bank, and France is supporting that so that the emerging countries have a greater role to play. And we want, of course, to increase as well what is allocated to the issue of climate change. And we want some further commitments on behalf of the emerging countries to phase out coal. Next, the IMF. Here again, we expect some greater commitments by the emerging countries when it comes to restructuring the debt of African countries. We stand ready to do more, and we said it today. So it is the very same agenda, a greater financing mobilization around the world. And let me tell you that France upgraded its commitments, and we reached 0.5% of our GDP allocated to development projects. And we also want the same to happen at the international level. And this is the reason why we committed to the replenishment of IFA, the International Fund for Agricultural Development. And a meeting will be taking place in December. And I would like to thank President Alvaro Lario of IFAD for being with us today. We need IFAD because IFAD is very much fighting to increase the productivity and the efficiency of the agriculture systems all around the world, in particular given that they are mostly impacted by the war. And then we expressed our support to a number of initiatives taken in Paris or in Nairobi because this massive financing leap also requires some additional resources. So we need to find some new international resources. And together with President Ruto, and allow me to thank him for the work done in Nairobi. So with President Ruto, we agreed to set up a task force on international taxation. And I commend his initiatives for a new kind of carbon tax with a genuine price. So it is the very same agenda and that we are working on climate change. And on Friday, the progress report of the Paris Accord was published, and we're not on the right trajectory. And the G20 is a key player in this. Today, we acknowledge a goal of tripling the production of renewable energy And we also have the same ambition for low carbon technology, including the nuclear energy. And we're also committed to developing a major vast rail corridor between India, Saudi Arabia and Europe, and in order to transport green hydrogen and to speed up the greening of our industries. But this is not enough. Let me tell you that I'm personally very concerned by some sort of a rising state of mind, including within the G20, on the issue of climate. First of all, it is too easy to say for some of the emerging countries that it is only for the wealthiest country to bear the responsibility. The Europeans are facing their responsibility. We have the only credible international commitments with the Green Deal and the Fit for 55. We're the only ones who set some regulations, new regulations, in order to reach carbon neutrality in 2050 and the goals that were set for 2030. I'm very pleased that some join us with this 2050 target, but at the moment only the Europeans have set the tools. We have the 100 billion commitment, as said in June in Paris and reiterated here. But many countries need to do more efforts. One cannot say that we will achieve the Paris Agreement goals without phasing out fossil fuels. And this is very much at the heart of the strategy that we're working on together with our partners for the Jet Peace, partnerships for a just energy transition together with South Africa.
All right, Emmanuel Macron, the French president, speaking, and also spoke about replenishing institutes like the World Bank. We have the president of the World Bank speaking exclusively to my colleague Rahul Kanwal on the other side of a very short break. Do stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
As India aims big with the G20, the India Today group brings together unmissable super sharp global thinkers and strategists. Top foreign affairs guru.
It has to be a world with a greater sense of purpose, of vision, of values.
Leading expert on global political risk.
Xi Jinping is not surrounded by a bunch of reformers right now.
Leading global economists.
India's economy should be able to grow.
Ex-president of the United Nations Security Council.
This is an indication that relations between China and India still remain very troubled.
The Indian imperative, debated like never before. Only on India Today.
Hello everyone, this is Anita Brito in conversation with the one and only Shyam Kaushal. Hello sir, कैसे हो आप?
हेलो नमस्कार जी।
अभी भी आप कंटिन्यू कर रहे हो और आपके बहुत अच्छे लाइनअप्स है, जैसे आपने बोला डंकी है, फिर आपके पास जो बंगाली मूवी है वो भी है,
ये बंगला बंधु। हाँ जी,
प्लीज उसके बारे में थोड़ा इन डेप्थ बात कीजिए, थोड़ा डंकी के बारे में हमें बात कीजिए। इट्स एन ऑल एंड आउट एक्शन फिल्म?
नो, इट इज नॉट ए, देयर इज एक्शन इन इट।
बट मुझे ये जानना है आपसे, ये पर्सनल क्वेश्चन है, आपको सबसे ज्यादा कौन से एक्टर के साथ काम करके मजा है, मुझे ये बताइए।
मैंने अमित जी के साथ काम किया, अमित जी से लेके सभी के साथ जितने भी आगे ना सभी के साथ काम किया, फिर जो साउथ के भी मोस्टली सुपरस्टार्स उनके साथ भी काम किया। पर आज तक भगवान की दुआ से कभी किसी के साथ इशू नहीं हुआ, कभी कुछ नहीं हुआ, सबसे प्यार ही मिला है। तो मेरा एक मानना होता है, जैसा मैं आज भी ओपनली बोलता हूँ कि पिछले मैं 43 साल में मेरे को कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं मिला। तो मैं कभी सोचता नहीं हूँ कि अगर कुछ कमियां होंगी तो मेरे में होंगी, कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं है कोई भी ऐसा। जब मैं एक्टर्स मेरे जो छोटे हैं, जैसा रणबीर सिंह, रणबीर कपूर, अर्जुन कपूर, उन्होंने मेरे साथ शुरू किया, जब भी मिलते पैर छूते हैं ऐसा बच्चों की तरह। तो आप अगर उनको प्यार देते हो तो आपको सामने से प्यार मिलेगा ही।
Sonnet, undeniably wild.
Hello and welcome. One of the key thrusts of India's G20 presidency has been the urgent need to reform multilateral development banks. And the World Bank features very prominently in the Delhi Declaration. President Biden putting in a lot of effort to try and ensure that more funds are available with the World Bank, and the manner in which the World Bank's been operating for the past several decades changes. And the man entrusted to do this job is one of our own, Ajay Banga. Mr. Banga, welcome to India Today and thank you for your time.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you.
You know, I noticed when the Prime Minister was introducing you to the Sabarmati Ashram image, which is at the back, you say, oh, I've been there. You know, so the moment that happens, you get the sense, okay, here's one of our own who's now risen to the position of the World Bank chief. And we've been wanting to do this interview for a while, so we're very thankful that you could finally take out time.
I'm glad to be here. In fact, I have been to Sabarmati back in the days of being in IIM, so it's a long time ago.
Yeah,
I actually went back only once after that, but I love going there.
I want to start by asking you about your mission to reform the World Bank. So we'll come to the Delhi Declaration and the G20. Do you want to give our viewers at the outset, you know, what you've set out as your mission objectives, given the World Bank's original priorities in terms of poverty alleviation, to try and bringing it in to dealing with climate finance, to dealing with food security and the various issues which are very here and now at this moment?
So, you know, my view got informed a great deal by the 3 months between being a nominee and actually getting elected. In those 3 months, I got a chance to meet 93 different countries, the leaders or the finance ministers who I was able to be in touch with. And I met civil society and I met a number of private sector companies, asset managers and the like. And that gave me a really good perspective. And I'm going to give you a distilled version of how that led to what I'm thinking. The first thing I learned was that the idea of somehow segregating, you know, fighting poverty and shared prosperity on the one hand, separating it from climate or pandemics or fragility and refugees or food insecurity or biodiversity, these things don't make any sense because in fact these are intertwined crises. And when you grow up like we've done in India, you realize very quickly that if you don't have enough rainfall, you don't have 2 crops, then you don't have the cattle because you can't afford them, you lose your dairy income, then you lose the farm labor, and you bring your child back from school to work with you. When you do that, this gain you made in poverty over decades of getting the girl child in particular to go to school gets reversed over the course of a few years of lack of rainfall. So that was one big, deep comprehension. The second one was that people feel nervous about what climate change means. So when the Western world speaks about climate, they're speaking mostly about the emissions-heavy growth of the past. When the developing world speaks about climate, yes, that's interesting because it's important, but it's also about soil degradation, biodiversity, lack of rainfall, heat-resistant varieties of seeds, catastrophes like hurricanes and floods, and you know, so it's almost a different lexicon, and you have to be careful because one and the other are both required. What you cannot tell the developing world is that I'm going to focus on climate change, whichever of the 2 types, at the cost of giving you a school for girls or a health center. So that's the second big thing. Careful about not recognizing the trade-offs that need to be made. And when you put this together, what we are trying to do is to do 3 things in the evolution roadmap of the bank, prompted by the G20 before I came in. And the first is get a new vision and mission. So the vision is going to go from just poverty and prosperity to say, we want to create a world free of poverty on a livable planet. That livable planet allows us to widen the aperture through which we look at the world, to include climate, to include pandemics, to include, you know, fragility and food insecurity. So you can dedicate your resources to the intertwined nature of these challenges. The second thing we've done is to make it inclusive. And what do I mean by inclusive? Everybody has spoken about inclusion to include marginalized people. I think that's really important. But let's just remember that half the world's population, females, women, are still not able to access the same opportunities that a man does, whether it is in labor force participation rates, or it is in their income for the same work done, or it is in social development and social status. And by the way, this is true of the developed world as it is true in the developing world. And so I'm focusing on women and young people because young people are the energy of the developing world, and we got to give them, quality of life and a job. So that's kind of the first big thing we're driving.
So while you've studied finance and economics, you're not a classical macro global economist in the traditional way.
No,
right?
no, I'm far from it.
You're a corporate executive, hotshot, high-flying corporate executive.
I don't know about all that.
Now brought in to run the World Bank. Many think it's an advantage. Obviously, President Biden thought it's an advantage, and some would say, how are you going to make the transition from running MasterCard to actually running the World Bank? Like, how are you making this transition in terms of what you're trying to get done?
No, look, some things are very common. Clarity of vision, simplicity of speaking to it, repeating it many times to everybody so they all get it and walk with you together. Processes of management, measure what you want to work on, have simple scorecards, not 158 items, but a few. These are things I'm doing at the bank that aren't unique to either the private sector or the World Bank. I think I was lucky in my years in corporate life in Citibank and MasterCard. I got involved with financial inclusion. I got involved with the US-India business relationship. I got involved with a cyber commission for President Obama. I worked on trade policy. So there's a little bit of me that has a little bit of exposure to this other world other than the private sector. But you know what? It's still a big challenge. And the good news is the bank has amazing people. So when you walk into the bank and you sit with people and you spend just 10 minutes asking them about their background, you will get the most amazing stories of people, how they grew up and how they've reached where they have, and their unbelievable level of education and knowledge. You harness that and you put it in the correct direction, and I think the bank is still a very potent instrument of change and development.
So this Delhi Declaration has a direct reference to the World Bank, and it talks about reforming the
more than
MDB,
one reference.
And making this a better bank. So do you want to talk a bit about how this G20 was for you? Because, apart from working on sustainable development goals, reforming multilateral development banks has really been one of the key thrusts of India's G20 presidency. So how do you hope to deliver on that?
So I think this whole reform of MDBs has been part of the G20 evolution framework. And India really took it on and said, let's get something done during our year. And my view has been that for a guy who's new to the institution, who sees the need for change, this is like getting wind in your sails, because you get people contributing their thinking. You have to be careful to listen to everyone, then prioritize what you want to pick on and focus on that. And, my focus has been to get to the better bank. And the better bank idea is get the vision and mission right, which we were talking to, then get the right partnerships going for this bank with other MDBs. So I just announced a partnership with the Inter-American Development Bank, focusing on the Amazon, the Caribbean climate situation, and digitized governance. And then, the private sector and its partnerships. We've announced the private sector lab, and actually Chandra of Tata is one of the guys who's volunteered his time to be a part of it. That's to help get more private sector money into renewable energy in the developing market. So kind of better partners. And then the third part of being a better bank is getting better capital, that is sweating our balance sheet. The loan to equity ratio, hybrid capital, portfolio guarantees, global public goods funds, that kind of stuff, so that we can sweat our balance sheet without losing our AAA rating. If I can do these three things, a clear vision and mission, good partners with a number of people, including crowdsourcing private finance money, and get the right capital work going, I think then we get the right to go back and look for a bigger bank, which is kind of what the NK Singh, Larry Summers report.
I'm coming to that in a moment, because one of the things that India has tried to do in this G20 is to emerge as the voice of the global South. And one of the things that the South is trying to do is to make these multilateral institutes like the World Bank more egalitarian in the way they function, less dominated by the West. Now, you've studied in India, you grew up in a Fauji family, so you understand the concerns of a country like India. How are you working towards that these Bretton Woods institutions actually become less Washington dominated and more open to receiving the ideas of the global South?
So first of all, I disagree completely with the Washington dominated word. These institutions, the World Bank, 55% of the employees of the bank are outside of the US. They're in countries. India has a huge office. I was in Nigeria, in Ethiopia, in Peru, in Jamaica, the Pacific Islands, Timor-Leste, Indonesia last week. These are big offices with dedicated people. So I don't subscribe to the Washington dominance. I think what they're referring to is the shareholding pattern of one part of the bank, in particular, the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And I think that's because of voting power. You shouldn't allow that to divert from the ability of management to connect with countries. We do, with every country, a 3-year country partnership framework every 3 years. It agrees with the country what the priorities for that country are. That's not done in DC, it's done in New Delhi, and it's done in Jakarta, and it's done in, in Kenya and in Nairobi. So that's the first link. The second link is we put projects on the ground against those. These are very country-driven model. What we have globally are centers of expertise, because the bank is both a source of financing, but even more, as India's government would tell you, is a source of knowledge. That knowledge bank has global practices with people based not only in DC, but in India and other countries. That has the most centralized global feel, but the implementation, the strategic agreement with countries is all local.
While the World Bank's agenda is financial and economic, there's an element of geopolitics coming in as well, with China looking to set up its own parallel institutes with the BRICS New Development Bank, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, raising questions about how these will be competing or comparing with the World Bank in trying to meet the financing needs of the Global South.
Yes, I think the world's challenges are very plentiful, and the kind of financial effort and energy required are much more than any one institution can or should want to dominate on. This is not about domination or winning. This is about development. So I actually welcome Dilma at NDB, and I welcome Jin at AIIB. We actually have partnerships with them. There's the Asian Development Bank, there's the Inter-American that I just told you about, the African Development Bank with Akin. These are all very useful partners. I think the World Bank can partner with them and do things together. For example, we have what's called the Multilateral Insurance Guarantee Agency, which is a very specialized capability of providing insurance against political risk. Now, the other guys don't have it. Maybe they can use our vehicle to help do what they're doing. If at the end of the day, that improves the lot of women in Nigeria, what's wrong with that? So, I have a slightly different view on this. This is not about winning. This is about getting the right thing done.
Is that just Ajay Bangaji with his diplomatic pagdi on saying this? Because there is one of the reasons why Washington is showing greater urgency about arranging more funds for the World Bank, frankly, is because China has been looking to make deep inroads.
No, that's not true. That's what the press says. I think that's a conclusion drawn from geopolitics. When I got involved with the World Bank and I met President Biden, he was very clear when he understood the leverageability of the bank's resources. So let me give you a very simple math. If you get $1 of capital into the bank, and everybody else also puts in money to keep their shareholding, that leads to 6 or 7. The US puts in 1, you end up with 6 or 7 in total in capital. You lever that 5 times in the balance sheet at a AAA rating, and you end up with $35 to lend in the world. You show me a government program of any country where $1 becomes 35, and I'll give you a medal. So the president of the US basically said to me, this is a great program. 1 becomes 35, I should back you every day of the week. And that's where he's coming from. So he said recently he's put a couple of $1 billion into an appropriation budget bill that's gone to the Hill. If that works out well, that gives us $25 billion of lending capacity over a decade. This is pretty cool. So I think, yes, there is the geopolitics, and I don't deny it, but China is a shareholder of mine and a large shareholder, and I have an excellent working relationship with them. So as far as I'm concerned, there's work to do together. Now, China doesn't take much money from us any longer. They don't need it. But what we work together on is knowledge. So for example, what does China want to work on? Climate, healthcare. By the way, these the US needs, India needs, the European Union needs, and Africa needs. So I don't get the distinction between one and the other on such topics. Yes, there are areas where these countries don't agree, and I get that. That's up to them. But there's a lot of space for the bank to work on in climate and healthcare. That alone can keep us occupied for years to come.
You spoke of the NK Singh, Larry Summers report. Now, one of the things that is being suggested to the World Bank when it comes to reform is basically to try and lower the score from rating agencies. That from AAA, are you going to be okay with AA?
Absolutely not.
You're saying
absolutely not.
Why?
Because the reason is very simple. And if you look at the final NK Singh, Larry Summers report, they actually stayed away from that topic because they get it. When you don't do AAA rating, your ability to do that leverage I just told you, that $6-7 become 35. The whole benefit there is at AAA you get amazingly cheaper cost of funds, which allows you to then use that differential to actually reduce the cost of borrowing for countries around the world. If our International Development Agency, IDA, and IBRD were not able to access AAA rating, we would be no cheaper than any commercial bank in that country. That's not going to be useful for development finance. You need blended finance, you need lower cost of money, you need longer tenors. So typically a commercial bank would do a 5-year, 10-year loan in an emerging market. We do 20, 30-year loans. You can't do that without AAA rating. So I think the analysis of going below AAA requires very careful thinking. And if you look at the G20 original evolution roadmap discussion, the finance ministers in the G20 were very clear. AAA rating not to be sacrificed for that reason.
I was listening to the B20 deliberations in the capital when they happened a couple of weeks ago, and one of the things that was spoken of was the need to generate $4 trillion of funds for meeting all the Paris Agreement climate goals, to achieve the sustainable development goals, and essentially looking at increasing manifold the pool of finance available to meet some of these goals. That's the B20 conclusion. How do you see that happen?
So my view is that these trillions and many zeros that people keep tossing about, you can't really be sure of the accuracy. What you are sure of is a very large number.
Sure.
One little study I will tell you, just so you can keep it at the back of your mind. If countries introduce the right policy frameworks and the right regulatory frameworks and the right basic principles of where they're going on a topic, it can reduce the investment you need to meet an SDG goal by half. So whatever trillions they are, if we get the right frameworks, they become half that. That's the first thing.
Interesting.
It's important to remember because this has a double benefit. Not only does it reduce the friction in getting there, it enables the private sector without whom you cannot get to these goals. You're not going to get to these goals with multilateral bank balance sheets or with government balance sheets. You're going to need the private sector balance sheet, ingenuity, technology, and people. And I think that's what the private sector lab is about as well. What can we do to be helpful to make them come in, starting with policy, but then it could be first risk, it could be blended finance, it could be concessional capital for feasibility studies, it could be help with, sort of the supply side of this, creating projects that are bankable, helping them implement them. It could be originating to distribute, it could be managing the asset life cycle. I take part of the balance sheet load in the early part. Once the gestation is done and the utility is paying for the energy, the bank gets out, moves to the next deal. There's a lot of ways to think about how to sweat this and work with the private sector. None of it is easy. All of it is challenging. All of it will test us. But not doing anything is not an option.
Let's spend a moment on debt relief, which is again a key thrust area, especially for countries in the global south which are facing incredibly high levels of debt. How do you hope to deal with that, Mr. Banga?
So as you know, the G20 has a common framework for this whole situation. The IMF and the World Bank together, the IMF takes the lead on this. The IMF and the World Bank together have created a global sovereign debt roundtable. And what happens on the roundtable is that all the creditors for that country show up and talk about what debt have they got outstanding, what are the covenants, and what the repayments are. That's what got done recently for Zambia. And that's the work we need to do for a few other countries. And then you can take the decision on what kind of haircuts will be taken both by the sovereign lenders but also by other bilaterals. In the past, when the Bank and World Bank and the IMF have participated and helped, what essentially happens is we are not part of the haircut regime. We are the guys who are there when the country needs new lending. So Zambia, we are right now putting together a package for Zambia to look forward for the next 20 years. So that's the role we play. We play get them on the table together, get an agreement, and then step in to put more money on the table for them to be able to do the right thing, concessionally priced. Now, I want to end by one thing on debt. In rising interest rates, the debt that was taken by some of these countries in the time period of low interest rates clearly was probably either not well enough thought through or well enough planned for in a scenario of rising interest rates. What would be very challenging also for these countries will be if these rising interest rates stay higher for longer, which is entirely possible today because the US economy, India, ASEAN are doing better than people thought. And if you looked at the recent UK numbers, the UK is doing better than people thought. And so I think there is a case to be made that this entire debt situation needs to be taken on a war footing with sincerity of purpose sooner rather than later. I know that the IMF and World Bank are working on it. I know that India was a big part of this solution by creating the round table. The Paris Club is involved. There's a lot of people trying to get this right. It's going to be hard work for the next period of time.
जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने और हिंदुस्तान ने अपने G20 की प्रेसिडेंसी को हैंडल किया है, आप भारतीय मूल के हैं, आप किस तरह से देखते हैं? क्योंकि पीएम का जो हमने इंटरव्यू किया, उन्होंने कहा कि ये G20 की प्रेसिडेंसी एक ग्लोबल ऑर्डर का कैटलिस्ट होना चाहिए, न्यू ग्लोबल ऑर्डर का। आप वॉशिंगटन में रहते हैं, हिंदुस्तान से आए हैं, आप कैसे देखते हैं इसको?
मैं पीएम साहब को बोल रहा था जोकिंगली कि मैं तो मेक इन इंडिया का अल्टीमेट एग्जांपल, क्योंकि मैं यहाँ जमा हूँ, मेरी स्कूलिंग यहाँ थी, कॉलेज यहाँ किया, एमबीए यहाँ किया, मैंने बाहर कोई पढ़ाई नहीं की, मैं ट्रेनिंग कोर्स के तक नहीं गया हूँ आफ्टर मूविंग आउट ऑफ इंडिया। तो अल्टीमेट मेक इन इंडिया एग्जाम्पल। देखो, माई व्यू इज कि ये जो G20 में व्हाट इंडिया वाज एबल टू डू, ये नॉट ओनली वॉज इट ए सक्सेसफुल की डिक्लेरेशन आया, कि कम्युनिके आया, जो लोगों ने कोई पॉसिबिलिटी नहीं दी थी परसों सुबह, वो इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है, वो लीडरशिप की अफर्मेशन है। बट आई थिंक मोर देन दैट, इंडिया की जो ग्लोबल पोजिशनिंग और ब्रांडिंग हुई है थ्रू दिस पीरियड, क्या आपने 60 शहरों में मीटिंग्स करवाई हैं, पीपल हैव बिन एवरीवेयर, यू नो, हम्पी में शर्पा की मीटिंग थी, दिस इज नॉट नॉर्मल। एंड इन एडिशन, ये जो डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की जो आपकी एफर्ट है अलॉन्ग विद अ फ्यू अदर कंट्रीज, दिस इज गॉट नोटिस्ड, वर्ल्ड बैंक ने भी एक रिपोर्ट बनाई है। सो आई थिंक इंडिया का इसमें बेनिफिट है नॉट ओनली ऑफ लीडरशिप बट ऑल्सो ऑफ इंडियाज ओन ग्लोबल इमेज, एंड आई थिंक इट हैज बीन क्वाइट वेल हैंडल्ड।
आपको एक इंडियन आइकॉन की तरह देखा जाता है। जैसी ये बात मैंने डाली सोशल मीडिया पे कि मांगा जी का इंटरव्यू कर रहे हैं, कई सारे फैंस ऑफ पंजाब, यू नो, बिकॉज यूर अ सरदार, कई सारे फैंस ऑफ पंजाब ने बोला देखो एक पंजाबी किस तरीके से जाके अब वर्ल्ड बैंक चला रहा है, ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी हैंडल कर रहा है, उसको आप कैसे देखते हैं?
या देखो, मैं आई कीप थिंकिंग कि मैं बहुत खुशकिस्मत हूँ, बिकॉज लाइफ इज 50% लक। वो 50% लक अगर आप सीज करो और उसके साथ कुछ करो तो सक्सेस मिलता है, मगर पहले 50% लक आना चाहिए। आई एम लकी,
but you're also very hardworking and exceedingly sharp.
You have to. That's the other 50%. You have to seize your luck, because otherwise it passes you by like a train on a platform. You have to get onto the train, right, to get somewhere, and preferably be a driver on the train or an engine man on the train. And I use that example all the time, that you have to remember that life is 50% luck. You get that, you seize it, you have to work hard, you have to speak truth, you have to be articulate, you have to be down to earth, you have to remember your roots, you have to be humble, you have to have a sense of humor. These are all important things, but without luck, all of this may not get you there.
You know, you and I have a similarity, we're both Fauji brats. Is that something that helped you in the way that you shaped your career, you think, being born in the Indian Army?
Your values that you get from your family and from your expertise and from your experiences are so important. I have great value. My dad was able to speak to a visiting general with the same level of curiosity as the guard at our gate. And I think the ability to be curious about people and to retain humility, no matter what you've achieved, is a very important part of being a human being. You know, there is no bigger achievement than people remembering you for not only what you did, but how you did it.
You have done many big things in your life. You have a very key mission. We'll track how it goes. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Really appreciate it.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
All the very best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
How do you really see India playing a role, particularly, as you mentioned, at a time of global conflict? Historically, we've always been for peace. Some of our biggest leaders, some of our most influential faces, historic figures, have always propagated peace. India is a land of peace, essentially. So now that we're hosting the G20 summit at such a crucial juncture, when there's a Russia-Ukraine conflict as well, how do you really see, Sri, India's role in that?
See, India's voice has always been saved, and we are very sensible in whatever we are saying, because we are just and sensible. This is something that world has started to notice. Number one, we are sensible, and we cannot be bullied. Number two. Number three, we are very sensitive. We are sensitive to the feelings and to the emotions of people of the entire world. And the mindsets. So we in this country have embraced such diversity. See, we have a communist government in one part of the country, and we have multi-party democracy, which is not present in anywhere else in the world. There are bi-party democracies, but we have so many parties. And then on top of it, we are the largest population in a country that the world is seeing today, and young population. And so we have a lot of things to offer to the world. Of course, I would say spirituality is the need of the world today, when there is so much of distress and aggression and depression that is clogging the youth population.
are watching India Today.
वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए जे वीर पराई जाने रे सकल लोक मान सहुने वंदे निंदा न करे के नीरे सकल लोग मान सहुने वंदे निंदा न करे के नीरे वाच काच मन निश्चल राखे धन धन जननी निश्चल राखे धन धन जननी तेरी रे वैष्णव जन तो तेरा गई है जे पीर पराए जाने रे
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshardham and you're tuned into our rolling coverage of the G20 summit. The summit has come to a close, but we're still discussing and getting you all the historic takeaways from the 2 days that we witnessed in the national capital, culminating, of course, in the Delhi Declaration being signed. A number of reactions coming in, the world currently coming to terms with what's been discussed by all of the dignitaries who came together here in the national capital. And if you missed out on what happened on day 2 of the G20 summit, we've got you covered. I'm Akshardham. Here are the headlines. G20 Power Summit concludes in New Delhi. Prime Minister Modi officially hands over the G20 presidency to Brazil. Modi's big world peace message to end G20 summit concludes with Swasti Astu Vishwa, says, let there be peace in the world.
स्वस्ति अस्तु विश्वस्य यानी संपूर्ण विश्व में आशा और शांति का संचार हो.
Day 2 of G20 summit begins with tribute to Mahatma Gandhi. Top delegates pay floral tributes to Gandhiji at Ghat. Prime Minister greets world leaders with a khadi scarf. Rishi Sunak's big Hindu connect. Sunak bows in prayer at the Akshardham temple early this morning, invokes Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and prays for G20 success as well as world peace. India today speaks to the ultimate G20 insider on the grand success of the summit. Chief Coordinator Harsh Shringla speaks to India today on what it took for the Delhi Declaration to sail through.
Our efforts within the G20 have been to ensure that the solutions that we seek through the G20 are those that address these concerns of the developing world, and the African Union is an important part of that.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wide.
And let's begin with big breaking news that's coming in. Besides the summit, there have been several bilateral, several pull-asides that have taken place. And on your screens are the first pictures of the meeting, the pull-aside that's taken place between India and Canada. Prime Minister Modi meeting with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. There's been a lot of talk about this. There's been a lot of talk about the relations currently between India and Canada being strained, and even the relations between Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Trudeau being strained. But these images show a formal, warm handshake between the two leaders and hopefully will work in bettering relations between India and Canada. There have been a number of sticking points in their relations. One of them, of course, is the fact that India has taken the stand that Canada has simply not done enough to deal with the Khalistani elements in their soil. So that perhaps would have come up also in this pull-aside meeting. There have been many meetings essentially between Prime Minister Modi and the Canadian Prime Minister in the past as well. The timing of this and the hope that India also has sent across a tough message on Khalistan has put the focus again on this particular pull-aside. But this particular picture has been posted right now on social media by Prime Minister Modi, who said, and I quote from his tweet here, met Prime Minister Justin Trudeau on the sidelines of the G20 summit. We discussed a full range of India-Canada ties across different sectors. Paulami Saha is joining us with more details on this. First pictures are on our screens right now, Paulami, of the pull-aside between Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. We all know, of course, that there's been a bit of a freeze when you talk about Indian-Canadian ties. And there's no doubt that perhaps the biggest issue there is the Khalistan element. Was that brought up in this pull-aside?
Well, Akshita, we've just got the first pictures from that pull-aside that took place after, of course, the conclusion of G20 Summit 2023. So we are awaiting word from official sources as to what exactly was discussed between the two leaders. Remember, a pull-aside, of course, isn't a structured bilateral meeting. I beg your pardon. And hence, obviously, they had a very small window to have any sort of conversation. But the Prime Minister in his tweet has, of course, said that we discussed the full range of India-Canada ties across different sectors. So it's going to be very crucial to find out whether, in fact, this was brought up. But earlier, in fact, we were speaking to some top officials in the foreign ministry here in India in order to get a sense of, what was discussed in the bilateral meetings. We were, of course, referring to yesterday's bilateral bilateral meeting with Rishi Sunak, and whether the Prime Minister in fact brought up the Khalisani threat. And at that time, the response that was given to us by the top official that we were speaking to is that every time it comes to the impeachment of a country's sovereignty, the Prime Minister is definitely going to bring that up. So it was a generic response, not very specific to the question, but it clearly suggested that when it came to threat to our missions abroad, when it came to threat to our diplomats abroad, it is something that the Prime Minister will bring up. So it's quite likely that it may have found mention in that poolside conversation between Justin Trudeau and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But again, we'll have to wait to find out officially as to what was discussed.
All right, Pauline, we'll await details from the MEA, but as Pauline said, this is a brief pull-aside that took place. First pictures right now on your screens. We will wait to see what are the big takeaways from that meeting. One of perhaps the most crucial pull-asides that we've seen on the sidelines of the G20 summit. Let's focus back on really the summit or what's happened on day 2, rounding up those developments first for you. The G20 summit continued its momentum as world leaders gathered early this morning at Rajghat today. Prime Minister Modi extended a warm welcome to our distinguished guests, marking a significant moment in the summit's proceedings. World leaders participated in a wreath-laying ceremony at Mahatma Gandhi's Samadhi while being accompanied by a live performance of Gandhi's cherished devotional songs. At Rajghat, Prime Minister Modi was seen receiving all the leaders, one after another, personal welcome for each one of them at the memorial with a khadi angavastram or a stole standing against the backdrop of the Gandhi Ashram. The Prime Minister also received a sapling from the Indonesian President and the Brazilian President, representing the G20 presidencies of last year and the next year. The ceremony took place at the beginning of the third session this morning. So what happened in the third session of the summit, the final one? It was titled One Future. This summit was in fact drawn to a close with India handing over the G20 presidency to Brazil. Prime Minister Modi concluded his speech with a message of Swasti Astu Vishwa, which is essentially a big world peace message.
Taken up. I would like to talk about one more thing. Regardless of our faith, our culture, and our origins, we are members of the entire human family consisting of 8 billion individuals. This is an age where children are dying because they lack the fundamental nutrition, such as a piece of bread and water. Tens of thousands of refugees are losing their lives on deserts, and the seas of the world are becoming refugee graveyards of a massive scale. And because of wars and conflicts, millions of individuals are forced to abandon their motherlands. And despite all that rhetoric, the value of the human life is becoming much more infinitesimal. So, in summary, every day we experience new tragedies of a very destructive fashion, and in such a world we can never feel safe and secure. On the one hand side, we have 735 million individuals fighting against famine, and on the other hand, you will find luxury, you will find glitz and opulence along with waste. And if that is the situation, it means that we have to admit to the presence of a significant problem. In this day and age, from Africa to Asia, billions and billions of people are working under horrible conditions and circumstances with blood and tears so that a home full of elite can live in prosperity and in fulfillment. This is not fair, this is not humane, and this is not conscientious. The root of our problem is not the lack of resources, it is the lack of compassion. And as Turkey, we are objecting to this unfairness and unlawfulness. That's why we believe that a fairer world is possible. We are the #1 country on a global scale providing humanitarian aid at such a level that it's a big part of our GDP. We are embracing more than 4 million refugees who have been victimized as a result of conflicts. And we are clearing the northern part of Syria from the presence of terrorist organizations, and thus we are building permanent residential structures for our brothers and sisters so that they can live dignified lives by eradicating the reasons why these people are abandoning their motherlands once and for all. We are catering to their needs from education to security. Until so far, more than 6...
Okay, so that is the Turkey president speaking. We're cutting across to the Canadian Prime Minister, who's live right now.
Development. Climate action is one of the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which also include ending poverty, achieving gender equality, and ensuring quality education, among others. Whether it was during ASEAN earlier this week or here at the G20, I continue to talk about these goals to raise awareness with other leaders. It's important to continue the work so that economic growth benefits everyone, including the most marginalized. And Canada will continue doing its part. We will help finance and grow women-led agricultural enterprises in Nigeria. We will help bolster food security in the Democratic Republic of Congo and increase incomes for women in the industry. And we will invest to promote school nutrition in Burkina Faso. This is all in support of the Sustainable Development Goals, and we'll continue this work in the months and years to come. This was a very productive week, whether it was here at the G20, in my meetings with business leaders, with the different ASEAN leaders or other partners. There is a real enthusiasm for Canada and for our engagement in the Indo-Pacific region. This is good, because our goal coming here is to create more good jobs for Canadians, make life more affordable, and foster economic growth that benefits everyone. Les gens reconnaissent que le Canada a beaucoup à offrir. On va continuer de créer des opportunités d'affaires pour nos entreprises canadiennes et on va continuer d'être une influence positive dans la région et à travers le monde. Merci beaucoup tout le monde.
We will now start the question and answer period. First question goes to Annie Bergeron, CTV.
Hi, Prime Minister. I'm wondering if you can say why you signed on to and agreed to a leaders' declaration that does not condemn Russia for its illegal invasion of Ukraine.
If it was just up to me, the leaders' declaration would have been much stronger, particularly on Ukraine. If it was just up to other countries around the table, it would have been much weaker, particularly on Ukraine. The G20 is an extremely disparate group, and we worked very hard to get as strong language as we possibly could.
Based on the language in the declaration, Ukraine is saying that there is nothing to be proud of from this summit. Do you feel like you've let down Ukraine and the summit itself?
These summits are always an extraordinarily important moment to come together to deal with big global issues. And we all rolled up our sleeves on tackling the challenges of food insecurity, of energy insecurity, of disrupted supply chains, particularly caused by the war in Ukraine that Russia illegally chose to launch. This is an important time to come together and hear and put pressure on countries that do not align with our values, and in that we will continue to do it. Global problems have global solutions, and that's why being here today was really important.
Bonjour, Monsieur Trudeau. Christian Noël de Radio-Canada. En me basant sur ce que vous venez de dire, vous auriez aimé que le langage sur l'Ukraine soit plus fort. D'autres pays auraient préféré que ce soit plus faible. Est-ce que vous êtes capable de m'expliquer de quelle façon le compromis est utile et nécessaire dans cette situation-là pour l'Ukraine?
Prenons par exemple le paragraphe sur l'accord sur les grains dans la mer Noire. On sait très bien que des pays à travers le monde font face à une crise alimentaire ou avec des prix élevés ou bien des manques de denrées et d'alimentation. De le dire aussi clairement dans un communiqué comme ça qu'on sait très bien que c'est lié à la guerre en Ukraine et on appelle à tous les pays, y compris la Russie, d'essayer de le résoudre. On voit qu'on est en train de mettre de la pression pour résoudre un problème auquel bien des gens font face, mais qui n'ont pas toujours la bonne information sur le lien avec les actions de la Russie.
Donc, c'était un compromis. Est-ce que ça veut dire que l'influence des pays occidentaux dans le G20 est en train de diminuer?
Non, le G20 a toujours été un rassemblement de pays extrêmement différents. Il y a des démocraties, il y a des monarchies, il y a des pays autoritaires, mais ils représentent ensemble les plus grandes économies de la planète et on a une responsabilité de pouvoir pousser pour des solutions et de pouvoir résoudre les différends. Et c'est toujours un processus. L'année dernière, on a eu de très bonnes discussions. Cette année, on a eu de très bonnes discussions. On a mis de la pression, on a avancé plusieurs enjeux. Et on va avoir encore des discussions sûrement difficiles, mais franches, l'année prochaine au Brésil pour le G20. Ces conversations continuent, mais nous devons rester là pour livrer les résultats.
Hello, Prime Minister. Karina Roman, CBC News. Many have remarked on how awkward and stilted the public interactions have been between you and Prime Minister Modi. What accounts for that tension?
I think, as always, there are a lot of different subjects that are important for Canadians, whether it's the rule of law and international rules-based order, whether it's ensuring prosperity, access for our farmers to markets overseas. There's all sorts of different issues, and we've had serious and frank conversations, as Canadians would expect.
But many have described your relations at this time as strained, a challenge, deteriorating. How do you describe the relationship between yourself and Mr. Modi and between Canada and India, and where would you like that relationship to be?
We recognize that India is an extraordinarily important economy in the world and an important partner to Canada on everything from fighting climate change to creating growth and prosperity for citizens. There's always a lot of work to do, and we will continue to do it. Nous reconnaissons à quel point c'est important de travailler avec l'Inde pour créer de la prospérité, pour s'assurer de la lutte contre les changements climatiques, pour assurer accès à nos agriculteurs au marché indien. On va toujours être là pour parler de la règle.
So, direct question being asked there to the Canadian Prime Minister on whether there are strained ties between him and Prime Minister Modi. He didn't directly address the question, but seemed to suggest that I'm standing up for Canada's rights and ensuring that Canada gets its due, and that if it translates to some sort of strained ties, so be it. But no direct reference to it. That question was repeated twice to the Canadian Prime Minister, but both times he seemingly seemed to duck it, only sending out that message that, look, we'll look out for our interests. I want to quickly take in Polami Saha also on this. There's been a pull aside, as we know, Polami, but in that press conference that just happened live now, you had Canadian Prime Minister kind of ducking that question about strained ties, about strained relations with Prime Minister Modi. The reporter particularly asked him, saying, look, if you see the pictures, it doesn't look like all is well. He says we're looking out for our own interests, but that's all that he's divulging essentially.
Well, just like the reporter asked, the pictures itself, themselves tell a story over there. And that's all that we've been looking at over the past couple of days. The body language of Justin Trudeau, especially when India has been more than warm and polite as well. It just shows that, the relations are frosty. They're strained at the moment. And Justin Trudeau, of course, he does realize that he is a guest over here as far as India is concerned. And he, of course, was being hosted by India, so he of course tried to duck that question. But relations have been strained, especially with the sort of vote bank that Justin Trudeau is nourishing back in Canada, which India has had a lot of objection about. India has said that is a potential threat to Indians, not just in Canada, but if fueled in any way, could also be a potential threat to citizens back here in India as well. But Justin Trudeau has of course stood his ground on that. He was one of the first prime ministers, in fact, globally, who, in fact, chastised India in terms of castigated India in terms of its handling of the farmers' protest as well. So clearly, there have been relations which have been strained, and they were there to see. Yesterday, Justin Trudeau did not, attend the gala dinner, which was hosted by the Rashtrapati in honor of all the G20 delegations. He sent a representative there. Again, we did try to ask the Canadian embassy as to why exactly did the Prime Minister skip the dinner, which was being hosted by India as president of the G20, but they did not give any reason. They didn't specify the reason, but clearly that was indication enough that the relations are currently going through a rocky patch, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done. But yes, Justin Trudeau over there saying that, he has to, of course, look at his own domestic needs in order to, of course, has to put them first before he, goes ahead with any sort of bilateral equation. And same goes for India. India also says that India will, of course, look at its own sovereignty before, of course, proceeding forward with any sort of bilateral equation.
And that's essentially the problem right there, the core of the issue, which is that when he talks of his interests, when he talks of Canadian interests, it directly conflicts with our interests. And that perhaps is why you've seen a kind of strain, an inexplicable essential strain that you could see in all of the images when Trudeau and Prime Minister Modi met. He was asked about it. He says, we'll keep our interests first, but that's about all that he had to say on the topic. We'll discuss the Indo-Canadian ties and what's happened really in the puller side that took place. The MEA hasn't really given out a press release just yet on the issues that were discussed. We only have that brief note from the Prime Minister where he says that, look, we addressed a slew of issues that concern both India and Canada. No doubt that the Khalistani issue was also brought up by India, one of the major driving forces for the strains right now in the relations between India and Canada. Let's also get you more images that came in through the day from day 2 of the G20 summit. Everyone, of course, is talking about UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and First Lady Akshardham Murthy. There's a sense of connect that we all feel with him, which is why his pictures now at the Akshardham temple in Delhi have gone viral. Rishi Sunak gracefully embraced his Indian roots, his Hindu roots, as he visited the Akshardham temple with his wife Akshardham Murthy. In a letter, he even expressed his pride in his cultural roots during his visit. Akshardham Murthy is seen there with her husband channeling her Indian roots. She is Indian, so she dressed up in a traditional attire for her visit to the Akshardham temple. The UK Prime Minister was seen in black trousers paired with a white shirt, so he didn't choose a kurta pajama, but Akshardham most definitely chose to dress in Indian attire. He's referred to himself as a proud Hindu, and that's why as soon as he's touched down in India, he used the opportunity to visit the Akshardham temple, was seen walking barefoot and performing Aarti. The couple also performed an Abhishekam on the Murti of Sri Neelkant Varni Maharaj and offered prayers for world peace, progress and harmony. Now, every picture of the couple is going viral. You can see in these images that Rishi Sunak was seen donning a kalava, considered to be sacred in Hinduism. It's worn around the wrist after performing a puja. It was visible when he posed for a picture with Akshata and also the priests. Besides that, you could also see Rakis on his wrist. He had said day before that he celebrated Raksha Bandhan with his family. Another image that's gone viral is this particular one of the UK Prime Minister posing with the temple priests of Akshardham. He was also offered a model of the temple as a gift. The moment British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak touched down in India, he said that I hope I get a chance to visit a temple. I hope I get a chance to go to Vrindavan because I didn't manage to celebrate Janmashtami. He got that opportunity today. But Rishi Sunak has always unabashedly been a Hindu, not afraid to flaunt his roots, to flaunt his faith. And he said that while I'm a proud Hindu, it also helps me during my stressful work hours to have a bit of faith. Let's break down for you all the details of how the UK Prime Minister's embraced his religion several times.
A trip of faith amid the diplomacy, dosti and dinner. UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and wife Akshata Murthy took time out for an early morning visit to Delhi's revered Akshardham temple, one of India's largest Hindu shrines. Sunak and Akshata arrived at the temple amid tight security cover. Images from the temple showed the UK Prime Minister and wife embracing their faith in Sanatan Dharma. Sunak bowed in prayers, kneeled down for rituals, took part in Aarti and posed for photos with the saffron-clad seers. Sunak was seen with the sacred Hindu threads or kalawa on his wrists. The power couple was clicked praying to idols of Bhagwan Ram, Radha and Krishna and talking to temple officials. Amid the light drizzle, PM Sunak was seen holding an umbrella to shield Akshata from the elements. The couple later posed before the grand Akshardham temple in the background. Sunak also invoked the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam spirit while writing in the temple's visitor's diary, while praying for success of G20 and global peace.
मंदिर में बहुत प्रेम से उन्होंने आरती की, बहुत प्रेम से उन्होंने कहा मुझे बहुत 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 आनंद आया है और मैं चाहता हूं कि मैं जब भी मुझे मौका मिले तो मैं आता रहूं.
He believes that he is a Hindu and who really wants to help the nation that he represents and also the world. So he said special prayers which were very private, but more importantly, he was very happy and he felt very honored, and he passed on his prayers to the leaders and all the sadhus. So he was extremely happy for being able to have darshan of the Lord.
After arriving in India earlier, Sunak was greeted by Jai Siya Ram chant by Union Minister Ashwini Chaubey and was gifted Bhagavad Gita, Hanuman Chalisa and Rudraksh beads. The UK Prime Minister had then revealed his deep devotion in Hinduism and festivals like Raksha Bandhan and Janmashtami.
Yeah, so I'm a proud Hindu, and that's how I was raised. That's how I am. Hopefully, I can visit a mandir while I'm here for the next couple of days. And yes, we've just had Raksha Bandhan, so from my sister and my cousins, I have all my Rakis, and you know, I didn't have time to celebrate Janmashtami properly the other day.
While meeting spiritual leader Murari Bapu months ago, Sunak had not shied away from publicly reposing his faith in Hinduism.
Jai Siya Ram. It is truly an honor and a pleasure to be here today at Murari Bapu's Ram Katha at the University of Cambridge on Indian Independence Day. Bapu, I'm here today not as Prime Minister, but as a Hindu.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be...
In 2017, after winning in the UK polls, Sunak had taken oath of office on Bhagavad Gita. A Ganesh statue has been a regular feature on his work desk. Images of Sunak performing Gau Puja along with wife Akshata had been viral earlier. As per the British Prime Minister, the values of Hinduism have inspired him and have proven to be his driving force.
His visit to the Akshardham Mandir, the Sashtang Dandavat, the time that he spent with the priests and the devotees there have actually endeared him a lot more, with these images going viral not just in India but across the world. He calls himself a land bridge between India and Britain, a true example of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the motto of the G20 here in India. With cameraman Lalit Mohan Joshi in Delhi, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
So we've seen a grand gala dinner, delicacies and diplomacy, importantly, on full display. The dinner that was hosted by President Draupadi Murmu last night was attended by G20 leaders along with chief ministers of several states. Bihar's Nitish Kumar, Jharkhand's Hemant Soren, West Bengal's Mamta Banerjee, you had Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, all of them who attended the gala event. Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar and Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa also were present at this particular dinner that was hosted by President Murmu. Among other guests were Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, seen dining with Union Home Minister Amit Shah in pictures that have now emerged on social media. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupendra Baghel, Rajasthan's Ashok Gehlot, Odisha's Naveen Patnaik, Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi Chief Minister, all of them gave the event amiss. There's no clarity on exactly why they didn't turn up. And with those pictures, I'm slipping into a very short break here on India Today. We'll continue getting you all the highlights of Day 2 of the G20 Summit and exclusive conversations coming up.
The new world order starts here.
And a rising India is leading the way.
A new template for a changing world.
India in the front seat for global peace and prosperity as world leaders line up for the big event.
India Today gives you the only ringside view. The faces, the voices.
The big news breaks.
Unrivaled build-up to the G20 summit.
Namaste G20. Continuing coverage only on India Today TV.
World's top leaders have arrived in the national capital. India's G20 presidency theme draws its inspiration from Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the verse that finds mention in the Maha Upanishad.
So India's G20 presidency is exceptional. And yes, we live in very challenging and difficult times. The more India takes merit for mastering this G20 presidency, I think it's also due to the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. And what I experience here coming to the country is that there is a whole national effort to master the G20 presidency by the largest democracy we have on this globe.
The summit is being held at the newly constructed Bharat Mandapam at Pragati Maidan. India presidency will majorly focus on green development, climate change, inclusive and resilient growth, women-led development, accelerating progress of sustainable development goals, as well as promoting digital public infrastructure, reforming and strengthening multilateral development banks to reflect the changed geopolitical conditions, and the rise of the global south also remains key part of India's agenda during its presidency.
Global debt distress. Countries are in deep distress. Not just less developed countries, but middle-income countries as well.
Hello and welcome. One of the big ideas of India's G20 presidency has been to try and regulate crypto assets. And we've had the International Monetary Fund playing a very important role in putting together an architecture which could help regulating crypto assets in the global economy. To talk about this, we're joined here at the Le Méridien Hotel in the national capital by the first Deputy Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund, Dr. Geeta Gopinath. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi,
and
Rahul.
welcome. So could you start by explaining the mechanism that you're hoping to bring together? You know, you've advanced the timelines, brought out a paper which looks at regulating crypto assets. So many people who trade or were trading in crypto assets, very curious to know how exactly will this function?
Yeah, this is one of the big achievements of India's G20 presidency, which is to bring together, when it comes to crypto assets, not just the regulatory aspect, but also the macro financial consequences. So for the first time, they brought together the Financial Stability Board, who does regulation, and the IMF, who does macro financial stability, and said, come together from that holistic perspective, what kind of policy actions are needed? So for instance, when it comes to monetary issues, you know, one of the clear statements is do not legalize the use of any crypto asset like Bitcoin for legal currency, because that would affect monetary sovereignty. When it comes to financial stability, the guideline is to make sure that you have such issuers of such crypto assets, that they are licensed, that they're registered, And you have the principle that if it's the same activity, same risk, then you have the same action in terms of the way you treat it. So it's laid out a very good set of broad principles. The work is not over because there's a roadmap in terms of what else needs to be done going forward. But this is the first time the global community has come together and agreed on a common set of principles.
So the good thing is there's no talk of banning crypto. I mean, the idea that crypto is tough to ban has kind of gone through. But what concerns me is that different countries have adopted different positions on the spectrum of policy making in dealing with crypto assets. Do you think this provides a common framework? I ask because the G20 regulations or whatever comes out of the G20 isn't necessarily binding.
That's certainly right. And there cannot be one size fits all, just given the complexity of the world and different levels of financial development, the kinds of supervision and regulation they can have, and so on. So there is going to be some tailoring to country-specific circumstances. But everybody agreed that these broad principles we're all on board with.
Okay, do you want to give those watching a broad sense of what to expect once these principles are indeed accepted and the kind of timelines that you're looking at this moment for these principles to be brought into policy?
I think it's going to be much less of the Wild West that we've had for a long time. By throwing light on the different issuers of these kinds of crypto assets, we're going to have much better data of what they're doing, what the extent to which they're penetrating into different, different people's pockets. There is going to be, if it's clear that you are effectively a speculative investment class, then you're going to be regulated in one way. If you're being used for payments, then you're going to be regulated as other payment systems are regulated. It's going to take some time to build up the specific details of it, but much more transparency, much more light being shed on it, and not the anything goes kind of environment.
Let's spend a moment on your reading of the Indian economy at the moment, seen as one of the key growth engines of the global economy. India projected to grow at 6.1% 2023, 6.3% next year, but concerns also being raised about private investment, and private investment not kickstarting in quite the way the government would have liked. So do you want to share your reading of how you think the economy is doing at this moment?
Now, India is and continues to be an engine of global growth. So we have, for this fiscal year, we expect growth to be over 6%. And two factors that are driving it are public investment, which has been quite strong, and resilient consumption spending. So I think those are the two important factors. I mean, our estimate is that for this year, for 2023, India's growth would explain about 15% of global growth, right? So that is a substantial chunk of global growth that's being driven by India at this point. But to get to much higher levels of per capita income and to get to continued high levels of growth, you need structural reforms, and that's going to be very important. And there are multiple fronts on which these reforms will be needed. Those will be needed also to attract private investment. A lot has been put in place in terms of improving the ease of doing business, but there is still a lot more that needs to be done.
You want to spend a moment talking about that, because this government heads into an election, and of course all of what you're saying is not linked to elections. But of all the structural reforms that you'd like the government to push through, what is it that you think could have the biggest multiplier and the fastest improvement in the level of private investment?
So creating an enabling environment for private investment, clearly very important. On that front, continuing the investment in public infrastructure, hugely important. Digital public infrastructure is playing a very important role. But in addition to that, some of the harder decisions when it comes, for instance, to labor markets is needed. Now, that's not something that the center can do, because you put, there's clearly reforms have been announced for labor market reforms, but many states have not implemented them yet. So that's going to be required. So if you actually see, in terms of where foreign direct investment goes in India, there are about 4 states. There's Maharashtra, Karnataka, Gujarat, Delhi, that get a big chunk of the investment, and it's not going to other parts. So a lot has to be done at the level of state governments. Secondly, of course, again, what I said about the ease of doing business, that it's still the case that there is a fair amount of red tape in opening businesses in India. That's going to take some work. Education, in terms of improving the quality of education, making it, there are some fantastic institutions over here, but the depth of it needs to be improved. More work on that front. Female labor force participation is way lower than what it should be at this level of development in India. It's very low. Raising that up would make a big difference. So these are some of the reforms that would be helpful.
You may have seen some commentary recently about concerns being raised internationally about whether the government is overstating economic growth. Came out 7.8% was the estimate that was put out recently. Is that a concern that you have? Because that's been a big concern somewhere else, and now there's this controversy. So I'm kind of wondering what's your reading of that?
No, this is not something that we are concerned about. We look at a bunch of data. We look at lots of high-frequency data and so on, and these are the numbers that we take.
Let's spend a moment on digital public infrastructure, which has been one of India's big ideas during this G20 presidency. And you travel internationally, you're seeing what's happening in global economies. Do you really think India's tech stack is of as much utility internationally as the government hopes it can be?
I think India is really on the forefront in this area. It's already seen the benefits for India itself. Not just in terms of innovation and what is brought in, but also on the fiscal front in terms of much more efficient spending, the ability to collect revenues, formalizing the economy. All of that has been phenomenal. India is really a leader in that front, and other countries in the world are paying attention to what India is doing in this space.
Do you see other countries wanting to adopt these technologies? Do you see this as being a part of what India can export in terms of ideas and tech globally?
I think it already is doing that, actually. It is absolutely exporting those ideas. There is now a push to make sure that we have platforms that are interoperable, that speak across borders, because clearly there are different forms. There's PIX in Brazil, which has the features of India's UPI, but at the same time is different in other respects. And the question is whether you can have a much more integrated platform. There's work being done on that front, but organically, a lot of these exchange of ideas is happening.
Let's spend a moment on your reading of the Chinese economy at the moment, which is one of the big concern areas. The obituary of growth in China has been written often and has always proven wrong. But there are also concerns that maybe this time the distress is deeper and more real than it has been in the past. How do you read all the data that's coming or not coming out of China?
Now, after a first quarter that was very strong because of the rebound from the reopening, China's economy has slowed. And we see that in private consumption. The real estate sector, of course, has had a lot of trouble for a long time. And we saw some improvement in the first few months of this year, but then again we're seeing a deterioration. So that is an area of important concern. So investment is just down, confidence is down, consumer confidence, and just broadly private sector confidence is down. Now, the good news is that China has the resources to be able to turn things around. It still can do much more in terms of fiscal policy and in terms of monetary policy, and they are taking actions in that dimension. But these are things that can't necessarily be turned around overnight. We expect China's growth to slow. For this year, for instance, we still think that it can meet the target that the government has set of about 5%. But then into the medium term, we have China's growth projected at around 3.4%, going down. So that's where we are. It's not like we're expecting to see a very deep downturn or a sharp recession or anything of that kind, but just slowing growth.
So slowing growth at this level of economic evolution is understandable, but there are people who take it one step further and say, because, for example, youth unemployment, June was 21%, before they shut off unemployment data, they say the distress is much deeper and darker than the mandarins in Beijing would have us believe.
Well, it's more than just saying that China's reached the size of an economy where the growth slows down, right? It's certainly more than that, because we have revised down our projections for China relative to the pre-pandemic, given the developments we've seen in the property sector. And in your revised projections, is there a point where China still overtakes the US? Because that's become a matter of global commentary about whether China ever does overtake the US in terms of the size of the economy. Yeah, obviously, given the downgrade, it's going to take longer. Whether it will or will not will depend upon what kinds of policies the government does take at this point. Like I said, it has the space to be able to make changes to its economic path. But the combination of what we're seeing in terms of the property sector, the slowing confidence, the fact that the global demand, especially for manufactured goods, has come down quite a bit. I mean, all of this are headwinds for China.
We saw the U.S. Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo, when she was in Beijing recently, speak about China becoming increasingly uninvestable, that ad hoc economic decision-making is making it very complicated for American companies, international companies to invest in China. Do you see this pulling away, or this, not necessarily decoupling, but reducing interdependence being now cast in stone, or do you think there is likely to be an economic rapprochement more than we've seen so far?
No, I do think that we are in a time of geoeconomic fragmentation. We're certainly seeing these geopolitical tensions are showing up in countries, moving away from each other. For instance, Rahul, if you look at the import restrictions that have been put, last year 3,000 new import restrictions were put. That was 3 times the number that was put in 2019. And if you look at where FDI is going, it's much more driven by now geopolitical considerations as opposed to geographic distance, which used to be a bigger role. So we are certainly seeing countries distancing themselves in terms of the amount of integration, relative to how much of integration they had in the past. The whole language of we're trying to de-risk and not decouple, I think is fine. It's much more harder to do in practice and not go down a slippery slope. So this is a challenge for the world, and we've been at the IMF. I mean, this is one of our jobs, is to flag the risks to the world from this.
What are the risks at this moment? Because from India's perspective, it could possibly be a huge opportunity. To what extent have you been able to capitalize on the opportunity? The government, through its production-linked incentives, through its Make in India scheme, Atmanirbhar India, trying to pull away from China as part of anybody who's looking to reorient their supply chains in keeping with China Plus One. To what extent is India benefiting? That's from an Indian point of view. And what are the risks that you're observing from a more macro level?
Yeah. No, in terms of the, in terms of the signaling, in terms of intent, when you talk to people and when you look at projects being announced, there is certainly a big interest in India right now, especially in terms of the new policy of diversifying away from, for instance, from China. But if you look at the last 2 decades of manufacturing in India, the share of manufacturing in GDP hasn't changed much. It's been around 17 to 18% over the last couple of decades, right? So, clearly a greater push is needed in terms of attracting all that investment in, and in terms of making sure that manufacturing has a high share in production, and Make in India is a bigger success. More will be needed.
You spoke of risks, because the IMF's task, you said, is also to highlight risks as this untangling happens. What are the risks that concern you the most?
One is on inflation in the major economies. The good news is that it has been coming down. There have been hopeful signs, but we're not there yet. And we could still have a situation where inflation, yes, has come down, but doesn't go close enough to the targets of central banks, in which case they will need to raise interest rates by a lot more. And then we might not have the kind of soft landing that everybody's projecting at that time, and that could be a real shock to the global economy. Second is the war is not over. Russia's invasion of Ukraine continues. You could see big impacts on energy prices again, on food prices. That remains an important risk. China is a concern. I think the downside risks to China's growth have gone up. And we're seeing a lot of climate-related events, weather events around the world that's disrupting growth and affecting prices.
Okay, so let's take it one by one, because one of the things that was discussed in India's G20 is not linked directly to the G20, but President Biden, MBS from Saudi Arabia, spoke of an India, Middle East, Europe corridor, and the IMF is one of the bodies that will be involved in arranging financing for that. How do you see this infrastructure corridor play out?
Yeah. So firstly, we don't get involved. The IMF doesn't get involved in infrastructure projects.
I just saw Emmanuel Macron's press conference where he was speaking about working with the IMF and the World Bank in the project.
Yeah. So On project financing, it's squarely the World Bank. Of course, we get involved whenever there is a macro issue to deal with. This is a fresh announcement. I know that there's a lot of enthusiasm for it, but I think it's too early to comment on the details of it.
Okay. The other thing that's raising a lot of headlines is the idea that India will soon be the world's third largest economy. How soon do you see that happen? That it'll happen sometime in the next few years seems inevitable. 2027 is one estimate, which is the SBI's estimate, seems the most aggressive estimate. Others say it could happen 2028, 2029. What's your reading at this moment?
Yeah, I think what you said, that yes, in a few years, not too long, in a few years, in the ballpark of the years you're talking about, based on current projections.
What are your current projections for
that? Would be, so if you looked at the last estimates we put out in July for India's growth, I think you'd get around there to 2027, 28. I think that's when you would get to the third largest. But I think there's a lot more that needs to be done, and the more important thing is to maintain a high growth momentum for many more years than just the next 4 or 5 years. And that
so you think it could happen by 2027?
Based on, in terms of the dollar, yes, in current dollar terms, you could, based on projections, it could get there by 27, 28. I think that's
but you're also saying that to keep the growth momentum going, you'd like to see a lot more.
Yes, I mean, again, it's, India is a large country, so in per capita terms, that will still be a small number, even if you're overall the third largest economy. So India needs to keep pushing on that front to keep the growth momentum going much more.
We interviewed someone you know well, Borge Brande, the president of the World Economic Forum, and at the India at 100 summit, he spoke of the next 10 years, seeing the Indian economy hit a $10 trillion value, and he said that the global economic order would be defined by what he called the G3, the US, China, and India. I'm kind of wondering what you think of that.
Okay, firstly, I'm not a huge fan of these projections of $10 trillion and so on. As we know, over the last 3 years, a lot can happen. We had the pandemic, we had the war, sure. Things can get derailed, a lot of things can go wrong. So setting aside those, big headline numbers, I think the important thing is that India is a very important player on the global stage. Clearly through the G20, it signaled a serious leadership role. Even in terms of the world growth, like I said, it's contributing like 15% to world GDP growth. I think there's a lot more that needs to be done. It has a young demographic population, which is again a big asset, but you need to be able to catalyze that through structural reforms.
And how has this G20 been for you? Because on the finance track, there's been so much that's been happening. You spoke of India signaling global leadership. So what are the signals that you've been picking up, and how's this year been for you?
Well, I think it's been a great year for India's G20 presidency. Nobody expected that there would be a leaders' declaration. The fact that there was one, I think is a huge deal. It tells you that even though we can all be, countries can have very different opinions about the way the world is headed, they can actually come together and have a declaration. That I think is huge. The second thing I think India did really well was to put a lot of light on the issues that emerging and developing countries care for. So bringing the African Union in as a member of the G20 on a permanent basis is another big step in that direction. And all of the work that's been done on the crypto regulation, on debt and debt issues, and multilateral development banks financing, I mean, all of that are all part of how the Prime Minister refers to as the need to help the Global South.
Do you want to share some light on how you think global indebtedness for those countries that are heavily indebted is being dealt with, and what more would you like to see?
After a long time, I think we're beginning to see progress on that front. For me, the debt relief and the debt restructuring that was done for Zambia is quite a landmark. Mm-hmm. We had creditors of all different, the Paris Club, non-Paris Club, private creditors all come together to agree on a set of restructuring for Zambia. I think that's a big deal. India, along with the IMF and the World Bank, were part of put out the Global Sovereign Debt Roundtable. That has played a very important role, and also in trying to engage and trying to fix problems in the global debt architecture. So I think we've made progress, but a whole lot more is still needed, and we need to make these restructurings happen at a much faster pace.
You know, outside of all global macroeconomic questions, you may have seen that one video of the IMF boss, Kristalina Georgieva. She's doing a Sambli dance number, and I'm wondering, when you're seeing that video, what's going through your head? And she's been smashing the internet.
Yes.
And earlier, you were the one IMF nominee that most people know. She's not there yet, but she's getting there. A couple of more dance moves, and then she's going to smash the internet some more.
Now that's typically Kristalina. That is her. She loves to dance. So, you know, when she sees other people dancing and she sees good music, hears good music, she wants to get in.
She was the only one who got into the groove, okay? She was like totally having fun and joining in. Most of the others saw dur se, but she went in and, you know, really was part of the cultural immersion.
Absolutely. No, that's her. That's just total her.
You're not doing that. You know, there's been talk of millets and pushing millets linked to climate security, linked to using less, using less water. But then there's also just overdose of millets, right? You were at the state banquet. How was it? You loved your millets or not so much?
That was a lot of millets. It was very good. It was delicious.
You're being diplomatic.
No, I enjoyed it. But yes, there were a lot of millets in the menu.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Fantastic having you with us, and we wish you all the best. And I hope you eat some millets and get to eat some non-millets as well. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks, Geeta.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wild.
The power hugs, handshakes, and namaste. Dosti, diplomacy and G20 dhamaka. Bharat's G20 gala dazzles the world. India's finest reporting team on ground. 360-degree perspective of G20 summit only on India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshardham and Gopal. What a fantastic weekend it's been for India with the G20 summit. So many takeaways, the Delhi Declaration, the African Union becoming a part of the G20 and so much more. This has truly been a historic weekend, not just for India, but for the world. And all of that courtesy the stellar leadership shown by India, which several world leaders have referred to as well. Over the next half hour, I'll get you a glimpse of the reactions that have come in. But first, take a look at this report where we break down for you all that happened on day 2 of the G20 summit and largely the bonhomie, the friendship that's on display right now between world leaders and Prime Minister Modi.
From bonhomie with US President Biden to UK Prime Minister Sunak to Italian Prime Minister Meloni, this G20 summit was all about dosti and diplomacy. As he explained the Konark wheel to President Biden and later the Sabarmati Ashram in detail, Prime Minister Modi's rapport with US President Biden was on full display. The chemistry between the two leaders was the highlight of G20 summit. Prime Minister Modi's bond with Rishi Sunak also stole the limelight. On day 1 of the summit, the moment Sunak saw Modi, he greeted him with a namaste and a warm hug. And on the second day of summit, both leaders were seen strolling together after paying homage to Mahatma Gandhi. Rishi Sunak, who is first Indian origin Prime Minister of the UK, has often expressed his admiration for Modi.
I have enormous respect for Modi ji, and he's been personally very warm and kind to me, and we're working very hard, as I said, on our shared ambition of concluding an ambitious and comprehensive trade deal between India and the UK, because both of us think that would be a good thing.
Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni also shared a light-hearted moment with Prime Minister Modi as she arrived for the G20 summit. It was Meloni who hailed Modi as most loved leader of the world when she met him in March this year.
I firmly believe that there's a lot that we can do together. This will lead me to the approval rate that the Prime Minister Modi has reached. I think he's the most loved one of all around the world. But I mean, this has really proven that he has been a major leader, and congratulations for that.
With Prime Minister Modi's good ties with the world's tallest leaders, the formula of dosti and diplomacy is yielding great results for India. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's been a hectic 2 days for all of our reporters who've been at the Bharat Mandapam, getting you every single update and ensuring that the news reaches you first, the India Today viewer, on what's happening in the G20 summit. I'd like to introduce on this broadcast Gaurav Sawant, our managing editor. We also have with us Abhishek Bhalla, Paulami Saha. We'll also have Geeta and Moshmi joining us in just a bit. But good evening to all of you. I know you've all had a long 3 days going into the Bharat Mandapam early into the morning and then non-stop reporting from the media center. Gaurav, to you first. So many takeaways really from the G20 summit. I think it's more than lived up to expectations. It's surpassed expectations. But to you, what was the biggest takeaway, Gaurav, that the world will remember this G20 for?
So the world will remember this G20 for African Union being a part of the G20. The world will remember this G20 for all the countries signing on the dotted line on all the 83 paragraphs with no footnotes. The world will remember this G20 for commitments that have been made, and in some instances, the first step being taken towards helping improve climate in terms of Rishi Sunak, Prime Minister of Britain, committing $2 billion, just at the beginning. But what will India remember this for? This is India's moment. This is India's moment where India is on the center stage. The line that India had taken, and right from the beginning, when it came to the Ukraine conflict, India, right from step one, from day one, had said, one, not an era of war. Two, it's only through dialogue and diplomacy that you need to find a solution. Now, close to 2 years after that conflict started, the world has come around to that point. Three, when it comes to G20, India had repeatedly made that point. This is not the platform. United Nations is the platform to discuss security issues. Of course, the world then argued because of food, fuel and fertilizer, this becomes an issue for G20. On that aspect, Ukraine was discussed. But one aspect of G20 cannot be more important than another aspect, which is bringing the global south and ensuring their needs are met. That was India's consistent stand, and the world has accepted India's stand. So I think India's leadership position is something that stands out for me in this G20. All the points that India made right from step one, what Prime Minister was saying from day one, the world has accepted all those points.
You know, Gaurav, I'm going to come back to you on the point that the Prime Minister made at the very end in the closing session, in his closing remarks. He summed it up very beautifully about let there be peace always. And I think that was also a reference to all the countries that we need to come together, prevail and work to ensure peace, whether it's about conflict or any other issue. Just a news break coming in right now on the Indo-Canada ties. There's been a lot of focus on this. There was a pull aside also that happened, and we can confirm for you here on India Today that the Khalistani issue was also raised. The Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau was cornered at the G20 summit because he was asked directly about the Khalistani menace that is brewing in his soil, that's having a direct impact on our security in India. So Trudeau has confirmed at the press conference that he held right after the pull aside with Prime Minister Modi that yes, there was a discussion on Khalistani terror. He's highlighted that we respect rule of law and freedom of speech. And he said that a freedom of peaceful protest will be protected. The question is, how peaceful is it when they talk about assassinations, when they're issuing warnings to the tallest leaders in the country? But this is a message from the Canadian Prime Minister, and this perhaps explains to you why right now there's a bit of freeze in the ties between India and Canada, which you could see in those pictures also. Every time the Prime Minister and the Canadian Prime Minister exchanged any pleasantries. Let's play out for you what Trudeau said.
Over the years with Prime Minister Modi, we've had many conversations on both of those issues. Obviously, Canada will always defend freedom of expression, freedom of conscience, freedom of peaceful protest. That's something that's extremely important to us. At the same time as we're always there to prevent violence, to push back against hatred. I think on the issue of the community, it's important to remember that the actions of the few do not represent the entire community or Canada. The flip side of it, we also highlighted the importance of respecting the rule of law, and we did talk about foreign interference.
Let me bring in Abhishek Bhalla on this broadcast. Abhishek, the issue of Khalistani terror was raised in the meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. But it's clear really that Canada at this point refuses to take any concrete action. If you listen to that reaction, it kind of defines and explains for you in as many words as to exactly what is the problem right now between India and Canada. It is clearly that Canada refuses to take this problem seriously.
Well, there is a lot at stake as far as the domestic politics of Canada is concerned, Akshita, and that's the reason why perhaps they dilly-dally on Indian concerns over the Khalistani movement. Not surprising, this kind of a reaction. Whenever this subject has been taken up, this is the kind of response one gets from Canada, and off late, this has in fact become a bit of a hurdle as far as the relationship between the two countries is concerned. But Akshita, while we are at that, I just want to shift focus for a while, because there's a lot of activity happening here at the International Media Center. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to visit this place a little later in the evening. So the area has been cordoned off, and it's maybe at one side of the cordon. I think journalists will be allowed, and he might just walk the aisle. Other than that, there have been the security checks, last-minute rounds by security officials, Delhi police, everybody ensuring that things are perfect, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi, just when everybody was thinking that we can sort of relax, because it's the fag end of the summit. Last couple of days have been extremely hectic, but suddenly a lot of excitement, not just for the journalists, Indian journalists, but even the international media that's here. People are talking, asking whether all these arrangements are being made for the Prime Minister. Well, that's what it looks like. We have a confirmation that he will be visiting the Crafts Bazaar, and after that, the Prime Minister might just want to come here and say a hello to several journalists who've been covering this summit for the last 2 days.
Okay, so it's going to be a hello, perhaps a thank you, but we can't expect, can we? Paulami, I'll bring her in on this as well. We can't really expect a lengthy media interaction, Paulami. This must be a courtesy meet at the Bharat Mandapam, where he's essentially thanking everyone for the hard work they've put in. You were at that Crafts Bazaar, where the Prime Minister is expected in just about an hour from now, we're told, at 6 p.m.
That's right. Possibly 6 or 6:30, but already, you can see hectic arrangements that are underway over here. Kirpal, my camera person, will tell you and show you those images of the security checks that are happening. The personnel who are present over here, there have been sniffer dogs that have done the rounds as well. And Kirpal can just go around and he will show you the jamboree, which is collected in one corner of, in fact, the entire hall. This is a massive hall, and you can just see the number of people over here. That's as many journalists who have been parked over here for the past couple of days covering G20 Summit 2023, and you can see that entire crowd over there that's parked in one area, hoping that the Prime Minister will probably stop, but unlikely that there'll be a press conference over here or even media soundbite. But yes, he is going to go to the Crafts Bazaar that we brought images of to our viewers exclusively on Friday morning itself as we entered this complex of Bharat Mandapam. And today the grand finale happens right next door at the International Media Center, which the Prime Minister is expected to shortly visit and, of course, review arrangements in terms of, like Abhishek was saying, probably a hello and a thank you to all the media that has flown in from across the world to cover G20 Summit 2023.
So much has transpired since that live. I remember you were live with me on Friday morning, Paulami. And since then, all of those people at the Crafts Bazaar, all of the people at the Media Center and every part of Bharat Mandapam have ensured the success, the roaring success of the G20 Summit. And I reckon the Prime Minister is there essentially in about 1 hour from now to thank all of them for the hard work that they've put in. Our Foreign Affairs Editor Geeta Mohan is with us. I also have Maushmi Singh. I'm going to go across to them in just a bit because I want to play out for you what world leaders have had to say about their experience in the national capital, about their experience of the G20 summit under India's presidency. We'll play out those reactions and then I'll take this across to Geeta.
We talked about how important it was for this G20 to be the success that it was, having solid conversations and interactions that involved countries, the major countries from around the world, creating moments both for formal interactions and the productive informal conversations that were a huge part of this summit to advance important issues. We also talked about the range of issues that matter, whether it's climate change or the rule of law or issues facing Canadians and Indians. We recognize that India is an extraordinarily important economy in the world and an important partner to Canada on everything from fighting climate change to creating growth and prosperity for citizens. There's always a lot of work to do, and we will continue to do it.
First of all, please allow me to thank Prime Minister Modi. Faithful to its principles, India did its utmost for its presidency of the G20 to serve unity and peace and send across a message of unity while Russia is still waging its war of aggression in Ukraine. So here I would like to thank Prime Minister Modi and say once again that France stands alongside India. First of all, this G20 confirms once again the isolation of Russia. A vast majority of the G20 members condemn the war in Ukraine and its impacts. And we've been dealing with the economic and food consequences of this war precisely to maintain the unity of the planet. And the entire G20 also commits to a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, and I insist on these words. That's in accordance with the UN Charter, also is a reminder of our support to the principle of territorial integrity.
In full compliance with the UN Charter and the international law, the principle of self-determination of peoples came into play. This is something we have explained a lot, many times, and the correct understanding of what is going on is apparent amid the developing countries in the G20. I believe that some of our Western colleagues understand it too, but you know very well that they are placing their bets on Russia's strategic defeat. The developing countries will not tolerate being put before the false choice, fighting poverty or investing into climate change. This is a false alternative, and naturally the tasks of social and economic development take precedence. The declaration also stipulates the need to deliver on the promises to transfer technologies to the global south countries, not only exporting commodity materials and then receiving costs from added value.
The 18th G20 Leaders Summit had been concluded under the auspices and the leadership of India, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank India for a gracious and a very successful term presidency. I would like to thank His Excellency Prime Minister Modi for the gracious hospitality that was shown to my personal self, my spouse, and my entire Turkish delegation. And I would like to extend my gratitude to all of those involved in the realization of this summit. This year, our theme was One World, One Family, and One Future.
Okay, so just a few statements there from world leaders after the G20 summit where they share their experiences, many of them hailing India for how we have led in this particular summit. Geeta Mohan is with us. Geeta, besides the summit itself, several pull-asides, several bilaterals that everyone's talking about. What to you is the biggest highlight of all of these meets? How has it helped largely India's diplomatic relations?
The fact that India managed one of the most challenging outcome documents of any G20 ever in itself is the biggest achievement. The fact that Indian initiatives were included despite all the opposition in the beginning, and China did not object. In fact, many of the articles now from the Chinese side talk about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and world is one family, only to hit out at the Americans saying that, well, there is no isolation. China in many ways has managed to bring in everybody, and in this case, outcome document has been a rather winner and a victory for India, but also for Russia and China. The Europeans and the West now trying to explain to their own media and to their own people why is it and how did they allow it to happen. The fact is that this really shows the depth diplomacy of India in having a win on the document, but also there are a few other important aspects to the G20 summit. One is African Union being included in the G20. That is a very important one. It is the voice of the Global South now, and the Global South quite representative or represented in the G20. The other very important one on the sidelines, if I can add, Akshita, is the infrastructure project between India, the Middle East, and Europe. That's certain. That connectivity project is going to be big. World Bank president being there clearly shows that there's going to be no dearth of funds. And then we have the guest nations that Prime Minister Modi already invited Bangladesh, Nigeria, you name it, the UAE. They all have been a critical part in terms of strategic partners of India. And even as we speak and the entire G20 summit comes to an end, there still are bilaterals happening with those who we have great ties with those where concerns were raised, such as the UK Prime Minister when India raised the issue of Khalistan, and with those who, in a way, were reported to have been sidelined, like the Canadian Prime Minister, but there was a bilateral and a shake hand that has just been put out. So clearly, the Prime Minister over here not discriminating, irrespective of what the media is reporting. He seems to be very clear on his agenda and how to take everyone along. So inclusivity clearly is the message here.
I think that's an important message that you put out, Geeta, because there's been a lot of analysis of how much time the Prime Minister spent with each leader, what kind of body language was involved, what was the messaging behind all of that. Inclusivity overall is the message but that we're trying to put forth. I sense that I think every country now, Maushami, knows the word Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam because of the G20 summit theme, because of all that we've done in the last few days. And what a beautiful celebration of Indian culture. You have to give it to the organizers for how they've brought in Indian culture, Indian tradition in every single part of the summit, whether it's the session themes or whether it's the setup at Bharat Mandapam. Those 3 points, I think, when the intro happened on day one of the summit, where you had the Konark wheel, which you see on your screens. The second was just before the dinner, where you had Nalanda blown up behind the Prime Minister again, and today at Rajghat, where you had the Sabarmati Ashram in display. Amazing preparations, amazing organizing, really, of putting Indian culture in the forefront, Maushami.
Absolutely, Akshata. And I just walked out of the press conference of the Turkish president and also covered the French president's press conference, and both of them highlighted that fact and thanked India for its hospitality. And interestingly, the Turkish president went on to talk about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and how, the 3 sessions were on one earth, one family, one future. But interestingly, on the 2 key issues that Geeta was mentioning, both the French president and the Turkish president, they pressed upon that fact that, the French president went on to say that G20 and highlight and underline that G20 is perhaps not the right forum as far as, raking up issues of the Ukraine-Russia war is concerned. When he was asked about Ukraine not being too happy about what's happened as far as the war is concerned and mentioned in the declaration. So very... And also, the Turkish president said that if Ukraine thinks they're not proud, there's nothing to be proud of in the G20 as far as the war is concerned. But we think there is something to be proud of. And so there is, as Geeta mentioned, a sense that perhaps Ukraine feels let down with what the declaration is as far as the war is concerned. But there is a lot of explaining that the Western countries might have to do back home. And the other important factor, I spoke to the Turkish president. I asked him a question, in fact, on the Middle East corridor, which is one of the big takeaways of this G20 summit. And I asked him whether it could coexist or it was a counterbalance to the One Belt, One Road project. And to that question, he said that perhaps, this the Middle East corridor was very much in the asking, and it was much needed, and Turkey and all the Gulf countries would try to expedite that project. So a big takeaway for India.
That's a very big one,
in all terms, whether it's diplomacy or showcasing its spiritual strength.
Can I just highlight here, Maushami, while talking about Indian culture and tradition, that you're doing a beautiful job also of highlighting it in that lovely sari. I've been noticing that every day of the G20 summit, you've been there showing off the lovely Indian saris, which many of our dignitaries also have done, by the way. So our reporters there who've been working hard through the course of this G20 summit from 5 a.m. in the morning, essentially landing up at the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium and then taking that shuttle to Bharat Mandapam to ensure that they're there on time, getting you all of of those updates. Let me tell you about the visit that happened early this morning as well, when our world leaders went to Ghat, participated in a wreath-laying ceremony at Mahatma Gandhi's Samadhi. Again, pictures were lovely from that event because the bonhomie was on display. You had the Prime Minister in conversation constantly with US President Joe Biden as he helped him walk along with, in fact, all the other leaders following suit. And then there was a moment of silence also observed there. Very important in terms of the timing of this and also in the context of the global conflict that all countries now have come on board on, courtesy us, courtesy India.
A serene morning at Rajghat. A powerful silence envelopes the world leaders gathered to pay homage to the icon of peace, Mahatma Gandhi. US President Joe Biden, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi, United Kingdom Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, standing united in their reverence for the man who championed non-violence.
मैं इस डिक्लेरेशन को एडॉप्ट करने की घोषणा करता हूं.
A day earlier at the G20 summit, India, under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership, orchestrated a historic moment for global diplomacy. On Saturday, the New Delhi Declaration, brokered by India, called upon by nations to uphold international law, territorial integrity, and the multilateral system that safeguards peace and stability.
One Earth, one family, one future का रोड मैप सुखद हो. स्वस्ति अस्तु विश्वस्य, यानी संपूर्ण विश्व में आशा और शांति का संचार हो. 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की इसी मंगल कामना के साथ आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Under India's visionary leadership, a fractured world scarred by the Ukraine-Russia conflict found common ground, echoing the Gandhian principle of non-violence and unity.
रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम.
Back at Rajghat, a heartfelt musical tribute filled the air.
राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम.
India's G20 presidency culminates in this moment of unity at Rajghat.
राजा राम पतित
मेरा प्रस्ताव है कि हम नवंबर के अंत में G20 का एक वर्चुअल सेशन और रखें. उस सेशन में हम इस समिट के दौरान तय विषयों की समीक्षा कर सकते हैं.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's call for continued collaboration and his vision of peace resonated deeply. The G20 leaders departed Rajghat, leaving a message of hope and unity. Bureau Report, India Today.
Highlights for you from day 2 of the G20 summit. I'd like to thank all of our reporters for joining us over the last 30 minutes and getting you a sense of the big takeaways of this summit. Thanks to Gaurav, Paulami, Abhishek, Geeta and Moshmi for getting us those details. There's a lot of praise coming in for the Prime Minister from India and from abroad. Let's get to a reaction from superstar Shah Rukh Khan, who's congratulated Prime Minister Modi and hailed India's G20 presidency. SRK, in a detailed post on social media on X, formerly Twitter, has said G20 has fostered unity between nations. India will prosper under Prime Minister's leadership. Big words of praise there from Shah Rukh Khan. And while he's hailed our presidency, he's also, in fact, directly said that the Prime Minister's leadership has made a huge difference. He's in fact said, let me read that out for you also, exactly what his tweet says. He says that The leadership of the Prime Minister is inspiring, and that by itself speaks volumes really of what the entire nation currently is feeling. I'm wrapping up this broadcast. Thanks very much for tuning in.
India aims big with the G20. The India Today group brings together unmissable super sharp global thinkers and strategists. Top foreign affairs guru.
It has to be a world with a greater sense of purpose, of vision, of values.
Leading expert on global political risk.
Xi Jinping is not surrounded by a bunch of reformers right now.
Leading global economists.
India's economy should be able to grow.
Ex-President of the United Nations Security Council.
This is an indication that relations between China and India still remain very troubled.
The Indian imperative, debated like never before. Only on India Today.
Hello everyone, this is Anita Brito in conversation with the one and only श्याम कौशल. हेलो सर, कैसे हो आप?
हेलो, नमस्कार जी.
अभी भी आप कंटिन्यू कर रहे हो और आपके बहुत अच्छे अच्छे लाइनअप्स है, जैसे आपने बोला डंकी है, फिर आपके पास जो बंगाली मूवी है वो भी है.
ये बंगला बंधु. हाँ जी.
प्लीज उसके बारे में थोड़ा इन डेप्थ बात कीजिए, थोड़ा डंकी के बारे में हमें बात कीजिए. इट्स एन ऑल एंड आउट एक्शन फिल्म?
नो, इट इज नॉट ए, देयर इज एक्शन इन इट.
बट मुझे ये जानना है आपसे, ये पर्सनल क्वेश्चन है, आपको सबसे ज्यादा कौन से एक्टर के साथ काम करके मजा है, मुझे ये बताइए.
मैंने अमित जी के साथ काम किया, अमित जी से लेके सभी के साथ जितने भी आगे ना सभी के साथ काम किया. फिर जो साउथ के भी मोस्टली सुपरस्टार्स उनके साथ भी काम किया. पर आज तक भगवान की दुआ से कभी किसी के साथ इशू नहीं हुआ, कभी कुछ नहीं हुआ, सबसे प्यार ही मिला है. तो मेरा एक मानना होता है, जैसा मैं आज भी ओपनली बोलता हूँ कि पिछले मैं 43 साल में मेरे को कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं मिला. तो मैं कभी सोचता नहीं हूँ कि अगर कुछ कमियां होंगी तो मेरे में होंगी. कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं है, कोई भी ऐसा. जब मैं एक्टर्स मेरे जो छोटे हैं, जैसा रणबीर सिंह, रणबीर कपूर, अर्जुन कपूर, उन्होंने मेरे साथ शुरू किया, जब भी मिलते पैर छूते हैं, ऐसा बच्चों की तरह. तो आप अगर उनको प्यार देते हो तो आपको सामने से प्यार मिलेगा ही.
Hello and welcome. You're watching our special broadcast. I'm Dipali Patel. It's Shah Rukh Khan Day yet again in 2023 with Jawan releasing in theatres. This is for the first time Shah Rukh Khan has collaborated with Atlee, and I must say, blockbuster is written all over it. There are emotions, action and every element that a typical South film has. I'm joined by my colleague Tushar Joshi. Before we talk about the movie, let's begin by giving you an experience that was watching two Shah Rukh Khan in a price of one ticket. Tushar, I remember watching SRK in Roll 7 years ago in Fan and fondly remember Duplicate, Paheli, Dawn, Om Shanti Om and even Ravan. But what gives Jawan an edge over all of these films is the action and the character look, especially Vikram Rathore, the father that he plays. The salt and pepper look, the cigar in his mouth, the slow-mo scenes in the film. Thanks to Atlee who pulled this off with SRK, making it an out-and-out South film for him, the superstar that he is. Also, I think the makers have almost shown us all the future SRK, a fashion in which, where one can imagine how he would look in movies 10 years from now. An unmatched SRK experience for every fan. What do you say?
Absolutely. I mean, you get two Shah Rukh Khans at the price of a ticket. What else could anybody ask for? And I think what we saw in the teaser and the trailer was just the tip of the iceberg. What you aptly mentioned right now is Vikram Rathore, the elder Shah Rukh Khan, the guy who plays the father. Every time he's on screen, every time he says a line, every time he walks across the frame, there are cheers, there are CTs, there are people applauding, there are people dancing in the aisles. All credit goes to Atlee. I mean, he is the guy who basically envisioned this. This is his vision. He told Shah Rukh Khan that, I think you must do something of this sort. And Shah Rukh was on the same page and he did experiment with it. This was an experiment. And how beautifully it has taken off, Dipali.
Also, Tushar, Jawan, I feel, is a subtle take on social issues related to farmers, medical facility, and even defense weapons. In fact, SRK has a good, more than a minute-long scene where he's seen giving a strong political message urging people to vote wisely.
Dipali, I don't think this is subtle. In fact, for me, that was the most interesting part of the film. Because, Shah Rukh has been somebody who has kept politics away from his films. He has been somebody who has never really given commentary on governance or what does he think of socio-political subjects. But Jawan, at the crux of it, is actually a film that makes commentary on what's happening in society. On everything from serious issues like farmer suicides to electronic voting machines to that long monologue which you mentioned where he's actually look into your eyes, like as the audience when you sit and watch him, he's telling you like, guys, this is your job. It's in your hands. It's your responsibility. Go and vote. It is almost as serious as Shah Rukh could ever get.
Tushar, remember how Salman and SRK had a scene in Pathan wherein they said that they have to save the industry, and more recently, even Sunny Deol has created havoc at the box office with Gadar, and now Jawan has Sanjay Dutt's cameo. I mean, what do you make of this? It's a treat for fans to watch actors who have had their prime 20 years ago and still shine on whenever they come on screen.
I think full marks to Sanjay Dutt, yaar. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not a full-fledged role for him to take this up in a film that has a double role with Shah Rukh. It's a great treat for fans. And when you watch the film, don't want to give away too many spoilers, but that cameo act is really interesting. Everything from his entry to the way it's executed, it's really interesting. And like you said, it's just nice to see actors from the 90s, guys who sort of entertained us for decades, come together on screen and do that consistently even now for the younger audience, for the older audience.
Tushar, I also want to bring this to your notice that, even Pathan was a multi-starrer, but of course it was an SRK film. But even Jawan is a multi-starrer, but it's an SRK film, out and out SRK film. And there's a sense of women power also in the film. What do you have to say that?
Dipali, my thought on this women power and the fact that he has his army of girls and women with him, right? I was really intrigued by it when the trailer came out, but I was a little let down by the way it was executed. Like you said, the film does revolve around Shah Rukh, and these women really have important parts to play in his life, from the role of his mother to the role of his wife to the role of these girls who sort of help him. I really wish that the writers would have put more thought and fleshed out their characters and their roles a little better. I wanted Shah Rukh to sort of have that Chak De moment with these girls, and he does have them in parts and pieces, but on the whole, this was a flaw that sort of stood out for me as a sore thumb in the film.
And how do you see the chemistry between Nayanthara and Shah Rukh and Deepika? That was an interesting part as well in the film.
Oh, how refreshing was it to see Nayanthara and Shah Rukh. I mean, come on, just to watch them together in the romantic scenes, in the flirting, just the fact that she in her own right is a superstar, he in his own right is a superstar. It's such a fresh pairing. It also tells us that Shah Rukh just can look charming with anybody, doesn't matter who's with him. And Deepika and Shah Rukh coming back together again after Pathan just tells us that how much we love Shah Rukh and Deepika. Watching them in the frame just gets us happy.
Tushar, let's not give our viewers any further spoilers. Jawan 2, there is a possibility of that. But overall experience of SRK and Jawan, if you could tell us in one word.
Well, if you ask me in one word, there is no other word as better as a word that starts with the alphabet M, and that's Masi. I think the film is Masi. There are lines in the film that says Masi, Masi, Masi every time Shah Rukh is on screen. If there is Jawan 2, I won't be surprised. It's a film that is just good time at the theaters. You go with family, friends, have some popcorn and just enjoy Shah Rukh and his superstardom. What a better way to spend your weekend. I definitely am hoping and I'm expecting and I'm definitely anticipating, and both of us are calling this out right now, that there will be more Jawan films coming up in the near future.
All right, so we are not giving this film any stars. Go and watch it and experience the SRK experience.
जंग हारता गया, भूखा प्यासा घूम रहा था जंगल में, बहुत गुस्से में था.
मुंबई में हुए इस हाईजैक ने पूरे देश में सनसनी मचा दी है. ये बताओ तुम्हें.
Shah Rukh Khan changed the definition of cinema 31 years ago and still continues to be the undisputed Badshah of Bollywood. Let's bring you the fan craze, frenzy, SRK and Jawan witnessed so far.
काम नहीं कर सकता सिर्फ शाहरुख खान.
Shahrukh Khan is mind-blowing.
The D-Day has arrived, and it is exactly how one had expected it to be.
बेटे को हाथ लगाने से पहले बाप से बात कर.
Firecrackers outside theatres.
हर रिकॉर्ड टूटने वाला, कोई रिकॉर्ड नहीं बचेगा.
Drum beats and fans dancing. First day, first show sold out. But most importantly, enthusiasm for Shah Rukh Khan's Jawan.
Ready.
Be it Mumbai's Ghat Galaxy or Mirage Cinemas in Kolkata, or even Bangalore and Hyderabad, the Shah Rukh Khan fever has gripped the entire nation, and how. Fans are worshipping Jawan's poster, celebrating Janmashtami but in SRK style. Chants of Shah Rukh Khan have taken over everywhere, and no one is complaining. If it's Shah Rukh Khan, that's how things should be. Even inside theatres, fans started cheering and whistling as SRK made his entry on the big screens. Now, speaking of Jawan and its craze, the makers had hosted a screening the night before the film's release at YRF Studios. The who's who of the film industry showed up to cheer for SRK, Attlee and the entire team of this action thriller.
बेटे को हाथ लगाने से पहले बाप से बात कर.
The man of the hour, Shah Rukh Khan, too, was present, even though he refrained from being clicked as he arrived in his tinted car.
Like a soldier.
SRK's daughter, Suhana, also lent support to her dad. Meanwhile, Deepika Padukone, who has a cameo in this Attlee directorial, was spotted arriving at the venue. Other attendees included Hrithik Roshan, Katrina Kaif, Bhushan Kumar, and filmmaker Siddharth Anand. Sanya Malhotra and Sunil Grover, who play important parts in the film, also attended the star-studded screening. Rapper Raja Kumari, who has rapped in Zinda Banda 2, was present. And while she exited, she gave an honest review for the fans and shared how her mind was blown away by SRK's performance.
I was screaming, I was crying. I won't tell you guys any secrets, but it was mind-blowing. SRK and RK forever.
I will get them.
While the verdict on the film is still awaited, the craze surrounding SRK and his latest film certainly seems to suggest that he has hit bullseye, and Jawan is said to be his second blockbuster of the year.
और क्या चाहिए?
एक गाना सुनाइए ना.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Now, spoiler alert, Shah Rukh Khan will be seen in a dual role in this slick actioner, but this isn't the first time the Badshah of Bollywood will be playing two different characters in the same film. Take a look at this report.
Shah Rukh Khan alone can make any film a blockbuster. But when it's 2 times SRK, it is a double dhamaka on the big screen. That's right. All the speculations about SRK having a dual role in Jawan have come to an end after the actor aced the role in his latest film, Jawan.
Ready.
While this has surely served as a bonus treat, let's take a look back at other films which featured Shah Rukh Khan in 2 different roles. Starting from 1995's Karan Arjun, which co-starred Salman Khan. Shah Rukh Khan played 2 characters, one from the past who was killed, only to reincarnate in present times to seek revenge for his mother's misery. In 1996, he was featured again in a dual role in English Babu Desi Mein.
बेजुरिया के जिस्म को छुआ है उन्हीं हाथों को जोड़कर तुम्हें उससे माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी
But his most talked about had to be Duplicate, which released in 1998. The superstar played a good and a bad character. Yes, he played Bablu, a bubbly, innocent man who is an aspiring chef, and the antagonist, who was a gangster named Manu Dada.
मुझे ये गाजर मूली और टमाटर दिया तूने करेला भी था बोल मेरा पैसा कहाँ है
इसका मतलब कि मेरा प्लान कामयाब हो गया ओए कौन है तू
After 3 back-to-back dual roles, he gave the theme a little pause until 2005, when he returned with Paheli co-starring Rani Mukherjee. The fantasy film was a remake of 1973's Duvida.
हाय राम, एक ही शकल की दो धड़ी?
हाँ। कलयुग है भाया, कलयुग। ये कैसा तमाशा है?
हाँ? चुप करो। ये हमारे घर की बात है, हम आप ही निपट लेंगे।
In 2006, Shah Rukh Khan amazed everyone with his performance in Dawn: The Chase Begins, in which he played 2 characters, Vijay and the underworld mafia Don.
डॉन का इंतजार तो 11 मुल्कों की पुलिस कर रही है, लेकिन एक बात समझ लो, डॉन को पकड़ना मुश्किल नहीं, नामुमकिन है।
The winner is Om Kapoor.
Then came Om Shanti Om in 2007, which was a reincarnation story. It followed the narrative of a young aspiring junior artist who dies saving the love of his life. He returns as Om Kapoor, who makes it big in the film industry and seeks revenge on the guy who murdered him in the past life. Ravan, which was way ahead of its time in terms of the VFX, also had Shah Rukh Khan in the dual roles.
फैन है, अपने आप को जूनियर आर्यन करना बोलता है।
Meanwhile, before Jawan, Shah Rukh Khan was last seen in a dual role in 2016 Fan, though the film was not a hit. SRK played 2 characters completely different and was appreciated for trying something out of the box. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
पहले फैन स्टार के पीछे भागता था, अब स्टार फैन के पीछे भागेगा।
From Fauji to Wizara Army to Main Hoon Na, Jab Tak Hai Jaan and even Pathaan, SRK donned all 3 coveted uniforms of Indian forces in his films, and Jawan is the latest addition. Take a look at this report by my colleague Gyanesha Malik. SRK's Jawan, the much hyped, the most anticipated film of 2023. Shah Rukh Khan is not only back with yet another action flick in a matter of months, but he also dons the uniform yet again.
जब मैं विलन बनता हूँ ना,
विलन।
Shah Rukh Khan is love, but Shah Rukh Khan in a uniform is an emotion. And while Jawan has been making all the right noises, here are times when SRK donned that uniform for a role, be it as a police officer or as an army personnel.
हरगिज़ नहीं। So Kali, no deal.
Fauji.
तुम कौन हो?
मैं लेफ्टिनेंट अभिमन्यु राय, लेकिन तुम मुझे अभी कह सकती हो। मेरे सब करीब वाले मुझे अभी ही कहते हैं।
SRK kickstarted his career with a television series titled Fauji in the year 1989. He portrayed the role of Lieutenant Abhimanyu Rai and was first considered as a second lead, but he was so impressive in front of the camera that the makers had to redo the entire script to portray him as the main protagonist.
लेकिन क्यों? इसमें मेरा क्या कसूर है अगर हमारी किस्मत में लिखा था कि तुम आसमान से गिरो मेरी गोद में धड़ाम से?
लेफ्टिनेंट रॉय, अगर तुम अभी इसी वक्त यहाँ से नहीं गए तो मैं तुम्हारे कमांडिंग ऑफिसर को फोन करती हूँ।
ना ठीक है, मैं जा रहा हूँ। I'm going, मगर आज रात को डांस पर जरूर आना प्लीज।
Army. The second time he ever donned the military uniform was in the army, co-starring Sridevi.
यही है वो देशद्रोही, वो आतंकवादी।
Shah Rukh Khan had a special cameo in 1996 film as Major Arjun Singh. वीर ज़ारा।
आज आपने कितने लोगों की जिंदगी खतरे में डाली अपने एक छोटे से बैग के लिए?
Now who can forget Veer Zara? The film released in 2006 and SRK was seen essaying the role of squadron leader Veer Pratap Singh in this cross-border love story. In the Air Force uniform, the superstar looked dashing.
किसी की जिंदगी के बदले अपनी जिंदगी देना सस्ता लग रहा है, गलत लग रहा है। I'm sorry, man, but it was disgusting.
मैं हूं ना।
मैं चाहता हूं कि तुम दार्जिलिंग जाओ, undercover.
A year later, in 2007, Shah Rukh Khan returned and donned the army uniform as he again played the role of a major.
दिल ही नहीं रे जान दे दे जो तुम्हें हो तो मैं कहूँगा सरकार मैं हूँ ना।
The Farah Khan directorial showcased him as Major Ram Prasad Sharma, who is set on a personal mission to reunite his family while also combating an ex-army official who turned rogue, Raghavan, essayed by Sunil Shetty. This film is still loved by fans, making Main Hoon Na a classic one. Jab Tak Hai Ja. SRK perhaps is the actor who looks best in uniform and has worn the army colors more often than one could imagine. Yash Chopra's last directorial, Jab Tak Hai Ja, was a visual treat. The superstar stole the show with his charisma as Summer, a bomb diffusion expert in this love triangle co-starring Katrina Kaif and Anushka Sharma.
तेरा हाथ से हाथ छोड़ना, तेरा सायों का रुख मोड़ना, तेरा पलट के फिर न देखना, नहीं माफ करूंगा मैं। जब तक है जान, जब तक है जान।
From losing his memory to finding his love back again to, of course, in the army outfit, Shah Rukh Khan was quite the charmer in this 2012 release. Pathaan.
पार्टी पठान के घर पे रखोगे, तुम्हें मरनाबाजी के लिए पठान तो आया।
And his recent blockbuster Pathaan, Shah Rukh Khan once again, through his character, showcased his love for the country. He played a raw agent in the movie, even though not in a costume.
मैं एक सोल्जर हूँ पठान, तुम्हारी तरह। हम ये मिशन साथ में कर सकते हैं। So are you in or are you out?
पठान, Handover, hunted.
His patriotism level was on point, fans loved it, and voila. The Siddharth Anand directorial turned out to be the biggest and massive hit of 2023.
एक सोल्जर ये नहीं पूछता देश ने उसके लिए क्या किया, पूछता है वो देश के लिए क्या कर सकता है।
Meanwhile, in his brief role in Bhootnath, SRK was seen donning the Navy costume, making him an actor who has donned all three coveted uniforms of Indian forces.
सब भूत की कहानियों से डरे हुए हैं।
अब इससे बड़ा और भूत कौन होगा?
And with Jawan, SRK returns to play a man in uniform yet again.
बाप से बात कर।
His previous films are proof enough that fans love to see him as a patriot on the big screen. With Gyanisha Malik, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
अब और क्या चाहिए?
एक गाना सुनाइए ना।
Well, that's all we could pack in our special broadcast today, but keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, the Pari Patel, signing off for today. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
how do you really see India playing a role, particularly, as you mentioned, at a time of global conflict? Historically, we've always been for peace. Some of our biggest leaders, some of our most influential faces, historic figures, have always propagated peace. India is a land of peace, essentially. So now that we're hosting the G20 summit at such a crucial juncture, when there's a Russia-Ukraine conflict as well, how do you really see, Sri, India's role in that?
See, India's voice has always been saved, and we are very sensible in whatever we are saying, because we are just and sensible. This is something that world has started to notice. Number one, we are sensible, and we cannot be bullied. Number two. Number three, we are very sensitive. We are sensitive to the feelings and to the emotions of people of the entire world, and the mindsets. So we in this country have embraced such diversity. See, we have a communist government in one part of the country, and we have multi-party democracy, which is not present in anywhere else in the world. There are bi-party democracies, but we have so many parties. And then on top of it, we are the largest population in a country that the world is seeing today, and young population. And so we have a lot of things to offer to the world. Of course, I would say spirituality is the need of the world today, when there is so much of distress and aggression and depression that is clogging the youth population.
Joining me right now is senior journalist from CGTN, Joe Jacham. Joe, my first question to you is, of course, welcome to New Delhi for the G20 summit. There's been a lot of talk about China on the sidelines of the G20 actually taking place before it did. A lot of questions as to whether China is on board with certain concerns.
These days people are talking about Ukraine crisis. Actually, I think it's been hijacked, and this is actually in a context of ideological confrontation. So we know that Ukraine crisis has been caught China in between, and actually China has been put in a camp with Russia just because the two countries are neighboring countries and they have this strategic comprehensive partnership. So that does not necessarily mean that China is supporting the conflict, and China has been very clear and stressed a lot of time that China wanted to bring the two sides to the peace talks, and China respect the UN-centered system, which is actually emphasizing the territorial integrity and sovereignty, which China will take care of its own Taiwan questions on the same page. So aside from that, I think we don't need to put the tensions, put the conflict on the agenda. That's also the things that the G7 countries actually wanted to have Modi to make agreement on this. So I don't think Modi is wanting to see that his success on this one, or India's presidency on many issues or pressing challenges facing humanity, could be hijacked just on the Ukraine crisis. So I think that's the point that I want to make.
Okay, so the Chinese sense, if I understand this correctly, is that the Ukraine-Russia conflict shouldn't, in a sense, hijack, the substance of the joint communique.
Yes, I don't think so, because I don't think Modi wants to do that. But, given the pressure now, I think G7 countries are trying to make sure that any kind of international multilateral institutions could just make this as the priority, but we have the security issue.
You are watching India Today.
Very good evening. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Our rolling coverage on the G20 as it culminates with a grand success. Prime Minister Modi signing off to say that India hopes for world peace. In fact, Prime Minister Modi is all set to come to the Bharat Mandapam, visiting the media centre in just about a little bit. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me start with the headlines. G20 Power Summit concludes in New Delhi. Prime Minister Modi hands over the G20 presidency to Brazil. Modi's big world peace message to end G20 summit concludes with Swasti Astu Vishwa. Says, let there be peace in the world.
स्वस्ति अस्तु विश्वस्य, यानी संपूर्ण विश्व में आशा और शांति का संचार हो.
Day 2 of the G20 summit begins with tribute to Mahatma Gandhi. Top delegates pay floral tribute to Mahatma Gandhi at the Ghat. Prime Minister greets world leaders with khadi. Rishi Sunak's big Hindu connect all on display. Sunak bows in prayer at Akshardham temple in walks. Vasudeva Kutumbakam prays for G20 success and world peace. IMF Deputy MD Geeta Gopinath, in fact, hails India's G20 presidency. She says that India is shaping the new world order.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wild.
All right, let's cut straight across to the Bharat Mandapam. That's all decked up for the G20 summit. As it finishes, you have Prime Minister Narendra Modi all set to join the media, local and international, to address a brief address that he's expected to give there to maybe thank the media the world over for arriving into Delhi to be part of this summit and extensively cover it. These are visuals of the Bharat Mandapam that we're bringing to you live. Let me quickly cut across to Paulami Saha, who's been relentlessly bringing us every update, every news, every angle from that very Bharat Mandapam as Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to arrive there. Paulami, over to you. A quick word. What's expected? Prime Minister Modi is there, set to arrive at the Bharat Mandapam. Is he going to be speaking? Is there going to be a press conference or a solo note as a conclusion to this G20 summit? What do we know?
Well, all that we know is that in about at least 15 minutes from now, we're expecting the Prime Minister to arrive over here at the International Media Centre in the Bharat Mandapam complex where we're standing right now. The media basically has been clustered in this very space over the last 3 days. The first day, of course, was the pre-summit briefing and certain pre-summit events. And over the last couple of days for the G20 summit. And as you can see, there's a cordon over here. The media is all behind this cordon, which has been placed after, of course, sanitizing the area. The sniffer dogs were here as well to check the area, ensure that it's all safe and secure, because the Prime Minister is expected to be here in a short while from now. This, if you may, is the grand finale as far as the G20 summit is concerned. Of course, it concluded earlier in the day with India handing over presidency of the G20 to Brazil. But the Prime Minister, of course, continued to have a bunch of bilateral meetings, a working lunch with French President Emmanuel Macron, a pull aside with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, and then a bunch of bilateral meetings, like I said, with the Turkish President. with the South Korean president, with the Brazilian president, as well as with the president of the European Union and the chief of the European Commission as well. All of these meetings. After that, the Prime Minister is now expected to reach here. He's also expected to visit the Crafts Bazaar, which is basically an exhibition come sale which has been put up just next door to the International Media Center, where delegates, officials, media personnel who were present over here from the world over could go and admire the arts and culture, the heritage, the handloom, the textiles from various states of India, and even purchase it. So after he's been there, he's had a look over there as to what was put on display. He's expected to come down here to the ground floor. Remember that this was spread over 2 floors, the International Media Center. He's going to come here and he is likely to acknowledge, of course, the support and thank all the international media and the national media, of course, that has been here over the past couple of days covering the G20 Summit 2023.
It's been quite an exciting finish, undoubtedly, but it's still not over. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to arrive at the Bharat Mandapam. You can expect very well for the next hour to be action-packed. Moshmi joins us live as well. Moshmi, you've been there for the last 2 days, and the kind of action, the vibe that you got at the Bharat Mandapam finally all ended, and on a good note, as India has achieved consensus from all of these countries, 20-odd state heads who had arrived and gave consensus to the most pressing issues, including the Ukraine-Russia war and climate change. So it's a success for India. And now with Prime Minister Modi arriving at the media center, what's likely to happen in the next hour?
Absolutely, Nabila, we just heard Polemy pack all that information, and all credit to her for sending numerous dozens and hundreds of flashes throughout the day, and she's just got it right as far as, the Prime Minister's visit to the International Media Center is concerned. But the question that you really asked, it is a mega diplomatic win-win situation for India as far as this presidency is concerned, with the theme of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The Prime Minister, on behalf of India, has been able to bring to the table the message of one earth, one family, one future, and thereby underline the spiritual strength of India. But let me take you through what's the scene that's unfolding at the ground floor of the media center. I just asked my camera person Sachin Chandok to do this camera movement for you, to just show you dozens of cameras queuing up to get the first glimpse of the Prime Minister when he enters the media center on this side. And Sachin will give you a 360-degree view of the entire big hall, on 2 floors. Similar halls on the second floor is also there. You can spot Polemy far away. And of course, there is the international press is there, the national media is there. And this is actually a culmination of the entire event as it unfolds. Aishwarya is right here. Let's just take a quick reaction from her. Aishwarya, how do you see this unfolding? When is the Prime Minister expected?
See, we are expecting the Prime Minister, Mosby, in say about almost half an hour from now. The security arrangements, as you can see, are just top notch. In fact, not just one. They have put 2 layers of barricades right here. Wanting to make sure that people do not jump over and do not try to. They're zeroing on where we standing.
Nabila, you can see this.
The second layers that have been put up.
In fact, it's the entire cordon that's being doubled up. Several times, the administration in charges here have Aishwarya come in and said you can't
you can't move. Crown cannot. And the people who are moving, from what we are expecting is that the moment Prime Minister will step foot in this hall, we will see the security tightening around, because the idea is to make sure that no one, though I think some of the people might even try to get a reaction from the Prime Minister, but that's something that they will make sure does not happen, and that's the reason why we are seeing such tight security. But in about half an hour.
And high security was expected because it's first of all the Modi government holding this G20 meeting, and we know of we know of Modi's style, we know of the government style. Indeed, they're watertight when it comes to security, be it any platform. And this is the G20 summit that India has held presidency for a year. It's a matter of immense pride that India has managed to host this summit in the home country in Delhi. So there's no room for error. Absolutely no loophole will be tolerated. And that's precisely why we see that immense security. I wasn't able to get my accreditation done. Highly unfortunate. And I couldn't use any influence or pull. Abhishek Balla is also joining me live for more on that. Abhishek, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be visiting the media center. Is there going to be a speech by the Prime Minister? Is it going to be a question and answer round? Is it an interaction? We're still a little confused on what exactly is going to transpire in the next 1 hour. Do you know?
Well, not likely that there will be any interaction, but what I can tell you from the kind of arrangements that have been made, Nabila, that the Prime Minister is expected to walk the aisle, and there is a double cordon. We are behind these two cordons, and on the other side it's just security personnel, the staff, the volunteers who've been participating and who've made sure that this has been an extremely well organized and smooth function. And a little while earlier this place resembled something else. We can also see security personnel in the background there, sniffer dogs, just last minute checks being done, because this is the area from where we were functioning. It resembled more like an international big newsroom where you had hundreds of journalists, not just from Delhi but across the country, several parts of the world, all of them working. It just resembled a huge newsroom, and this is where many of us journalists were working from, and this is the look that you can get now. Everybody waiting, not sure what exactly is going to happen. There has been a bit of an excitement because this was the fag end of the G20 summit. Probably everybody was thinking that they'll wind up and make a move, and then came the information that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be here at around 6 p.m. He'll first visit the Craft Bazaar. The Craft Bazaar was first emptied. A lot of activity took place there, and a little while later we saw this entire place being spruced up. So that's the scene from the media center here at the G20 summit in the Bharat Mandapam. If at all the Prime Minister comes, that will be the place, that will be the big door that he's likely to enter from. And
is it a packed house, Abhishek Balla? Would we know if the media center is a packed house? We know international journalists.
I'll give you another view. I'll give you another view, Nabila, of what the media center looks like. These are the visuals. So what was a place for us journalists to be working from a little while earlier, people filing their stories, sending in last bits of information. Now it's turned into a gallery of sorts, and a viewing gallery where suddenly all journalists will get a glimpse of the Prime Minister walking the aisle. When that happens, a lot of excitement. There are people who want to present a G20 sort of digest to the Prime Minister. You've come from Canada, right, sir?
I have indeed, and the opening article is by Prime Minister Modi himself as the host of the summit. So I think he'll want to see.
What's this magazine about?
It's the background book we produce for every summit since the first in Washington, D.C. in 2009. It opens with articles by all the leaders saying what they want at the summit, the heads of the world's major international organizations, and articles on the actual performance of G20 summits on the various key issues.
You're hoping to present this this digest to the Prime Minister. You're right in the front. Probably you'll get an opportunity. You can try your luck. All the best.
Yeah, we've had
so that's the kind of mood somebody wants to present their work to the Prime Minister, and the others of course would want to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister. He'll probably come around, say a hello and a thank you to several journalists who've come from all across the world.
All right, so clearly they're waiting for Prime Minister Modi's conclusive note. Is it going to be a question and answer round, which is unlikely? We haven't seen that in a long time. Is it going to be a solo note where he's going to be thanking the media personnel? Of course, we'll know in a little while, but 6:30 is the time expected for the Prime Minister to arrive at the Bharat Mandapam, the media center, to address and maybe thank the media. Stay with us. Our reporter is really bringing us extensive coverage from the ground. Bharat Mandapam is really where the epicenter, all that buzz is around. The 18th G20 Leaders Summit has really come a whole successful circle. As its precedent in the past 1 year, India has really set the international agenda of one earth, one family, one future. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. This is a theme that was extended and accepted by the global leaders. Let's cut across to its success journey.
हमारी टीम्स के हार्डवर्क से और आप सभी के सहयोग से नई दिल्ली G20 लीडर्स समिट डिक्लेरेशन पर सहमति बनी है.
It was a difficult and ambitious target, but the 18th G20 was successful in all its parameters.
को भी एडप्ट किया जाए.
It set the agenda for the divided world and taught it to live together with individual differences.
First of all, please allow me to thank Prime Minister Modi. Faithful to its principles, India did its utmost for its presidency of the G20 to serve unity and peace and send across a message of unity while Russia is still waging its war of aggression in Ukraine.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank India for a gracious and a very successful term presidency. I would like to thank His Excellency Prime Minister Modi for the gracious hospitality that was shown to my personal self, my spouse, and my entire Turkish delegation.
When the world couldn't be brought together to agree on a conflict, when the war in Ukraine polarized the world, the 18th G20 president showed the world how to address the crisis from the point of view of the affected.
सबका साथ की भावना से ही भारत ने प्रस्ताव रखा था कि अफ्रीकन यूनियन
55 countries association, the African Union was voted as the new permanent member to the group because Africa, consisting of the most members of the global south, is reeling from the after effects of war in Ukraine.
आप सबकी सहमति से मैं अफ्रीकन यूनियन के अध्यक्ष को G20 के स्थायी सदस्य के रूप में अपना स्थान ग्रहण करने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं.
When the dragon threatens the world with its nefarious financial aid as loan, India as G20 president set the agenda on multilateral development banks for relief. But the bigger headline internationally was the development of a new ship and rail corridor connecting India to the Middle East and the Mediterranean Sea, challenging China's economic clout in the region, and its ambitious Belt and Road Initiative.
As a key part of this corridor, we're going to invest in ships and rail that extends from India all the way to Europe, connected by the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Israel. Bridging ports across two continents, unlocking endless opportunities, including making it far easier to trade, export clean energy.
Vishwaguru has taught the world to be green and clean as the Delhi Declaration reiterated the 2070 climate goal of reaching net zero target. Brazil has a tall task lying ahead, carrying on the baton as the new president of G20 from India. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, India really now has truly stepped one step closer, taken one step closer to becoming the world's superpower, at least in a way to influence the world order. That's precisely what multiple world leaders have said, that India is showing the way to the world, has become the official voice of the global south. Cutting across to Maushmi and Paulomi, who've been relentlessly giving us all those news breaks, right from that Bharat Mandapam, where Prime Minister Modi is likely to arrive anytime now. Paulomi, if I could ask you to give me 5 takeaways, or at least a quick look at what were the main points that were agreed upon in that Delhi declaration, which was hard, which did not meet with consensus in the past, but here in India, the Modi government has made that possible.
Well, as far as sticky issues were concerned, the points, it was much to do with climate action and, of course, the Russia-Ukraine war. Of course, there was a lot of give and take that went on. There was a lot of burning of the midnight oil that went down in terms of course, formulating the language around the geopolitical sections of the Delhi Declaration, the 83 paragraphs. There was a lot of time spent in order to ensure that it was fine-tuned, that everybody was on board. But Amitabh Kant, in fact, said that there was 100% consensus on every issue, so much so that there is no footnote to any of these paragraphs. So clearly, everyone was on board, and I think that was the big part as far as the Delhi Declaration was concerned, to ensure that there is acknowledgement of the conflict that is taking place in Ukraine, to ensure that there is acknowledgement of the impact it is having on the global economy in terms of food prices, in terms of inflation, fertilizer prices going up, energy prices, and of course there is a word that is put in which is clear that this is not an era of war, and that peace needs to prevail, tranquility needs to prevail, and the sovereignty and territorial integrity of no nation can be impeached upon. And that wording, that clarity is there in that statement, which has been the joint communique, which has been issued and adopted yesterday. And of course, in terms of climate action, because, it just, the sense of how disparate the views were, we got that sense when Emmanuel Macron, French president, addressed the press today. He very categorically stated that there is a sense that the emerging economies, now he spoke as a developed nation, that emerging economies don't need to do much and the entire burden is on the developed world. He in fact turned the table and he said that everyone needs to come on board and everyone needs to pitch in with their contribution. That includes the emerging economies, that includes the emerging economies committing to phasing out coal by 2030. Right. His words were absolutely clear, and that just gave us a sense of, because India has been pitching for the global south, India has been pitching for the emerging economies. It just gave us a sense, if we just look at these two views, of how disparate these views were when it came to climate action and how much of work it must have taken to bring everyone on board in terms of putting that document together.
And I think all those who framed that document spoke to India today. We were the only ones who got a comprehensive sight and view of how that Delhi Declaration was really formulated. Proud and kudos to that team, working with the Prime Minister, of course, who led the way. And this is really an India moment. Undoubtedly, Maushmi is also with us. Maushmi, at this point, we see during the dinner that was organized by the President of India, you had chief ministers of multiple states belonging to the opposition parties who all came to be part of this proud moment. It appeared that all politics was kept aside just to root and endorse for India. Who are the ones who came and who didn't?
You're right, Nabila, that many came and many didn't. Those who gave it a miss were veteran leaders like Ashok Gehlot, Bhupesh Baghel, and also Mr. Siddaramaiah from Karnataka, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. But Sukhvinder Singh Sukhu was there, and we saw that picture being tweeted out where Prime Minister was putting his arm over Mr. Sukhu's shoulder. We saw Mr. Stalin, shaking hands with the US President, while the Prime Prime Minister is there, and we of course saw pictures of Nitish Kumar and Mamata Banerjee. But to that larger question of the Prime Minister's team putting up that mammoth declaration which got a consensus and approval on the very first day, it's about 200 hours, 300 meetings, 15 drafts that were discussed and deliberated. There were arguments and counter arguments and aggressive and tough negotiations. That is what was said in the press that actually resulted in the wording of the entire Ukraine-Russia war and the paras that were mentioned, and clearly the declaration without a single footnote, as Amitabh Kant said, with 100% consensus. So that in fact also talks about the ability of India to bridge that gap, to bridge differences and bring the entire G20 members, and now perhaps 21 members under one umbrella for the welfare of the world. So India is in fact proving it by example as its presidency. It's reflected in its presidency, talking about the greater common good.
All right, Maushami, of course, the purpose of the G20 summit to gain consensus on the Delhi Declaration has been achieved. So this is a huge moment for India and for Modi, of course. Under his leadership, this has happened. So really, all of them cheering for him. If you can see those images, those were the images of some of the chief ministers of the opposition parties who arrived, letting go of politics, but only there to root and cheer for India on this G20 platform. On that note, I'd request our reporters to please stay with us. We're going to slip into a short break. We'll be right back with a lot more on the G20 as Prime Minister Modi is all set to arrive at the Bharat Mandapam in minutes from now. Do stay tuned.
Right now is senior journalist from CGTN, Joe. My first question to you is, of course, welcome to New Delhi for the G20 summit. There's been a lot of talk about China on the sidelines of the G20 actually taking place before it did. A lot of questions as to whether China is on board with certain concerns.
These days people are talking about Ukraine crisis. Actually, I think it's been hijacked, and this is actually in a context of ideological confrontation. So we know that Ukraine crisis has been caught China in between, and actually China has been put in a camp with Russia just because the two countries are neighboring countries and they have this strategic comprehensive partnership. So that does not necessarily mean that China is supporting the conflict, and China has been very clear and stressed a lot of time that China wanted to bring the two sides to the peace talks, and China respect the UN-centered system, which is actually emphasizing the territorial integrity and sovereignty, which China will take care of its own Taiwan questions on the same page. So aside from that, I think we don't need to put the tensions, put the conflict on the agenda. That's also the things that the G7 countries actually wanted to have Modi to make agreement on this. So I don't think Modi is wanting to see that his success on this one, or India's presidency on many issues or pressing challenges facing humanity could be hijacked just on the Ukraine crisis. So I think that's the point that I want to make.
Okay, so the Chinese sense, if I understand this correctly, is that the Ukraine-Russia conflict shouldn't, in a sense, hijack, the substance of the joint communique.
Yes, I don't think so, because I don't think Modi wants to do that. But, given the pressure now, I think G7 countries are trying to make sure that any kind of international multilateral institutions could just make this as the priority. But we have the security issues. We have there are many ongoing conflicts in the world. So, but I think for the developing nations, I think the most important factor is just because I think challenges are facing these developing countries, and the economic recovery are really the formidable one for those. I think this is the priorities, and this is a different agenda for the developing countries. So I think Modi wants to make sure that the world can be focusing on that. That's the reason why China or other developing countries or mechanism within the BRICS mechanism wanted to make sure that we have we can be free from the US sanctions or these technology monopoly in the north, and we actually wanted to because China has proved itself that it can help alleviate poverty, and this is also the common issues for most of the developing nations. And I think inviting African Union to the family is one strong signal that we wanted to get back on the track for the humanity development.
Welcome back. Let me take you through those images. Those are live images coming in from the beautifully lit Bharat Mandapam. That's right outside, about, if we may speak figures, nearly 2,000 odd crores that's been spent to build this very Bharat Mandapam that will now serve for multiple purposes. And this is a start. The G20 was the first meet that's been organized at this sprawling complex called the Bharat Mandapam. Indeed, quite a stunning venue for the G20 to be taking place, with all those flags there erected, those fountains, and the Nataraja that really has stolen the show undoubtedly. In the night, the lights and the way it's illuminated really makes it look all the more stunning. And these are live visuals that are coming in of this evening. Mashmi is with us, our reporter inside the Bharat Mandapam Media Center, where Prime Minister Modi is likely to arrive at any point now. Mashmi, we know and we've heard what the world leaders had to say about the G20 summit that culminated here in Delhi, but what's been the buzz around from the media personnel who've come across from different parts of the world to be covering this G20 summit and of course covering angles for their own country? How have they viewed this beautiful, stunning Bharat Mandapam? I'd like to hear what do they have to say about this spectacular venue.
See, Nabila, clearly, the G20, whichever country actually chairs the G20, it is a moment for that country to, in fact, showcase its strength, showcase its ability to, in fact, lead the G20 summit, and under its presidency, it can showcase its prowess. And in this time round, when it came to India, right from the Bali Declaration and thereafter, we've seen that the G20 has gone to the people. It's gone to ground zero. More than 200 meetings all across from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. You had ministerial meetings, you had Sherpa meetings, you had the finance track. But it was actually woven with the Indian culture, the tradition, the Mehman Nawazi, and the incredible India that our country is. And that was reflected also at the International Media Center. center. If Sachin would just pan and show you at the media center, Sachin, can you pan and show at the media center, you had these screens, and continuously, if they didn't cut to the G20 summit, you had various videos playing out, pan-India videos about Indian culture, tradition, and also about these 200 meetings that happened over more than 60 countries, 60 cities, pardon me. So clearly, the international media was also witnessing this moment where India had put its best foot forward. And there's been such a positive outcome out of this entire G20 summit. It's talking about inclusive growth. It's talking about, bridging the divide between the developing countries and the developed countries. And that's one reason. And with the African Union coming in, 55 countries, there has been a spring in every step as far as, the African Union is concerned. And that's also being reported in the press, as the Chinese press has reported the main theme which they opposed earlier, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, is being reported in the Chinese press as well, with that headline that, the G20 summit under India's presidency discussed and deliberated all these topics. So it is a huge achievement for India.
Sure
and
enough.
This is a moment when, after the entire conclusion of that event, we'll see the Prime Minister, Nabila, coming through that door to, in fact, meet the international press. We've seen several leaders hold press conferences. There's not going to be a press conference.
And that was precisely what I was coming to next. In fact, some marathon bilateral meetings that were held by the Prime Minister with all the world leaders, one after the other, starting with Justin Trudeau. You had Emmanuel Macron of France. So the Prime Minister himself has had a busy day after the ending ceremony of the G20 summit. So I'm going to take you through a little bit on that. The Khalistan questions that were hammered at Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. That was one of the key takeaways from that bilateral. We heard that Prime Minister Modi has raised the Khalistan issue on the day 2 of G20 summit. Prime Minister Modi and the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau held some really important talks in their bilateral, speaking on the surging Khalistani provocations in Canada. Justin Trudeau has said that he will always defend freedom of peaceful protests amid freedom of speech in Canada, of course, saying that he will stand with Canada first. In the past couple of months, major anti-India incidents have been reported in Canada, and despite all of that, Trudeau has been seemingly not taking any concrete action against the K-mob, which makes one think whether he's being soft on the Khalistani separatists. Though Trudeau, of course, has said time and again that that what India thinks that he's not proactive with this regard is wrong. India is getting it wrong. We are acting towards serious action is being taken against these extremists, and a crackdown is certainly the way to go. That's what Trudeau says. But ultimately, what we hear is that Justin Trudeau has stood very firm, saying that Canada first. That's precisely what we hear. Let's cut across.
Over the years with Prime Minister Modi, we've had many conversations on both of those issues. Obviously, Canada will always defend freedom of expression, freedom of conscience, freedom of peaceful protest. That's something that's extremely important to us. At the same time, as we're always there to prevent violence, to push back against hatred. I think on the issue of the community, it's important to remember that the actions of the few do not represent the entire community or Canada. The flip side of it, we also highlighted the importance of respecting the rule of law, and we did talk about foreign interference.
All right, Maushmi and Aishwarya joining us live there. I'm going to cut across to the Bharat Mandapam live visuals as Prime Minister Modi is all set to arrive. These are the live shots from right outside the Bharat Mandapam. That's all illuminated, looking absolutely stunning on that one final day of this G20 summit. Aishwarya Paliwal, who's right inside the Bharat Mandapam. Aishwarya, Prime Minister Modi to be arriving in how long? Give us an understanding on what time will he be addressing the media? Any word?
Well, Nabila, the time that we were initially given was about 6 p.m., but now it's almost, a few minutes past 6:30. So we are expecting Prime Minister to be, to be here in about 15 to 20 minutes. That's the assessment that we have at the moment. There is a possibility that he might be delayed. But we on India Today are getting you the first visuals. The visuals we'll show you off the door. Nabila, that's the door from where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be walking in, and he will be taking a round of the International Media Centre. Now, let me tell you, the feedback that we have got from most of the people who have come from abroad, they speak about the fact that, the kind of facilities which were being given here are one of the best that have been given so far. So it speaks volume about the kind of hospitality that India has done. And, the stalls that you see here, Nabila, there are in fact at the moment also 3 stalls which are open. So all these things are being taken care of. The security top notch, and in fact the barricades which have been put up, Nabila, not 1 but 2 barricades have been put up. The security personnel there, all of them in attention, all of them waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He will in fact first, Nabila, be going to the Crafts Museum, the place where, there are stalls from across the country. He will be speaking with the artisans, speaking about the work that they will be doing there, and then he'll be coming here and taking a stroll. It seems like, he might have a few words to speak, though we are not very sure about it at the moment. But yes, from what we understand, in the next 15 to 20 minutes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be here after the successul completion of
Surely
this
this
chapter
is Prime Minister's
G20
moment,
here in India.
Aishwarya. What we know is that the Prime Minister really has everything to rejoice. He possibly will have a nice good night's sleep today after working and toiling relentlessly for the last 3 nights. And let me tell you, this culmination of G20 to be a success is not hard work of just the last 3 days. It's an entire year of hard work, commitment to hold the mini G20 meets in different states. Nearly 230 G20 meetings have been held in many different states. Almost 60 cities that G20 meets have been held, really to drum up this kind of noise and finally to bring it into a successful end. So this has been quite a task for the Modi government, and they've done it meticulously. And this is a success story that we are finally showing to you, with Prime Minister Modi all set to be arriving at that media center to say thank you to the media finally. Now, what we know of is, Aishwarya, stay with us, we know that Prime Minister has held several bilateral meetings right after the G20 got over. Marathon meetings that he held, one with Justin Trudeau and the next was with Macron. These bilateral talks with the French President Macron, along with, of course, some key talks that he held with US President Joe Biden just yesterday. Rishi Sunak, there was also a quick bilateral meet that he held with the UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. So one after the other, the Prime Minister has been indulging and engaging with these country heads on several levels of trade, economy, development, etc. Issues that needed to be discussed has already been done. Prime Minister meeting with French President Emmanuel Macron today. The 2 leaders, we believe, have discussed a wide range of issues, including peace and stability, global economy and digital regulation. The meeting took place over lunch shortly before Macron's departure to Bangladesh. Emmanuel Macron hailed India's G20 presidency. The French president has said that the partnership with India is not just bilateral. Speaking on the Russia-Ukraine war, in fact, French President Macron has said that Putin is sanctioned by many of the G20 members for good reason, and that's why he's not here. That's more or less what Macron said. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is now expected to hold talks with Japanese and the Australian counterparts as well. We believe that must have already ended, with the Prime Minister now going to be arriving into the Bharat Mandapam itself for a final goodbye.
First of all, please allow me to thank Prime Minister Modi. Faithful to its principles, India did its utmost for its presidency of the G20 to serve unity and peace and send across a message of unity while Russia is still waging its war of aggression in Ukraine. So here I would like to thank Prime Minister Modi and say once again that France stands alongside India.
As for Russia and G20, to be clear, my point was to say the core business of this forum is economy and coordination on global affairs. So economy, finance, climate, and these critical issues. But the core business is not stability and security and peace. So it's good sometimes to have this discussion, but we should not stop everything if we disagree on one of these topics. The second remark I made for Russia is that they are a member of the G20 de facto. President Putin is not here because he's sanctioned by a lot of us, and for good reasons, because I think what's happening is very grave and very serious and concerning for everybody. But my point was not to say we should exclude somebody from the club now. I think it's counterproductive.
All right, we have Poulomi and Abhishek Balla, both of them joining us right from the Bharat Mandapam Media Center. And the reason why we show you these images constantly is because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be arriving in just a little while from now. And maybe the last day that we see this kind of illumination, the grandeur that Delhi has witnessed. For the first time in our lives, we've seen this kind of decoration. The way Delhi has been spruced up is really a sight to behold. Abhishek Balla, we're showing live images of the Bharat Mandapam right from the outside, and it's really spectacular. I can't get my eyes off it. I've passed myself through my vehicle, couldn't stop because of no accreditation, but going back and forth just to get a sight of this really stunning view. But as I say, as we wait for Prime Minister Modi to arrive, if you can take us through a quick word on the marathon bilaterals that Prime Minister has had with the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, and be it even Macron. Trudeau, we believe, has been hard on the fact that it's Canada first, and we believe that in the bilateral issues were raised about the Khalistani extremism. Do we know the insides of what happened in terms of their talks?
Well, Nabila, this gave the opportunity to Prime Minister Narendra Modi to have bilaterals with several world leaders at this platform when so many world leaders were present. Other than the dialogue at the summit, Prime Minister Modi has had a constructive dialogue with several of his counterparts. You're right that the one with Canada, the Khalistan issue is a sensitive one for the two countries. As far as Canada is concerned, their domestic politics forces them to take a different stand on the issue. As far as India is concerned, of course, it's a separatist movement, and very often it's seen that whenever this aspect is taken up in any dialogue between the two countries, it comes across as a bit of a dampener. But having said that, the fact that several leaders were at this platform and it's showcased that how consensus can be brought about, and that's the big takeaway of this summit. And it took 15 drafts, by the way, to make sure that there is a final outcome statement. And officials involved in these negotiations extremely proud and relieved that at the end of such a hectic parleys there was in fact an outcome statement. Over 100 outcomes are part of the statement, which is perhaps the highest number in any of the G20 summits. And it's taken a while because the most polarizing factor was the Ukraine-Russia war. But while India maintained that this is not a platform for resolving conflicts such as this, but because there was a lot of economic distress due to the war on several countries, especially the developing countries, that's why it's a pertinent question to be raised, and that's why it found mention in the joint statement.
Right. Abhishek, we in fact got the breaking that's come in by Poulomi Saha, who's just got us some news about the Prime Minister's office issuing a statement on the words that were spoken or the issues that were raised with Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister. In fact, if I could have Poulomi joining us on that. Poulomi, we believe the Prime Minister has raised certain concerns about the Khalistani extremism, about drugs and the usage of that, and the kind of effects that it has not only on India but also in Canada, that both nations should be truly concerned. Tell us more on the statement by the Prime Minister and what were the issues raised.
Absolutely. This is the big news that's coming in right now, and this is the statement that has been released by the Prime Minister's office on his meeting, the pull-aside that he had with the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. And the statement, I'm going to read directly from that statement. He, that is Prime Minister Modi, conveyed our strong concerns about continuing anti-India activities of extremist elements in Canada. They are promoting secessionism and inciting violence against Indian diplomats, damaging diplomatic premises, and threatening the Indian community in Canada and their places of worship. The nexus of such forces with organized crime, drug syndicates and human trafficking should be a concern for Canada as well. It is essential for the two countries to cooperate in dealing with such threats. So those are the strong words that have been in fact conveyed in that statement. So clearly the Prime Minister has taken up very seriously the pro-Khalistan activities that have been taking place in Canada that have threatened our missions, our diplomats, our citizens, our overseas citizens residing in Canada. And those are the words, in fact, used in the statement which has just been released by the Prime Minister's office on his pull-aside meeting with, in fact, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. In fact, the start of the statement says that the Prime Minister highlighted that India-Canada relations are anchored in shared democratic values, respect for rule of law, and strong people-to-people ties. He also mentioned that a relationship based on mutual respect and trust is essential for the progress of India-Canada relationship. So extremely strong words that are coming in. Clearly, the Prime Minister has, given his piece to the Canadian Prime Minister. We've seen, the equation, the body language has been very frosty, very cold over the last couple of days. And now confirmation coming in that the Prime Minister has raised the threats that our diplomats, our premises, our diplomatic premises, the Indian community in Canada and our places of worship face. And he's categorically stated that the nexus of such forces with organized crime, drug syndicates and human trafficking can't be, in fact, tolerated.
Right. Polly, if you could take us through exactly what we know of is that Justin Trudeau skipped the dinner meet yesterday at the President's house. So this really sent tongues wagging on what was the reason. Was it a deliberate skip, a conscious decision not to be part of that dinner hosted by the President? And it was not just, of course, the Canadian Prime Minister. You also had the President of Turkey, Tayyip Erdogan, along with Saudi's Bin Salman. Three of them, three important leaders who missed the President's dinner last evening. Any word particularly on Justin Trudeau and the others, of course, on why was it a conscious decision to skip it?
Well, Nabila, we did not get a reason from the Canadian Embassy as to why the Prime Minister of Canada skipped the dinner yesterday, the gala dinner, which was hosted by the President of India in honor of the G20 delegations. But to a query that we sent the Embassy, what they did tell us that the Prime Minister was available for all the events of the day, which were pertaining to the G20 summit. And for the social event, which was an obvious reference to the dinner, a representative from the Prime Minister's office was in fact sent by the Canadian mission to in fact represent Canada at the gala dinner which was hosted by President Draupadi Murmu. As to why did President Justin Trudeau skip the dinner, again, we did not get a response from the embassy.
All right, so no response from the embassy. So it's clear cut. It appears that Justin Trudeau was here to be part of the bilateral talks, to be part of the proceedings of the G20 summit, to be part of that to be part of that very meeting where the Delhi Declaration received consent from him, but on the other, on a social level, refused to be part of that dinner. He sent a representative instead. So in many ways making a statement, many ways almost suggesting that he's here for business and only business. He means business. So it appears that Prime Minister Modi has spoken tough. India has raised questions on the anti-India activities and extremism. That's on full display in Canada. And many of these extremist elements who are thriving in Canada, almost Canada becoming a breeding ground for these Khalistani elements. And Prime Minister Modi, we believe, has put this question forth to the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and very strongly worded it. As per the Prime Minister's office, the statement given is that The Prime Minister has conveyed strong concerns about continuing anti-India activities of extremist elements in Canada. They are promoting violence against Indian diplomats, damaging diplomatic premises, threatening the Indian community in Canada and their places of worship. The nexus of such forces with organized crime, drug syndicates and human trafficking should be a concern not just for India but for Canada as well. So it's essential for two countries to cooperate. This is Prime Minister Modi raising this issue with Justin Trudeau. On that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. Prime Minister Modi is just about to arrive at the media center in Bharat Mandapam. In minutes from now, we're going to come back with a lot of those images, stunning images from the Bharat Mandapam and the Prime Minister's last word. Stay with us.
Rishi Sunak, the first UK Prime Minister of an Indian origin, is also a proud Hindu. The British Prime Minister, who was spotted wearing Rakis during the G20 summit, visited the Akshardham temple in Delhi along with his wife Akshita on Sunday. Sunak, who arrived in India on Friday for the 18th G20 summit, expressed his deep connect to Hinduism.
Yeah, so I'm a proud Hindu, and that's how I was raised. That's how I am. And yes, we've just had Raksha Bandhan, so from my sister and my cousins, I have all my Rakis, and I didn't have time to celebrate Janmashtami properly. It's something that is important to me. I think faith is something that helps everybody who has faith in their lives.
The couple, who were received by Union Minister Ashwini Kumar Chaubey on Friday, were greeted with Jai Siya Ram. They were also gifted Rudraksh, a copy of Bhagavad Gita and a Hanuman Chalisa.
Jai Siya Ram.
This isn't the first time Sunak has openly embraced Hinduism. He had visited the Hindu spiritual leader Murari Bapu in Cambridge for his 921st recital, titled Manas Vishwavidyalaya.
इतनी सबल राजपीठ पर बैठे हुए होते ही इतनी सरलता मैंने कम राजनेताओं में देखी है। जिस तरह वो गए और बच्चों से मिल रहे थे, लोगों को मिल रहे थे, ये जो है, ये उसका बहुत अच्छा पहलू है।
And what I see Bapu does each day of his life.
Sunak addressed a gathering of people of Indian origin. He said his faith guides him in every aspect of his life.
Always be an inspirational figure.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful.
After the 2017 general elections, he swore his oath to Parliament upon the sacred Hindu text, the Bhagavad Gita. As per British media reports, Sunak always keeps an idol of Sri Ganesh on his table. He earlier made an appeal to give up eating beef and claimed he has consumed it. Sunak was also seen performing Gau Puja in London. The video, which went viral, was shot when the 42-year-old visited a cow enclosure along with his wife Akshita Murthy, the daughter of Infosys founder N.R. Narayana Murthy, a practitioner of Hinduism and the first British Prime Minister of Indian descent. Sunak is not leaving his culture and values behind. Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees. Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wild.
Welcome back. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. I'm taking you through those images of the Bharat Mandapam as Prime Minister Modi is all set to arrive. In just moments from now, we have all our reporters on at the media center on field, in fact, bringing us every image of this very stunning venue, this Bharat Mandapam that's immensely decorated, built exclusively for the G20 summit, of course, but will have a huge purpose going forward. But this Bharat Mandapam was set up only to begin with the G20 summit to host all the world leaders, and it's done a fantastic job at that with this the kind of lights that decorate that entire venue. Really a sight to behold. We have our reporters joining us to give us a quick insight on when Prime Minister Modi is going to be arriving to have a last word with the media, the local and international media who are all present there to hear Prime Minister Modi on a final note. Maushami as well as Polami, both of them who have been really extensively covering the G20 summit right from ground zero. Polami, let me start with you. Prime Minister Modi is set to arrive in a little while from now, but we're not too sure when. Is it any time? Do we know his movement? Is he on his way? Is he arriving at any minute now?
Well, as far as the Bharat Mandapam complex is concerned, he could be arriving, but that's about like in another 15 to 20 minutes is what we're being told. But then again, where we're standing, this is the International Media Center, and he's expected to go to the Crafts Bazaar, which is the exhibition come sale from various states and their handicrafts that are on display. He's likely to go there first and then come to the International Media Center. So it's going to be a little bit more of a longer wait before, of course, the Prime Minister walks down this aisle where we're all cordoned off on the one side of, in fact, to meet and greet the journalists who've been present over here over the past couple of days covering the G20 Summit 2023. Nabila.
Right. You know, Palmi, we know that all the media has been waiting for the Prime Minister. We said, do we know if all the international media is also there, and what are they really keen on with Prime Minister Modi's arrival? Is there anything particular that the international media may be keen on listening to? Have you had a word with them? Is there anyone around that you want to bring a word?
Well, at the moment, of course, it seems like everyone's waiting and is getting a little impatient because they did not anticipate that the wait is going to be this long, because, you know, it's been the sanitization process and, you know, all the checks and us being cordoned off in this one area it's been about an hour and a half since that happened. So everyone's getting a little impatient. But yes, they've been quite, you know, they've anticipated this for a while. They are wondering if, you know, this means that they get a chance to interact with Prime Minister Modi, ask him a few questions as well, because as we know, a lot of the world leaders who were part of the G20 Summit 2023 did interact with the media. So they're hoping they get a chance to ask him a few questions and maybe possibly throw those questions at him as he walks past and possibly get an answer from him. That's what they're hoping.
All right, so it's going to be very interesting to see Prime Minister Modi actually there wanting to, for the first time, maybe interacting with the international and the local media. Very interesting to see what transpires on that. But Maushmi, it's done. The G20 summit has ended and it's been a successful affair. At this point, with Prime Minister Modi arriving, it's going to be a big thank you for the local and international media to cover it extensively. But what a day and what a way for it to end, to see India finally making a mark on the global stage with a consensus from all other nations, which was otherwise hard to obtain. Even when it came to the Bali Declaration, there wasn't a consensus. So there was a lot of speculation that this might not end well here in India as well, because the sticking points where the Russia-Ukraine war was about climate change. War itself was something that was really, you know, people were not very sure if all countries would agree on the same. But be it China, be it Russia, along with all the other countries, all of them have given a unanimous consensus to it. So in every sense, the Modi government has done a fabulous job in charting out India's message to the world.
It's a moment of pride, Nabila, for the people of of India, and you know, even as the session, the first day of the session concluded and the Delhi Declaration was out, it was said that, you know, it was in fact Modi ki guarantee that actually worked its way down throughout the year to ensure that the African Union is included, and that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself who assured the President of Senegal, who appealed that in the Bali summit there was no mention about what the African Union want, and there is no proper representation of the global South. And at that point of time, the Prime Minister said that don't worry, we will work on this. This is Modi ki guarantee. So that guarantee of India to make this summit successful has been delivered. And you know, even US and the other Western countries were looking up to India, because somewhere down the lane, the question was whether the G20 summit was a formidable front, a formidable forum as far as, you know, the deliverables are concerned, or was it only going to be a blueprint prepared and nothing in action? And this time round, you know, there were questions with, you know, with China looking for alternative forums without the US, without the European countries, more so without the US. There was a question whether US could get this summit to be a success and how the US could in fact partner with India, and perhaps Joe Biden, the US president, could return home happy with the way the summit has progressed. But importantly, if we talk about the optics of it, because
broadcasting from the Bharat Mandapam behind me, the lights setting on India's G20. It's been a historic G20. The Prime Minister wanted this to be the catalyst of a new world order. On this special broadcast, we're going to do a before and after postmortem. I'm joined by three special guests. We had them with us on the same panel before the world leaders descended on New Delhi for the G20. And we have them back again, that dream team. Lots of conversation around different things that were said by Ian Bremmer, President of the Eurasia Group, joining us from the United States in New York. With us also this time from Taiwan is Kishore Mehbubani, well-known Singapore diplomat, author. He's been president of the United Nations Security Council, and India's top think tanker Samir Saran, president of the Observer Research Foundation, joining us as well despite nursing a sore throat. So thank you, Samir. I appreciate it. I want to go across first and foremost to Ian Bremmer, because the sense that I picked up from the panel was that the expectations about there being a joint communique were muted before all the world leaders landed in the capital for this G20 leader summit. Mr. Bremmer, when you do a before and after postmortem, looking at what you thought would happen in Delhi, and now that you know most of what the outcome has been, how do you think it's gone?
Well, I thought it was going to be successful, and it slightly exceeded my expectations because of the joint communique. Probably made a little bit easier by the fact that Xi Jinping wasn't there. I don't think that Xi's absence really detracted from India's success and from the broader G20 success of the meeting. I also would point out that this joint communique, which did not discuss or call out Russia directly, but did support, uphold the UN Charter and abhor any restrictions or interventions against a country's territorial integrity and sovereignty. That formulation better reflects the interests of the G20, better reflects the interests of the countries that are attending. First and foremost, that of India, the host country. So I think that this does reflect a lot of hard work on the part of the Indian government, and particularly the Sherpa for the G20, a good working relationship between India and the United States, and a successful G20 summit this weekend.
Kishore Mehbubani, you're currently in Taiwan. You were meeting some top Taiwanese politicians for dinner, which is where we literally requested you to come out and join us. So give us a sense of how this is being decoded in Taiwan, and especially given the fact that Xi Jinping didn't come, there is a joint communique at the end, slightly muted language around the Russia-Ukraine war. What have been your main takeaways?
Well, unfortunately, I can tell you that the dinner in Taiwan didn't discuss the G20 meeting. It discussed actually whether or not Taiwan would become the next Ukraine, which is, of course, the big issue of the day in Taiwan. But to give you my perspective on the G20 meeting, I agree with Ian that I think India can regard this G20 meeting as a big success. Firstly, I think getting the African Union in as a member is a huge achievement. Because in most global meetings, the European Union, which represents 5 or 6% of the world's population, is hugely overrepresented. I mean, they send 3 or 4 representatives for every global meeting, which is crazy for such a small group of people on the planet Earth. The Africans, as you know, are going to be the fastest growing population on planet Earth. And the fact that Prime Minister Modi succeeded in getting the African Union as a permanent member of the G20 is a huge achievement. And the effects will be there for the next 20, 30 years. As the weight of Africa grows in global affairs, it'll be well represented in the G20. And secondly, I also agree with Ian that it's actually quite remarkable that there was a agreed joint statement. There was actually some fears there will be no joint statement, but there was one. And in some ways, actually, Ukraine has done India a big favor by criticizing the statement. Because when Ukraine criticized the statement, it showed that the statement was very balanced and neutral. It was trying to sort of understand that there are two sides to this issue, that certainly Russian invasion of Ukraine is illegal, no question about it. But at the same time, to find a solution, you have to get all the parties together. And so for India to succeed in getting a joint statement, but it's endorsed by everybody and criticized by Ukraine, shows that maybe at the end of the day, it was a kind of a balanced statement, and that shows where India is heading.
Okay. Samir Saran, you lost your voice the last couple of days, but India's voice was heard loud and clear on the global stage. Your before and after postmortem in terms of what you thought we'll end up with and where this Delhi declaration really leaves us.
Look, Rahul, we are thrilled. I think what we have been able to put together is outstanding, and under the circumstances is beyond anyone's expectation. So if anyone says they knew this would be the net result of the meeting, they deserve an Oscar. So I am clearly thrilled right now. I am over the moon. I'm proud to belong to India that was able to put together a very ambitious is the operating word here, declaration, which, and this is something that Ian and I will have a longer conversation on later. But I think this document, in some sense, is the intellectual and political successor to the outcome at Pittsburgh in 2009. At that time, we had put together an economic framework for the future. The G20 replaced the G8 at that time and became the body for economic coordination. I think this time around, G20, despite the Ukraine crisis and the distractions and attendant discussions on that particular subject, this has become the development G20. SDGs, Global South, and issues that matter to humanity have been catered to in this particular document. So that's the first point, Rahul. This is certainly the successor to Pittsburgh, a new phase of G20's evolution. The second point I want to make is that Ian is right. The language is tougher and it is far more robust in terms of adhering to international law and the UN Charter, while, of course, the reference to Russia may have been deleted from the Bali Declaration. So it is tougher language on the actions of Russia without villainizing Russia, but more focus on upholding principles, which again suits all the G20 countries, especially some who face other neighbors who may want to change international boundaries. But please understand, the Security Council, with members who belong to the G20, could not pass a similar resolution in that council. One of them used to veto it. Here, 20 countries with veto passed that very simple upholding of international law and the UN Charter. So it's really something to be able to make that happen. So all credit to Team India, all credit to the Prime Minister, Foreign Minister, and the Sherpa. I'm happy, Rahul.
Ian Bremmer, I was reading just before we set this live show up a piece in Bloomberg which looked at what was happening in Delhi as a mini face-off, India versus China, Modi versus Xi, and saying to the extent that this was a limited contest, Modi scored 1 over Xi or India scored 1 over China. Given the end outcome, do you think that's a fair assessment?
Sure. But I mean, let's keep in mind a couple of things. One is that the Indian economy is growing gangbusters right now. Modi, very popular at home, has a strong relationship with the United States and will, whether Biden or Trump is successful in 2024, very strong relationship with Japan, but also has not alienated, at least not yet, major members of the Global South. China's in a very different position. I mean, the big headlines this week, Xi Jinping not showing up at the G20, Italy announcing they're going to be leaving Belt and Road. The Indonesians, of course, they were thought to be the most important new member joining the BRICS. They chose not to be a part of it because they didn't want to have to be making choices or perceived as making choices against the G7. So this is not a good time for China. It's not a great week for China. I'm not surprised that India is making successful noises, but there's also been a lot of headlines in the United States that this is showing that China is somehow jettisoning the existing world order, that they want to build their own. They're not going to be any part of the G20 going forward. That's not true. I'm willing to bet you dollars to donuts on this show next year that Xi Jinping will be in Brazil for their G20 presidency. They will be sending high-level members for the ministerials going forward. This is not suddenly the end of China's meaningful role on the global stage or peak China. Samir and I talked about this at the beginning of the G20, the idea that India is making some great decisions right now, but they're still a minimum of 10 to 15 years behind the Chinese. That doesn't change just because you had a very successful weekend. So good marks for Modi, good marks for India, good marks for everyone attending the G20 this weekend, the G19. You added the Africa Union, you subtracted the Chinese and the Russians. But going forward, this is a long, long road in a dramatically changing global order.
Samir Saran, these aren't two countries that punch in the same economic weight category just at this moment. India most certainly behind China in terms of its economic growth story. But to the extent that this was a diplomatic and geopolitical contest, do you buy that at the end of the weekend round, it's Modi 1, Xi 0, India 1, Modi 0, just in the limited context of what was at play in Delhi?
Look, if diplomacy was a boxing round, this round belongs to India. Clearly, but Rahul, something else also happened here. And I think that is the problem when you are absent from big arenas. And maybe that also explained the absence of Xi from G20 this time around. Not only did you see Italy withdrawing from the BRI, but you also saw a bunch of European nations joining up, teaming up with the Middle East and India to put together a new connectivity offering. Something, let's be very clear, is a determined alternative to the BRI. Now, this is $47 trillion of GDP in terms of the countries who have signed up for this agreement. Now, if we can somehow find the leadership and, of course, the courage to make this work out, the $47 trillion countries who have teamed up, I think we can actually carve a more sustainable and certainly a more durable connectivity project in this part of the world that could become an exemplar for when we have to connect into Africa and Latin America and other parts of the world. So I think you are also seeing at this particular moment of time, the countries who have till now only been complaining about the BRI and Chinese action, now beginning to try and map out an alternative rather than just protest. So that also happened at this particular time. And I just want to leave one more thought with you. The other image that tickled me coming out of the G20, and again, this is for Kishore and Ian to consider as well, was of the IPSA countries with the US and a joint statement coming after that. So is US coming into the IPSA play? Is that going to be the heft? Is that going to be the financier of IPSA being more ambitious in terms of its development going forward and not having to rely on the BRICS where China becomes the big banker? So I'm just leaving it out there. I think watch that space. IPSA plus USA is an interesting mix.
Kishore Mehbubani, from an Indian point of view, you always come across slightly leaning on the Chinese side. If this was a diplomatic boxing bout, virtually, could you build on what you just heard from Ian and Samir? And would you too concede it's Modi 1, Xi 0, India 1, China 0, just at this moment?
Well, I think the first point I want to emphasize is that economic growth is not a zero-sum game. It's not like playing in a military game, which is a zero-sum game. Economic growth is not. So if India grows